Chapter 1. The little junior sister of the nine-tailed celestial fox. On the winding mountain path of the Qingyun sect, a young lad clad in a dark blue Taoist robe was slowly ascending with a little girl by his side. Ouyang, senior brother, how much further do we have to go? The little girl panted, her delicate doll-like face glistening with beads of sweat, her cheeks puffed up like a small squirrel. The boy, referred to as Ouyang, senior brother, paused in his tracks, glanced at the sun hanging in the sky, and pondered before responding, "Do not worry. At our current pace, we shall surely reach the foot of the mountain by tomorrow's dusk." Tomorrow's dusk? The little girl's face turned pale, and in a fit of pique, she sat down on the ground, resolutely refusing to take another step forward. The path ahead twisted and turned, seemingly without an end in sight. Noticing the little girl sprawled on the bluestone slab as if playing dead, Ouyang slowly sat down beside her, curiously observing his new little junior sister. In Ouyang's eyes, a panel appeared beside the little girl that only he could see. Name: Hututu, juvenile form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation level: 5th stage of Golden Core. Root bone 10. Charm 7 minor. Luck 8. Musical talent 10. Exclusive skill: enchanting all beings not yet activated. Evaluation: this is an exquisite beast-eared, maiden yet to reach maturity. A surge of delight filled Ouyang's heart at last. A perfectly ordinary beast-eared girl had arrived, unlike those rebellious disciples on the mountain. The little girl, named Hututu, had only just joined the Qingyun sect today. His master, who had not been seen for nearly a year, had merely entrusted her to Ouyang before hastily departing, exhaling as if shedding some troublesome burden. Thus, the scene of the two climbing the mountain unfolded. Ouyang was eager to discover what his master had in store, as well as to see when this new little junior sister would reveal her foxtail. Indeed, from the very first glance at this little sister, Ouyang recognized she was not human, but a spirit fox endowed with an innate Taoist physique. After all, the golden attribute panel was something he could not ignore. Yet, how curious it was that his master, the head of one of the peaks in the Qingyun sect, had taken a fox demon as a disciple. Should this news be disseminated, it would undoubtedly become a sensational topic within the cultivation community. Senior brother, what are you staring at? Hututu glared at Ouyang with irritation. Although he appeared to be a handsome young man, he lacked any semblance of grace. Surely, even without flying on a sword, he could at least employ some wind-based spells to assist her in their journey. After all, she was merely a little girl, and he had dragged her along this rugged mountain path for 2 whole hours. He displayed no sense of chivalry. Moreover, his gaze upon her grew increasingly fervent. Could he be one of those peculiar individuals with a penchant for children? Was it her innate beauty that had captivated him? After all, she was a young princess of the Fox clan, her looks undeniably exceptional, and as she matured, she would surely be a breathtaking beauty. Had this senior brother already become enamored with her youthful visage? Although she was a Fox clan little princess, she was merely 5 years old and had no desire for romantic entanglements. Tutu despised the notion of having a senior brother. Upon this realization, Hututu's gaze turned wary, her fists clenched against her chest like a protective hamster, and she cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, what are you looking at?" Hearing Hututu's repeated question, Ouyang, momentarily lost in thought, recognized his lapse in composure. He awkwardly cleared his throat and redirected his gaze. Yet, internally, Ouyang's mind was a tumultuous sea, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Goodness, Master's surname is Hu, and this junior sister also bears the same name. Could she possibly be the Master's illegitimate daughter? But this junior sister is a naturally gifted fox demon. Could it be? Gasp. The Master has actually captured a fox? How sensational. Truly, my master is remarkable. However, what shall become of my various master's wives? Even as a traveler from another realm, I find myself in awe, feeling inadequate before my master, who is renowned in the realm of cultivation as a charming rogue. Now that there is a child involved, should those wives learn of this, they would undoubtedly be furious enough to knock some sense into my master's thick skull. While Ouyang fretted over the potential chaos in his master's household, a sense of elation surged within him. Holding such a significant secret in his grasp, what outrageous demands could he possibly make? Ouyang's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he reveled in his delight. Newcomer, Junior Sister X, the old fellow's fatal secret. He. Master, you surely wouldn't want this matter to reach your wives, would you? With this thought, he turned his gaze back to his junior sister, donning a warm smile as he said, "Junior sister, as you are new to Qingyun sect and unfamiliar with your surroundings, I am here to guide you through the pathways of the sect, ensuring you won't lose your way when attending lectures at the various peaks." As Ouyang spoke, The eager Hu-Tutu shook her head and exclaimed, Master has already informed me during our journey that Qingyun sect is one of the 9 foremost cultivation sects in the world. There are over 1,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples. Spanning the blessed lands of the Qingyun sacred ground, with 72 peaks, the sect occupies a vast expanse of 100,000 kilometers. The spiritual energy is abundant, and treasures of heaven and earth are plentiful. Without great fortune, immense blessings, or extraordinary talent, entering the outer sect is akin to reaching the heavens. Hu-Tutu recounted everything about Qingyun's sect with the familiarity of an old friend, leaving Ouyang momentarily stunned. Is Qingyun's sect truly that exceptional? I thought even a dog could gain entry. Ouyang pondered, slowly questioning in his mind. I recall when I first traversed here, my master descended from the heavens, pleading and crying to take me as his disciple, and I assumed he was just another wandering trickster. Initially intending to inform Hu-Tutu which peaks were notorious for gathering fools, where one could enjoy free meals, and which areas to avoid, Ouyang wisely chose to remain silent. After Hu-Tutu finished speaking, Ouyang cleared his throat and said with a serious demeanor, Indeed, these are precisely the matters I intended to discuss with you. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from providing a detailed introduction. What I wish to convey now pertains to the most significant aspects of our mountain. Rather, our humble hill. Upon noticing Ouyang's solemn countenance, Hu-Tutu listened intently. After all, this was to be her future residence, and she naturally took it to heart. Ouyang raised a finger with gravitas and declared, On our hill, aside from the elder, I am the supreme authority. Hu-Tutu, taken aback by such a proclamation, could hardly believe her ears. Ouyang continued, observing her bewilderment. From now on, you shall follow my lead. My rules are not to be trifled with. As for the other troublesome youths on the hill, keep your distance, they are quite unhinged. At this juncture, Ouyang expressed a twinge of regret, lamenting the lack of respect he had established upon their arrival, which now left him devoid of the experience befitting a senior brother. It seems the senior brother harbors quite a prejudice against us. No sooner had Ouyang's words faded than a gentle voice resonated from behind him. Though the tone was mild, the underlying chill was unmistakable. Ouyang froze momentarily, awkwardly turning to find a young man clad in a Taoist robe standing behind him. With a forced smile, Ouyang greeted, Ah, isn't this Xiaobai? You can climb a mountain too. What a coincidence. Chapter 2. The Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal's Young Disciple. Standing opposite Ouyang was a youth, and he too possessed an attribute panel visible to Ouyang. Name, by Feiyu Reincarnation of the Ancient Sword Immortal. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment, 5th Layer. Root Bone 9. Charisma, 101. Luck 1. Sword Dao Aptitude, 101. Exclusive Skill, All Things Are My Sword. Evaluation, a remarkably handsome junior disciple, exuding the aura of an unparalleled sword immortal at such a tender age. Each time Ouyang beheld by Feiyu's attribute panel, he could not help but marvel. His junior brother was truly extraordinary. It was evident that Bai Feiyu was destined for greatness. However, the meager luck score of 1 suggested he was not the favored child of fortune. Bai Feiyu's appearance also captivated Hu-Tutu, who was standing beside Ouyang. The youth possessed strikingly handsome features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, and a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. Draped in a flowing white robe, adorned with cloud-patterned boots, and wielding a 3-foot azure sword at his waist, he stood tall and poised like a green pine. As the mountain breeze tousled his garments, he appeared ethereal. As if descended from the heavens, he seemed to radiate light, exuding an aura as warm as jade. How handsome! Hu-Tutu exclaimed, her eyes widening as her youthful heart began to race. He was truly captivating, and in comparison to the senior brother beside her, this young man epitomized her ideal of a brother. Stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes. Her cherubic face flushed ever so slightly, and she unconsciously drooled at the sight. Yet the young man did not glance in her direction. Instead, he smiled warmly at Ouyang. Although she wore a smile, Ouyang felt as though countless daggers were being hurled from those eyes, aiming to pin him down on the spot. Cough, Xiaobai, allow me to introduce you. This is my master's little junior sister, Hu-Tutu. And Tutu, this is your 4th senior brother, Bai Feiyu, Ouyang said as he introduced the two. Senior brother? He is truly my senior brother. Tutu absolutely adores senior brothers, Hu-Tutu exclaimed, stunned into silence by the unexpected joy, her words stumbling over one another. The thought of spending her days with such a handsome companion. No, senior brother. Filled Hu-Tutu with a warmth akin to being enveloped by countless clouds of cotton. imagining her future days with senior brother Feiyu. A smile reminiscent of a 30-year-old aunt graced the 5-year-old Hututu's face. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Bai Feiyu's gaze shifted to Hututu as well. His expression tightened, his elegant brows knitting together. The girl before him appeared utterly exposed under his discerning eyes, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "What on earth is master thinking? Taking in a fox?" Woo-woo. Ouyang swiftly leaped forward, covering Bai Feiyu's mouth. Just as Bai Feiyu was about to form a sword incantation, ready to dispatch the impudent creature before him, Ouyang pressed a hand against the hilt of Bai Feiyu's sword and leaned close to whisper in his ear. "Master instructed us not to mention her identity in her presence. Also, her name is Hututu, and Master's name is Ouyang." Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Ouyang, astonished. They share the same surname? Could this fox be Master's illegitimate daughter? Has Master really captured a fox spirit to assist him in his cultivation? Are cultivators these days so audacious? Or have I truly grown old? Bai Feiyu brushed Ouyang's hand away, looking at Hututu with a complex expression. His voice turned serious as he said, "Since you have entered the sect, focus on your cultivation and keep your distance from senior brother. He's quite unhinged." His tone was antiquated, reminiscent of a relic from the past, a spirit fox. Hututu was acutely aware of Bai Feiyu's emotional shifts. It seemed that from the very first glance, her handsome senior brother held an aversion towards her. Was it possible that her beauty failed to win him over? Feeling dejected yet puzzled, Hututu contemplated whether her senior brother was akin to the uncles of Qingxiu Mountain, who always frolicked in pairs, oblivious to the charms of beautiful aunts. Did handsome men only fancy other handsome men? Hey, she's just a little child. Why so serious? Ouyang teased, pinching Bai Feiyu's cheek in an attempt to coax a smile from his junior brother. In a flash, Bai Feiyu seized Ouyang's wrist, deftly twisting it to pin Ouyang against the stone wall. "Ouch! You ungrateful wretch! I am your senior brother." Ouyang yelped, a mix of pain and exasperation in his voice. Watching the two brothers playfully bicker, Hututu felt a flicker of understanding in her heart. And no wonder he was so cold to her. Perhaps he feared that her innate beauty would steal his senior brother away. The individuals at this mountain gate are truly peculiar. After engaging in playful banter for a while, Bai Feiyu finally released Ouyang's shoulder at his pleas for mercy. Rubbing his shoulder, Ouyang grimaced and remarked, "Why are you down from the mountain if you're not cultivating? Did you come specifically to fetch us?" Bai Feiyu shook his head and replied, "Today is the day when the sect leader delivers his lecture. I must attend, for he is quite displeased with our small peak's attendance. He claims we frequently skip his classes, showing him profound disrespect, that he warned that if our peak refuses to participate in next month's sect competition, he would expel both us and our master. This time, he specifically called for my presence. Failing to attend would genuinely anger him. That old man, constantly shaking his head while preaching about the profound way, can even put himself to sleep during lectures. Expulsion? Let him try. Last time he sneaked to Yanu Peak, he was thrown out, and someone recorded the entire incident with a celestial recording stone and sent it to me. That I must tell you, the imprint of a shoe sole on his face was unmistakably clear." Ouyang replied nonchalantly. Bai Feiyu nodded, recognizing that his elder brother seemed to possess an innate charm that attracted friends from all corners of the Qingyun sect's 72 peaks. Having grasped the sect leader's weakness, there was little to fear. Recently, he had reached a pivotal moment in honing his sword heart and wished to avoid distractions, particularly after so many years since his rebirth. He had been diligently refining the perfect sword heart that he had never achieved in his previous life. Now, at this critical juncture, he wished to make the most of his time. Observing his elder brother in a state of frustration, Bai Feiyu's thoughts wandered far afield. He harbored a secret unknown to anyone. In his past life, he had been an ancient sword immortal. Awakened to the memories of his former existence, Bai Feiyu immersed himself in the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sects of the present age. For cultivators, apart from innate talent and techniques, the most crucial element is access to cultivation resources. Before he could attain sufficient strength, joining a prominent sect would significantly accelerate his progress. Yet, ever since joining the Qingyun sect 5 years ago, he felt as though he had been led astray by his elder brother. His once tranquil state of mind was continuously provoked by this fellow. However, for Bai Feiyu, who had been a sword immortal in his previous life and was accustomed to relentless cultivation, the opportunity to set aside his worries and re-experience the joys of youth in this life was a source of genuine delight. Returning to the present, Bai Feiyu's face regained its composure as he said, "I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Ouyang, who had been in a fit of frustration, suddenly transformed his demeanor and called out to Bai Feiyu as he prepared to depart. "Oh, you require something?" Bai Feiyu inquired. Ouyang, somewhat obsequiously, said, "I've heard that your swordsmanship has improved recently. Would you indulge me by showcasing it?" Bai Feiyu regarded him with a bemused smile and replied, "Showcase? Is it not that you wish for me to take you along?" "Oh, I nearly forgot you are still in the chi refining stage and cannot yet wield a sword." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, "I merely wish to remain at my current level. Can't I request to be included among my fellow disciples?" Upon finishing his words, Ouyang shook his head and declared, "Indeed, it is possible to carry forth in a flash." The 3-foot azure sword at Bai Feiyu's waist transformed into a streak of light, propelling Bai Feiyu directly towards Ouyang. As Ouyang, still caught up in his literary musings, glanced up, a wave of shock surged through him. This ungrateful wretch dared to attempt fratricide. Ouyang hastily leaped aside, narrowly evading the oncoming Bai Feiyu. Seizing the hand of Hututu, Bai Feiyu's sword soared high, eliciting a sharp cry from Hututu. Beneath them, the 3-foot azure sword morphed into a green rainbow, as Bai Feiyu, with Hututu in tow, ascended towards the distant peaks, leaving Bai Feiyu's voice echoing through the valley. "If my elder brother does not return before dusk, there shall be no supper." Chapter 3. My external aid is simply idling. Damn it. It is our solemn duty to restore the dignity of our elder brother. Ouyang pondered to himself as he climbed the mountain path. Ding. The host's earnings from this idle session have been credited. This time, the income amounts to a surge of 1,000 true chi. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Ouyang reluctantly opted to accept it. A faint warm current coursed from his lower abdomen to his limbs and bones, only to vanish without a trace. Ouyang contemplated his attributes panel. Name: Ouyang Transmigrator. Cultivation: Chi Refinement Level 9 Root Bone. 1 Charisma, 6 Luck, 1 Special Qualities, True Chi Value 906962543. 3 Exclusive Skills. Not yet unlocked. Evaluation: You are the worst host I have ever encountered. The strongest idol system in history. This is the benefit of being a transmigrator. As long as one remains still, one automatically enters idle mode and can accumulate the true chi values during this time. However, the drawback is the necessity of complete immobility. One cannot engage in any activity. Ever since Ouyang awakened this system upon his transmigration, he has looked down upon a system that merely allows for idleness. He desired to rely on his exceptional innate gifts and surpass the limitations of this world to ascend to its pinnacle. He would rather perish than resort to this lackluster system, even if it meant leaping from a small peak. Yet now, he finds himself amused. Indeed, the benefits are undeniable. After all, the arduous training of an entire day pales in comparison to the rapid gains achieved through the system's idle mode in just 10 minutes. Initially, Ouyang would reassure himself, "I am not reliant on the system, I simply enjoy lounging about." But now, Ouyang has come to terms with reality. I am indeed an idler. However, as the duration of idleness lengthened, Ouyang began to sense something amiss. This system harbored a significant flaw. It could not facilitate upgrades. Alas, one could only accumulate true chi values while remaining idle, without the possibility of advancement. The cultivation levels of this world mirror those chronicled in novels, a reflection of the author's laziness. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out of body, divided spirit. Integration, great ascension, tribulation crossing, 9 grand realms, each divided into 9 tiers, embodying the essence of returning to unity. Beyond these lies the realm of immortals, coveted by all cultivators. After accumulating true chi from idling and breaking through to the 9th level of chi refinement, Ouyang found himself unable to progress further. His cultivation remained eternally stagnant at the chi refinement stage. As to why, Ouyang suspected it was related to his system. Even if he were marginally stronger than an ordinary chi refinement practitioner, he was still merely at the chi refinement level. He could not condense true chi into true yuan, let alone transform true yuan into a golden core and subsequently into an infant. From a prodigious genius who achieved chi refinement level 9 overnight, he had become a perpetual waste, forever trapped at the chi refinement stage. Ouyang's psychological descent was akin to a precipitous fall from the heavens to the earth. In the realm of cultivation, one must reach the foundation establishment stage to truly be considered a novice. Only upon attaining this stage can one gain access to the magnificent artifacts and supreme techniques of the Tao. Yet, he found himself merely a step away from that threshold. A chasm that loomed impossibly vast, rendering his progress seemingly insurmountable. Although his cultivation level remained stagnant, the quantity of his true chi had surged to an alarming figure. aided by the system. At this juncture, he no longer felt the significance of this numerical value. After all, it was merely a statistic. Would an abundance of numbers enable him to breach the Foundation establishment? The art of sword flight was exclusively reserved for those who had reached this pivotal stage. The dream of soaring through the skies on a celestial sword had shattered. The aspiration of gliding through the air alongside ethereal maidens in the pursuit of immortality had lost its essence. Each time he reflected on this, Ouyang tossed and turned, plagued by insomnia. Another drawback of his inability to advance in cultivation was the limitation of his lifespan. The Qi refinement stage would preserve his youthful appearance at 18. Yet his longevity paled in comparison to higher-tier cultivators. In contrast to those in the Mahayana stage, who often lived for thousands of years, a Qi refinement practitioner could expect a maximum lifespan of merely 200 years, a ceiling of existence. Thus, if he remained unable to break through, he would inevitably face the grim prospect of starting anew in no more than 2 centuries. For cultivators, 200 years might be but a fleeting moment, yet for him, it could very well encompass an entire lifetime. Ouyang retracted his thoughts, shaking his head in mild frustration. He retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom, an enchanted travel talisman gifted to him by his third junior brother, Qin Chongqing. By tearing the talisman and infusing it with vital energy, he could activate the array inscribed upon it, thereby doubling his speed. Setting aside his worries for the moment, he resolved to return home for a meal. The rebellious child had just declared that if he did not return before dusk, no food would be left for him. In the grand scheme of things, nothing is more paramount than sustenance. Ouyang murmured softly, "The wind." Suddenly, a mountain breeze swept along the mountain path, gently urging Ouyang forward from the foot of the mountain. Ouyang infused the talisman with his vital energy, and in an instant, it transformed into a flash of fire, vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, a radiant golden light enveloped his body. Ouyang sprinted towards the small mountain peak with great fervor. Chapter 4. The rebirth of the third disciple as the sun began to set. Ouyang finally arrived at the summit of the small mountain peak located in the farthest corner of Qingyun sect. Before him lay a quaint, square courtyard. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, cleared his throat, and pushed open the door. Within the square courtyard stood a grand tree at its center, whereby Feiyu perched gracefully on a branch, facing the sunset with his hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in flowing white robes, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. In contrast, the new junior sister curled up on a chair beneath the tree, her arms wrapped around her legs, gazing adoringly at Feiyu. Standing on the tree and posing before the sun every day, surely only monkeys would spend their days aloft in the branches, Ouyang thought with a hint of envy. Suddenly, Ouyang caught a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. Ah, what perfect timing. Dinner is ready. Ouyang approached the dining table nestled beneath the tree, pulled out a chair, and plopped down beside Hutu, extending his hand to deliver a playful yet firm slap to Hutu's head, saying, "Stop staring. No matter how beautiful it is, it cannot be consumed." Ouch. Senior brother. That hurt. Hutu exclaimed, cradling his fluffy head in discontent. Just as Hutu was about to pounce on Ouyang in a mock display of ferocity, a simple-looking young man emerged, carrying a tray of food. The youth, upon seeing Ouyang, broke into a hearty smile and said, "Senior brother, you've returned just in time. The meal has just been prepared." Ouyang rose from his seat and approached the young man with a beaming smile, accepting the food tray as he inquired, "Chongqing, what delicacies have you prepared today? Have you stewed the three-eyed feathered chicken I brought from the Spirit Beast Peak?" "Indeed, it has been stewed," the young man replied earnestly, his demeanor reflecting utmost care. After all, second senior brother is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, and I would never dare to neglect your specific instructions. Ouyang observed the youth's demeanor, fraught with trepidation, yet he paid it no mind. His disciple was perpetually like this. Despite repeated admonitions, he remained unchanged. Turning his gaze toward Hututu, he inquired, "Have you been introduced to our newly arrived junior sister?" Xiaobai has already made the introductions, and as always, our master's discernment is impeccable. The youth sighed in admiration, his voice brimming with reverence even in the absence of their master. Were it not for Ouyang's ability to perceive his disciple's attribute panel, he might have assumed that this junior was a person of simple and honest nature. Name: Chongqing, Reborn, Cultivation, 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment Bone Quality, 8 Charisma, 9 Luck, 7 Formation Aptitude, 10 Exclusive Skill, Puppet Technique Evaluation. A heavily delusional individual with severe persecution complex. A reborn entity. Indeed, this disciple before him had returned from the future. Initially, Ouyang thought that Bai Feiyu, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, was extraordinary enough. Yet the concept of rebirth seemed even more astonishing. Perhaps the tragic circumstances surrounding his death in a previous life had rendered this disciple excessively cautious and meticulous upon his return. Ouyang suddenly reached out and pinched Qin Changxing's face, saying, "Junior brother, you wouldn't be a puppet standing here, would you?" The figure before him, crafted with an array qualification of 11, could easily deceive even the system. Qin Changxing's body stiffened, and he subtly retreated a step, forcing a smile as he replied, "How could that be, senior brother? In my own family's dojo, why would I employ a puppet?" Hearing this, Ouyang instantly understood that the Qin Changxing before him was undoubtedly a puppet created by his junior brother. This rebellious child's paranoia had only intensified. Once the tableware was set, Qin Changxing excused himself and left the small courtyard, returning to his room. "Senior brother, there seems to be something peculiar about this brother. He lacks the vitality of a living person. Moreover, I've clearly seen his face before, yet now I cannot recall what he looks like." Patuta whispered to Ouyang, "Just disregard that. Your senior brother is indeed a bit odd, but he possesses a good character. However, let me tell you, on our little mountain peak, you may provoke anyone, but never the third senior brother," Ouyang earnestly advised Hatu. Patuta nodded, somewhat understanding. Observing Hatutu's nonchalant demeanor, Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise." Patutu's hair stood on end, sensing that the earlier senior brother's smile was insincere. Despite being a cultivator at the same golden core stage, Patuta keenly felt that if a confrontation were to arise, he would meet a swift and brutal end. He could indeed become invincible at the same level through the power of his bloodline. There was certainly something amiss with this third senior brother. Clutching his bowl, Patutu silently classified Qin Changxing as the most dangerous individual on the little mountain peak. At that moment, Bai Feiyu jumped down from a tree and, glancing at Ouyang and Tutu, inquired, "Is the second senior brother still in seclusion?" "Probably. Song mentioned that he has gained new insights into the sword path and has been in seclusion for 3 days, Ouyang replied, tossing a chicken leg into Tutu's bowl without lifting his gaze. Bai Feiyu responded with a no, yet his eyes remained fixed on the second senior brother's room. As an ancient sword immortal, it was the first time he felt a sense of pressure emanating from a mere teenager, and that sensation came from his second senior brother. If he were a genius born for the sword path in his previous life, then this second senior brother seemed to embody the very essence of the sword path. Even having encountered countless sword talents in his past life, he had never witnessed such an astonishing presence as that of his second senior brother. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly burst through the roof of the second senior brother's chamber, soaring into the sky. The piercing sword light, like a column of illumination, brightened the previously darkening sky. "This is sword intent." Bai Feiyu's chopsticks inadvertently slipped from her grasp as she gazed in astonishment at the room of her second elder brother. Even though she was still in the process of honing her sword heart and had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent, this second elder brother had, at merely a tender age, comprehended a sword intent that was uniquely his own, solely through his innate talent. That was a level of understanding typically attainable only by sword cultivators who had reached the out-of-body stage. Meanwhile, Hututu shrank into a tight ball, trembling in fear the moment the sword light burst forth. Ouyang savored a sip of the chicken soup from his bowl, smacking his lips in approval. Indeed, the soup made from the three-eyed flowering chicken was exceptionally delicious, explaining why those fellows from the Spirit Beast Peak were so protective of it. Ouyang gazed at the fluttering tiles and debris with a sigh, then called out towards the room of his second elder brother, Lung Qingsong. "You rascal. Make sure to repair the roof by tomorrow. This month, you've already sent it flying 3 times. Chapter 5, The Child of the Dimension. As Ouyang's furious shout echoed, a youth clad in a black, form-fitting outfit emerged from the house, sword in hand. The young man, enveloped in an aura of lethal intent, exuded a formidable presence that instilled fear at first glance. Clutching a 3-foot treasured sword tightly against his chest, his breath was somewhat disordered, yet gradually began to stabilize. With a deep breath, the youth slowly opened his eyes, regarded Ouyang with a nod, and awkwardly uttered a single word, "All right." Ouyang gazed with exasperation at the youth who had just uprooted his rooftop. This boy was none other than his second disciple, Lang Qingsong. The source of much of Ouyang's vexation. Name, Lang Qingsong, child of the realm, cultivation level, 7th stage of foundation establishment root bone, 10-1 charisma, 10 luck, 10 swordsmanship aptitude, 10-1 exclusive skill, I am the sword. Evaluation, a child of the realm with a hint of social anxiety, destined to be the protagonist. Every time Ouyang glimpsed Lung Qingsong's attribute panel, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, being born fortunate truly makes a difference. Some are born in Rome while others are destined to toil like beasts. It's infuriating how comparisons can breed envy. Yet, this was the offspring he had nurtured with his own hands. The vivid memories of the past still lingered in Ouyang's mind. After acquiring the system, he encountered the orphan, Lung Qingsong. Upon examining the boy's attributes, Ouyang decisively chose to adopt him. Establishing a connection with a child of the realm was essential for survival. At the tender age of 5, he wandered the world with 3-year-old Lung Qingsong. Their journey continued until they met their master, Ouyang, who implored to take them as his disciples. Recalling the scene where his master had pleaded with him, in a field, 5-year-old Ouyang and 3-year-old Lung Qingsong were indulging in sweet potatoes they had pilfered from the earth. Suddenly, a Taoist priest, exuding an ethereal presence, descended before them. "My young friends, we are fated to meet. Would you like to become my disciples?" The Taoist was none other than Ouyang, their current master. Instinctively, Ouyang rejected the offer. After all, he had awakened a system. And the child he was caring for was a child of the realm. Why would he accept just anyone as a master? Ouyang had not anticipated Ouyang's outright refusal. Following the rejection, Lung Qingsong instinctively hid behind Ouyang, eyeing Ouyang warily. "I beg you, let your brother be my disciple." Ouyang earnestly implored Ouyang. "What about me?" 5-year-old Ouyang asked with hopeful anticipation. "I can guarantee that you will become a wealthy gentleman," Ouyang promised with a pat on his chest. "I want to cultivate immortality." Ouyang immediately retorted. "Compared to your brother, it would be better for you to be a wealthy gentleman." Ouyang replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "If you don't accept my brother, then I won't go either." The cold and composed Lung Qingsong articulated a lengthy sentence for the first time. It was during early autumn, a season when nature was ripening, that both he and Lung Qingsong were accepted as disciples by Ouyang, embarking on the path of cultivation. Since that moment, the two of them had been taken back to the Qingyun sect by Ouyang, and this journey continued until now. Upon their arrival at the Qingyun sect, even the sect leader was stirred. Naturally, it was my younger brother who captured the sect leader's attention. After all, as the protagonist, his astonishing talent was such that even the leader could not resist the temptation to take Lung Qingsong as a disciple. However, Lung Qingsong, loyal to me, declined the sect leader's offer. "Wherever my brother is, there I shall be." Lung Qingsong, hiding behind Ouyang, uttered a lengthy sentence once more. "Truly, he is a devoted child of mine, full of affection." Ouyang looked at the socially anxious young man with a sense of solace. "A gem covered in dust. A gem covered in dust." The rejected master left the small peak in disappointment, eliciting a hearty laugh of triumph from his own master. Ouyang regained his senses, only to find Lung Qingsong seated at the table, sword in hand, ravenously devouring his meal after 3 days of fasting. The aura of sword intent still lingered around him, and the oppressive energy resonated throughout the small courtyard. At the opposite end of the table, Hututu's petite frame trembled uncontrollably. The pressure emanating from Lung Qingsong was overwhelmingly intense, compared to the earlier sensation of impending doom instilled by his third senior brother. The figure before him seemed capable of effortlessly ending his life. "Grandfather, is the world truly so perilous? I fear I may never return alive," Hututu lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu observed Lung Qingsong with a serious expression. Despite being merely a teenager, the boy exuded an extraordinary sense of pressure. "What remarkable talent is this? It appears I must dedicate myself to even more rigorous training. Otherwise, my reincarnation as an ancient sword immortal would be utterly laughable." Unbeknownst to both of them, Lung Qingsong was oblivious to their thoughts, his gaze fixated on the 3-eyed flower-feathered chicken on the table, his eyes sparkling with delight as he reached out to seize it. Ouyang lightly tapped the hand of Lung Qingsong, who was reaching for the last chicken leg, and with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Have you washed your hands? We are about to dine." Reluctantly, Lung Qingsong withdrew his hand and obediently went to wash up. Upon his return, Ouyang turned to the still sifting Hututu and gently reassured, "This is your second senior brother, Lung Qingsong, who is also my younger brother. Do not be deceived by his seemingly fierce demeanor. He is surprisingly gentle at heart." Ouyang candidly expressed that, despite the cool and aloof demeanor of his adopted younger brother, who often gave off an impression of being unapproachable, he knew after years of close companionship that his little brother merely suffered from social anxiety. Hututu managed a forced smile, signaling his understanding. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lung Qingsong looked at Hututu in astonishment and uttered a single word. "Fox. What nonsense. It's perfectly stewed. Just eat your food." Ouyang retorted, shoving a chicken leg into Lung Qingsong's mouth to silence him. Once the meal concluded, each person retreated to their respective rooms, harboring their own thoughts. Ouyang's voice echoed as he admonished Lung Qingsong, "Get out. Don't drag the blanket over here. Find your own place to sleep, and don't crowd into my room." Meanwhile, Hututu lay on his own bed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The events of the day had far exceeded his psychological expectations. Where exactly have I ended up? He pondered, recalling his grandfather's earnest words before his departure. "Child, as a being of innate Tao body, others will surely be unable to perceive your true form. Thus, you must never disclose your identity to anyone, lest it brings you mortal peril. Even to his senior brothers, he must not reveal that he was a spirit fox." Hututu's delicate features contorted into a frown. He had come to Qingyun sect with significant intentions, yet merely one day here had already subjected him to the oppressive weight of the human race. Just a single small peak teamed with exceptional talents, making it clear that Qingyun sect and the entirety of humanity were realms beyond what the demon race could contend with. Chapter 6. The senior brothers on the small peak awakened early due to his restless thoughts concerning the future of the demon race. Hututu completed his morning rituals and pushed open the door, only to behold Bai Feiyu standing poised atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back. Wisps of faint purple light danced around Bai Feiyu, resembling ethereal purple serpents that coiled about him. This bestowed an enchanting quality upon the otherwise imposing figure of Bai Feiyu. Senior brother Bai remains as striking as ever, Hututu mused with admiration. Just as he was lost in thought, he was startled to see the previously intimidating Lung Qingsong, bare-chested and carrying a large tree as he made his way up from the valley. Beneath his chiseled features lay a physique akin to a sculpted statue, with dew and sweat glistening as if illuminated. The second senior brother, who had nearly frightened him to death the day before, appeared quite perfect in this light. I truly adore my senior brothers." As Hututu gazed dreamily at the bare-chested Lung Qingsong, the latter gently set down a tree trunk, thick as a man's waist, onto the ground. Raising his hand, a resounding sound of a sword echoed, and an ancient long sword flew forth from Lung Qingsong's dwelling. Adjusting his breath, Lung Qingsong's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, the sword cleaved through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun. The fierce swordplay enveloped the tree trunk like a torrential downpour. And in an instant, the long sword returned to his grasp, leaving behind only a pile of wooden planks. "What exquisite swordsmanship!" Hututu exclaimed involuntarily. Lung Qingsong glanced at Hututu before lowering his head to begin tidying the planks scattered on the ground. "Second senior brother, what are you doing?" Hututu boldly approached Lung Qingsong, offering a smile she deemed charming. With a nail clenched between his teeth, one hand supporting the wooden planks and the other wielding a hammer, Lung Qingsong coldly replied, "Repairing the house." At this, Hututu paused, suddenly recalling how the roof had been completely blown off during Lung Qingsong's breakthrough the previous day, with the elder brother insisting that the second brother fix the house today. Observing the once formidable figure of the second brother, akin to a slayer from the sword realm, now carrying wooden planks on his bare shoulders and nimbly leaping onto the roof to commence repairs, the transformation was seamless. How could a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, exuding such lethal energy, so obediently heed the mundane commands of the elder brother? Just as Hututu was still in disbelief, Qin Changsheng emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Spotting Hututu standing dazedly, he smiled and said, "Junior sister, good morning. The millet porridge will be ready soon, later. Let us serve it together." "All right, third senior brother." Hututu replied with a bob of her head, skipping towards the kitchen. Although Qin Changsheng gave her a somewhat insincere impression, as her senior brother, she trusted he would not harm her without cause. Entering the kitchen, she approached the busy Qin Changsheng, rolling up her sleeves. "Senior brother, how can I assist you?" Turning to her, Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with an unknown light as he softly instructed, "Please gather the dishes and take them out." Hututu nodded eagerly, bouncing off to collect the utensils. Qin Changsheng watched her retreating figure, the peculiar light in his eyes intensifying. The future nine-tailed celestial fox, the Empress of all demons, now became his little junior sister? Had everything changed since his rebirth? Regardless, if he could establish a solid relationship early on, the tragic fate of his past life would not befall him again. In his mind, Qin Changsheng was fervently plotting his future course. He harbored a secret unknown to all, that he had reincarnated from the future. After struggling for over a decade in the apocalypse, he had ultimately met his demise. In this lifetime, I am determined to stand atop the pinnacle of this world. Everything I have lost, I shall reclaim in this life. I refuse to let go of anything. In this existence, I must persist. I shall not squander my chances. For now, I find myself surrounded by a remarkable assembly of individuals destined for greatness. Senior brother, what has gone amiss? Hututu, having tidied up the dishes, sniffed the air in confusion. Oh no, the porridge has burned. Chen Chaoxing exclaimed in a panic, hastily stirring the pot with a long spoon, an acrid odor wafting forth. Frowning, he raised a finger and gently touched the scorched millet porridge. A flicker of dark azure light danced across the surface, and when he withdrew his finger, it was covered in char. It appears this puppet body requires further enhancement. Chen Chaoxing pondered, gazing at his blackened fingertip. Suddenly, he executed a startling maneuver. He discreetly snapped off the charred finger and tucked it into his sleeve, promptly replacing it with a pristine digit. As Chen Chaoxing presented the breakfast, Hututu set the bowls and chopsticks on the table. With both hands clutching a large bun, Hututu glanced at Bai Feiyu, who stood with arms crossed on a tree, then at Lung Qingsong, who had transformed into a handyman atop the roof. Senior brother, who do you think is more handsome? Second senior brother or fourth senior brother? Hututu inquired, a hint of infatuation in her voice. Chen Chaoxing paused, holding his chopsticks. With a charm rating of 9. He believed himself to be unmatched in appearance, though he rarely revealed his true self to outsiders. They are both quite handsome, just like me, he replied with a serene smile. Hututu caught a glimpse of Chen Chaoxing, whose countenance was rather unremarkable, and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, third senior brother, you are quite handsome as well. As he observed Hututu's radiant smile, Chen Chaoxing found himself lost in thought, recalling the day he first entered the sect. Clad in a blue robe, sitting on a rock, as another youth playfully removed his mask, smiling and saying, "Oh, what a handsome lad. Why do you wear a mask every day?" The memory of that blue robe, illuminated by sunlight and seemingly enveloped in a golden halo, captivated him. Why does third senior brother seem so daft and often lost in thought? Hututu pondered, biting into her bun, utterly perplexed. Snapping back to reality, Chen Chaoxing chuckled, as if recalling a pertinent matter. I wonder if senior brother has risen yet. Sister, let me tell you, at our little mountain peak. Do not provoke senior brother if he is in a foul mood upon waking. Upon hearing Chen Chaoxing's words, Hututu set down her bun, her brow furrowed in confusion. Third senior brother, it's not that I have any grievances with senior brother. I merely wish to ask, do you truly believe he is worthy of being called senior brother? A mere practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement, at the same age as the esteemed senior brother, could indeed be deemed exceptional among ordinary cultivators. However, amidst such a congregation of prodigies, he might appear somewhat mediocre. And prodigies are often imbued with pride, whether it be Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, or the present Chen Chaoxing. How could they willingly submit to someone of mere 9th level chi refinement? Chen Chaoxing, discerning the subtlety in Hututu's inquiry, retracted his smile and, with a serious demeanor, addressed her earnestly. Tutu, while my words may seem a tad harsh, it is imperative that I convey this to you. Upon witnessing Chen Chaoxing's sudden gravitas, Hututu straightened her posture, recognizing that her previous remarks were indeed impolite. She adopted a compliant demeanor, attentively listening to Chen Chaoxing's admonition. Brother Ouyang is our esteemed senior brother, the one and only. Even if he aspires to become the leader of the Qingyan sect, the three of us harbor no objections. Chen Chaoxing asserted with righteous fervor. Observing Hututu's expression of partial comprehension, he silently added in his heart, regardless of others, I, Chen Chaoxing, shall dedicate my life to safeguarding Brother Ouyang. Chapter 7. The unfathomable senior brother. As Chen Chaoxing's words faded, a sudden brilliance enveloped the summit of the small mountain. Countless rays of dawn surged forth, cascading upon the peak. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth fervently converged, manifesting as golden lotuses descending upon the mountain. The profound resonance of the Tao reverberated through the air. A celestial phenomenon. The purple energy emerged from the east. Someone had comprehended the Tao. Chen Chaoxing's gaze sharpened, rising to his feet as a vibrant azure light radiated from him. Outside the small mountain, numerous formations were instantaneously activated. The once chaotic peak transformed back into an ordinary sight in the eyes of outsiders. Perched upon a branch, Bai Feiyu gradually opened his eyes, the purple aura swirling within them. His sword intent was repressed, yet it exuded the essence of a treasured blade sheathed in its scabbard. Hututu distinctly felt that everything surrounding them seemed to morph into countless flying swords, the houses, the flora, the blue bricks beneath their feet. Even the air itself transformed into a myriad of sharp blades. Bai Feiyu softly declared, all things are my sword. Instantaneously, A chorus of sword cries resonated atop the small mountain as innumerable unseen swords responded to Bai Feiyu's proclamation. The once clear sky was now engulfed by a swirling haze of yellow and black, accompanied by the melodies of strings and the booming of drums. As if the very heavens were celebrating Bai Feiyu's enlightenment. Lung Qingsong, perched upon the rooftop while mending it, paused his hammering. Turning to gaze at Bai Feiyu on the branch, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. The sword path Bai Feiyu had comprehended was entirely opposed to his own. He could have chosen that path as well, yet he had declined. In contrast to all things are my sword. Lung Qingsong placed greater faith in the sword he wielded and, indeed, in himself. The sword by Lung Qingsong's side seemed to resonate with its master's escalating battle fervor, emitting a series of soft chimes. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, perched upon a branch, entered a profound state of enlightenment. His realm surged, and within him, true essence rapidly coalesced and swirled at a visibly accelerated pace. A resplendent golden elixir leapt forth from the tumultuous true essence. The elixir was formed. Bai Feiyu let out a triumphant roar, leaping skyward as countless sword chimes simultaneously rang out. Atop the rooftop, Lang Qingsong could no longer contain his own martial spirit, transforming into a streak of black light that charged towards Bai Feiyu. In contrast to Bai Feiyu, who perceived all as a sword, Lang Qingsong resembled a solitary, proud sword soaring into the heavens. Ha ha, come forth. Bai Feiyu laughed heartily, morphing into a stream of white light rushing towards Lang Qingsong. Having just entered the golden core stage, his perfect sword heart had been realized. He now craved a thrilling battle to express the lofty ambitions within him. The two streaks of black and white light collided in the sky, striking hundreds of times in an instant. Neither employed their sword intent. They merely contended with their sword techniques. Had they unleashed their sword intent, the residual power from their golden core stage assaults could have easily obliterated a small peak. Moreover, despite both being at the golden core stage, they could effortlessly slay any nascent soul practitioner with a single strike. What merit is there in defeating foes of a higher realm, if not a genius? As they engaged, the sky resonated with the sound of countless swords clashing, dense as a sudden downpour. Below, Hututu watched the two exuding immense pressure, merely exchanging sword techniques, and the unintentional sword aura emanating from them rendered him stiff and immobile. The overwhelming sword energy deterred him from meeting their gaze. Observing the perilous and spectacular duel, Hututu internally affirmed that were he to face either of them, a single strike could sever his foxtail. Is this truly the golden core stage? The sense of oppression is far more intense than that from the formidable beast in his clan. They are clearly at the same golden core stage as I am. Grandfather, this is not the same golden core as mine, Hututu fervently exclaimed within his mind. Chen Chongqing was enveloped in a brilliant azure glow, desperately sustaining the grand formation surrounding the small peak. The intangible sword intent from the two was akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing against the painstakingly arranged formation around the peak. Yet, to ensure precaution, Chen Chongqing was reluctant to let the events occurring at the small peak be witnessed by others on the surrounding peaks. Steady, don't go overboard, you two rascals. Chen Chongqing cursed the two young men inwardly, lamenting how these sword cultivators often threw caution to the wind in moments of excitement. Just as Chen Chongqing felt he could no longer endure, a sudden exclamation of curses erupted from within Ouyang's abode. Is it too much to ask for some peace in the early morning? As Ouyang's voice reverberated, the peculiar phenomena atop the small mountain momentarily halted. A torrent of vital energy, akin to a tsunami, surged forth from Ouyang's chamber, dispersing the ethereal yellowish aura that enveloped the sky. Instantly, the heavens cleared, banishing all resonances of the profound and the mystical into oblivion. The fierce struggle between Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong was abruptly interrupted, as they were both swept away by the overwhelming force of this vital energy, hurtling through the air and crashing beyond the confines of the small mountain. Ouyang, with reddened eyes and disheveled attire, stormed out of the room, grumbling as he donned his clothes, clutching a paper fan in his hand. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu had just returned to the summit of the small mountain. Suddenly, an invisible force seized both of them, rendering them motionless. They exchanged knowing glances, their hearts in harmony, and in an instant, they were yanked down from the sky. Ouyang held a paper fan, playfully tapping the heads of the two individuals before him, and began to lecture them. You both possess quite the talent for destruction. Having just dismantled a house, are you now intent on tearing down a mountain? With no home left, you might as well sleep on the streets. Lung Qingsong had grown accustomed to being scolded by his elder brother, standing there obediently as Ouyang unleashed a barrage of words. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, who had recently entered the Jiedan stage and perfected his sword in tint, wore a smile, completely oblivious to Ouyang's words as they flowed in one ear and out the other. Hu Tutu observed the elder brother, hands on hips, cursing like a tempest. He recalled the overwhelming surge of true qi that had pressed down upon him earlier. Akin to a mountain. Caught in the conflict between Bai and Lang, he had been rendered immobile, and yet the elder brother had effortlessly sent both flying with sheer force. Was such an immense reservoir of true qi truly characteristic of merely the 9th layer of qi cultivation? The once mighty duo, akin to demigods, now found themselves chastised like fledglings by Ouyang. In disbelief, Hu Tutu gazed at Ouyang, pondering whether the elder brother truly was only at the 9th layer of qi cultivation. The words of Qin Changsheng echoed in his mind. If the elder brother wishes to become the leader of the Qingyun sect, we three have no objections. If you have no objections, then I, Tutu, have none either. Chapter 8. The Sage of Love does not appear at a gesture. Chastisement aside, mealtime was another matter. Once Ouyang had vented his morning frustrations, he glanced at the two indifferent scamps and, with a sigh, permitted them to dine. After their meal, Lung Qingsong resumed repairing his roof. Bai Feiyu returned to the tree to solidify his realm, and Qin Changsheng descended the mountain to reinforce his array. Only Ouyang and Hu Tutu remained. Since ascending the mountain the previous day, Hu Tutu had been in a state of shock and was now numb to the extraordinary talents surrounding him. Whether it was the awe-inspiring swordsmanship of Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, or the seemingly unassuming Qin Changsheng, all could easily overpower him. Even what he had believed to be the 9th layer elder brother had subdued both Lang and Bai with ease. In that moment, the so-called 3,000-year beauty and genius of Qingqiu Mountain felt like a mere jest. Hu Tutu, with a drooping face, stood beside Ouyang, who was packing to depart, and murmured, "Elder brother, am I really foolish and useless?" Ouyang, placing a shovel into his basket, turned with curiosity to the forlorn Hu Tutu and gently patted her fluffy little head. Offering comfort, "Silly child, how could you be foolish? Elder brother is truly wonderful." Hu Tutu giggled and hugged Ouyang, nuzzling against his thigh. At first, she had thought Ouyang to be somewhat eccentric, but now he seemed truly kind. He radiated an inexplicable warmth and carried a delightful scent of bamboo, reminiscent of her bamboo bed back home in Qingqiu Mountain. "I, Tutu, adore elder brother the most." Ouyang lifted the small and whimsical Hutu and gently placed him in the bamboo basket behind him. With a smile, he said, "Let us embark on this journey. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Little Mountain Peak. Come along with me to gather medicinal herbs." "Yes, yes, yes. I, Hutu, am exceptionally skilled at locating spiritual herbs," Hutu exclaimed, brimming with vitality. Ouyang carried Hutu as they made their way towards the rear mountains. The Qingyun sect occupied the sacred land of Qingyun, comprising 72 peaks. However, the sect only permitted access to the outer 12 peaks, with the remaining 60 peaks situated within the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sacred land, arranged in a linear formation around the central peak, Qingyun Peak. These peaks formed an impenetrable barrier. The other 11 peaks include Sword Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, Five Elements Peak, Pill Peak, Artifact Peak, Punishment Peak, Martial Peak, Celestial Transformation Peak, and Little Mountain Peak. Each peak represents the unique cultivation methods that it specializes in. The remaining 60 peaks are typically forbidden grounds, as they house the revered elders who diligently practice within the Qingyun sect. This prohibition serves to safeguard the disciples and to avoid disturbing the elders' serene cultivation. Unauthorized entry by inner disciples is strictly forbidden. Should they fall into the hands of the muscular men from Punishment Peak, they would inevitably face both physical and spiritual repercussions. However, Little Mountain Peak possesses a unique status. Unlike the other 11 peaks that are situated on the periphery, this newly established peak lies closer to the interior. Therefore, although it is technically within the forbidden grounds, it hardly seems to pertain to the regulations imposed upon the sect. After all, what concern is it of Little Mountain Peak regarding the sect's prohibitions? Ouyang charged through the forbidden grounds with unrestrained vigor, while carrying Hu Tutu on his back. He elaborated on the daily affairs of the Little Mountain Peak. Unlike the various peaks that excelled in diverse cultivation methods, the distinctive specialty of the Little Mountain Peak lay in medicine. Indeed, it served as the humble infirmary of the entire Qingyun sect. In days gone by, his master, Hu Yun, was renowned as a masterful practitioner in gynecology, a compassionate elder brother to many. However, all of Hu Yun's disciples were inherently rebellious, with an overwhelming majority of their essence being contrary in nature. Thus, None were inclined to inherit Ouyang's most cherished medical skills, which often left him in quiet sorrow, feeling as though his knowledge would fade into oblivion. Although Ouyang was not particularly eager to assume his master's medical legacy as the eldest disciple, he was persistently urged by his master, absorbing knowledge through constant exposure. In a realm where everyone practiced cultivation, common ailments were rarely encountered. Even if one were to suffer from a cold or fever, a mere circulation of vital energy could swiftly alleviate the affliction. For poisonings or injuries, the Pill Peak boasted an array of miraculous elixirs, a single dose of which would invigorate one's spirit. Should the Pill Peak fail to remedy a condition, one might as well declare a feast, for there would be little hope at the little mountain peak. Thus, the medical arts practiced there were, in many ways, rather superfluous. The skills he had acquired in his previous life found little application here. One could hardly approach a cultivator in the core formation stage and say, "What you have is not core formation, it is a stone. You ought to have it removed." Nor could one tell a nascent soul stage cultivator, "Forget about your nascent soul, you are merely pregnant." What? You are a male? Then that is a teratoma, requiring surgical intervention. Cultivation? What cultivation? Trust in science? Clearly, there is a need for mental health support. The medical practices at the Little Mountain Peak consisted primarily of pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions, but were essentially more about psychological counseling. Otherwise, how could his master have earned the title of a master gynecologist? The elder sisters involved in cultivation required emotional support. Unfortunately, he had not inherited his master's exceptional emotional intelligence. Do not complain, embrace me. Proximity to the red leads to sweetness. I am 9, you are 3. Apart from you, it's still you. Do you know what my flaw is? It is the flaw of you. How could a person of several centuries utter such words with a straight face? After accompanying his master to Yinu Peak to attend to the elder sisters, he would return to hear his master sighing deeply, lamenting that a rotten wood cannot be carved. However, listening to his master's corny romantic lines left Ouyang feeling somewhat nauseated, even scoffing at them. Was cultivation truly so mundane that such cheesy lines could captivate the elder sisters of the sect? He merely found it tiresome to utter these clichés. Having undergone the scrutiny of big data in his previous life, such phrases came easily to his lips. As Ouyang recited various quaint love declarations from his past life to his master, the master's expression transformed, from disdain to astonishment, from astonishment to solemnity, and finally to the earnest act of taking out a notebook to diligently jot down notes. Overnight, he proclaimed that he had a worthy successor, and with great excitement, he set forth, clutching the newly acquired Bible for a grand adventure. While traversing the mountain path, Ouyang casually plucked a sweet grass root. Breaking off a piece for his companion, who too, and savoring the remaining fragment himself, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. In this world, love is shared equally, yet I, Ouyang, claim 12 measures for myself, leaving the world indebted to me for 2. Ha ha ha. I am the unparalleled romantic of this age. Chapter 9. Revelations about my junior disciple master brother. Your smile is rather lewd. Hutu's voice interjected at an inopportune moment. Ouyang suddenly recalled that he had a little shadow trailing behind him. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "Tutu, you are still too young to comprehend, so refrain from speaking recklessly." "Oh," Hutu responded, then turned his gaze toward the distant forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sacred land. Truly deserving of its status as one of the 9 sacred lands, the Qingyun sect boasted a landscape that resembled a celestial paradise, with its mountains and rivers seamlessly intertwined, rolling and undulating in majestic harmony. The treacherous and winding wooden path along the mountainside twisted like delicate ribbons, entwined amidst the verdant hills and clear waters, creating a distinctive and resplendent vista. In the depths of the secluded canyon, an ethereal mist rose, shrouding the area in an enigmatic aura, akin to a wondrous veil that painted a picturesque scroll of mountains and waters, leaving one to ponder whether it was the person traversing the scenery or the landscape flowing with the person. "How beautiful," Hutu murmured in awe, noting that this place surpassed the beauty of Qingxiu Mountain. Reflecting on Qingxiu Mountain, Hutu recalled the purpose for which his grandfather had urged him to come here. Within the grand mountains of the Qingyun sect lay treasures belonging to the Fox clan. The once unparalleled genius of the Fox tribe, the 8-tailed spirit fox, had secluded itself in these deep mountains. For millennia, the first individual to cultivate to the 8-tailed level in Qingxiu Mountain had been hidden here, diligently honing its skills. His quest was to seek out this elder and inquire about the method to fully awaken his own bloodline powers. Yet, this elder had vowed never to align with Qingxiu Mountain again, altering their appearance in the process. It was only a decade ago, when this elder broke through to the seven-tailed spirit fox realm, that an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, revealing to the entire cultivation world the existence of a formidable beast cultivator within the Qingyun sect. However, even the Qingyun sect remained unaware of where this formidable entity resided. As long as it was one of their own, possessing great strength, they would assist when needed, regardless of whether it was a human or a beast. Hu-Tu-Tu's sole aim was to seek guidance from this great fox cultivator on how to unlock his own bloodline. Although he possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, many foxes throughout history had held this lineage yet never surpassed the seven-tailed realm in their lifetime. This great eight-tailed spirit fox had achieved such mastery without the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, cultivating solely through its own efforts to reach the eight-tailed realm, comparable to a tribulation stage powerhouse. Upon learning of this, the elders in Qingqiu Mountain regretted their past decisions, lamenting and chiding themselves during sleepless nights. The Fox clan had long been weakened. Their striking appearances often led to their capture to aid others in cultivation, subjecting them to frequent bullying by both beast and human alike. After enduring such hardships, the emergence of a being comparable to a tribulation stage powerhouse only to end in a rift with Qingqiu Mountain left them feeling utterly remorseful towards their ancestors. The elders of Qingqiu Mountain had visibly thinned in those days. Hu-Tu-Tu had come to the Qingyun sect with the singular purpose of locating that great eight-tailed spirit fox, willing to pay any price to obtain the method of cultivation. This endeavor was not merely for himself, but for the ultimate empowerment of the entire Fox clan. Hu-Tu-Tu must strive diligently. In the depths of his heart, Hu-Tu-Tu encouraged himself. Lying within the bamboo basket, he mustered his courage and inquired, "Senior brother, as you often traverse the forbidden grounds, have you ever encountered an exceptionally handsome great cultivator? After all, the cultivators of the Fox clan are often strikingly beautiful, the kind one cannot easily forget. If you had encountered such a figure, surely it would have left an impression on you, wouldn't it?" The senior brother, Ouyang, paused in surprise, reflecting for a moment before shaking his head and responding, "No, I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than Beiji or Xiaobai. Moreover, the individuals within these confines are all ancient beings who have lived for an unfathomable length of time. What sort of beauty could one expect from them?" Ouyang suddenly paused, sensing that his young apprentice had developed a misguided perspective, overly fixated on superficial appearances. This was unacceptable. One day she might be deceived and find herself not only misled but also aiding others in their deceit. Such education must commence from an early age. 2. There is nothing inherently wrong with appreciating beauty, yet an obsessive pursuit of it can lead to a pathological mindset. Do you understand? Ouyang spoke earnestly. Taken aback by the sudden admonition, Hu-Tu-Tu found herself momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Ouyang continued, "Some individuals, though seemingly splendid on the outside, are indeed hollow within. They are pleasing to the eye yet devoid of substance. Your second senior brother is quite handsome, isn't he? Yet he was still wetting the bed at the age of 10. Your second senior brother was still wetting the bed at 10? I, for one, had stopped by the age of 4. Hu-Tu-Tu exclaimed in astonishment. To her surprise, the seemingly aloof and unapproachable Lang Qingsong had also been in such a predicament at 10. Hu-Tu-Tu felt a sense of vindication in this revelation. Indeed, that little boy is also quite handsome, isn't he? He used to cry at the drop of a hat. Ouyang, in a moment of spontaneity, began to jest. Hu-Tu-Tu had not shed tears in quite some time. The more she spoke, the more delighted she became at the thought of her elder brother Bai, who was so upright and composed, having once been so easily moved to tears. In comparison to them, Hu-Tu-Tu felt rather exceptional herself. The competitive spirit of youth swept away the earlier blows to her pride, prompting her to urge her elder brother to share more tales of the mischief of the two senior brothers. Ouyang, indulging in a rather mischievous whim, aimed to both bolster Hu-Tu-Tu's self-esteem and maliciously tarnish the reputations of the two unruly sons. Tales circulated of one who, after using the restroom, neglected to wipe and scampered about with bare buttocks, and of another who, upon bathing, cried out in anguish due to the scrubbing sting, pleading for his master. There were even accounts of a contest to see who could urinate further, resulting in both dousing each other in their own streams. The entire valley echoed with Hu-Tu-Tu's laughter, reminiscent of a young hen's cackling. Meanwhile, atop a small peak, the cold green pine, diligently repairing its roof, sneezed violently several times, causing Bai Feiyu, perched on the tree, to lose his footing and nearly tumble down. The two exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. Could this fellow be silently cursing me without having ever been struck? How childish. They both simultaneously snorted in disdain. Humph, humph. Chapter 10. Foraging for medicinal herbs. As one ventured deeper into the forbidden lands, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly enchanting. Great fish swam through the forest, and towering mushrooms reached for the heavens. White cranes danced amidst the mountains, while fierce tigers were ridden by men. Ouyang and Hututu leisurely traversed the forest atop a colossal white-striped tiger. Hututu, perched in front and swinging his little feet, persistently inquired of Ouyang, elder brother, "What is your favorite small creature?" Ouyang feigned deep contemplation while stroking his chin, playfully remarking, "Ah, I have a particular fondness for the little fox." In astonishment, Hututu turned around to catch a glimpse of Ouyang's beaming expression, only to swiftly avert his gaze, concealing the delight that sparkled in his eyes. "Humph, I too adore the little fox. Yet, the little fox may not necessarily favor the senior brother." Hututu feigned indifference, though his heart brimmed with joy. How delightful that his senior brother harbored an affection for foxes. Did that not imply an affection for him as well? Ouyang gazed at the joyous, chubby-cheeked Hututu and couldn't help but reflect. It is often said that a daughter is a father's closest little cotton-padded jacket. This sentiment rings true. Who could resist the charm of such a comforting garment? "Master brother, are there foxes here?" Hututu inquired, seamlessly steering the conversation. "Indeed, within the Qingyun Valley, where a myriad of beasts roam, there are certainly foxes," Ouyang replied. "Could you take me to see a fox, master brother?" Hututu looked at Ouyang with eager anticipation. "Is it because you miss home? Do you wish to catch a glimpse of your kin?" Ouyang pondered as he regarded the hopeful Hututu. Naturally, he readily acquiesced to his younger sister's modest request. The two descended from the formidable tiger, and Ouyang gently patted the creature, signaling it to depart. The aura of the king of beasts lingered in the vicinity, deterring ordinary animals from approaching. Once the tiger had ventured far enough away, Ouyang retrieved a length of rope from his backpack and began to manipulate it on the ground. "Master brother, what are you doing?" Hututu asked, observing as Ouyang not only fiddled with the rope, but also warmed a chicken leg he had set aside for lunch. "I am crafting a trap to catch a fox for you," Ouyang replied, his focus unwavering. Upon seeing the rudimentary trap in Ouyang's hands, Hututu felt somewhat insulted, as if the intelligence of foxes was being underestimated. With a hint of discontent, she remarked, "Master brother, such a simplistic trap could never ensnare a clever fox." Ouyang placed the heated chicken leg to his nose, inhaling its aroma with satisfaction before depositing it into the noose. He tugged at Hututu, leading him away from the sight of the trap, exuding confidence as he remarked, "This will surely work. I have even captured the sect leader with this method." Hututu gazed at Ouyang with a puzzled expression, as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon some scandalous history concerning the leader of the Qingyun sect. After Ouyang and Hututu departed, a creature that had been hiding in the shadows emerged. With its gray fur, bushy tail, and a square face that seemed perpetually bewildered, it was a sight to behold. Were Ouyang to catch sight of it, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "ISNT that the eighth emoticon from my WeChat collection, the Tibetan fox?" The fox circled the trap, a glimmer of mockery flashing in its eyes. A mere chi-refining brat, accompanied by a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. I assumed he had grander intentions. "But it appears he merely aims to ensnare me," it mused, its large, vacant eyes brimming with wisdom. What a pity, the fox thought. Such sagacity as mine cannot be easily ensnared by such a rudimentary trap. Let alone, I am an eight-tailed spirit fox. It chuckled softly to itself. Its gaze fell once more upon the chicken leg in the trap, exuding an enticing aroma. As a fox, it was utterly powerless against the allure of chicken. After all, "Chicken, you are simply too beautiful." Without a hint of caution, the fox extended its claw toward the chicken leg, and the moment it grasped it, the noose tightened abruptly. Yet, before the formidable eight-tailed spirit fox, it was merely a sluggish maneuver. The fox leisurely lifted the chicken leg, savoring its delectable flavor. Just as it was relishing the taste, the previously dormant rope sprang to life, ensnaring its neck with the swiftness of lightning. The fox, taken aback, attempted to exert its demonic power to break free, only to be horrified to find its immense strength sinking into the abyss, utterly beyond its control. It then recalled Ouyang's earlier proclamation, "I have captured the sect leader of the Qingyun sect with this method." Could it be that the lad was not jesting? As the fox prepared to unleash its innate divine ability to escape the rope, it felt a sudden numbness wash over it, collapsing to the ground as consciousness began to fade. Curse it, the rope is a magical artifact, and it is laced with poison. The fox panicked, feeling the ropes constricting it in a most humiliating manner. Was it truly the fate of a transcendent being to be bound in such disgrace? As the rope tightened, the last vestiges of its awareness screamed internally, "Do not pierce there. That is off limits. The bell will break." At that moment, Hutu, sensing a kindred spirit, suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Hey, senior brother, did you hear someone calling out?" While meticulously excavating a spiritual herb, Ouyang spoke without turning his head. "Are you hungry? There is food in the backpack." "Humph, I am not hungry at all." Hututu busied himself with the freshly woven flower crown, placing it atop his head, and scampered over to the backpack, eagerly retrieving the fragrant roasted chicken. With a satisfied bite, Hututu's little face resembled a steamed bun, radiating happiness akin to a small hamster indulging in a meal. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Hututu paused his chewing, staring blankly at the heavens as a colossal three-headed monstrous bird materialized before him. Its gaze glinted with a menacing red light, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the creature. "Be big, senior brother. There is a giant bird in the sky. It looks so fierce." Hututu stammered, calling out to Ouyang beside him. Ouyang cautiously cradled the spirit herb he had unearthed, and, upon hearing the voice of Hututu, turned his gaze skyward. There, the three-headed monstrous bird came into view, and as he beheld the crimson glow in its eyes, Ouyang's expression darkened. This creature had awakened its bloodline power and transformed into a ferocious beast. "Come here, Tutu." "To my side," Ouyang called out to Hututu. The little creature swiftly darted into the backpack, peeking out nervously to observe the colossal bird above. The three-headed avian, nearly 20 meters in length, fixed its menacing gaze upon the two below, as if they were its intended prey. Just as Hututu was engulfed in anxiety, Ouyang's voice broke through. "Tutu, after 2 days of consuming roast chicken, would you care to savor the taste of roasted bird?" Chapter 11. Sorcery? It comes without applause. Although Hututu was unaware of the true extent of his elder brother's prowess, he had witnessed earlier that morning how Ouyang, still groggy from sleep, managed to subdue the formidable second and fourth brothers with ease, proving his extraordinary strength. Thus, Hututu felt no fear whatsoever. "You foul bird in the sky. My elder brother is an exceptionally powerful chi practitioner," Hututu boldly shouted at the three-headed monstrosity above. Ouyang gazed with exasperation at Hututu, who was hiding within the backpack and fervently cheering him on. Although he understood that his little junior sister was attempting to bolster his spirits, her words felt more akin to an insult, branding him as a mere novice in the chi refinement stage. Ouyang turned his gaze towards the three-headed monstrous bird soaring in the sky. Name: three-headed monstrous bird, failed bloodline awakening, cultivation level, 6th stage of the nascent soul realm. Bone quality: for charisma, 1 luck, 1 special talents, none unique skills, none evaluation, insect, not worthy of assessment. Upon observing the attribute panel of the three-headed monstrous bird before him, Ouyang felt a sense of relief. It was merely an insignificant creature after all. Ouyang's disdainful gaze seemed to have been sensed by the three-headed monstrous bird soaring in the sky. The 3 heads of the avian creature swayed wildly, suddenly lifting upwards, and then opened their beaks towards Ouyang. One head expelled a torrent of flames, another unleashed a fierce gale, while the central head spewed forth a noxious, foul-smelling acid. When the flames met the acidic substance, the fire surged dramatically, further fueled by the violent winds emitted from the other head. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a conflagration. "Ah, what a wasteful creature that has some understanding of physics," Ouyang remarked in astonishment at the bizarre bird employing such complex techniques. Yet, it proved to be futile. Ouyang, with a serene demeanor, leisurely retrieved a book and examined it closely, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. Memorizing the intricate path of his vital energy, he casually tossed the book aside and brought his hands together with a forceful clap, exclaiming, "Water dragon." Instantly, the vital energy within him surged like an unfathomable ocean, and the steamy vapor began to swirl around him. A colossal water dragon emerged, soaring skyward with an unstoppable momentum, charging towards the monstrous bird in the heavens. The vapor enveloping the dragon surged forth, fiercely colliding with the raging inferno above. In an instant, the sea of flames, as if confronted by its nemesis, was extinguished by the deluge of steam. The magnificent water dragon rose proudly, its claws descending upon the three-headed beast, and with a powerful bite, it devoured the creature without a single cry of despair escaping its beak. The dragon, having consumed its prey, writhed joyfully in the sky, as if reveling in its newfound vitality. The once vaporous eyes began to shimmer with life, and a faint yet palpable aura of draconic majesty began to manifest around the water dragon. This dragon was on the verge of awakening. Ouyang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the swaying water dragon in the sky, acutely aware of the vital energy steadily dissipating from within him. Although the rate at which his energy was depleting paled in comparison to his own vast reservoir of over 900 million. It was evident that the water dragon before him had no intention of heeding his command. This phenomenon occurred each time he employed his techniques. As he continued to wield his powers, they gradually slipped from his control. Ouyang let out a cold snort and raised his hand, admonishing, "Beast, reveal your true form." In that instant, he severed the connection between the water dragon and his own vital energy. However, as the link was broken, the water dragon emitted a sorrowful cry, transforming into a mist that enveloped the sky. Along with it fell the lifeless body of the three-headed monster bird, hiding in the backpack. Hututu gazed at her seemingly divine senior brother, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She had always known he was formidable, but she never anticipated just how extraordinary he truly was. His mastery of water-based techniques was astonishing. The summoned water dragon appeared so lifelike that, for a brief moment, she felt the overwhelming presence of a genuine dragon, nearly causing her to lose control in fear. Her senior brother was simply amazing. Hututu clapped her hands enthusiastically, fervently praising Ouyang, resembling an adoring little fan in her fervor. Upon hearing the enthusiastic exclamations of his little junior sister, Ouyang proudly placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Ha!" Hututu swiftly emerged from the backpack, dashing towards the precious tome that Ouyang had carelessly discarded moments earlier. Surely, the manuscript the senior brother had just perused contained some supreme technique. With a crafty glint in his eye, Hututu seized the book, brimming with excitement as he opened what appeared to him as a golden legend. On the cover, in haphazard scrawl, were inscribed the words, "Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Technique." Huh? Such a title? A wave of disappointment washed over Hututu as he flipped through the pages, discovering that the spells contained within were merely rudimentary techniques suitable for the chi refinement stage. Such spells were ubiquitous, with at least 8,000 variations circulating even among ordinary human realms. This was hardly a secret manual. But wait. Could it be that the true secrets were concealed within this seemingly mundane introductory text? A spark of inspiration ignited within Hututu, leading him to admire his own cleverness. Truly, he was brilliant. With the manuscript held triumphantly overhead like a cherished treasure, he scampered towards Ouyang, his legs moving with fervor as he shouted in a tone of self-congratulation, "Senior brother, your supreme technique manual." Ouyang, still basking in the thrill of his recent display, was abruptly jolted back to reality when he noticed Hututu thrusting the very tome he had carelessly discarded right before his eyes. Ouyang coughed awkwardly, tucking away the tome he had been using to prop up the table leg under the eager gaze of Hututu. After all, it was perhaps best for his younger sister not to know that he could only learn the techniques of the chi refinement stage. Even though the power he wielded did not resemble that of a typical chi refinement technique, it was, in essence, a genuine manifestation of such. When confronted with advanced techniques, his relatively low level rendered him as bewildered as if deciphering a foreign script. The moment he employed a technique from the chi refinement stage, the intricate pathways of his vital energy would slip from his memory as if erased. Without revisiting the text, he found it utterly impossible to replicate his success. He had once inquired of his master, who merely shook his head and proclaimed, "The law is not to be passed to those with 6 ears." Those old-timers had a penchant for uttering cryptic phrases, relishing in the illusion of their own profundity. Ouyang could only feel that the fundamental issue lay in his utter lack of talent for the arcane arts. Thus, when he refrained from perusing this tome, his sole means of offense dwindled to unleashing the most unadulterated essence of his vital energy for an assault, aptly dubbed explosive energy. He was not an extraterrestrial primate, and such an approach rendered him devoid of any technical finesse. "Elder brother, are you employing the secret water escape technique of the Qingyun sect?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang with a look of admiration. Ouyang cleared his throat and murmured, "That is undoubtedly certain. Your senior brother is indeed a legendary prodigy in the art of sorcery." "Oh, well." Hutu opened his mouth wide in astonishment, emitting a dazed exclamation. Savoring the admiration of his junior sister, Ouyang contentedly took hold of his burdensome companion and declared, "Let us proceed to examine whether the trap has ensnared a fox." Chapter 12. Raising a pet in the tribulation stage. The Tibetan fox, ensnared within a web of ropes, dangled listlessly from a tree. "I must not make a sound. If those old-timers in seclusion perceive me in this state, I would no longer be able to uphold my identity as a fox, and the dignity of my status as a tribulation stage expert would be lost. I must remain silent. I am voluntarily bound, merely finding amusement in this predicament." The Tibetan fox silently hypnotized itself, yet it dared not move an inch, for any motion would tighten the ropes further, causing the bells to chime painfully. Tears welled in the fox's heart, while its face remained blank and expressionless. Fortunately, its foolish square visage concealed the tempest of emotions raging within, rendering it impervious to outward expression. "Senior brother, may I learn this profound path in the future?" Hutu's voice echoed from afar. In a moment of desperation, the Tibetan fox could only resort to feigning death. Ah, Hutu truly caught a fox. Goodness! A square-faced Tibetan fox. How could such a creature exist in the forest? Ouyang exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the feigning fox. Just as he intended to approach, his footsteps faltered. Name: Ouyang, eight-tailed spirit fox. Cultivation: first layer of tribulation stage bone structure. 8 charisma. 0. 5 luck. 1. 5 innate talent. Would attribute enhancement exclusive skill. Eight-tailed spirit fox form evaluation. Appearance may not define all, yet it accounts for 8 or 9 parts of the whole. Ouyang gazed at the attribute panel before him, his brow arching in surprise. A spirit fox in the tribulation stage? He glanced over at Hutu, pondering if this creature was perhaps the shadowy guardian assigned to protect his younger disciple. Had the demon clan become so affluent as to employ a tribulation stage being for the safeguarding of a mere child? Yet, Hutu appeared utterly perplexed, clearly not recognizing the concealed fox. "Elder brother, is this truly a fox? It looks rather unsightly," Hutu exclaimed, pointing at the hidden fox. Ouyang nodded and replied, "It is indeed a type of fox, albeit somewhat less aesthetically pleasing. Nevertheless, it is undeniably a genuine fox." The Tibetan fox, listening to their conversation, seethed with rage, gritting its teeth. Were it not for its current inability to move, it would have surely subjected these two audacious youngsters, who dared to discuss its appearance, to a fate of 1,000 cuts. It despised nothing more than others commenting on its looks. Ouyang harbored a profound apprehension that the Tibetan fox, once liberated from its bindings, might unleash its fury upon him. Although he felt no fear towards the creature, he could not afford to disregard the safety of his companion. Hutu, you remain here for the moment. I shall proceed to release it," Ouyang declared. Upon receiving Hutu's obedient response, Ouyang approached the Tibetan fox and began to untie the ropes that bound it. This very rope was a magical binding bestowed upon him by his master, reputed to ensnare even celestial beings if one continuously infused it with true energy. Notably, it bore no restrictions of rank, rendering it accessible even to mere mortals. It was the perfect solution for someone like him, who was still in the chi training stage and unable to wield magical artifacts. Ouyang untied the ropes, and the bound Tibetan fox suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, time itself seemed to freeze, as the oppressive aura unique to a transcendent cultivator descended. "You dare." The fox began to threaten Ouyang, but was swiftly silenced as Ouyang seized its throat and pinned it to the ground, eliciting a cry of pain. "Keep your voice down. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your identity, Ouyang. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall fashion you a coat of fox fur," Ouyang threatened ominously. Stunned, Ouyang, firmly pressed to the ground, was bewildered that this young human had spoken his true name. As a transcendent cultivator, he found himself helpless beneath the grip of this mere human youth. Attempting to summon his internal energy, he was horrified to discover that his essence was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the boy's formidable chi, rendering him immobile. He was a great practitioner of the tribulation phase, the mightiest being in existence. Yet here he was, utterly incapable of retaliating before this boy. Was this youth some ancient immortal who had come to play among mortals? Alas, after feigning weakness for so long, he had encountered someone even more adept at deception. Ouyang was convinced that the boy before him was a concealed ancient demon. Otherwise, how could a transcendent practitioner like himself be so utterly powerless? Could it be that this old monster had reached the legendary realm? Trembling with disbelief, Ouyang lowered his voice. "Senior, I understand. Please, show mercy." "Senior?" Ouyang was somewhat perplexed by Ouyang's deference, yet he replied, "I shall not make things difficult for you. As a transcendent cultivator, I assume you are also a venerated elder of the Qingyun sect? Amuse this little fox behind me, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I can assure you, your soul will be obliterated." Though Ouyang was merely at the chi refinement stage and knew not what a soul entailed, he was resolute. Should this Tibetan fox dare to resist again, he would not hesitate to scatter its ashes. Was the tribulation phase truly so formidable? He had easily defeated many elders hidden in these parts. The pinned Tibetan fox nodded vigorously, and Ouyang, with a smile, lifted the fox and approached Hutu. "Tutu, look." This is the fox of the Qingyun sect. Ouyang waved the Tibetan fox before Hututu's eyes. To prove the authenticity of the creature, he even revealed its bell, showcasing it proudly. This gesture was akin to presenting an adult image to a young girl, and it caused Hututu to shriek in embarrassment, coughing lightly. Ouyang suddenly remembered that Hututu was also a fox, and his previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. The light in Huyen's eyes had faded. He felt utterly humiliated before his kin, especially before a direct descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Huyen, with his lifeless eyes, gazed at the sun, his mind devoid of any turbulence as he mused. The sunlight today is particularly glaring. His elder brother is rather unattractive, yet amusingly so. How endearing. Hututu cautiously extended a finger to poke at the fur upon Huyen's body, giggling as she spoke. This particular fox was one she had never encountered on Qingqiu Mountain, and its novelty intrigued her. Upon hearing Hututu's words, Huyen's ears twitched, and his vacant gaze turned towards his kin. For the first time in a millennium, a family member had complimented him on his cuteness. As he noticed the Tibetan fox looking at him, the oddly charming round face struck a chord with the little fox's peculiar aesthetic. Hututu reached out her hand towards Ouyang, exclaiming, Elder brother, let me hug you." After Ouyang cast a warning glance at Huyen, he finally handed Huyen over to Hututu's struggling. Hututu lifted Huyen, who was nearly his height, and stroked the smooth fur on his body. A sense of kinship surged within him, filling Hututu with joy. At first glance, Huyen might not have seemed particularly attractive, yet the more he looked, the more endearing he became. Hututu cherished him as if he had acquired a new toy, exclaiming with delight. Ouyang gazed curiously at his younger sister, struggling to comprehend her aesthetic sensibilities. However, the subsequent plea from Hututu left him in a quandary. With beseeching eyes, Hututu implored, "Elder brother, let us bring it back to our small peak and nurture it." Chapter 13. The hidden fox of the tribulation period. Ouyang found himself at an impasse. Faced with the hopeful gaze of his little sister, he could not bear to refuse her. Yet, the creature nestled in his arms was an eight-tailed spirit fox, a being of the tribulation period. Although Ouyang did not regard the tribulation period as immensely powerful, any formidable figure of that level would be treated as an esteemed guest in any of the 9 sacred lands. Who would dare keep a tribulation-level practitioner as a mere pet? Was he willing to disregard the dignity of such a powerhouse? "I am willing." Huyen suddenly communicated telepathically to Ouyang. Ouyang turned in astonishment to Hututu, observing the vacant gaze of Huyen. "She is my kin. I wish to understand why a member of my lineage has come to the Qingyun sect, and she is the first relative in centuries to call me adorable," Huyen stated flatly. Was this reasoning not rather tenuous? Ouyang regarded Huyen with suspicion, momentarily perplexed about the essence of the fox before him. Being at the Qi refinement stage, he lacked the ability to employ such advanced telepathic techniques and could only inquire with his eyes. Within Huyen's heart, a myriad of thoughts swirled. On one hand, although she harbored profound resentment towards the Qingqiu Mountain, this animosity had been nurtured from childhood due to her appearance. Now, suddenly receiving sincere praise from a kin, she felt a sense of belonging that had long been absent. Humans and demons diverged significantly. The demon clan retained certain animalistic traits, and for the fox tribe, the emphasis on appearance was nearly as vital as life itself. Among the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women within the fox clan, she had always been an outlier, subjected to ridicule and mockery. Now, the acknowledgement from a fellow creature thawed the icy barriers around her heart. On the other hand, there was Ouyang. The tribulation period represented the pinnacle of this world, and while she stood at the edge of that summit, she yearned to ascend further, aspiring to achieve the 9th level of tribulation. Yet, what lay beyond? From ancient times to the present, immortals had ceased to exist. Yet, here stood an immortal before her. Huyen keenly sensed that her opportunity lay with Hututu, who was entwined with Ouyang, and she became resolute in her desire to stay by Ouyang's side. This girl had expressed a wish to care for her, which was precisely what she had longed for. As for the dignity of a tribulation-level practitioner, the bell had already been casually observed by others. Did such a notion still hold any weight? Under Hututu's earnest entreaties, Huyen found herself in agreement. Ouyang found himself unable to conjure any justification for refusal. The only conceivable detriment lay in the possibility that this Tibetan fox sought to usurp the body of his dear little junior sister, the 9-tailed celestial fox. If that were the case, it might be more prudent to indeed bring the Tibetan fox back, rather than allowing a malevolent entity to lurk in the shadows. It would be wiser to keep it in the light. Should this Tibetan fox harbor intentions of soul possession against his little junior sister? There were formidable practitioners of soul manipulation upon the small peak. Ouyang had made up his mind. The fox had resolved its intentions, and Hututu had acquired a new pet. All three parties were filled with joy, merrily heading towards the small hillock. The early autumn breeze had lost its scorching heat, bringing a refreshing coolness. Ouyang waved his hand, utilizing his vital energy to pluck 2 spirit fruits from the depths of the forest. While he and Hututu hurried towards the small peak, munching on their delightful finds. Their backpack contained the heart and demon pill of a 3-headed monster bird, alongside the spiritual herbs harvested that day. Hututu began to hum an unfamiliar nursery rhyme, the melody resonating along the winding path. Everything felt so tranquil and harmonious. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, descending before Ouyang. It was a paper crane. Ouyang extended his hand, and the paper crane gracefully descended into his palm, subsequently unfolding into a sheet of paper. Upon noticing the signature, Ouyang was reminded that the formalities for his junior apprentice's admission to the Qingyun sect had yet to be completed. The signature on the yellow paper indicated Qingyun Peak, the principal summit of the Qingyun sect. Whenever new inner disciples were accepted, they were required to ascend to Qingyun Peak to ignite their personal everlasting lamps. These lamps were not instruments of control over the disciples. Rather, they served as protective measures. As long as the lamp remained lit, it signified that its owner was alive. Should the flame dim, it would indicate that the owner had sustained injuries. The guard stationed at Qingyun Peak would employ secret methods to locate the disciple in distress and effectuate a rescue. This was a safeguard afforded to inner disciples by the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sanctuaries, exemplifying the care and concern the grand sect held for its disciples. Only by igniting the everlasting lamp, receiving their waste token, and being inscribed into the sect's genealogy would the Qingyun sect acknowledge an individual as a disciple. This paper crane was a gentle reminder for Ouyang to accompany his junior apprentice to complete the necessary procedures. He recalled that the last time he had attended to such formalities was 5 or 6 years prior, when Xiaobai joined the sect. Were it not for this paper crane, he might have entirely forgotten about the matter. Ouyang dipped his fingers in the ink of his vital energy, inscribing 3 crooked characters on the yellow paper. Understood. He then infused the paper with his essence. Instantly, the yellow paper transformed once more into a paper crane, joyfully fluttering around Ouyang before reluctantly soaring towards the direction of Qingyun Peak. Through Ouyang's vital energy infusion, the crane had undoubtedly become far more animated than when it first arrived. Ouyang returned to the small peak with Hututu and Huyin, just in time for dinner. Hututu solemnly introduced her new pet, Handsome, to her senior brothers. In the eyes of Lang Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Qin Chaoxing, this Tibetan fox was merely an unusually appearing fox. They assumed that their little junior sister was simply homesick. The fact that their little sister was a fox was an unspoken understanding among them. Yet Huyin, still a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, easily concealed his aura in their presence, despite the fact that all 3 were prodigies rarely seen in a millennium. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Hututu snuggled up with Huyin on the bed, whispering softly, "Handsome, I am actually a fox too. Once I discover the perfect method to awaken my bloodline, I will take you back to Qingxiu Mountain, where all of us foxes reside." Hututu chattered on. As a mere 5-year-old girl who had just left home would naturally miss her family, encountering a kindred spirit, even if it was only a young fox with undeveloped intelligence. She shared many heartfelt thoughts. Eventually, as she spoke, her head tilted, and she drifted off to sleep. Huyin observed Hututu's sleeping form, a hint of understanding crossing his otherwise impassive face. So she had come here for the sake of her cultivation technique? How fitting of those old geezers. Huyin felt a twinge of disdain and was about to leap off the bed when he noticed Hututu curling up due to the chill. With a kind heart, he extended his paw to cover her with the blanket. However, Hututu grasped his paw tightly. As he attempted to withdraw it, she murmured in her sleep, "Mom, I miss you so much." Chapter 14. The sect master's disciple turns out to be a saint of the demon clan. A knock at the door roused Hututu from her dreams of candied hawthorns. Blinking her eyes, she rubbed them and sat up, momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. Ouyang, clad in a green robe, stepped through the door. "Senior brother, have you eaten yet?" Hututu asked, still in a daze. "It's too early for dinner, and today we won't be eating at the small peak. We are heading to Qingyun Peak for a meal. Hurry and get up. We need to get you a perpetual lamp," Ouyang replied with a smile. He then glanced at Huyin, who remained unmoving at the head of the bed. Hututu, still groggy, dressed quickly and followed Ouyang out of the room. Upon looking up, She spotted Bai Feiyu standing on a tree branch with his hands clasped behind his back. Senior Brother Bai is practicing so early. Truly diligent. Hututu exclaimed in admiration. Showing off early in the morning, not knowing for whom, Bai Feiyu retorted. Come on, let us go. If we delay any longer, we will miss the midday meal at Qingyun sect. Ouyang cast a fleeting glance at Bai Feiyu before turning to Hututu, urging him, Master Brother? Are we truly expected to continue on foot? Hututu regarded his master brother, perplexed as to why he had only attained the 9th level of Qi training. After all, one at the 9th level could not manipulate a flying sword. Were they destined to ascend an interminable mountain path once more? Ouyang shook his head and said with a smile, we need not ascend the mountain today. Someone from Qingyun Peak will come to fetch us. As Ouyang's words faded, a melodious bird call resonated through the air. Hututu glanced upward to behold a magnificent white crane spiraling gracefully above the hilltop. A youthful voice, imbued with true essence, reverberated across the small peak. By the command of the sect leader, the newly inducted inner disciple, Hututu, is summoned to Qingyun Peak to light the eternal lamp of his destiny. Hututu stepped forward to receive the edict. All onlookers, kindly withdraw. Onlookers, kindly withdraw. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the white crane still soaring in the sky. How audacious it was to flaunt itself within the confines of the small peak. What audacity! A newcomer, perhaps? Yet, this crane appeared remarkably plump. Xiaobai, bring down that creature flying above for me. We shall have an extra meal at noon. Ouyang declared to Bai Feiyu, who stood with his hands clasped behind him atop a tree. Bai Feiyu, displeased, opened his eyes. He was in the midst of solidifying his realm, and yet someone dared to disturb his tranquility with the resonance of their true essence. Had they grown weary of life? The 3-foot azure blade at his waist seemed to sense its master's agitation, swiftly unsheathing itself and darting towards the crane in the sky. Senior Brother Bai, spare the birds. A streak of golden light approached rapidly, colliding with the circling crane and sending it tumbling far away. The golden light halted, revealing a young man clad in a white robe, his countenance striking, standing gracefully atop his flying sword. Junior Brother Bai. The direct disciple has only recently entered the inner sect. Should there be any offense, I hope for your understanding. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Feiyu closed his eyes once more. The previously empty flying sword swiftly returned to its sheath with a swift motion. Ouyang gazed upon the attributes panel of the newcomer and instantly recognized their identity. Name, Ling Feng, disciple of the sect leader, cultivation level, 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm bone structure, 8 charisma, 8 luck, 8 swordsmanship aptitude, 8 exclusive skill, dual sword flourish evaluation. An unremarkable disciple of the sect leader, proficient in the dual sword technique. Ouyang expressed his discontent, saying, Old Ling, what have you done? How could you send someone as inexperienced as Zai Shanfeng? Ling Feng smiled apologetically and replied, I had just delivered a letter to my master at Unipeak, which is why I asked my junior brother to come in my stead. I have reminded him to exercise utmost caution. Perhaps the youth is somewhat overconfident, and I ask for your understanding, Brother Ouyang. His words were articulated with grace, and his smile exuded a gentle warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze. Suddenly, a voice of indignation came from the white crane, as a young boy leaned forward, addressing Ling Feng. They actually dared to attack the master's mount. Ouyang gazed at the youth whose head was peeking out, his expression subtly shifting without leaving a trace. And a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Name, Zhu Yuan, son of the Demon Clan, cultivation. 1st level of foundation establishment bone structure. 10-1 charisma. 8 luck. 7 swordsmanship aptitude. 10 exclusive skill. Metamorphic demon avatar evaluation. A somewhat ostentatious major antagonist. The son of the Demon Clan. The old sect leader actually took a son of the Demon Clan as his disciple? Moreover, the Demon Clan sent their own son to act as an undercover agent? Such a significant investment? Upon witnessing Zhu Yuan's attributes, Ouyang felt engulfed by a series of bewildering questions. The enmity between the Tao and the demon has been an unyielding decree since ancient times. This was something he and Xiaobai had previously confirmed during a demon extermination mission. After completing the task, Ouyang sighed, saying, Xiaobai, have there been countless wars between the Tao and the demon? Why is that, in your opinion? Bai Feiyu replied calmly, it is merely a struggle for supremacy of doctrines, as it has been since ancient times. This indicates that in Xiaobai's previous life, the conflict between the Tao and the demon already existed, and Xiaobai accepted it with an air of inevitability. Ouyang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhu Yuan, who sat atop the white crane with an air of arrogance. The attributes displayed on the panel were indeed remarkable, surpassing even those of the reincarnated ancient sword Immortal, Bai, though he fell slightly short compared to Ouyang's own younger brother. However, this was not what troubled Ouyang. Any prodigy that had yet to mature posed little concern, provided they were not granted the time to develop. Ouyang was merely apprehensive, pondering whether the acceptance of such a scion of the demon clan by the sect leader would jeopardize his legacy. After all, as the head of the 9 sacred grounds, to have a direct disciple who is a demon prince is nothing short of a profound disgrace for the Qingyan sect, which prides itself on being the vanguard of righteousness. As Ouyang lost himself in contemplation, Ling Feng remained poised on his flying sword, calm and unhurried. However, Bai Feiyu, perched upon a tree, opened his eyes in surprise. His senior brother had never been known to be so unyielding, always embodying a benevolent demeanor. Today, however, he seemed uncharacteristically silent. Bai Feiyu turned his gaze towards the contemplative Ouyang, a thought stirring within him, and gracefully descended beside Ouyang, inquiring casually, "What troubles you?" Ouyang regained his composure and, observing the puzzled Bai Feiyu, softly remarked, "Little Bai, what are your thoughts on that young man riding the crane?" Bai Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he turned to the youth atop the white crane. He nodded and replied, "Though he may not possess the exceptional talent of our second senior brother, he is undoubtedly gifted in his own right. It seems the sect leader has taken on a commendable disciple." Ouyang was somewhat astonished. Even the reincarnation of an ancient sword Immortal could not discern that the youth before him belonged to the demonic clan. Could it be due to that unique skill? Ouyang's lips curled into a faint smile. How intriguing. Chapter 15. The Sudden Strike of Qinchashing. Before Ouyang could prepare to impart a lifelong lesson to the demonic prince before him, the grand formation surrounding the small mountain peak was unexpectedly activated. Like a protective veil, the formation swiftly enveloped the entire summit. Ouyang was taken aback. The mountain protection array, which had always been managed by his third junior brother Qinchashing, had activated on its own. Could it be that the Qingyan sect was facing annihilation? Qinchashing, known for his caution, would not act lightly. He typically withdrew slightly behind the crowd when trouble arose. What could have prompted the sudden activation of the entire protective array of the small mountain peak? Not only Ouyang, but the nearby Bai also instantly summoned his sword intent, enveloping the sky above the small mountain peak with countless invisible blades. A sound of shattering air resonated as Lang Qingsong, wielding his sword, crashed through the recently repaired roof, appearing like a sharp blade. Fixated on the figures of Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan above, both of them understood Qinchashing's nature well. He would not activate all the formations unless confronted with a matter of life and death. The atmosphere on the small mountain peak shifted dramatically, as the entire realm appeared to reverse under the influence of the array. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning clashed in the air. Torrential rain poured down, only to transform into an array of formless sorts. At the center of this turmoil, Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan's faces turned pale. The moment the array activated, Ling Feng felt an immense pressure. Above him, a complex and exquisite light golden formation diagram faintly emerged, instilling a sense of despair even within his Yuaning stage self. Not to mention, below stood Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong, both sword wielders, already locking onto him and poised to strike. Though both were merely at the golden core stage, Ling Feng was certain that he would not survive more than 3 exchanges under either of their swords. Monsters had emerged from the small mountain peak. This phrase, which had quietly circulated within the Qingyan sect, Ling Feng had previously dismissed, treating the individuals on the small mountain with a degree of respect. But now, he comprehended the meaning behind those words. In the future, he would undoubtedly take a detour upon encountering them. Senior brother, what do they intend to do? Slaughter their own sect? Zhu Yuan, perched upon a white crane and merely at the golden core stage, trembled slightly beneath the overwhelming pressure. Turning to Ling Feng with a pleading gaze, still in disbelief. This was the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. The notion of sect members harming one another was something Zhu Yuan could hardly believe they would dare to do. He was a genius, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Although his time in the Qingyan sect had been brief, he could not fathom that the sect would stand idly by while such an extraordinary talent perished in an internal conflict. Ling Feng, seeing Zhu Yuan's desperate expression, offered a wry smile and positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Yuan. Addressing the equally bewildered Ouyang below, he said, "Senior Ouyang, if my junior brother and I have offended the small mountain peak in any way, I, Ling Feng, humbly apologize to you now. I implore you to show mercy." "You want me to show mercy?" Ouyang stared blankly at Bai Feiyu beside him. "Bai, what does this mean?" Ouyang inquired softly. "Senior Qin is about to make a move." Bai Feiyu was equally oblivious to the circumstances at hand, yet the cautious Qin Changxing unexpectedly unleashed all his hidden cards in a sudden frenzy, undoubtedly having uncovered something significant. Just as Ouyang was about to inquire further, a colossal golden formation quietly took shape amidst the gathering storm clouds. From this magnificent golden array emerged over 100 figures clad in purple robes, each one a reflection of Qin Changxing himself. Every incarnation bore the same aura. Their cultivation at the core formation stage augmented by the array, swiftly ascending to the level of pseudo-yuaning. The multitude of Qin Changxing surrounded Zhu Yuan and Ling Feng, gradually drawing their long swords from their waists. As hundreds of blades were unsheathed in unison, a melodious clamor of steel echoed through the air. The chilling intent of slaughter compelled the encircled Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan to instinctively brandish their own weapons. Hundreds of cultivators, each comparable to those at the Yuaning stage. Where on earth did such an overwhelming number of Yuaning practitioners come from? Ling Feng gazed with a frosty demeanor at the legion of Qin Changxing, each identical in appearance, yet undeniably real. He could feel the vitality emanating from each one of them. What sorcery was this, to conjure so many identical beings of equal prowess? Even as the chief disciple of the sect master, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable secret technique. As a cultivator at the third level of Yuaning, he knew with certainty that he would not survive even a second against the onslaught of hundreds of Yuaning stage practitioners, let alone protect the vulnerable Zhu Yuan behind him. It was the first time Ouyang encountered the resolute Qin Changxing, who astonishingly revealed all the puppets he had crafted. Among these puppets, it was certain that one would be the very embodiment of Qin Changxing himself. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, fixating on a figure standing slightly behind hundreds of Qin Changxing. The multitude of Qin Changxing silently regarded Ling Feng and his companion, then spoke in unison. "Senior Brother Ling, please depart." Qin Changxing's objective was the Zhu Yuan standing behind Ling Feng. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Ling Feng's expression remained impassive. He slowly extended his hand behind him, drawing forth a uniquely shaped longsword. With dual swords in hand, Ling Feng calmly declared, "From the moment my junior brother set foot on the mountain and called me senior brother, I have been his elder, and he is my junior." The weighty figure that stood before Xin resembled a mountain, evoking a sense of emotion within him. Ling Feng's response to Qin Changxing not only acknowledged the latter's words, but also clarified his stance. The hundreds of Qin Changxing fell into silence, gazing intently at Ling Feng, before softly uttering, "Then you shall accompany him to death." In an instant, a cacophony of swords resonated, echoing across the entire small peak. Chapter 16. The Oath of Heaven's Path. What spectacle unfolds when hundreds of cultivators, comparable to the nascent soul stage, unleash their power simultaneously? This is the scene that now transpires. Hundreds of nascent soul-level Qin Changxing stood resolute with their swords, the tempestuous true essence swirling above the mountaintop. Countless sword energies reverberated in the air, as Ling Feng produced a small copper bell, reciting an incantation, which enveloped both himself and Zhu Yuan. Numerous sword energies crashed against the bell, creating a flurry of rippling waves. Trapped within this protective barrier, Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan faced immense pressure. Ling Feng, wielding dual swords, was a prodigy among disciples, particularly with a treasured artifact forged by his master. With his cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage, he was confident in his ability to contend against two opponents of equal standing and could effortlessly dispatch those of lower realms. However, against the overwhelming force of hundreds of cultivators of comparable might, he was acutely aware that he would have to pay a significant price, even risking his own demise. When numbers reach a certain threshold, a qualitative change is inevitable. Who knows what secret technique this unfamiliar junior brother is employing to summon such a multitude of clones? What manner of creatures lurk upon this small peak? In stark contrast to Ling Feng, who struggled to maintain his stance, Zhu Yuan, perched atop a white crane, had turned to stone. He had never felt death so close. Were it not for his senior brother's resistance, he would have perished in an instant. He still could not comprehend what grievances existed between himself and this unknown adversary. Throughout his life, whether in the demon realm or upon entering the Qingyun sect, he had ascended effortlessly with nary a ripple. He had always been a figure above others, destined to look down upon the masses. Yet now, he felt like a banana leaf in a torrential downpour, a mouse amidst a throng of cats, poised to be slain at any moment. Despite his willingness to risk everything for the grand cause of the demon race by infiltrating the Qingyun sect, was he truly to meet his end here within a mere month? Gazing at the torrent of sword energy, Zhu Yuan felt an intense unwillingness and even a tinge of resentment towards Ling Feng, who stood defiantly before him. "If it were not for you, If it were not for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament. It was merely meant to be a message delivery. Yet it has turned into a fight for my life. I cannot perish. I must not succumb. I am the holy son of the demon clan. I am destined to be the future demon emperor. How could I possibly meet my end in such a place? Zhu Yuan's eyes began to glisten with crimson as the dignity of his status as a prodigy ignited within him amidst the struggle for survival, awakening his latent potential. Prodigies are not merely distinguished by their exceptional talents, they also perceive sheltering beneath the protection of others as a disgrace. Zhu Yuan, having just broken through to the core formation stage, felt his power surge exponentially. In an instant, he ascended to the third level of the core formation. A breakthrough amidst battle. The potential of these chosen ones is often unfathomable. While some remain stuck at the ninth level of chi refinement for years, others transcend their realms as effortlessly as quenching thirst. With a fierce roar, Zhu Yuan's dark essence coalesced into a jet-black long sword in his grasp. With a light tap of his toes, he surged forth from the protective copper bell, charging towards the densely packed Chen Changxing. The razor-sharp intent of his blade, imbued with an indomitable spirit, swiftly dispatched 3 of Chen Changxing's followers. This strike, filled with a grim resolve, unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy that locked onto its targets, leaving the 3 unable to evade, forced to witness as Zhu Yuan cleaved them in twain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Zhu Yuan was also struck by a barrage of sword energies, blood erupting from his mouth as he was violently thrown backward. Ling Feng hurriedly emerged from the copper bell, catching the now unconscious Zhu Yuan. As they stepped out from the bell's protection, Ling Feng found himself exposed beneath the relentless rain of swords. Enough. Ouyang's calm voice resonated as a translucent golden hand of true energy emerged, shielding Ling Feng from the torrential downpour of swords. Ling Feng lowered his gaze towards the unperturbed expression of Ouyang, offering a subtle nod of gratitude in his direction. Ouyang wore a placid expression, yet inwardly he was quite troubled. He could only stand on the ground, craning his neck to gaze upward. For mastering the art of flight was utterly beyond his reach. Fortunately, before Chen Changxing could strike down Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan, he managed to intercept Chen S' attack. However, Chen Changxing was undeterred. Hundreds of his avatars began to shift and intertwine, forming a complex and enigmatic formation. Ouyang's face twitched. This lad truly refrained from striking until now, yet when he did, he aimed to bring utter ruin. Meiji, Xiaobai, restrain him. Ouyang commanded his 2 junior brothers, unable to take flight himself. Although he was unsure why he would shield Ling Feng and the others from Chen Changxing's assault, Cold Qingsong, as the younger disciple, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation in response to his senior brother's directive. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu lagged slightly behind, glancing at Ouyang before swiftly following Cold Qingsong into the fray. Not being ensnared in Chen Changxing's encirclement, the duo quickly discerned his true form among the multitude. Transforming into a sharp blade, Cold Qingsong deftly struck, disarming one of the many Chen Changxings of his long sword. Instantly, the movements of the hundreds of Chen Changxings came to a halt, yet Chen Changxing remained undeterred. Having lost his weapon, he reached into his sleeve. He would not act lightly unless armed with a dozen hidden trump cards, once he retrieved what lay within his sleeve. The unyielding Zuan before him would surely meet his demise. With his eyes blazing red, Chen Changxing fixated on Ziyuan, with whom he bore a profound vendetta. Casting aside all prior caution, one of us must perish here today. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu seized Chen Changxing's hand as it reached for his sleeve, compassion flickering in his eyes as he gently urged, "Third brother, senior brother commands you to desist." Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, a flicker of clarity crossed Chen Changxing's eyes as he stared, bewildered, at Ouyang below. Ouyang merely shook his head lightly, signaling for Chen Changxing to relent. Chen Changxing, filled with resentment, gazed at Zhu Yuan, cradled in Ling Feng's arms. Never before had he found it so effortless to eliminate Zhu Yuan. Not even in his past life had he dared to approach such proximity. Yet now, with his mind restored, Chen Changxing, unwillingly lowering his hand, bellowed at Zhu Yuan. By the heavenly Tao, within a decade, I, Chen Changxing, shall slay Zhu Yuan. Should I fail, let heaven and earth conspire against me. The sudden declaration of this oath caught everyone present off guard. For any practitioner, uttering a heavenly Tao oath was not taken lightly. Such a vow, rooted in a blood-soaked enmity, must be made with utmost seriousness. This oath binds the practitioner to the heavens as a witness. Failure to fulfill it invites calamity, even if one does not take their own life. Once a heavenly Tao oath is sworn, the individual must see it through. This is an unyielding truth. Hence, in that moment when Chen Changxing unleashed his oath, all present understood the profound and irrevocable enmity between him and Zhu Yuan held in Ling Feng's embrace. Chapter 17. If the master does not agree, I shall speak to him. The sky above darkened instantaneously as ominous clouds gathered, reverberating with the sound of 9 thunderous booms from within their depths. The originally black clouds flickered with 9 flashes of lightning, signifying that the heavenly oath established by Qin Chongqing had been acknowledged by the celestial order. Once the oath was affirmed, the expressions of all present turned grim. Qin Chongqing formed a hand seal, summoning hundreds of his avatars back into the folds of his robe. Straining against the weight of his spirit, he directed his long sword towards the golden array in the heavens. The intricate and profound golden formation gradually faded from the sky. Although Qin Chongqing had consented to allow Ling Feng and the others to depart, a glance at the unconscious Zhu Yuan stirred a surge of anger within him, causing him to spit blood and collapse into the arms of Bai Feiyu. The sky cleared, yet the atmosphere grew even more oppressive than before. Initially, Qin Chongqing harbored murderous intent solely towards the unconscious Zhu Yuan and Ling Feng's embrace. Now, the gazes of everyone atop the small peak were fixed upon Zhu Yuan. Lang Qingsong stood with his sword before Ling Feng, while Bai Feiyu descended from the air, gently placing Qin Chongqing onto a reclining chair. He then soared back into the sky, blocking the path of Ling Feng and his companion. The two formed a formidable barrier, skillfully coordinating their positions in a delicate balance of offense and defense. Both wielders of sword intent reached a mutual understanding in an instant. Should they strike, it must be a decisive blow. They understood all too well that if Qin Chongqing failed to fulfill the heavenly oath he had sworn, it would lead to his demise. Zhu Yuan now lay in Ling Feng's arms, and should Ouyang speak, the two would assist Qin Chongqing in completing the oath he had just made. 10 years. It would not take that long, in merely 10 breaths. They could reduce Zhu Yuan to fragments. Does one require a reason to take a life? The death of a fellow disciple is sufficient justification. As Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu drew forth their swords, an involuntary aura of sword intent emanated from them. Their sword intent was the epitome of offensive prowess. And when the two forces erupted, the aura of death was far more palpable than that of Qin Chongqing as hundreds of avatars from earlier. 2 formidable sword intents instantaneously enveloped Ling Feng, who was cradling his comatose companion, Zhu Yuan. Ling Feng managed a bitter smile as he silently placed the unconscious Zhu Yuan onto the back of the white crane behind him. At the moment Qin Chongqing vowed to the heavens, Ling Feng understood that Qin Chongqing harbored a profound enmity with his junior disciple. This animosity was so deep it could only lead to a relentless vendetta. Ling Feng was uncertain of the grievous offense his newly initiated junior disciple had committed against Qin Chongqing, an act that could invoke the wrath of both gods and men. Yet it undoubtedly matched the severity of Zhu Yuan having slain Qin Chongqing's entire family. However, as his senior, Ling Feng could not bear to watch his junior disciple perish before him without understanding the circumstances. As both his brother in the path and the disciple of the sect leader, he could not abandon his junior to save himself. Drawing his twin swords, Ling Feng took a deep breath and focused his gaze, confronting the 2 overwhelming sword intents before him. The pressure he felt was even greater than when he faced the hundreds of nascent soul avatars of Qin Chongqing. Such sword intent was an advanced phenomenon only accessible to profound cultivators who had transcended the soul. Even at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, Ling Feng had scarcely grazed the threshold of comprehending sword intent. How could there be cultivators on this small peak who, at the core formation stage, had already grasped such profound sword intent? And not just 1, but 2? This was no longer merely extraordinary, it was akin to encountering a specter. With his hands gripping the swords, Ling Feng felt the embryonic sword intent within him quail, unwilling to manifest. Unformed sword intent would be annihilated in the presence of complete sword intent. Sword cultivators were inherently those who had forsaken all forms of defense for the pinnacle of offensive prowess. During regular sword practice, one would either meet death or be grievously injured. This was magnified tenfold when both sides were fighting for their lives. For a sword cultivator, possessing sword intent versus lacking it represented 2 entirely disparate realms. Ling Feng, at the nascent soul 3rd stage, found merely holding his sword an exhausting endeavor before the 2 core formation disciples. Of course, relinquishing his sword would alleviate his burden significantly. However, such an act would signify his abandonment of the sword path, a forsaking of his very way. For a practitioner, to forsake their path was far more brutal than death itself. Thus, despite being suppressed by the sword intents of Lang Qingsong and his companion, Ling Feng was unwilling to relinquish his sword. Suddenly, from below, Ouyang spoke up. "Old Ling, your junior disciple has coughed up blood, and my junior disciple has too. Let us settle this matter here." Ouyang's words were akin to a lifeline for Ling Feng. He promptly spoke up. Of course, it was merely a trivial contest among children. The competition has concluded. Let them go. Ouyang approached Chen Changxing, raised his hand to feel Chen Changxing's pulse, and without turning back, declared, Senior brother, by Feiyu. Still eager to voice his concerns, believed Ouyang was unaware of the gravity of the heavenly oath Chen Changxing had just made, thus he attempted to interject. Let them go. Ouyang retrieved a jade vial from his robe, poured out a pill, and gently administered it to Chen Changxing. Cold Qingsong and Bai Feiyu reluctantly descended from the air. Ling Feng, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Ouyang, mounted the white crane, and prepared to depart with his junior disciple. Ouyang's voice resounded once more. Senior brother Ling, regarding my junior sister's request to light the everlasting lamp tomorrow, I kindly ask for your understanding. Ling Feng forced a smile and replied, Of course, brother Ouyang, please rest assured. Ouyang then inquired, I have heard from the sect leader that there will be a grand competition among the sects in a month. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Feng. Yet he steeled himself to respond. Indeed, the grand competition will take place in a month. Ouyang nodded and spoke. Please inform the sect leader that our humble mountain peak will also partake in this grand competition. Moreover, I earnestly hope that brother Zhu Yuan, resting there, can join us as well. Ling Feng, with a hint of bitterness in his voice, replied, Brother Ouyang, why must it come to this? Had I known that the presence of our revered junior would cause such a stir at our little mountain peak, I would have braved any adversity. Even if it meant facing the wrath of heaven itself, to be here in person. Ouyang gazed lightly at the soaring winds in the sky and said, I am merely informing you, and the sect leader, not seeking your counsel. Should the sect leader be unwilling, I shall convey it to him myself. Furthermore, my surname is Ouyang, not O. In Chapter 18, I am indeed your senior brother. Such matters, of course, were beyond Ling Feng's authority to decide, and he could only respond that he would report to the sect leader. As Ling Feng rode the white crane, he dashed away as if possessed, until he vanished beyond the horizon. Ouyang sighed, observing the unwavering gazes of Lung Qingsong and the others fixed upon him. What are you staring at? It's not as if my face has sprouted flowers. Ouyang remarked irritably. Master brother, do you think Ziyuan might flee before the sect competition? Bai Feiyu inquired. This world is exceedingly vast. Even in his past life as a sword immortal, he could not grasp its entirety. If Ziyuan truly feared for his safety and chose to hide, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, he would only need to remain concealed for a decade. Once Chen Changxing perished due to his unfulfilled celestial vow, Ziyuan could re-emerge without any concerns. What else could we do? Should we venture to Qingyun Peak and sever that boy's limbs? Ouyang exclaimed in frustration. Hey, come back. I did not send you. To his surprise, Lung Qingsong abruptly stood, seized his sword, and strode towards the exit. This young fellow is remarkably straightforward when there is a matter at hand. He truly takes action. Ouyang called out to Lung Qingsong, who was about to sever the limbs of Zhu Yuan, and unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Hu Tutu, cradling the gazed with concern at Chen Changxing, who lay languidly on the reclining chair, and spoke. Will third senior brother be all right? I just saw him spitting blood. It must be excruciating for him, right? Ouyang, observing the tear-streaked visage of Hu Tutu, promptly offered words of consolation. It is of no consequence. Changxing's true essence has merely been depleted. Coupled with the urgency and tumult within, it has led to his spitting of blood. Retaining this congealed blood within would be far more detrimental. Having soothed Hu Tutu, he then cautioned Bai Feiyu to keep a vigilant watch over the battle-obsessed Lung Qingsong. Only then did Ouyang lift Chen Changxing and carry him to his chamber. In slumber, Chen Changxing embarked upon an elongated dream, traversing back to a previous existence. In that world, perpetually devoid of daylight, he was besmeared in blood, relentlessly slashing at the encroaching demons. The blood obscured his vision, rendering his sight a mere blur. And his meridians lay severed, leaving him incapable of summoning even a fragment of true essence, relying solely on primal instincts to kill. Yet, despite this dire state, Chen Changxing clung tenaciously to the sword in his grasp. Suddenly, the scenery before him transformed, and the countenance he had yet to forget materialized once more. A strikingly handsome man clad in a blood-red robe, with an evil glint in his vertical pupils, adorned with horns and dark wings, appeared before him. This figure was ensnared by countless vengeful souls, resembling a malevolent specter emerging from the underworld. That visage was none other than Zhu Yuan, the Demon Clan's sacred emperor, one of the primary architects of this apocalyptic calamity. At this moment, Zhu Yuan wielded a blood-red long knife, brandishing a severed head aloft, laughing maniacally toward the heavens. He had become the most formidable demon in this realm, having slaughtered everyone Qin Changsheng held dear, turning the world utterly upside down. Upon catching sight of the head in Zhu Yuan's grasp, Qin Changsheng's eyes bled tears as he screamed in anguish. The severed head was Ouyang's. Throughout the apocalypse, Ouyang had always stood resolutely at the forefront, shielding him from the most perilous and terrifying threats. Even in death, he had implored Qin Changsheng to flee, desiring vengeance. Qin Changsheng was consumed by relentless thoughts, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, before the now transcendent Zhu Yuan, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, the severed head of Ouyang sprang to life, eyes wide open, and cried out, "Flee, quickly." With a jolt, Qin Changsheng bolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath. His clothes drenched in cold sweat. Had he just experienced a nightmare? A voice, familiar beyond measure, floated from nearby. Upon hearing it, tears cascaded down Qin Changsheng's cheeks. He hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve, murmuring, "Sweat has gotten into my eyes." Ouyang gazed at Qin Changsheng, who was attempting to conceal his embarrassment. And with a soft chuckle, he took a seat on the chair beside the bed. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Is it truly the elder brother's intervention that prevented you from eliminating Zhu Yuan?" Qin Changsheng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Since his rebirth, he had exercised utmost caution, yet upon encountering his adversary once more, he found himself succumbing to the haze of vengeance. Not only had he failed to eliminate Zhu Yuan, but he had also inadvertently alerted those around him. With a heavy heart, Qin Changsheng remarked, "I understand your concerns, elder brother. Should I have taken his life? I fear there would be no refuge for me within the Qingyun sect or indeed the entire realm of cultivation. Within the sect, internal strife was strictly forbidden. Should the sect learn of any infighting among its members, the consequences would be dire, ranging from the forfeiture of one's cultivation to expulsion from the mountain, or even death. If Qin Changsheng were to truly kill Zhu Yuan, it would equate to his own demise. Such a course of action would lead to mutual destruction, and naturally, Ouyang could not condone Qin Changsheng pursuing such a path. Hence, when allowing Ling Feng to depart, he compelled Ling Feng to acknowledge that all of Qin Changsheng's recent actions were merely a friendly exchange among peers. As long as both parties recognized it as a mere sparring session, Qin Changsheng could evade responsibility. Ouyang sighed as he gazed upon his junior disciple before him. Qin Changsheng, having been reborn, should be aware of Zhu Yuan's true identity. Ouyang was well cognizant that Zhu Yuan was the scion of the demon race. Yet, would anyone truly believe such a revelation if spoken so plainly? Even the reincarnated ancient sword Immortal, failed to discern Zhu Yuan's genuine identity. Could one expect that group of old relics to perceive it? Nevertheless, before Qin Changsheng fell into a coma, he had established a heavenly oath. With such a vow as a testament, it is likely that everyone would become wary of Zhu Yuan's identity, by refraining from direct assertions, but instead fostering suspicion in others. One could more effectively incite doubt regarding Zhu Yuan. Upon hearing Ouyang's sigh, Qin Changsheng felt a sudden tightening in his heart and promptly spoke, "Elder brother, rest assured. I shall not take action against him in the near future. Not in the immediate future, but still, it would come to pass eventually." Ouyang shook his head and approached Qin Changsheng, lowering his voice to inquire, "Have you left a mark on him?" Qin Changsheng nodded, recalling how he had inscribed a soul imprint on him when Zhu Yuan had emerged and severed his 3 avatars. This imprint ensured that no matter how far Zhu Yuan ventured, he would still be able to locate him. Ouyang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his junior disciple was meticulous and faultless in his endeavors. Indeed, he was far superior to a certain fool who only charged forward wielding a sword. "You should rest for now. The events have transpired, and we shall take it one step at a time," Ouyang consoled. Qin Changsheng obediently lay back on the bed, staring blankly at Ouyang as he inquired, "Brother, if a slaying Zhu Yuan could avert a catastrophe, would you believe it?" Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and pondered before speaking. "You have misunderstood. The occurrence of calamity is not contingent upon a single individual. Even if you were to eliminate Zhu Yuan, there would inevitably be a second and a third Zhu Yuan to arise. The emergence of disaster is not a matter of chance, but of inevitability." Qin Changsheng nodded and, with a heavy heart, remarked, "Calamities will claim many lives. We must find a way to avert them." Ouyang slapped Qin Changsheng on the forehead, laughingly rebuking him. The Qingyun sect alone boasts countless formidable warriors. In the face of calamity, it is not a mere golden core cultivator like you who should be worried. Just sleep well. After imparting this lesson to Qin Changsheng, Ouyang exited the room. Just as he was crossing the threshold, Chen Chongqing's voice resonated from behind. Senior brother. If a calamity truly occurs, I will surely protect everyone. Ouyang's heart stirred. Without turning back, he spoke calmly. If a catastrophe were to occur, as long as I remain alive, the heavens shall not fall. After all, I am your elder brother. Chapter 19. Cleaning up the mess. I am your elder brother. The heavens shall not fall. His unassuming tone belied the audacious declaration, exuding an effortless and lofty grandeur. As Ouyang stepped out of Chen Chongqing's room, he couldn't help but silently applaud himself. It was simply exhilarating to show off in front of his esteemed peers, akin to the refreshing sensation of savoring a vintage 1982 cola. Ouyang closed the door to Chen Chongqing's room and turned his gaze towards the courtyard. Beneath the boughs of a flourishing tree, a square-faced fox sat at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea while gazing at the moon. How delightfully leisurely. Are you not concerned that my junior disciples might discover your true nature? Ouyang approached the fox and poured himself a cup of tea, remarking. Huyan lifted the cup to his lips and took a delicate sip, unconsciously crossing his hind legs in a relaxed manner, cleverly concealing his bell. Before leisurely responding, I have already masked my presence. Although these youngsters possess remarkable talent, they are still insufficient in my presence. That being said, you are a rather commendable senior brother. There is no need to call me senior brother so often. I am not that much older, Ouyang replied. Draining his cup of tea, the rich flavor lingering in his mouth, even a hint of the world's essence resonating on his palate. Excellent tea. Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he reached out for another pot. Huyan, quick of hand, snatched the teapot from Ouyang's grasp. A hint of concern in his voice. This is tea from a millennia-old spiritual tea tree. Is this how one drinks tea? Ouyang curled his lip in disdain. This fox, both unsightly and miserly, retorted with irritation. Just how long do you intend to remain here? Ouyang could hardly believe that a formidable demon in the tribulation stage would willingly remain by Hutu's side, content to act as a mere pet. Carefully, Huyan tucked away the teapot and lifted his teacup, gazing at the moon as he spoke. Initially, my curiosity was piqued regarding what this kin of the nine-tailed lineage sought at Qingyun's sect. Now, I am more intrigued to discover whether she can indeed transcend to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Is it truly that mundane? Ouyang queried, skepticism lacing his tone. What else could it be? Once a cultivator reaches the tribulation stage, their lifespan stretches infinitely, devoid of further ascension. In such an interminable expanse of time, one must seek amusement, Huyan shrugged. I do not perceive the tribulation stage as particularly formidable. I have faced it before. Ouyang mused silently, observing Huyan's pretentious demeanor. Huyan's fox-like eyes scrutinized Ouyang, as if discerning his thoughts, and he chuckled softly. So it is, you genuinely believe the tribulation stage merely signifies a higher realm? Young one, I concede that your vital energy is indeed vast, enough to instill fear even in me. Yet, should I desire your demise, I could certainly achieve it. Upon hearing this, Ouyang felt no anger. Instead, he nodded earnestly. He understood well that the dynamics between him, the offerings on the back mountain, the sect leader, and his master were largely playful in nature, even entertaining. Those ancient beings, having thrived for millennia and reached the pinnacle of this world, each possessed their own formidable skills. Ouyang did not genuinely believe that the Huyan before him could be easily subdued by a mere binding rope of immortality. So, do you intend to guard Tutu until she achieves the realm of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Ouyang inquired with curiosity. Huyan shook his head. It is already a rare occurrence for the Qingxiu fox tribe to progress from 7 tails to 8. And the leap to 9 tails is exponentially more challenging. Each fox possesses its own unique path. My journey may not be suitable for her. However, I can protect her until she attains a certain level of self-defense before I depart. Huyan continued, only to chuckle again, stating that while he claimed to guard her, with you and your fellow disciples around, she could very well navigate this world. Perhaps I simply wish to linger by her side. Why does this old fellow speak in such a disjointed manner? Ouyang felt somewhat bewildered by Huyan's words. Huyan leaped from his seat, the moonlight cascading over his brown fur, as he absorbed the essence of the moonlight into his being. I am quite pleased with the name she bestowed upon me. For now, I am called Handsome. Huyan chuckled heartily, transforming into a gust of wind and darting back to Hutu's chamber. This fox certainly possesses a peculiar temperament. Ouyang gazed at the moon, which appeared extraordinarily large in this world, as if one could reach out and touch it. Perhaps the absence of light pollution in this realm contributed to its pristine beauty. Suddenly, Ouyang's eyes widened as a wooden boat soared down from the moon. The boat flew without the aid of wind, and upon it stood 2 young individuals, one rowing with an oar, while the other stood at the bow, holding a paper and brush. As the boat approached, Ouyang noticed a symbol carved into its side resembling the character for punishment, and he immediately comprehended the identity of the visitors. They were disciples from the Punishment Peak of the Qingyun sect. The practitioners from Punishment Peak oversee the sect's laws, possessing the authority to investigate any transgressions against these regulations, even scrutinizing the sect leader without exception. Typically, these practitioners begin at the foundation establishment stage and perpetually wear stern expressions, their eyes always scrutinizing those around them. Consequently, they are often referred to with disdain by others in the sect as sect dogs. As the wooden boat drew near, the young man holding the paper and brush inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect and addressed Ouyang. "Brother Ouyang, are you still awake?" Ouyang extended his hand in greeting, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "I've been experiencing some insomnia lately. What brings you two specters here?" Before him stood two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, bearing remarkably peculiar names. One was called by Wuchang and the other He Wuchang. Thus, they were also known as the judges of the realm of the dead in the underworld of Xingfeng. Ouyang discerned with a mere touch of his toes that the commotion stirred by Chen Chongqing earlier that morning had undoubtedly caught the attention of Xingfeng's men, prompting them to send someone over. Bai Wuchang, with a smile, remarked that earlier this afternoon, the Peak Master had mentioned someone had sworn a heavenly oath upon the small peak, which is why the two of them were dispatched to inquire about the matter. As he spoke, the wooden boat prepared to dock in the courtyard of the small peak. A gentle stream of true energy halted the vessel, and Ouyang, with a beaming smile, proclaimed, "Today, with nothing else to occupy my time, I have sworn a heavenly oath that if I do not break through to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, I shall not be counted among the living." His senior brother, Bai Wuchang, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Such a rationale is difficult for me to convey to the Peak Master. Surely one cannot simply fabricate tales in such a manner? Who would idly swear a heavenly oath cursing oneself?" Ouyang shook his head and replied, "Junior brother Bai, you are unaware of certain truths. This matter is known not only to everyone on our small peak but also to the sect master. Even the sect master is aware?" Bai Wuchang turned to exchange a glance with He Wuchang, casting a dubious look at Ouyang. Could it be that Ouyang truly made such a nonsensical oath to the heavens? When did the celestial decree become so trivial? Just as Bai Wuchang was about to inquire further, Ouyang raised his hand and tossed a book into the air, saying, "I cannot allow my two brothers to leave empty-handed. This is a recent study of mine on interrogation techniques, a gift for you both." Bai Wuchang caught the book, which bore a crooked inscription that read, "The 10 Most Cruel Tortures of Qingyun Sect." Upon flipping through its pages, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yet a wave of exhilaration washed over him. With this book in hand, I wonder if those fellows will still dare to be obstinate. Bai Wuchang cherished the book as if it were a treasured gem and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Since the sect master is also aware of this matter, we shall report truthfully. Brother Ouyang, do visit the Punishment Peak more often. The Peak Master has proclaimed you to be a once-in-a-millennium expert in interrogation." Ouyang smiled as he clasped his hands and said, "Certainly, certainly. I shall visit Xingfeng another day and make some improvements to your tools." The two exchanged pleasantries with Ouyang before their wooden boat vanished once more into the moonlight. Only Ouyang remained, standing in the hazy glow. His brow furrowed as he recalled Chen Chongqing's words, letting out a soft sigh, a calamity, perhaps. Chapter 20. The small peaks are inhabited by monsters, and I, Qingyun Peak, shall not harbor any idlers. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, Lingfeng knelt earnestly upon the ground, while beside him lay the unconscious Ouyang on a mat. In a modest courtyard, an elderly man clad in a long gown, holding a fan, gazed intently at Ouyang, his brow deeply furrowed. This disheveled old man was none other than the current leader of Qingyun sect, Dong Shuzi. Rumors in the outside world suggested that the present master of Qingyun sect possessed unfathomable strength, having even brushed against the threshold of the immortal realm. Did that lad truly say such a thing? Dong Shuzi inquired, somewhat exasperated. Lingfeng, who had recounted the events in detail, nodded and then bent low in a gesture of respect, saying, "My cultivation is still shallow, and I was unable to protect my junior disciple adequately. I implore master to punish me." Dong Shuzi looked at Lingfeng, who knelt with his head bowed, and sighed, "If what you say is true, the mere fact that you could bring your junior back is already surprising to me. You have done well. There is not a single normal person atop that peak." The heavenly oaths, indeed. Even if cultivators made such vows, the common practitioner could not hope to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao or gain its approval. Do you think the heavenly Tao is as commonplace as that? Can any random soul provoke its witness? Only a wielder of great fortune may invoke the attention of the heavenly Tao with a curse sworn against another wielder of great fortune. This, in turn, indicates that both Qin Changxing and Ziyuan are recognized by the heavenly Tao as great fortunates. Dong Shuzi did not blame Lingfeng for failing to protect Ziyuan. Having spent years cultivating at Qingyan Peak, Lingfeng had seldom ventured beyond its confines and was oblivious to the extraordinary beings residing upon the smaller peaks. Yet, despite Dong Shuzi's reassurances, Lingfeng remained stubbornly unwilling to lift his head. With a sense of resignation, Dong Shuzi declared, "Since you insist on accepting punishment, go back and transcribe the Huaning scripture 500 times. By your command, master." Lingfeng possessed the body and spoke. Dong Shuzi looked at Lingfeng with a hint of exasperation. His disciple had many admirable qualities, and his aptitude was passable. Yet his unwavering sense of righteousness often bordered on stubbornness, leading him to become somewhat narrow-minded. Since childhood, this disciple had scarcely ventured beyond Qingyan Peak, perceiving matters in stark contrast of black and white, much like a pure white lotus. From his sleeve, Dong Shuzi summoned a pill, infusing it with his vital energy and sprinkling its essence over Zuiyuan. The previously pained expression on Zuiyuan's face gradually regained tranquility, and his breath stabilized considerably. With a wave of his hand, Dong Shuzi made Zuiyuan vanish from the grand hall, leaving only himself and Lingfeng behind. "Do you comprehend the implications of the heavenly path oath?" Dong Shuzi inquired. "To the death," Lingfeng replied resolutely. "Then do you not harbor any doubts about your junior brother?" Dong Shuzi continued. Lingfeng shook his head, asserting, "My junior brother was entrusted to me by master. I refuse to believe he could be at fault. There must be some misunderstanding." Dong Shuzi was momentarily rendered speechless by Lingfeng's conviction. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, "What would you do if it truly were your junior brother at fault? As his senior brother, I bear the responsibility to guide him back onto the righteous path." Lingfeng responded solemnly. Dong Shuzi gazed at Lingfeng in astonishment, feeling as if this young man radiated an aura of enlightenment. It seemed a pity for him to pursue the path of cultivation. Perhaps he should become a monk instead. If Qingyan sect were to fall into this lad's hands, it might face annihilation within 30 years. What manner of disciples am I training? With a frown, Dong Shuzi gestured for Lingfeng to take his leave. Lingfeng bowed respectfully and exited his master's chamber, making his way directly to Zuiyuan's quarters. The heavenly path oath? Surely my calculations were accurate. What deep-seated enmity could Ouyang's junior brother possibly have with Zuiyuan? After Lingfeng departed, Dong Shuzi pondered, stroking his beard in confusion. Upon entering Zuiyuan's room, Lingfeng found him awake, seated on the bed in meditation. Lingfeng observed quietly, refraining from uttering a word. After a considerable time, Zuiyuan slowly opened his eyes. Having forcibly elevated his cultivation level and slain 3 opponents on par with the nascent soul stage in an instant, the strain on his meridians had been quite severe. "How do you feel, junior brother Zuiyuan?" Lingfeng's voice carried from across the room. As he sat quietly in a chair, his gaze filled with concern and gentleness. A flicker of resentment passed through Zuiyuan's eyes. Were it not for his White Lotus senior brother sending him on an errand, he would not have found himself injured. Even if it was unintentional, his senior brother bore part of the blame. Once he acquired the legendary treasure of Qingyan sect, he vowed to exact vengeance upon its entire lineage. "Junior brother Zuiyuan, are you all right?" Lingfeng approached Zuiyuan with concern, gently touching his forehead and inquiring after his well-being. Zuiyuan deftly evaded Lingfeng's outstretched hand, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Thank you, senior brother. For your concern, I am quite well now. I shall forever remember your life-saving grace today." "Is that so? You shall remember it forever?" Lingfeng's tone abruptly shifted, chilling as a winter wind slicing through bone. No sooner had Lingfeng spoken than Zuiyuan felt the temperature around him plummet. As he attempted to look up at Lingfeng, a rough hand seized his neck and lifted him off the ground. Lingfeng, eyes narrowed in a smile that lacked warmth, regarded Zuiyuan with an icy demeanor. "Since you claim it is unforgettable, would you like me to extract each of your teeth one by one?" Each word struck Zuiyuan's heart like a hammer, his smile belied by an overwhelming chill. "Senior brother Lingfeng." Zuiyuan struggled to articulate a few words, attempting to pry Lingfeng's hand from his throat. Yet that grip was as unyielding as iron. Lingfeng leaned closer to Zuiyuan's ear, speaking softly yet ominously. "In the future, refrain from causing me trouble. If you enjoy seeking it out, resolve it yourself. This is your only warning. Should there be a next time, I shall personally rend you to pieces." Zuiyuan, with great difficulty, nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his assent, Lingfeng tossed him onto the bed, a smile returning to his face as he said, "Remember this. The little mountain peak is filled with monsters, and I, of Qingyan Peak, do not nurture waste. Have the 300 recitations of the Huangting scripture ready for me by tomorrow. Chapter 21. Su Linger. The autumn sky was high and clear, a vast expanse devoid of clouds. Ouyang and Hututu once again strolled along the mountain path. Compared to their initial awkwardness, the two engaged in lively conversation and laughter, displaying a remarkable familiarity. Hututu led the way, while Ouyang followed closely behind. If it were not for Ouyang's remarkably youthful appearance, one might easily mistake them for a father and daughter enjoying a day out together. Ouyang prepared to take Hututu to light his everlasting lamp, for only by igniting this lamp could Hututu officially join the Qingyun sect. Ordinarily, Qingyun Peak would dispatch disciples riding white cranes to escort newly initiated members to the sect. However, following the recent incident, Ouyang instinctively felt that Qingyun Peak would refrain from sending any cranes. Thus, he decided to escort Hututu down the mountain himself. The distance between Qingyun Peak and the nearby mountain was several hundred kilometers. Should they choose to walk, it would be an unfathomably long journey. The roof that Beiji had just repaired had collapsed again due to his own mishap, while Shidi Sha was recovering from injuries, and Bai Feiyu was still solidifying his cultivation. Consequently, it fell upon Ouyang to guide Hututu in lighting the lamp. Fortunately, having spent over a decade in the Qingyun sect, Ouyang had established a wide network of acquaintances. This morning, he reached out to a close friend via a communication talisman, enabling him to secure transportation for himself and Hututu. Ouyang brought Hututu to the foot of the mountain, where he lazily settled on the stone steps at the entrance, producing a flask of self-brewed spirit fruit wine, savoring it sip by sip. Meanwhile, Hututu could not remain idle for a moment, flitting about to gather flowers and chase butterflies, engrossed in her own delightful play. Before long, a golden radiance ascended from the distance, soaring towards the small peak. Before the light arrived, a melodious and cheerful female voice reached him. Ouyang Shixiang. I am here. Upon hearing the voice, Ouyang promptly stood, tidied his attire, and gazed at the approaching luminescence. As the glow drew near, amidst a halo of light, a girl stepping on clouds beamed at him. Each time Ouyang beheld her beauty, he marveled inwardly. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, simply tied with a red ribbon. With eyebrows like crescent moons, her enchanting eyes sparkled with affection, complemented by a delicate nose, lightly blushing cheeks, and lips like fragrant orchids. Her oval face radiated beauty, her skin as flawless as frost and snow, her figure slender and graceful, reminiscent of the water goddess. With every smile and frown, an air of nobility effortlessly emerged, captivating all with her ethereal charm. Clad in a flowing white dress, she resembled a celestial being. Most importantly, this girl possessed a generous heart and long, flawless, snow-white legs. Innocence and allure intertwined in her essence to perfection. Name: Su Linger, Chief Disciple of Yuna Peak. Cultivation: First level of Yuan-ing bone structure. 7 charm. 9 luck. 6 musical talent. 8 exclusive skill. Unlocked evaluation: a remarkable cauldron adept at playing the flute. It was this very appraisal that had initially prompted Ouyang to experiment with earthy flirtations towards Su Linger. From a mere lecher to now a Shixiang, Ouyang had exerted considerable effort. However, the results were evident. The girl before him no longer exhibited such aversion. When he messaged her, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Previously, she had merely dismissed him. Su Ling Oshimi, it has been a long time. Ouyang greeted the girl with a smile and a slight bow. Hearing Ouyang's somewhat formal tone, the girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Although she had hurried over upon receiving Ouyang Shixiang's message, eager to maintain her composure, she was taken aback by his distant demeanor. Just last time, he had affectionately called her Linger. Is it just a pretense of indifference, you insufferable man? Su Lingo leapt down from the clouds, embracing Ouyang and beaming like a blooming flower as she said, Shixiang, you haven't contacted me in ages. I thought you had forgotten about Linger. Upon hearing the girl's playful reproach and feeling the sensation on his arm, Ouyang found himself somewhat adrift. However, with his junior sister beside him, he felt compelled to feign seriousness. Clearing his throat, he casually concocted a fib, stating that he had been aiding his junior brother by instabilizing his newly attained realm, and that he had only just found the time to take his dear junior sister to Qingyun Peak to ignite the everlasting lantern, immediately thinking of her. Upon hearing Ouyang mention that he had thought of her first, Su Linger's smile broadened. Oh, senior brother, you have a hair on your shoulder, she exclaimed, pretending to casually lean against Ouyang, inhaling his scent with fervor. The aroma emanating from senior brother is as delightful as ever, she thought to herself, chuckling inwardly. Suddenly, A small face appeared before Su Ling'er, as Hu Tutu blinked curiously at her. Su Ling'er gasped and quickly jumped off Ouyang. Senior brother. Is this sister the ordinary friend who is to take us to Qingyun Peak? Hu Tutu inquired, pointing at Su Ling'er, particularly emphasizing the phrase ordinary friend. Hearing Hu Tutu's words, Su Ling'er turned her attention to the little girl perched on Ouyang's other shoulder. With her discerning eye, she could easily surmise that this child would undoubtedly grow into an unparalleled beauty. Instantly, alarm bells rang in her heart. Having finally tamed the little vixens on Jade Maiden Peak, how had another potential beauty come to linger by her senior brother's side? Was it Ouyang's exceptional qualities that drew these little vixens to him like moths to a flame? With a congenial smile, Su Ling'er addressed Hu Tutu, senior brother. Is this the newly accepted disciple of Master Hu Yun? She emphasized little to imply that Hu Tutu was still a mere child. Although she was young, Hu Tutu, as a girl, could detect the subtle undertones in Su Ling'er's tone. Hu Tutu regarded the woman, who appeared quite intimate with her senior brother, with a wary gaze. Even she had to concede that, in terms of beauty, this woman was only slightly inferior to herself. Yet, it was evident that the woman's figure far surpassed her own, which currently resembled a mere washboard. With a playful bite of her tiger-like teeth, Hu Tutu naively retorted, Yes, senior sister, I am Hu Tutu, and I will be living on the small mountain peak with senior brother and the others from now on. The phrase living together struck a chord deep within Su Ling'er. Her feelings for senior brother Ouyang were profound, yet they could not share such daily intimacy, which had always been her greatest sorrow. Caught in an invisible tension, Ouyang gazed bewilderedly at the two girls before him. Though their words were polite and courteous, an inexplicable sense of hostility lingered in the air between them. Su Ling'er and Hu Tutu exchanged a glance, and it seemed as though sparks of electricity ignited between them. They simultaneously turned away, emitting a cold snort. Truly a formidable woman. Chapter 22. Qingyun Peak. The conflict between women often unfolds in silence. Although the two girls, one large and one small, appeared to be inseparable on the surface, their words were laced with sharpness, akin to concealed blades that fiercely stabbed at one another. The junior sister is indeed delicate and charming. I spend every day in the company of my senior brother. You should come to Qingyun Peak more often. Children ought to play with children. I spend every day in the company of my senior brother. Ouyang hurriedly intervened in the inexplicable skirmish between the two, turning to Su Ling'er with a smile and saying, Junior sister, it is getting late. We should make our way. Su Ling'er produced a jade flute, her eyes sparkling with spring-like warmth as she gently proposed, Elder brother, may I play the flute for you? Ahem, let's attend to pressing matters first, once we are done. Come to my room, and we can discuss it in detail. Ouyang coughed softly. Who could withstand such a temptation? Although he understood that Su Ling'er's words bore a different meaning than he perceived, it was nearly impossible to remain steadfast when a charming and innocent beauty uttered such words. Testing one's resolve. I wonder if I can withstand it? Ouyang mused to himself. What did you say, elder brother? Su Ling'er tilted her head, inquiring with a hint of confusion. It's nothing, nothing at all. Hu Tutu glared at the flirtatious exchange between the two, her irritation boiling over. Elder brother is truly a rogue. He already has an adorable little junior sister like me, yet he still flirts with others. I wonder where this vixen emerged from. When it comes to vixens, could anyone rival her authenticity? Hu Tutu's little canines were nearly ground to dust, yet as a child, she felt utterly powerless. After all, who would be interested in a body as youthful as hers? A knowing smile. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Su Ling'er summoned a mist beneath their feet. The fog coalesced into a soft white cloud, lifting the three of them into the air, soaring toward the direction of Qingyun Peak. The journey of several hundred kilometers was completed in less than half an hour, and they arrived at the gates of Qingyun Peak, towering above the lesser hills. Qingyun Peak stood majestically, its imposing stature rising abruptly from the earth. Halfway up the mountain, ethereal clouds swirled, and white cranes soared in unison. Countless white jade steps, resembling a celestial ladder, ascended toward the peak, seemingly endless. As one of the 9 sacred grounds of the cultivation realm, Qingyun Valley took great care in adorning its main peak. Atop Qingyun Peak, waterfalls cascaded, rivers flowed, and exotic flowers and rare beasts thrived. With uniquely arranged houses nestled amidst the scenery, it presented a scene of solemn grandeur, yet retained an air of elegance befitting a celestial mountain. Ouyang walked ahead, with Su Ling'er and Hu Tutu slightly lagging behind on either side. As they approached the mountain gate, they beheld 2 stone lions perched atop the vermilion-painted pillars, dozing peacefully. Upon sensing the presence of visitors, the lions stirred from their slumber, shaking off the dust of stone and leaped down from the pillars. With an air of arrogance, eyes closed, they addressed Ouyang, demanding, "Who dares approach? State the passphrase at the mountain gate." Ouyang gazed at the stone lions, whose eyes seemed too lethargic to open, and a surge of indignation welled within him. With a mocking laugh, he declared, "Come, bow your heads. I shall give you the command." The two stone lions, tilting their ears and lowering their heads, were taken aback upon encountering Ouyang's icy grin. Ouyang, however, did not indulge the stone lions before him. He approached and delivered a resounding slap, exasperatedly exclaiming, "You were crafted by my own hands, and yet you dare demand a command from me? Listen closely. The command is that your father requires no such directive to enter here." The stone lions, startled by the force of his blow, quickly shifted aside, kneeling on the ground, obediently resembling two loyal lion dogs, even wagging their tails in Ouyang's direction. These two stone lions were creations he had molded during his early days of cultivation when he practiced earth-based escape techniques. Due to his neglect in retracting his true energy, they gained a semblance of spirit, and over time, with the aid of Ouyang's essence, they awakened true intelligence. Eventually, they were left in this place by the Elder Master to guard the entrance. Such sentient stones are exceedingly rare, and once they achieve intelligence, they tend to conceal themselves deep within the mountains, making encounters with stone spirits almost non-existent in the cultivation realm. Having these two stone spirits as guardians at the entrance is undeniably extravagant. To his surprise, the two stone spirits, stationed at Qingyan Peak, displayed a sense of pride, even choosing to avert their gazes from him. Ouyang, accompanied by two women, ascended the stone steps, but retreated after taking a couple of paces. On Qingyan Peak, flying and the use of magical techniques are strictly prohibited. To reach the summit, one must rely solely on their own 2 feet. The lengthy stone steps were not a journey he wished to undertake on foot. The two stone lions, which had previously relaxed, immediately assumed an upright posture upon witnessing Ouyang's return. Ouyang glanced at one of the stone lions and remarked, "You, bear us upwards." The lion, pointed at by Ouyang, responded with a canine smile, explaining, "Master, it is a rule that one must ascend Qingyan Peak on foot." Ouyang gazed at the stone lion and, clearing his ears, remarked, "I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" In that instant, the stone lion felt an unsettling stiffness enveloping its form, as the essence belonging to Ouyang gradually began to slip away from its being. In a state of urgency, the stone lion lowered itself and said, "What I meant to convey is that the master's rules are indeed paramount. Please, take your time as you lift your leg. Would you like me to lower myself even further?" Ouyang let out a cold snort, mounting the stone lion alongside the two women. With a few powerful leaps, the stone lion vanished upon the jade-white steps. The stone lion, not summoned by Ouyang, breathed a sigh of relief, only to turn and see a young man attempting to follow Ouyang toward the mountain gate. The stone lion shook itself awake and spoke in a deep voice, "Who goes there? State the password." The young man, momentarily taken aback and recalling Ouyang's earlier display of temper, attempted to respond, "The password is your father." Before he could finish, the stone lion's form surged, its height expanding from 5 or 6 meters to over 20 in an instant as it raised a massive paw to strike down upon the young man. In a panic, the young man hastily formed a hand seal and attempted to burrow into the earth. "Trying to be clever here? You seek death," the stone lion scoffed. For as a stone spirit, it possessed an innate affinity for earth-based sorcery. The lion's paw crashed down onto the ground, and the young man, who had been attempting to escape, let out a cry of anguish as he was forced back above the surface, clutching his head. Just as he emerged halfway, the earth around him ensnared his body, binding him in place. "Incorrect password. Stand in punishment for 10 hours. The stone lion yawned as it returned to its perch. The young man looked at the stone lion with tears of despair, lamenting his ill fate, despite being called by senior brother Lingfeng to recite the haunting scripture. He found himself in this unfortunate predicament. Chapter 23. Dongzizi the stone lion propelled Ouyang and the two women through a sea of clouds, leaping gracefully to the end of the jade-white steps. Ouyang and the others leaped from the stone lion, which regarded Ouyang with utmost caution, its gaze silently inquiring whether it could take its leave, behaving as obediently as a lion dog. Ouyang extended his hand and gently patted the head of the stone lion, infusing it with a surge of vital energy. The stone lion, sensing the flow of this energy within its body, was instantly filled with exuberance. It playfully licked Ouyang and barked twice before swiftly racing down the mountain. Ouyang turned around, and before him lay a vast square, entirely constructed from jade stones, which subtly emanated wisps of spiritual energy. The rising aura rendered the entire square akin to a celestial paradise. Such opulence! Outside, wandering cultivators would readily engage in fierce altercations over a mere low-grade spirit stone, yet here at Qingyun sect, such stones were employed to pave the square. At this moment, the square buzzed with activity and vibrancy. With the sect's grand competition approaching in a month's time, not only would elders from various peaks attend, but esteemed guests from other illustrious sects would also be invited to witness the event. The Qingyun sect holds this grand competition every 5 years, presenting an opportunity for outer disciples to ascend to the inner sect, as well as a chance for inner disciples from different peaks to showcase their prowess. Furthermore, it serves as a moment for Qingyun sect to display its strength to other sections. During this competition, outer disciples may capture the attention of the peak masters, while inner disciples stand to gain advanced techniques and cultivation resources, making it a vital opportunity for Qingyun sect to present itself to the outside world. Therefore, each grand competition is organized with exceptional grandeur. None from the small peak had ever participated in such a competition. Lang Qingsong found it uninteresting. Bai Feiyu looked down upon the notion of participating, and Shin Chongxing preferred to remain out of the limelight. As the eldest disciple, Ouyang had not met the enrollment criteria. The foremost stringent requirement for participating in the sect's grand competition was to reach the foundation establishment stage. Did this not specifically target him? He thought indignantly, reluctant to participate. Consequently, everyone on the small peak was disinclined to attend the sect's grand competition. Ouyang beheld the square adorned with such grandeur for the first time. "Senior brother, this place is truly magnificent," Hututu exclaimed, marveling at the beauty that surpassed the caves and caverns of Qingxiu Mountain, revealing that human cultivators indeed know how to indulge in enjoyment. Su Lingao cast a glance at the awestruck Hututu and, with a gentle laugh, remarked, "Senior brother, I have heard that this sect competition will also elect the Holy Son of the Qingyun Sacred Land. With your exceptional talent, should you participate, the title of the Holy Son will undoubtedly belong to you." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He was aware that Su Ling harbored no ill intentions. Yet, he felt unworthy to speak of the sacred son of the Azure Cloud Holy Land, given that he had not even qualified to compete. Ouyang cleared his throat and remarked, "I hold no affection for these empty titles, junior sister. As practitioners of the Tao, we ought to regard such superficial accolades as mere wisps of cloud. Truly, brother, you embody noble integrity," Su Lingao exclaimed with genuine admiration. Those nearby, upon hearing Ouyang's words, turned to glance at him. But when they beheld his mere chi refinement stage of cultivation, they quickly averted their gazes. What pretense could a mere chi refinement failure possibly maintain? Ouyang naturally perceived the disdainful glances directed towards him, even with his thick skin. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly ushered Su Linger and Hututu towards the grand hall. Upon entering the hall, he noticed that, unlike in his previous life, there were no eclectic idols arrayed in the center. Instead, a simple wooden plaque stood prominently, inscribed with 2 characters, heaven and earth. In this realm, there were no myriad deities or malevolent spirits. Worship was directed not towards gods or Buddhas, but solely to heaven and earth. 3 towering incense sticks of yellow pine were placed in a massive square incense burner, releasing a gentle plume of fragrant smoke that invigorated the spirit. Ouyang and Su Lingao had offered 3 sticks of incense, and Hututu mimicked their actions, respectfully bowing towards the wooden plaque while holding the incense, before placing it within the incense burner. As the incense was inserted, Su Linger felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Participating in this ritual alongside her senior brother felt akin to a pair of Tao companions pledging their vows to the heavens. After paying homage to the heavens and the earth, Su Linger remained in the front hall, for the back hall was not easily accessible to disciples unless there was pressing business. Thus, only Ouyang, accompanied by Hututu, traversed around the central hall towards the rear. The back hall also housed a vast altar adorned with numerous eternal lamps, illuminating the space. This was the sanctuary of the eternal lamps belonging to all inner disciples. Upon entering the back hall, Ouyang was taken aback to find it completely deserted. What could this mean? Had Old Ling abandoned him? Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Old Ling. Ouyang looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a cough resonated, and an elderly man clad in a Bagua Taoist robe materialized before Ouyang and Hututu, holding a whisk. He exuded an air of ethereal grace, his youthful visage framed by long white hair, with 2 flowing white brows reaching down to his chest. He regarded Ouyang and Hututu with a benevolent smile, embodying a figure of kindness. This elderly man was none other than Dong Shuzi, the one who had reprimanded Ling Feng the previous night. He appeared entirely transformed from the disheveled old man in a long gown, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. At this moment, Dong Shuzi radiated profound Taoist essence, with a halo of colorful light shimmering faintly behind his head, presenting the visage of a truly enlightened immortal. Ouyang, upon seeing Dong Shuzi, was not unfamiliar with him. He respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple Ouyang pays homage to the master." Hututu hastily followed suit, exclaiming, "Disciple Hututu pays homage to the master." Dong Shuzi cast a glance at Hututu and instantly recognized him as the innate Tao body of the spiritual fox. He could not help but lament the fortunes of his junior brother, Ouyang, thinking that this old rascal must have devoted all his luck in this lifetime to taking in disciples. Though Dong Shuzi felt quite displeased internally, he wore a smile as warm as a spring breeze on his face and remarked, well, have you come today to light the everlasting lamp?" Ouyang spoke up, stating, "At the behest of my esteemed master, I have come to light the everlasting lamp for the newly initiated disciple, Hututu, at our modest mountain peak. I humbly seek your permission, master." Dong Shuzi chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and replied, "Very well, I do not grant permission." Ouyang, with a face full of confusion, lifted his gaze, while Hututu turned pale, fearing she had inadvertently offended the revered master. "Did you not hear me? Young one, I said I do not grant permission." Dong Shuzi continued, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, and amidst the astonished gaze of Hututu, he approached and firmly grasped Dong Shuzi's beard, pulling the elderly figure closer and admonishing him with irritation, "Old man, I've been polite, but don't push your luck." Despite being held by his beard, Dong Shuzi did not lose his temper. Instead, he regarded Ouyang with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes and remarked, "What is the matter? Were you so arrogant when you were beating my disciple?" Chapter 24. Ouyang's everlasting lamp. This old fellow, with his dimming eyesight, still indulges in favoring a demonic progeny? Setting that aside, it is indeed true that Qin Chongqing initiated the conflict. Ouyang murmured, "Your disciple displays a lack of decorum. What is wrong with my junior brother correcting him?" Dong Shuzi replied in a similarly hushed tone, "Is inflicting serious injury on someone who lacks manners the solution? Does your small mountain peak's code of conduct surpass that of my Qingyan peak? There is certainly something amiss with your newly accepted disciple. How amusing. Which individual from your small mountain peak isn't a problematic child? My junior sister is present. Show me some consideration. Are you still tugging at my beard? As the sect leader, do I not deserve any dignity? What is it that you desire? Speak plainly." Ouyang responded with impatience, "Go back and counsel your junior brother. Let this matter be settled as it is." Dong Shuzi contemplated for a moment before speaking. Ouyang, in a state of vexation, remarked, "I too wish to let it go. However, the oath of heaven has been established. How can it be undone? Does that mean it cannot be executed? Then I too shall refrain from acting." The Taoist master Dong Shuzi interjected, employing a cunning tactic. Ouyang gazed at the old man, who was playfully obstinate, feeling utterly powerless. Throughout his life, he had never triumphed in a verbal spar with this old fellow. "If you have another request, I truly cannot comply. Otherwise, we might as well part ways." Ouyang threatened. "Next month marks the grand competition of our sect, and I require a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to grace the occasion." It was then that Dong Shuzi revealed his true intention. "That's out of the question. You know very well that such creatures would surely invoke heavenly retribution." Ouyang shook his head once more in refusal. Dong Shuzi, incensed, raised his voice. "This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Did my disciple endure all this for nothing? Light a lamp of clarity? Go summon a ghost instead. If you dare, let it be me who is ignited." Ouyang gazed at Dong Shuzi, who seemed genuinely prepared to play unfairly, and could only respond with resignation. All right. Next month during the sect competition, I will conjure a dragon and a phoenix for you." After sealing their agreement, Dong Shuzi tugged at his beard, regaining his ethereal and dignified demeanor, and kindly addressed Hututu, "Child, your talents are commendable. It appears that Ouyang has acquired yet another excellent disciple. Come, follow me." Hututu stared in astonishment at Dong Shuzi, then glanced at Ouyang, who nodded encouragingly at her. She questioned whether she had been imagining things. After all, this was the master of the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 holy lands. The master of Qingyan sect, an esteemed figure in the cultivation world, was being reprimanded playfully by her own senior brother. Astonishingly, the master did not seem angered, but rather engaged in a light-hearted exchange of banter with her brother, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Hututu pondered if she had indeed experienced a mirage. Yet, seeing her senior brother nodding at her, she obediently followed Dong Shuzi to the altar. Dong Shuzi glanced at Ouyang, who, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the grand hall, carefully closing the door behind him and settling on the stone steps outside. Although Dong Shuzi was the master, he also resembled a half-minor to Ouyang. In the past, Ouyang's erratic master frequently roamed far and wide, rarely returning home. When he and Lang Qingsong first arrived at the small peak, it was still a barren land. The establishment and development of the small peak were orchestrated by the master, who tirelessly managed affairs. Thus, Ouyang and Dong Shuzi shared a deep familiarity, to the extent that even the two stone lions guarding the mountain gate had been spirited away by Dong Shuzi. The dragon and phoenix promised to Dong Shuzi were akin to the stone lions, merely manifestations conjured through his true energy. However, such divine beasts, which inherently possess a celestial aura, could attract heavenly retribution if summoned carelessly. In the past, driven by curiosity, Ouyang had attempted to conjure such beings and narrowly escaped being struck down by the ensuing heavenly tribulation. Ouyang sensed in the depths of his being that the enlightenment of such a divine beast would bring him nothing but harm, devoid of any benefits. Why, he pondered, had Dong Shuzi suddenly expressed a desire for this creature? Even if it were to be enlightened, the nature of this divine beast was exceedingly proud. It would rather perish than heed the commands of a cultivator, even if those commands came from Ouyang himself. The act of enlightening such a being served no purpose beyond merely witnessing the visage of the divine beast. Ouyang sighed and withdrew his comprehensive guide to the 5 elements escape technique from his pocket. In the rear hall, Dong Shuzi observed the anxious Hututu before him and chuckled. "My dear girl, fret not. It is merely a matter of lighting a lamp. There is no need for apprehension." Hututu obediently responded, "I understand, esteemed master." The innocent call of esteemed master elicited hearty laughter from Dong Shuzi, who felt that his apprentice, Ouyang, had indeed acquired a genuinely earnest disciple, far superior to that mischievous scamp at the entrance who often tugged at his own beard. Dong Shuzi waved his whisk, and a lamp soared from the altar, landing before Hututu's day. His expression grew serious as he inquired, "Hututu, do you wish to join our Qingyan sect and abide by our rules and laws?" "I do," Hututu affirmed. "Do you vow to uphold justice, vanquish evil, and ensure the world remains clear and bright?" "I do," Hututu replied. "Do you pledge to seek the path with single-minded devotion, eschewing worldly power and wealth?" "I do," came the response. "Excellent. The essence of these 3 inquiries lies in maintaining a pure heart. Should there be any treachery, your cultivation will be forfeited and you will be expelled from the mountain." "I understand." Listening to Dong Shuzi's 3 inquiries, Hututu had anticipated that a grand sect would impose numerous prohibitions and laws. To her surprise, it was all quite straightforward. These precepts bore no resemblance to the notions of the human and demon cultivators, and she felt no hesitation in assenting. Dong Shuzi waved his whisk again, and a strand of Hututu's hair floated gracefully down, settling into the lamp before her. The lamp suddenly blazed with a blue flame, which morphed into a small fox that leapt momentarily in the air before transforming into a mere flicker of flame within the lamp. Hututu watched the illusionary fox, her heart tightening. Was her identity as a fox spirit about to be revealed? Dong Shuzi seemed oblivious to her concern, offering a gentle smile as he said, "All right. It's done. You may return now." Hututu exhaled a sigh of relief within, feeling a surge of joy. It turned out that the master had not discovered her secret. Now at ease, Hututu's boldness grew, and with wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed at Dong Shuzi, asking, "Esteemed master, are all the eternal lamps of everyone in the Qingyan sect located here?" Dong Shuzi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, all the eternal lamps of the Qingyan sect are here." Hututu glanced around curiously and asked, "What does the eternal lamp of the senior brother look like?" Dong Shuzi's expression shifted uncomfortably as he replied, "What is there to admire about that rascal's eternal lamp?" Hututu, playfully coaxing Dong Shuzi, pleaded, "Esteemed master, please let me have a glimpse. One to you? I beg you." Dong Shuzi found himself unable to resist Hututu's insistence, extending a hand to retrieve a solitary oil lamp from the altar. This lamp, feeble in its glow, paled in comparison to any other on the altar, exuding an aura of imminent extinguishment. Hututu gazed in astonishment at the lamp in Dong Shuzi's grasp, exclaiming, "Why is it like this?" Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade magical artifacts. Seated upon the stone steps, Ouyang perused a book in his hands, where the water-based technique of the water dragon and the fire-based technique of the fire phoenix aptly met the old man's requirements. The primordial energy of heaven and earth can transform into myriad elements. In this realm, it is almost omnipotent. Techniques are executed through the practitioner's inner true energy and essence, employing specific operational methods alongside commands, incantations, and formations. By connecting one's own primordial energy with that of the universe, practitioners can manifest attacks or defenses through the elemental forms of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, metal, and gold. The more profound the technique, the greater the practitioner's reservoir of true energy and their comprehension of the elemental path must be. Correspondingly, the strength of the technique escalates as well. A masterful practitioner can manipulate the terrain, influence weather patterns, transform day into night, and halt torrential rains. Truly a terrifying power. Techniques represent merely one method for practitioners to wield the primordial energy of heaven and earth. With myriad paths to pursue, the transformations of this energy remain unfathomable. Such profound concepts eluded Ouyang. His understanding of techniques was limited to the simple act of clapping his hands and summoning whatever he desired. He would forget after a single use, requiring a review to recall the technique. For instance, he had recently employed the water dragon, but could now recall none of its essence. After perusing the book for the operational route of the water dragon technique, he closed it only to find that most of it had already slipped from his memory. His inherent aptitude seemed almost cursed. Suddenly, the grand door of the rear hall swung open, and Dong Shuzi alongside, Hututu emerged. Ouyang tucked the book back into his pocket and was about to inquire whether Hututu had fared well or not, when he noticed that Hututu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, clearly having wept moments before, presenting a pitiable appearance. Ouyang stepped forward and seized Dong Shuzi's beard. Speaking with fierce intensity, "Old man, I have already agreed to your terms, and now you wish to renege? Ouch, that hurts. Could you not act so hastily without clarifying the matter first? What does this have to do with me?" Dong Shuzi exclaimed, struggling to pry Ouyang's hand away. His frustration evident. "Brother, this is unrelated to our revered master. It is solely my own fault." Hututu interjected, sniffling as he spoke. Afterward, he reached out with his small hand to grasp the hem of Ouyang's robe, looking up at him with a pleading expression. "Brother, may we return to the small peak? I long to go back now." Ouyang glanced at Hututu, then released the beard of Dong Shuzi. He embraced Hututu and said, "Do not worry, Tutu. Your elder brother is here, providing you with support. Speak freely. No old fool dares to bully you." Ouyang, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi, remarked, "You are on the verge of explicitly naming me, aren't you?" Dong Shuzi, incensed, retorted, "You impudent fellow." Ouyang wished to retort, yet was silenced by Hutu, who gently placed a small hand over his mouth. Dong Shuzi gazed at the thoughtful Hutu with great satisfaction and, suddenly struck by an idea, produced a paper crane from his bosom, presenting it to Hutu with the words, "In terms of seniority, I am still your master's uncle. Since this is our first encounter, allow me to bestow this paper crane upon you." Hutu accepted the paper crane and softly murmured, "Thank you, esteemed master and uncle." Ouyang curled his lip and remarked, "You truly are miserly to the core. For a first meeting gift, you present someone with a mere scrap of paper? Away with you. Just the sight of you diminishes my lifespan. Be gone." Dong Shuzi, with evident impatience, waved his hand dismissively at Ouyang, and with a flourish of his feather duster, he vanished before their eyes. Such stinginess, truly befitting of a brother in arms. Ouyang mused, recalling his own master, and could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Turning his gaze towards the paper crane in Hututu's hands, he gasped softly. Snatching the crane from Hututu, he could distinctly feel the presence of his own vital energy within it. Was this the very crane that had conveyed a message to him yesterday? This old fellow is indeed penny-pinching, reusing items and sending them out again. The paper crane in Ouyang's hand fluttered its wings and took flight, seemingly recognizing him as it circled gracefully around him. Hututu, captivated by the dancing crane, gently raised his hand, and the paper crane obligingly settled onto his palm. Suddenly, it emitted a brilliant flash of white light and vanished from Hututu's grasp. When he lifted his hand, he was astonished to find a paper crane motif adorning his fingertip. "Brother, this paper crane is actually a magical artifact," Hututu exclaimed joyfully to Ouyang. "A magical artifact? Could it be that after the crane flew back yesterday, that old fellow refined it anew?" Ouyang quickly grasped the situation. Magical artifacts are essential possessions for practitioners. Whether in combat or defense, a high-grade artifact can drive all cultivators to madness. The classification of artifacts is closely linked to their quality, generally divided into 5 tiers: magical tools, magical artifacts, spirit treasures, Taoist instruments, and Taoist treasures. A Taoist treasure is exceedingly rare. Within the entire realm of cultivation, few exist. Even the esteemed Qingyan sect of the 9 holy grounds would find it impossible to resist the allure of a Taoist treasure if news of one emerged. Each Taoist treasure embodies the pinnacle of a path, containing profound principles capable of elevating an ordinary practitioner to the legendary realm of immortals. Immortals. That is the realm every cultivator dreams of attaining. Ouyang had encountered a myriad of magical treasures and artifacts throughout his experiences. However, he had only laid eyes upon a single spiritual treasure, a long sword gifted to him by his master, who had procured it for Beiji. It was said to be an extraordinarily rare and exquisite spiritual treasure. Ever since Beiji acquired that sword, he cherished it so dearly that he yearned to embrace it even in his slumber. Yet, Ouyang could do nothing but covet it, for he possessed only a mere robe, which could scarcely be deemed an artifact. Only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could wield true magical treasures. As a practitioner stuck in the chi refinement stage for millennia, Ouyang could only command the rope, unable to utilize even the artifacts available to those in the chi refinement stage. Ouyang pondered for a moment and spoke to Hututu, saying, "Tutu, summon it forth." Hututu nodded, gently closed his eyes, and once again, a radiant white light emanated from his hand. As the paper crane materialized in his grasp, Ouyang grasped the paper crane, channeling an unceasing stream of vital energy towards it. Upon encountering Ouyang's vital essence, the paper crane responded as if a fish had met water, exultantly absorbing his energy with fervor. However, alas, the crane's diminutive form proved insufficient, and after a brief period, it ceased to draw in any more of Ouyang's vital energy. Ouyang retracted his vital energy, realizing that the paper crane had absorbed a total of 1,000 points of his essence. If he did not reclaim this energy, it would be lost to him forever. However, for Ouyang, who could easily accumulate at least 1,000 points of vital energy during a single idle session, this loss was of little consequence. That said, it seemed that this particular idle session had gone unresponsive for 2 days, which was quite an extended duration. After absorbing the vital energy, the paper crane radiated a luminous white aura. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, and a clear, melodious cry echoed from its beak. The paper crane had completed its transformation from a magical artifact to a spiritual treasure, fully awakening its consciousness. Chapter 26. Senior Brother, I will not allow you to perish. Upgrading a magical artifact with bare hands, should the outside world become privy to Ouyang's extraordinary method, it is likely that the other 8 sacred lands would unite in an assault on the Qingyun sect, intent on capturing Ouyang for dissection and study. Ouyang was well aware that his ability to elevate the magical artifact to the status of a spiritual treasure was due to the fact that Dong Zuzi had remade this paper crane, using materials of exceptional quality. He had merely activated the inherent properties of the artifact, catalyzing the emergence of spiritual intelligence. It was not a matter of simply possessing a piece of paper and transforming it into a spiritual treasure. If that were the case, he would have long since amassed a fortune that would overshadow the entire realm of cultivation. However, merely awakening the materials within a spiritual treasure to manifest intelligence was already an extraordinary feat in itself. The hierarchy of magical tools consists of 5 distinct levels: magical instruments, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, Tao instruments, and Tao treasures. These classifications are established the moment a magical artifact is crafted. The forging of each magical item necessitates a myriad of precious celestial and earthly materials, which poses a significant challenge for over 80% of cultivators. Such materials are rare and elusive. Even if one occasionally acquires a piece, it may not be suitable for the crafting of the specific spiritual treasure one desires. Moreover, extensive knowledge of formations and the skills of an adept craftsman are imperative. Even the slightest error during the forging process could result in failure, obliterating the hard-won celestial and earthly materials in an instant. Once the shape of the magical artifact is completed, intricate formations must be inscribed upon it. Only then is it possible to create an item of the magical instrument grade. Given the complexity involved in crafting a magical instrument, one can only imagine the rarity of true magical treasures and spiritual treasures. As for Tao instruments and Tao treasures, these transcend mere materials. Only when a spiritual treasure awakens its intelligence and can independently grasp the essence of Tao can it aspire to ascend to the level of a magical instrument. However, this process could take millennia. Thus, spiritual treasures represent the pinnacle of what ordinary cultivators, and even those from sects, can aspire to possess. The average cultivator may spend their entire life acquiring but a single magical artifact, underscoring the rarity of spiritual treasures. Even within the esteemed Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sanctuaries, some venerable elders have yet to acquire a suitable spiritual treasure. The ability to elevate a magical artifact to a spiritual treasure is an unheard of marvel in this world. Hututu gazed joyfully at the paper crane before him, marveling that his first magical artifact was indeed a spiritual treasure. He summoned the demon essence within him to command the paper crane, originally no larger than his palm. The crane expanded in the wind, transforming into a magnificent creature 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. "Brother, the little paper crane says it can fly us home. Let us hop on," Hututu exclaimed excitedly, addressing Ouyang. "Wait, what about Sister Su Lingo?" Ouyang inquired, momentarily taken aback as he recalled the recently employed tool, Su Linger. "Don't worry about Sister Su. She can ride the clouds herself and may have already taken off." Hututu quickly interjected, his thoughts racing. "Humph. I certainly wouldn't want to return home with that big cow." Though Hututu expressed such sentiments, Ouyang still sent a message to Su Linger. She replied, stating that the sect leader had instructed her to remain at Qingyun Peak to manage affairs related to next month's sect competition, thus preventing her from returning with Ouyang and the others. "Senior brother, Master insists I stay here to liaise with the people of Qingyun Peak about the upcoming competition. It's so frustrating. I haven't even had the chance to play the flute for you." Su Lingo's melodious and pure voice emanated from the communication stone, stirring Ouyang's heart. "It's quite all right, junior sister. When you have the time, you can play for me, and I shall provide the flute." Ouyang replied with a mischievous grin. "Do you also possess a flute, senior brother?" Su Lingo inquired with delight, amazed to discover her senior brother's affinity for musical instruments, feeling an undeniable connection with him. Imagining their future as partners, with her playing the flute and him strumming the zither, they would be a match made in heaven, harmonizing beautifully together. With a dreamy smile, Su Lingo gazed at the communication stone. Meanwhile, her younger brother, who had been mesmerized by Su Lingo's beauty, suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the foolishness of his thoughts. Upon learning that Su Lingo would not accompany him back to the small peak, Hututu cheered and urged Ouyang to board his paper crane. The crane wobbled as it ascended, heading towards the small peak. During their flight, a transparent barrier illuminated around the crane, shielding them from the rushing wind. Hututu, exuberant like a child with a new toy, shouted joyfully while glancing at Ouyang. However, suddenly recalling the words of Dong Shuzi, her expression darkened. Leaning against Ouyang, she whispered, "Senior brother, I don't want you to die." Ouyang, bewildered while seated on the paper crane, was taken aback. "Has that old fool cursed me to die?" "Pay no heed to his nonsense. I am perfectly fine," he retorted with irritation. Hututu remained silent, merely snuggling against Ouyang like a cat. In the rear hall, Dong Shuzi had already shared numerous tales regarding the eldest senior brother, Changming Dang. The size of the flame in the Changming lamp signifies a person's vitality. As cultivators, our lifespans are extended, hence the lamp burns brightly. However, your senior brother's vitality is rather feeble. Although it surpasses that of an ordinary person, it is exceedingly weak compared to that of cultivators, Dong Shuzi elucidated. Only cultivators can ignite the Changming lamp, and when Ouyang initially lit his, it required considerable effort, foreshadowing that his cultivation would not progress far. One could even say he had never encountered someone with such poor aptitude in the path of cultivation. Even those with lesser talents among ordinary cultivators can typically reach the golden core stage without much difficulty. Upon forming a golden core, one could extend their lifespan by 500 years. Ouyang's eternal lamp flickered dimly, casting a shadow of uncertainty upon the prospect of achieving the golden elixir in this lifetime. Hututu, ever the skeptic, could not be swayed, even in the presence of the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect, she retorted. "But the senior brother is incredibly powerful," Dong Shuzi, with a profound gaze, remarked. "But is strength truly of any value? Greatness inevitably succumbs to decline, even if one surpasses the moment. Within a century they shall vanish, unable to rival those who attain true immortality. You are strong, indeed, yet your existence is but a fleeting century. After 100 years, you shall be reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing behind. In comparison to the protracted lifespan of those undergoing tribulation, your brilliance is but a transient bloom." The realm of cultivation has never been devoid of prodigies. When Ouyang beheld Dong Shuzi's attribute panel, she too gasped in awe at the child of destiny. Name: Dong Shuzi Cultivation. 9th stage of tribulation root bone. 10 charisma, 10 luck, 10 swordsmanship talent, 10 exclusive skill, celestial appearance evaluation, a polymath and leader of the Qingyun sect. Dong Shuzi, capable of ascending to the leadership of the 9 sacred lands in his era, was indeed the most resplendent genius of his time. "Senior brother, I shall ensure your survival." Hututu, leaning against Ouyang, squinted at the sun, silently vowing. Chapter 27. 3 important considerations on the small peak. The speed of the paper crane was remarkable, surpassing Su Linger's cloud riding pace by more than double, swiftly bringing the small peak back into view for the two. Just as the paper crane prepared to descend, 2 beams of sword light soared into the sky, their formidable sword intent clashing fiercely above the small peak. Ouyang covered his face, and one could easily guess that Beiji and Xiaobai had once again engaged in a quarrel. These rebellious children could not find peace unless they stirred up trouble. The paper crane swayed gently before gracefully landing in the courtyard of a small peak. Hutu, in a fit of exuberance, shouted, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, come quickly. The master has gifted me a spiritual treasure." However, Hutu's exclamations failed to capture the attention of those in the courtyard. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood in a standoff, emanating formidable sword intent from their beings. Beside them, Qin Chansheng could only smile wryly, feeling utterly helpless. Hutu, eager to showcase his newly acquired spiritual treasure, felt a twinge of disappointment. Suddenly, he spotted a passing Tibetan fox, and his eyes lit up. He lifted the fox in both hands and presented it before the paper crane, exclaiming, "Handsome fellow, look. This is the spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by the master." Huyen gazed at the paper crane in utter bewilderment. A spiritual treasure? Indeed, the Qingyun sect was quite affluent. Yet, as a formidable demon cultivator in the tribulation period, he had lost interest in spiritual treasures. Had it been a Dao artifact, he might have felt intrigued. For cultivators in the tribulation period, a mere spiritual treasure held little significance. Ouyang approached Qin Chansheng, somewhat displeased, and inquired, "What is going on? What mischief are they up to again?" Upon seeing Ouyang, Qin Chansheng promptly replied, "Senior brother, you have returned. Yesterday, after I made my vow to the heavenly path, my 4th junior brother claimed that my swordsmanship was utterly lacking and insisted on teaching me." Before Qin Chansheng could elaborate, Ouyang grasped the situation at hand. Bai Feiyu, wishing to guide Qin Chansheng in the art of the sword, was a being of ancient lineage who had encountered countless sword techniques and could undoubtedly provide valuable insights. However, standing nearby was a stark contrast to Bai Feiyu, the cold and resolute Qingsong. Bai Feiyu's philosophy of swordsmanship was rooted in the belief that if one harbors a sword within their heart, then all things become their sword. This represents the supreme sword technique, where all of existence is akin to a sword, allowing one to emerge undefeated and effortlessly overpower their opponents. At the same level, it is as simple as slicing through vegetables. Conversely, Qingsong's approach to swordsmanship proclaimed, "I am the sword, and the sword is me." This could hardly be deemed a supreme technique. Rather, it aspired to embody the sword path itself. In his view, all swordsmanship throughout the world was encapsulated within him. He was the essence of the sword path. From this perspective, it becomes evident that Qingsong's swordsmanship leaned heavily toward lethality, striking with lethal intent and effortlessly overcoming adversaries. The two philosophies were diametrically opposed. Thus, when Bai Feiyu advised Qin Chansheng with myriad sword techniques, one must learn to complement strengths and refine the sword heart to attain perfection. He was interrupted by Qingsong, who interjected, "I, indeed, am the sword." Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure. "Your sword path is excessively perilous, akin to walking a tightrope, easily leading one astray. True swordsmanship must harmonize with one's state of mind. Possessing a perfect sword heart is the righteous path." Qingsong retorted with a cold laugh, "Mediocre." Bai Feiyu slammed his hand down in anger, exclaiming, "A path of folly." Qingsong countered, "Nonsense." The two, each supremely confident in their own sword path, clashed like fire and water. After a brief exchange of words, they drew their swords against one another, completely forgetting their original intention of teaching Qin Chansheng. As for Qin Chansheng, he was not particularly obsessed with the sword path. Whether it be sword, blade, or spear, he only sought what was most advantageous for himself, believing that mastery of all paths would enable him to catch his enemies off guard. In terms of swordsmanship, merely wielding sword energy was sufficient for him. As Qin Chansheng recounted the events that had transpired, Ouyang had grown accustomed to such antics. It was only when these rebellious youths failed to create any commotion that he would truly feel out of sorts. Within Ouyang's body, the vital energy surged forth as he raised his hand and bellowed, "Leave at once." The formidable wave of energy violently propelled the two individuals away. Abruptly halting their sword intent, they were unceremoniously flung from the mountain's peak to its base. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the two managed to regain their footing. And the moment they locked eyes, the long swords in their hands emitted an uncontrollable, melodic resonance. Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong in an instant drew their swords and charged at one another. Instantly, at the foot of the small peak, the air was filled with rampant sword intent, and the clash of countless blades resonated like a symphony of gold and stone. Observing these rebellious offspring, Ouyang wore an expression of utter disillusionment as he noticed Qin Chongqing preparing to flee. Ouyang, with a hint of unease, addressed Qin Chongqing. Do you possess confidence in the upcoming sect competition a month hence? After all, he is the scion of the Demon Clan, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of an unexpected surge in power. Such instances of protagonists experiencing extraordinary awakenings are exceedingly common. It is often the case that, when reduced to mere skin and blood, a few exclamations of love and camaraderie can lead to a miraculous revival, enabling them to vanquish the ultimate adversary. If such a ludicrous plot were to unfold for Zhui Yuan, Ouyang would not be the least bit surprised. For a glance at his attributes reveals him to be a child of destiny as well. Hearing Ouyang's earnest inquiry, Qin Chongqing hesitated before responding. The odds are not particularly favorable, perhaps around 40%? 40%? Such a high estimation? Ouyang gazed at Qin Chongqing in astonishment. While 40% may seem modest, in the context of Qin Chongqing, it is indeed a remarkably significant probability. Ouyang was acutely aware of how cautious Qin Chongqing was in this moment. His inquiry pertained to Qin's confidence, yet the essence of their understanding diverged entirely. Ouyang's sole concern was whether Zhu Yuan might unexpectedly unleash his full potential during the sect's grand competition. He merely wished to ascertain if Qin Chongqing believed he could triumph over Zhu Yuan in this contest. Conversely, Qin Chongqing was undoubtedly contemplating whether he could, under the watchful eyes of the elders from Qingyan Peak and with the interference of the sect leader, still succeed in vanquishing Zhu Yuan after the latter had unleashed his power multiple times. Ouyang was acutely aware of the temperament of these few unruly disciples. Qin Chongqing shook his head and said earnestly, I merely made an optimistic estimate. After all, I have never witnessed the Master's intervention. If the Master were truly to take action, the odds of victory would likely diminish even further. Look at this. I knew this child would think that way. His thought process has always been rather unconventional. Due to his severe paranoia, the small peak has been thoroughly excavated by this child. Not to mention the countless hidden cards he has secretly prepared. There are 3 things to note about the small peak. First, do not be surprised by the frequency with which Lang Qingsong comprehends sword intent. Second, do not underestimate the speed at which Bai Feiyu breaks through. Third, do not imagine what Qin Chongqing might pull from his sleeve. Chapter 28, Xiaofeng the Qingyan Sect's Grand Competition, held every 5 years, is not only a significant event for the sect itself, but also a monumental occasion for the entire cultivation world. Not only will the leaders of the hundreds of sects surrounding Qingyan participate, but representatives from the other 8 sacred lands will also come to witness the spectacle. It is a time of great splendor and immeasurable renown. Furthermore, it serves as an opportunity for countless talented individuals aspiring to join this ancient sect, which has flourished for millennia, to showcase their abilities. Though there remains a month until the event, the struggles among the outer disciples have already commenced. The outer disciples of Qingyan sect number in the hundreds of thousands, all of whom have traveled from various places, fervently seeking enlightenment. The outer disciples must not exceed the age of 18. Those beyond this age will be sent home. Thus, before turning 18, one must either join the Qingyan sect or return home to marry. However, having journeyed such a great distance, returning home empty-handed is hardly acceptable. Moreover, those who qualify for the outer sect are already remarkable talents from their respective locales. Therefore, every outer disciple is fully committed, not daring to relax for a moment, lest their comrades surpass them. The outer sect of Qingyun is indeed the most competitive realm. On a hillside within the outer sect of Qingyun, a young man with bronzed skin and bare shoulders was laboriously carrying a massive log, ascending towards the summit step by step. The youth's expression was resolute, his features delicate and refined, embodying a stubborn demeanor. Even more striking was the large scar on his chest, writhing like a centipede with his every movement. His muscles were drenched in sweat time and again, yet his gaze remained fixed solely on the final step at the peak. The youth walked steadily, each step leaving a faint imprint on the blue stone beneath him, as the log upon his shoulder felt as heavy as a mountain. At last, he bore the log to the summit but did not pause for rest. Instead, he turned and began his descent once more. Before he could proceed, a figure blocked his path. Xiao Shidi, with only a month until the sect competition, this method of physical training is ultimately ineffective. You have yet to even achieve the basic skill of guiding qi into your body. Without that, there will be no results. It would be wiser to take this opportunity to return and practice guiding qi into your body. A youth clad in a gray robe spoke kindly, offering his counsel. This young man, named Xiaofeng, traversed the mountain paths daily, shouldering an immense burden of 100,000 pounds of ironwood, and had become a striking figure within the outer sect. Initially, when he began to carry the heavy logs up the mountain, he garnered considerable attention. Some claimed he was merely seeking to draw attention to himself, while others deemed him a worthless individual incapable of even reaching the qi refinement stage. There were those who suggested he simply wished to languish in idleness. Yet, after 5 arduous years of bearing the weight of the ironwood, he had transformed from a staggering novice to a fleet-footed climber. All doubts had since vanished, leaving only admiration in their wake. Whether it was a performance or a matter of innate talent, his unwavering determination to ascend the mountain day in and day out without rest commanded the respect of all. Many held a deep reverence for those who persevered, yet the youth remained indifferent, silently continuing his ascent with the ironwood. Brother Xiao, the registration for the outer sect competition has commenced. Come down the mountain with me, exclaimed a nearby youth, observing Xiaofeng's intent to continue his climb. Xiaofeng paused momentarily, replying softly, Brother Zhao, you go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Sighing, the youth known as Brother Zhao turned and hastened down the mountainside. The top 10 of the outer sect competition would earn a place in the prestigious competition of the Qingyun sect, and if favored by any of the peak masters, they could officially enter the inner sect. Xiaofeng, burdened by the ironwood, felt a surge of resolve in his eyes. Having had my roots usurped, my Dantian destroyed, my parents slain, my brothers turned against me, my fiancée who grew up with me humiliated and mocked by my own kin, I, Xiaofeng, shall one day reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Ouyang stood at the entrance of the outer sect's competition, perched atop a clock tower, yawning widely. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, slightly hunched over, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Ouyang, still half asleep, gazed down at the bustling outer sect disciples below, feeling a touch of dizziness. Each time the outer sect held a competition, the sect would assign a peak to oversee the proceedings. This time, it happened to be the turn of the small mountain peak, yet the 3 unruly disciples atop the mountain displayed no interest in the trivial skirmishes among the foundational disciples. Hututu had expressed a desire to accompany him, but given the formal nature of the event, Ouyang chose to attend alone as a mere mascot. The jovial middle-aged man beside him was the overseer of the outer sect. Despite his cheerful demeanor in Ouyang's presence, he was notorious among the outer disciples as the iron-faced tiger, a figure of considerable authority, tasked with distributing resources to the outer disciples each month. His decisions were based on the disciples' contributions to the sect. Without resources, the pace of cultivation would be exceedingly slow. Thus, he wielded significant power over the lives and deaths of the outer disciples. Now, as he bowed and nodded to Ouyang, it was not Ouyang himself he revered, but rather the esteemed Qingyun sect that Ouyang represented. Rest assured, Lao's son, I am merely here to observe and shall not interfere with your affairs. The outer sect competition will still rely heavily on your guidance, Ouyang remarked languidly, still appearing drowsy. Not at all, not at all. It is Ouyang Shixiang who must be accommodating. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, his smile unwavering. Ouyang and old son exchanged insincere pleasantries, redirecting their attention to the bustling throng of outer sect disciples below. Countless densely packed panels dazzled Ouyang's eyes, yet after such prolonged scrutiny, he found no promising talents. The few who stood out were, in fact, significantly inferior to the venerable oldling of the Qingyun sect. Just as Ouyang was contemplating finding a spot to indulge in a brief nap, his gaze was suddenly captured by a colossal log. A bare-chested youth was striding towards the outer sect registration desk, shouldering the immense timber. Before Ouyang appeared a panel, name, Xiaofeng, the countenance of an emperor, cultivation, comparable to foundation establishment root bone, 0 charisma, 8 luck, 8 body refinement aptitude, 11 exclusive skill. Indomitable will evaluation, the tragic male protagonist of a classic wastewood narrative. A root bone of 0? How could this be achieved? Even someone as lacking as myself possesses a root bone of 1. Ouyang, observing the system's appraisal, could not help but grow concerned for the youth before him. Why is he labeled as a wastewood protagonist? Is it merely because his surname is Xiao? Does this imperial demeanor not seem somewhat farcical? Moreover, is his body refinement aptitude truly exceeding 10? Just as he pondered whether this might be yet another child of destiny, the youth's furious roar resonated. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. Ouyang squinted his eyes, his heart filled with certainty. To utter such words, the youth was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Chapter 29. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. The youth's roar incited a stir among the crowd. Ouyang, with an air of curiosity, spoke up. Come, Lao son, let us go and take a look. Son, the steward. Were a smile on his face, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, sensing that he had lost face before Ouyang, which suggested his ineptitude in managing the outer disciples. Ouyang and manager's son approached, only to witness Xiao Feng, bare-chested, furiously pointing at a young man seated at a table, sipping tea. The onlookers nearby whispered among themselves. Ouyang seized a visibly anxious outer sect disciple and inquired, Brother, what has transpired? The disciple, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, replied without turning his head, Did you not see? Just moments ago, Xiao Feng approached to register, yet that tea-drinking brother not only denied him entry but also mocked him. The innate curiosity of humanity was evident, and Ouyang was particularly adept at indulging in such intrigue. Ouyang promptly inquired, What is happening? Does Xiao Feng harbor a grudge against that senior brother across from him? Ah, what grudge? It's merely that Xiao Shidi has spent 5 years climbing the mountains, seemingly just to attract attention and gain entry into the inner sect. 5 years of relentless effort, I can acknowledge that, though I could never achieve such a feat. Lamented a disciple from the outer sect. Oh, that truly demonstrates remarkable perseverance. Ouyang regarded the young man with growing admiration. Indeed. Yet, what good is perseverance? With his roots uprooted and his dantian crippled, he is destined to remain unable to cultivate. It is such a pity that a once promising genius has fallen to such a state, the outer sect disciple retorted. At this moment, Ouyang began to comprehend how the system's evaluation of a worthless protagonist had come to be. This template sounded all too familiar. Was it not akin to the protagonists of the poorly written novels from his past life? The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as Xiao Feng glared at the leisurely tea-drinking senior brother, his eyes ablaze, fists clenched, veins bulging. He had not anticipated that after striving for 5 years to reach Qingyun's sect, he would be met with such humiliation instead of the opportunity he had long awaited. A surge of resentment, shame, and anger flooded his heart. Ah! Xiao Feng let out a furious roar, delivering a powerful punch to the ironwood behind him. The massive ironwood, weighing thousands of pounds, shattered with a dull crack, splitting into two. An uproar erupted around him. That was ironwood, more resilient than steel. How could someone break it with a single punch? Goodness, this child is terrifying. Could it be that it was Prison? Is he merely putting on a show? Meanwhile, the senior brother sipping tea regarded the scene with a glimmer of indifference. Was breaking an ironwood with a punch truly impressive? His hands were bleeding. He could dispatch it with a mere wind blade. What was so remarkable about that? Yet, in response to the surrounding chatter, he stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Xiao Shidi, it is not that I refuse your application. It is simply that there are indeed cultivation restrictions for the competition. You have yet to reach the Qi refinement stage. How can you participate in the outer sect contest? What the senior brother stated was undeniably accurate. This was indeed a prerequisite for the outer sect competition, even intended to protect the foolish who had not yet reached the Qi refinement stage from recklessly endangering their lives. Competitions among outer sect disciples were significantly more brutal and savage than those among the inner sect. Injuries and even fatalities were commonplace in these outer sect contests. Xiao Feng's eyes burned with rage as he remained silent, turning to lift the ironwood, preparing to leave. If Qingyun's sect could not accommodate him, he would not linger. The world was vast, and surely there was a place suited for him. Wait. Ouyang sensed that it was finally his moment to intervene and immediately called out loudly. Ouyang's powerful voice instantaneously captivated the attention of everyone present, prompting Xiao Feng to turn his head and gaze at Ouyang with an expressionless demeanor. Ouyang smiled and said, As everyone has witnessed the strength of this junior brother, I believe he deserves a chance. The individual who had just swayed the crowd instantly grew displeased. After all, he had worked hard to gain their support, only to have a dissenting voice emerge. Noticing Ouyang's cultivation level, which was merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, far inferior to his own status as a third-tier foundation establishment cultivator, he instinctively opened his mouth to reprimand Ouyang. However, he caught sight of manager's son standing behind Ouyang. Suddenly, a bystander rose and bowed respectfully to manager's son, saying, Brother son, I did not notice your presence earlier. Please forgive me. Manager's son nodded in acknowledgement. According to the regulations, the bystander's actions were not in error, yet given Ouyang's bold assertion, it would be inappropriate to disregard his request. What could a mere waste? Incapable of even refining Qi, achieved by registering? Manager's son then spoke. Our Qingyun sect is inclusive and open-minded. I have also observed this junior brother's strength. It is sufficient for him to register for the outer sect competition. Please proceed with his registration. Upon hearing Manager Sun's words, the bystander promptly agreed. Supporting Tai Jinmo, Xiaofeng gazed at the smiling Ouyang and, with a solemn nod, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Ouyang replied with a smile. It's no trouble. Merely assisting you with your registration. Ultimately, your entry into the top 10 of the outer sect will depend on your own capabilities. Xiaofeng responded, rest assured. If I fail to secure a place within the top 10, it will solely be due to my own inadequacy, not anyone else's fault. Ouyang nodded. Observing as Xiaofeng slowly departed with 2 segments of ironwood, it appears that senior brother Ouyang is quite invested in this young lad. Manager Sun remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, having just claimed that he was merely going through the motions. Yet, in less than 2 minutes, he intervened directly. Truly. A case of saying one thing while doing another. Ouyang chuckled lightly, discreetly slipping a high-grade spirit stone into Sun's hand, and with a hint of apology said, I may have been a bit abrupt earlier. Please do not take offense. Old Sunday Sun, feeling the richness of the spirit stone in his palm, immediately beamed with delight. Subtly concealing the stone as he replied, it is merely a reflection of your eagerness for talent, brother Ouyang. It is of no consequence. After exchanging compliments for a while, Sun led Ouyang to dine. In the dining hall, they fortuitously encountered Xiaofeng, who was also having a meal. Sun noticed Xiaofeng quietly eating and, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, it appears that brother Ouyang is particularly attentive to this junior brother. Ouyang shook his head and said, shall we place a wager? Old Sun? Curiously, Manager Sun inquired, what shall we bet on? Ouyang turned his head with a smile that was neither here nor there and addressed Manager Sun, saying, I wager that he will utter a single word. The stakes are 2 superior quality spirit stones. Manager Sun, both amused and exasperated, looked at Ouyang, realizing he had been waiting for him all this time, yet he still agreed to the bet. Manager Sun then inquired, what do you think he will say? Senior brother Ouyang? In Ouyang's mind, a well-worn glitch from novels surfaced, and he meaningfully declared, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Chapter 30, like a war god. The next day, the external competition commenced with fervor. For the next 2 days, Ouyang would reside here, observing the entirety of the contests among the outer disciples. This measure was taken by the sect to ensure the integrity of the external competition. Ouyang stood atop the bell tower, gazing down at the outer disciples who were fervently engaged in their spirited contests on the arena below. Most of these outer disciples were merely at the chi refinement stage, with only a few possessing exceptional talent reaching the foundation establishment phase. Such low-level competitions were, in truth, quite mundane. Their repertoire consisted of rudimentary spells, casting fireballs, summoning water arrows, or wielding swords with a mere semblance of genuine energy manipulation, executing simplistic sword techniques with reckless abandon. Yet, despite the elementary nature of these skirmishes, they still elicited enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding crowd. In comparison to his own wayward students, these individuals seemed to be merely playing at being warriors, and Ouyang found himself nearly succumbing to slumber. However, when Xiaofeng appeared on the stage clad in a bright yellow training outfit, Ouyang's interest was piqued ever so slightly. Yet, to his disappointment, although Xiaofeng effortlessly recited the lines befitting a protagonist, it was evident that he lacked practical combat experience. His opponent was merely a 5th-level chi refinement youth. And under the onslaught of the boy's fireballs and water arrows, Xiaofeng was reduced to a state of disarray, often retreating in haste and occasionally falling victim to the attacks. It seemed that the individual Ouyang had hoped to admire did not possess any remarkable qualities after all. Beside him, Steward Sun sipped his tea and remarked, initially expecting Ouyang's esteemed individual to possess extraordinary skills, only to find that Xiaofeng was struggling against a mere chi refinement practitioner. In Sun's eyes, it was only a matter of time before Xiaofeng faced inevitable defeat. Ouyang shook his head and remarked, the universe remains uncertain. Brother Sun has drawn his conclusions rather prematurely. In the arena, Xiaofeng's training attire lay tattered and scorched from the opponent's fireball spell, the acrid scent of singed hair wafting through the air. The youth across from him, still apprehensive about the formidable power Xiaofeng possessed, capable of shattering iron and would with a mere punch, was taken aback to find him resembling a mere rodent beneath his spell. The youth's wariness dissipated, emboldened as he proclaimed, Brother shall concede. Otherwise, I shall not hold back any longer. Xiaofeng deftly evaded a fireball, firmly establishing his stance, and smiled slightly at the youth, saying, is that so? Then I shall also cease to hold back. The youth's expression faltered. He had not anticipated such audacity from Xiaofeng. Anger surged within him as he retorted, arrogant. With his hands weaving intricate gestures, a water dragon erupted behind him, surging forth to bite at Xiaofeng. Gazing at the approaching water dragon, Xiaofeng made no attempt to evade. Instead, he charged directly at it. Before the eyes of all, the 4 to 5 meter long water dragon, with its gaping maw, twisted and lunged fiercely at Xiaofeng. He raised his arm, and the water dragon clamped down on his limb. A chorus of gasps erupted around him. The water dragon technique was a mastery reserved for those in the latter stages of Qi training, yet here was a mere youth of the 5th level wielding it. As the water dragon clamped onto Xiaofeng's arm, many a spectator shut their eyes, bracing for the impending carnage. However, the water dragon failed to sever Xiaofeng's arm, not even breaking the skin. Instead, he seized the creature's head and slammed it forcefully to the ground. The youth struggled to regain control over the water dragon, but Xiaofeng's extraordinary strength rendered even the water dragon, born of advanced Qi training, unable to escape. On the arena, clad in his training attire, Xiaofeng resembled a dragon tamer, pinning the writhing water dragon beneath him as he raised his fist. With a single blow, the once thrashing water dragon was instantly reduced to vapor, vanishing into thin air. Rising to his feet without a hint of fatigue, he gazed at the youth across from him and said, "Brother, concede. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." The youth, now flustered, scrambled to retrieve his trump cards, several talismans he had painstakingly crafted. Yet, Xiaofeng granted him no opportunity. Darting forward with blinding speed to deliver a punch to the youth's abdomen. The youth felt his insides churn, mouth agape, unable to scream, as he collapsed to the ground. One punch was all it took to defeat a practitioner of the 5th level of Qi training. Xiaofeng stood atop the arena, surveying the surroundings, and a sense of exhilaration surged within him. From the outset, he possessed the capability to swiftly vanquish his opponent. However, having not engaged in combat with cultivators for 5 years, he merely wished to observe the intricacies of their battles. Thus, he had chosen to evade rather than strike. As he gazed at the silent audience below, still reeling from the shock of his single punch that had dispatched a 5th level Qi refinement cultivator, he reflected on the arduous journey of the past 5 years. Today, all his struggles were finally bearing fruit. In the subsequent battles, Xiaofeng swiftly defeated his opponents, all under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Often, before his adversaries could even prepare their techniques, Xiaofeng would close the distance with unparalleled speed and deliver a decisive blow. No flamboyant displays, just a simple yet powerful punch. Each opponent required but a single strike. In the arena, Xiaofeng resembled a god of war. His ranking soared rapidly, climbing from beyond 1,000 into the top 20. Securing a place within the top 10 was sufficient for entry into the Sect's Grand Competition. Yet, Xiaofeng's aspirations had never been confined to the top 10. Having entered this contest, his ambition was always to claim the first position. When the most exceptional disciple of the outer sect stood before him, Xiaofeng finally faced a formidable challenge. It was Ma Xingye, renowned as the foremost of the outer sect, a 7th level foundation establishment cultivator. Allegedly, this individual was merely 16 years old, the young master of a subordinate sect within the Qingyun sect. His mastery of earth escape techniques was nothing short of extraordinary. The potency of foundation establishment techniques surpassed that of Qi refinement techniques by several magnitudes. As Xiaofeng advanced once more, delivering a punch against the true essence barrier before Ma Xingye, ripples erupted, yet the barrier remained unbroken. Instead, Xiaofeng was sent hurtling backward by a formidable earthen spike. While airborne, he could only shield his face with his hands, bracing against a flurry of sword energies unleashed from Ma Xingye's sword. In an instant, blood streamed from Xiaofeng's wounds, for his once resilient skin could not fully withstand the onslaught of foundation establishment sword energies. Before he could land, a colossal stone hand descended upon him with ferocity. The unyielding grip of the stone hand rendered him immobile. The outcome was clear. Observing Xiaofeng's desperate struggle, Ma Xingye maintained his hold on the stone hand, a smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Ultimately, body refinement is but a minor path. Without entering foundation establishment, one remains an insignificant insect." Ma Xingye, fully aware of Xiaofeng's godlike prowess, had approached the battle with utmost vigilance, yet it seemed his concerns were unfounded. The once mighty Xiaofeng now stood defenseless before the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Bound by the stone hand, Xiaofeng's blood surged, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to break free, but the grip was unyielding. Was he destined to lose? How could he possibly accept defeat? Xiaofeng bellowed, "Having come this far, how could I possibly lose? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." As soon as his words echoed, Every bone in Xiao Feng's body cracked audibly, and a powerful surge of energy erupted forth from him, shattering the once sturdy stone hands that had restrained him. Ma Xingye, who had been tightly clenching his fists, stumbled back in disarray. On the bell tower, Ouyang laughed heartily, applauding with raised hands, seemingly reveling in his acquisition of 2 spiritual stones while simultaneously expressing admiration for Xiao Feng. Chapter 31. A narrow defeat. How could he possibly break free from a technique of the late Foundation establishment stage? Ma Xingye thought, his heart gripped by dread, swiftly followed by a wave of shame. As a cultivator of the 7th level of Foundation establishment, he had been thrown off balance by a youth devoid of any cultivation. Moreover, he was the young sect master of the Blue Maple sect, accustomed to being superior since childhood. Regaining his footing, Ma Xingye pointed his long sword at Xiao Feng, unleashing his true essence without reservation. 2 colossal stone hands rose beside him, and a 10-meter-tall stone golem emerged from the ground, standing atop the head of the golem. Feeling the depletion of his essence, Ma Xingye glared at Xiao Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. With swift hand gestures, he directed his spell, shouting, "Stone General, heed my command, strike." The stone golem raised its hands high, wielding a long-handled stone axe that swung down menacingly toward the newly freed Xiao Feng. "Break from me." Xiao Feng, having just escaped the stone hands, stood firm once more, his muscles moving in an erratic rhythm, invigorated by the surge of blood and energy coursing through him. Feeling an inexhaustible strength enveloping his entire being. As the massive axe descended upon him, Xiao Feng roared defiantly, raising his fist to meet it. The 2 forces collided with tremendous impact, causing the very earth to tremble. Dust and debris swirled around the arena, obscuring the scene. When the dust finally settled, Xiao Feng stood resolutely, his body covered in blood from numerous wounds, resembling a gory figure. The massive stone golem was nowhere to be seen. Reduced to mere rubble and dust, Ma Xingye collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Xiao Feng with a mix of fear and disbelief. Who on earth is this person? The golem I summoned possessed the strength of the core formation stage. It was my strongest trump card. The ability of contestants to utilize talismans and magical artifacts was permitted in this contest, as financial resources and external aids were indeed part of one's strength. While this arrangement might seem unfair, it mirrored the realities of the secular world. The direct participation of the young sect master of the Blue Maple sect was, in itself, a significant concession of fairness. A monster. He is a monster. In the fearful gaze of Ma Xingye, Xiao Feng's body stirred, taking heavy steps akin to a mountain, advancing towards him one deliberate stride at a time. Xiao Feng moved with a deliberate slowness, as if each step demanded immense exertion. Yet, in Ma Xingye's eyes, the blood-soaked figure of Xiao Feng resembled a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the underworld, methodically approaching to claim his life. "Do not come any closer." Ma Xingye frantically summoned the dwindling essence within his dantian, wildly brandishing his long sword. Several sword energies struck Xiao Feng, causing him to sway slightly and inflict a few wounds. Yet they did not deter his relentless advance. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the scene on the stage. They witnessed the transformation of this young man, from initial disdain to growing astonishment, culminating in profound admiration. They bore witness to an unrefined youth, willing to stake his very life on the altar of battle, determined to vanquish his opponent. No one could mock such tenacity, a fierce dedication to defending one's honor at the cost of life itself. Xiao Feng's body began to sway, his steps faltering, vision blurring. He clung to the strength of his will to remain upright. Opposite him, Ma Xingye had collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, devoid of the strength to even raise his hand. The forced summoning of a stone puppet at the core formation stage had already taxed him greatly. In his panic, he had unleashed sword energies haphazardly at Xiao Feng, depleting his remaining essence. Once the dantian was drained, a cultivator would become rigid and immobile. Thus, if Xiao Feng reached him and delivered a single punch, the prodigy of the outer sect would surely fall before him. At last, Xiao Feng stood before Ma Xingye, slowly raising his fist, which, though feeble, bore the whisper of wind as it descended towards Ma Xingye's relatively unblemished visage. "I am going to lose," Ma Xingye thought as he gazed at the approaching fist, casting a hopeful glance towards the drum tower. Suddenly, an imperceptible wave of air surged from the tower, hurtling towards Xiao Feng, who was already at his breaking point. In an inexplicable turn of events, Xiao Feng was abruptly sent flying, plunging into unconsciousness. A clamor erupted from the crowd. No one had anticipated such a twist. The expression on Ma Xingye's face relaxed as he slumped to the ground. His efforts and the grand gift he had presented days earlier were not in vain. Regardless of the tumultuous journey, victory was his. At that moment, The voice of the steward, son, resonated from the bell tower. The victor is mischievously. The swift wave of air had been so rapid that the outer sect disciples could not discern its nature. The onlookers outside the arena merely witnessed Xiaofeng, whose fist had almost reached mischievously, suddenly toppled to the side and failed to rise again. The outcome was clear. Xiaofeng had narrowly lost. What a pity. Truly a pity, it was merely a hair's breadth from victory. Indeed, it appears that Master Ma has proven insurmountable, remaining steadfast at the 7th tier of foundation establishment. This junior disciple, Xiao, undoubtedly possesses the prowess to rank among the top 10, yet misfortune has led to his defeat at the hands of Master Ma. Sometimes, luck is indeed a facet of strength. I can discern that this junior disciple Xiao has an immeasurable future ahead of him. Did you not assert yesterday that he was akin to an ant challenging a great tree, overestimating his own capabilities? I did not. Do not speak foolishly. I am not. Around them, a cacophony of voices arose, filled with lamentation, astonishment, and admiration. Although the victor was mischievously, all eyes were drawn to Xiaofeng, who had remained silent for 5 years yet suddenly emerged as a formidable contender. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower, Ouyang surveyed the unconscious Xiaofeng below, his expression devoid of emotion. Ouyang, you have indeed won this wager. What an exhilarating match it was. Thanks to you, the pearl has not been cast into obscurity. Here, allow me to express my gratitude with these 4 high-grade spirit stones. Manager's son, with a broad smile, produced a small cloth pouch and approached Ouyang, speaking cheerfully. The recent fluctuation in the air was indeed a result of Manager's son employing wind-based techniques to strike Xiaofeng. Ouyang gazed at Xiaofeng below the stage, raising his hand without turning back. A resounding slap echoed across the face of Manager's son. Ouyang feigned surprise and turned around, exclaiming, "Ah, Manager's son. I was so engrossed in what I was watching that I failed to notice your presence beside me." Manager's son, with a beaming smile, was momentarily taken aback by Ouyang's sudden remark. He quickly composed himself, his tone light as he replied, "It's quite all right. It was my intrusion that was rather abrupt." Yet, his demeanor shifted to a more neutral tone, and he regarded Ouyang with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "There is no need for you to be upset, Brother Ouyang. Everyone has their own place. For instance, during my chi refinement stage, I certainly could not have struck someone in the core formation stage." Manager's son's subtle jibe implied that Ouyang, being merely at the chi refinement stage, was only able to act so arrogantly due to his status as an inner disciple. Thus, what distinguished Ouyang from mischievously? Ouyang sincerely remarked, "Manager's son is indeed correct. Perhaps it is precisely because of his profound expertise that he has lingered in the outer sect for over 3 centuries. Chapter 32. Would you be willing to become my registered disciple? Cursed fate. Once again, I have faced defeat. If I cannot even conquer this, how shall I avenge my numerous grievances? I refuse to accept this fate. I refuse to yield." Xiaofeng abruptly sat up, every muscle in his body screaming in excruciating pain. With a suppressed groan, he fell back onto the bed. "Oh, you have awakened so soon? Truly tenacious," Ouyang exclaimed, observing Xiaofeng as he sat up momentarily before collapsing back down, akin to a reanimated corpse. "Who are you?" Xiaofeng inquired through gritted teeth, enduring the agonizing torment that coursed through him. "My name is Ouyang. You are the one I rescued. Your condition was dire, meridian severed, bone shattered. Were it not for my intervention, your chances of awakening would have been slim," Ouyang replied, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. "This debt of gratitude, I, Xiaofeng, shall certainly repay. However, I beg your pardon, for I wish to rest," Xiaofeng said, closing his eyes and wearing a disgruntled expression. "Damn it. It's just like when I first ascended the mountain with Xiaobai, so full of arrogance, as if the entire world owed him something." Ouyang does not indulge the foul temper of these proud individuals. Wasn't Xiaobai, who was once so arrogant, ultimately subdued by his own actions? Ouyang lifted the covers and grasped Xiaofeng by the neck, hoisting him up with ease. With a cold smirk, he addressed Xiaofeng, stating, "Settle the medical expenses." A total of 10 high-grade spirit stones. Just as Xiaofeng had closed his eyes, he was abruptly yanked upward by a powerful force. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Ouyang's fierce expression. Still dazed, he stammered, "What medical expenses? What are you pretending for? Vitality pills, muscle relaxation pills, bone-setting medicine, golden wound ointment. Do you think these life-saving remedies fell from the heavens?" Ouyang retorted, pulling Xiaofeng closer. Xiaofeng's throat tightened. After 5 years of relentless training with iron and wood, he had made no contributions to the Qingyun sect, and thus did not receive any resources allocated by the sect. 10 high-grade spirit stones? He couldn't even produce a single low-grade spirit stone. I'll owe you this amount for now. But rest assured, I shall repay you 100-fold in the future. Xiaofeng said with a frown, clearly displeased. Repay? With what? You nearly met Yama after confronting a foundation establishment waste. What do you think you can offer? Ouyang scoffed. Xiaofeng closed his eyes again. Having heard such taunts countless times over the years, rendering them ineffective against him. Noticing Xiaofeng's indifference, Ouyang shifted his approach and asked, Bones stolen, parents slain, brothers betrayed. Fiancé jilted? Which of these have you experienced? It was typical for a wastrel like Xiaofeng to have a tragic backstory. Yet Ouyang was curious as to which category Xiaofeng fell into. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiaofeng's eyes flew open, and he barked, Who are you? How do you know these things? All of these events? Well, it seems you've suffered through them all, Ouyang remarked, his tongue clicking in surprise as he observed the enraged Xiaofeng. This fellow was no mere supporting character. Even Ouyang found it hard to believe such a thick stack of misfortunes could belong to anyone but a protagonist. Ouyang gazed at the furious Xiaofeng, fully aware that Xiaofeng now believed he had uncovered his secrets and thus assumed that Ouyang had come with ill intentions. Ouyang cast Xiaofeng back onto the bed and spoke with a tone of indifference. Does it truly matter who I am? What holds significance is that it has taken you 5 years to reach this juncture. When, pray tell, will you finally exact your vengeance? Xiaofeng, his wounds laid bare, was impervious to Ouyang's words. Like an enraged lion, he erupted with fury, hurling curses at Ouyang. You scoundrel, if you possess the audacity, then kill me. Do not stand there feigning compassion, seeking to exploit me once more. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have crushed you with a single blow. Ouyang gazed at the evidently disoriented Xiaofeng and could not help but burst into laughter. He then extracted a white jade vial from his bosom and poured out a single pill. As the pill was released, an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly enveloped the entire room. Ouyang raised his hand and placed the pill into Xiaofeng's mouth, gently moving his jaw to ensure he swallowed it. Just as Xiaofeng was about to curse Ouyang for feeding him something unknown, he suddenly felt a warm sensation wash over his previously agonizing limbs. As the warmth dissipated, he was astonished to discover that his body had remarkably healed by 70 to 80%. The rapid recovery could only be attributed to his spirit medicine of at least the 7th rank. The pills were categorized into 9 ranks, starting from the lowest. The 9th grade Qi cultivation pill, with each rank presenting exponentially greater challenges in their refinement. To facilitate such swift healing, it must be a high-grade pill of at least the 6th or 7th rank. Confused, Xiaofeng could not ascertain whether Ouyang was friend or foe. Yet, he was certain that the pill he had consumed was genuine. Ouyang oscillated between saving him and mocking him, leaving Xiaofeng utterly bewildered. However, he soon realized that an overwhelming force emanated from Ouyang, a potent vital energy that felt as if it could shatter him into fragments. The entire room thickened as if submerged in glue, and Xiaofeng found it increasingly difficult to draw breath. With a look of horror, he gazed at the seemingly indifferent Ouyang and remarked, With your current state, you can only dominate in the foundation establishment stage for the rest of your life. Who exactly is he? Why does he exude such a terrifying aura, appearing to be of a similar age to himself? What kind of monster is he? Xiaofeng stared in shock at Ouyang. In the face of such vast vital energy, he felt like a fragile leaf adrift on a tempestuous sea. Not only was resistance futile, but merely remaining seated was an extraordinary challenge. Do you wish to resolve your lack of a dantian and inability to cultivate? Ouyang whispered like a demon. Do you have a method to restore my body? Xiaofeng's eyes brightened as he eagerly questioned Ouyang. Before Xiaofeng had lost consciousness, Ouyang observed that although his dantian had been destroyed, his body still unconsciously absorbed the natural energies of the world to strengthen itself. How could such prodigies have grown? Even with their dantian shattered and their roots excavated, they still managed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Truly, a testament to the adage that comparison breeds envy. However, the rate of absorption was exceedingly minimal. Had Ouyang not been well-versed in medicine, he would never have discerned the subtlety. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Ouyang's mind. The primary challenge was how to coax this obstinate mule up the mountain. I do have a solution, but it will require a price from you, Ouyang declared. Observing Xiaofeng's desperate hope, I will pay any price, as long as it resolves my bodily troubles, Xiaofeng declared resolutely. Are you willing to become my? No, my registered disciple. Ouyang coughed lightly and uttered, Your disciple? Who are you? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled, as he scrutinized Ouyang. Ouyang retracted his true energy, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and calmly declared, I am Ouyang, the eldest disciple of the Little Mountain Peak of the 12 Peaks of the Qingyun sect. Chapter 33. The title escapes me very well, I accept. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiaofeng responded without the slightest hesitation. Such promptness? Ouyang regarded Xiaofeng with curiosity. Xiaofeng chuckled lightly and replied, "Had you mentioned that you are an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect earlier, I would have readily agreed. Without being among the top 10 in the outer sect, I would never have had the opportunity to connect with the inner sect. Since someone has come to recruit me, why would I decline?" Observing the perceptive Xiaofeng before him, Ouyang could not help but inquire, "Are you not afraid that I am deceiving you?" Xiaofeng laughed heartily. "Brother, where are we? This is the outer sect of the Qingyun sect. Who would dare to flaunt the name of the Qingyun sect to swindle here?" Having momentarily overlooked this aspect, Ouyang then turned to Xiaofeng and said, "I am not in a position to accept you as a disciple. Such a decision must await the return of my master. For now, you may stay at the Little Mountain Peak until my master returns to determine whether to take you on as a disciple." Xiaofeng nodded and, clasping his fists in gratitude, responded, "I am truly honored, but I still do not understand why you would extend such help to me. After all, in this world, there is no assistance without reason. Only exchanges of interests exist." Ouyang gazed at the perplexed Xiaofeng and calmly remarked, "Consider me merely a fleeting whim, eager to see how far you can journey." In light of this, Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude to his senior brother, bowing respectfully. As soon as Xiaofeng's words fell silent, a system notification echoed in Ouyang's mind. Causal bond detected between host and a destined child. Current task completion rate, 45. Reward issued, chi value 10, 000, 000. Current idle earnings, 20, 000. Oh, such a substantial idle gain this time? Ouyang pondered in astonishment. The mere span of 3 to 4 days yielded a remarkable 20,000? Had it not been for the sudden interruption from the system, he might have almost forgotten its existence. The presence of this idle system was exceedingly negligible. Aside from the sporadic notifications of idle earnings, it seemed to lie dormant most of the time. Furthermore, the duration of the idle periods was inconsistent, sometimes occurring 2 or 3 times a day, while other times it would be 10 days or even half a month without a single occurrence, with each idle gain varying in amount. However, with his chi value already exceeding 900 million, he had become somewhat indifferent to the idle earnings. What truly captured Ouyang's attention was the task progress indicated by the notification. Observing the sudden emergence of the task progress, Ouyang finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After much effort and dialogue, he had managed to achieve a 45 completion rate. The system's criteria for determining a destined child were exceedingly stringent. Even Hu Tutu, who bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, had failed to activate the task progress. The remaining completion rate was reliant upon the contributions of the 3 rebellious offspring on the mountain. Lang Qingsong had been raised by him since childhood. Chen Chongxing had been sought out by him, and Bai Feiyu had been brought back when he accompanied his master to the human city. It was indeed peculiar. Were there truly so many destined children in this world? Had it not been for the mortal enmity between Ziyuan and Chen Chongxing, Ouyang would have contemplated undermining the latter. Were the demon's holy sons truly so formidable? Among the 3 rebellious offspring on the mountain, which one was easy to provoke? Once they fell into his hands, were they not merely pawns at his disposal? With only 1 slot remaining, he was on the verge of completing his first task since the activation of the system. Ouyang gazed at the progress bar of his task, a sense of contemplation washing over him. Even within the esteemed ranks of the 9 great sacred lands, he had encountered but one individual worthy of being called a child of destiny, Xian. After all, the 3 wayward disciples on the mountain's peak had, in one way or another, connections to him, thus underscoring the rarity of such fated individuals. Who knows when the final spot would be filled? Xiaofeng observed Ouyang, who seemed suddenly lost in thought, and refrained from uttering a word. His senior brother was undeniably peculiar, drifting off while conversing. Yet, the formidable strength radiating from Ouyang instilled within him a deep yearning. If he could ever reach such heights, surely his quest for vengeance would be fulfilled. As Ouyang snapped back to reality, he offered Xiaofeng an apologetic smile and remarked, "Since you are now a registered disciple of our Little Mountain Peak, I must inform you of some of its rules." Xiaofeng immediately straightened his posture and focused intently on Ouyang. Ouyang, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Apart from you, there are 3 senior brothers and a younger sister on the small mountain peak. Remember, on the small mountain peak, my rules are absolute. Most importantly, keep your distance from those 3 unruly children. Do not emulate them in everything." Xiaofeng, observing Ouyang's clenched teeth, felt utterly perplexed but still acquiesced. After clarifying the precautions, Ouyang prepared to lead Xiaofeng back to the small mountain peak. Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Brother, may I borrow some items?" Ouyang, taken aback by Xiaofeng's request even before entering the mountain gate, wondered what this meant. Was he already beginning to develop an insubordinate attitude? Xiaofeng quickly clarified. "I have made some friends during my years in the outer sect and have received their kindness. I humbly request that you lend me some spirit stones as a farewell gift upon my departure." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Ouyang felt a sense of relief. Knowing Xiaofeng's character, he was reluctant to owe anyone anything. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Thus, it made sense that he would ask to borrow spirit stones to express his appreciation for the care he had received from his fellow disciples over the years. Ah, what a surprise it was to him. Was that all? Ouyang unfastened his storage bag from his waist and rummaged through it. He then emptied a large box from the bag and declared, "This contains 100 top-quality spirit stones. Take them and make use of them." Upon opening the box, Xiaofeng was immediately taken aback by the sheer quantity of spirit stones inside. He had never encountered such an abundance of top-tier spirit stones in his entire life. And their quality was so exceptional that they could rival even the finest spirit stones. "There is no need for so many, senior brother. 10 will suffice." Xiaofeng quickly gestured with his hands in refusal. Ouyang, seemingly unperturbed, remarked, "What does it matter? If we run out, I can simply take you to the square at Qingyun Peak to dig." Having spent 5 years at the outer sect, Xiaofeng was quite familiar with the Qingyun sect and felt a sense of awe at what he had just heard from his senior brother. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Ouyang before dragging his chest away from the room. After all, he would be by Ouyang's side in the future, and he was confident he would have ample opportunities to repay this kindness. He was not worried about being unable to return these spirit stones. "Are you leaving, junior brother Xiao?" The youth who had informed Xiaofeng about the registration inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Brother Xiao, I am grateful for your care over the years. The senior brother from Little Shanfeng has already agreed to let me enter the inner sect for training. Consider these spirit stones a small token of my appreciation," Xiaofeng replied, cupping his hands in salute. The youth felt a sting of indignation, his eyes misting over as he exclaimed, "My regard for you is never contingent upon receiving such gifts." Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. "Brother Xiao, I recognize the bond of brotherhood we share. Thus these are merely a token of my gratitude. I, Xiaofeng, vow that should you face any difficulties in the future, I will unconditionally lend my assistance." The youth, irritated, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just go. I do not wish to see you right now." Xiaofeng smiled wryly. Well aware of his senior brother's temperament, which often bore a touch of sensitivity akin to that of a young girl, though it would soon pass, he cast a deep glance at the youth before solemnly declaring, "The mountains remain unchanged. Brother Xiao, I am departing. Take care of yourself." The youth, with his neck craned, watched as Xiaofeng walked away, tears streaming down his cheeks as he observed Xiaofeng's receding figure. Glancing at the chest before him, his voice turned melodious and sweet, akin to a lark, as he murmured, "Xiaoge, you truly are a rascal." Chapter 34. Who says humanity lacks great emperors? As Ouyang and Xiaofeng reached the foot of the small hill, a magnificent white paper crane gracefully descended. "Elder brother, you have returned. Did you bring gifts for Tutu?" The melodious voice of Hututu resonated from the paper crane. Ouyang gazed with a beaming smile as Hututu leaped from the paper crane, resembling a playful puppy rummaging for gifts upon him. "What do we have here?" Ouyang exclaimed, as if performing a magic trick, producing a candied hawthorn from his sleeve. "Ah, a candied hawthorn. It has been ages since I last enjoyed one. Thank you, senior brother." Hututu exclaimed joyfully, accepting the treat with delight, planting a grateful kiss on Ouyang's cheek, and twirling around with the candied hawthorn held high. Suddenly, Hututu noticed Xiaofeng trailing behind Ouyang. The once jubilant and frolicsome Hututu swiftly sought refuge beside Ouyang, clutching his garment while cautiously peering out to inquire, "Senior brother, who is this?" Ouyang affectionately ruffled Hututu's hair and said with a smile, "This is a promising disciple I found for my master, officially recognized as a named apprentice of the Little Mountain Peak." After Ouyang finished speaking, he turned to Xiaofeng and said, "Xiao Shidi, this is Hututu, the 5th disciple of our Xia Shanfeng. Although she is young, she is your senior sister. The order of our sect is not determined by age, but rather by the time one joins. After all, for those ancient practitioners who have lived for millennia, age holds little significance. For instance, if a 30-year-old ordinary person were to pursue a 7-year-old girl, they would be deemed a monster. However, if a 400-year-old practitioner were to take a 300-year-old as their partner, it seems to be of little consequence. Xiaofeng respectfully clasped his hands and slightly bowed to Hu Tutu, saying, Xiaofeng pays his respects to my junior sister. Hu Tutu, holding a candied hawthorn, stared blankly at Xiaofeng, momentarily forgetting to chew the treat in her mouth. Wait, I'm a senior sister now? She thought, wiping away the drool that had escaped, still in disbelief. Isn't it customary to give a gift upon meeting for the first time? In a flurry, Hu Tutu rummaged through her belongings, finding remnants of sweet potato from yesterday, cricket she had caught that morning, freshly picked flowers, and the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. Reluctantly glancing at the candied hawthorn, she lifted it up with a tearful expression and asked, Junior brother, would you like to eat this? Seeing Hu Tutu's face puffed up like a bun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears while offering the treat, Xiaofeng chuckled, No need, senior sister. I don't have a taste for sweets. Oh, you don't like sweets? That's good, Hu Tutu sighed in relief, puffing out her little chest as she stepped out from behind Ouyang. She circled around Xiaofeng, seemingly assessing her new junior brother. I'm a senior sister now. I'm practically a big kid. Junior brother, lean your head over. Hu Tutu waved her small hand at Xiaofeng. Confused, he bent down, and a small white flower was gently placed behind his ear by her tiny hand. This flower is the prettiest I've seen today. I originally intended to give it to Deshixiang, but now it's yours. Xiaofeng touched the little white flower at his ear, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he looked at the innocent Hu Tutu before him, saying, Thank you, senior sister. Hu Tutu clapped her hands, and a paper crane gracefully flew before the trio. Holding her candied hawthorn, she called out to Ouyang and the others, Let us go. We're heading home. Today, Sanxixiang is cooking fish. The paper crane carried the three of them as a gentle breeze lifted them towards the peak. Upon reaching the summit, just as the crane landed, Hu Tutu eagerly shouted into the courtyard, Xixiang, Xixiang, the Xixiang has returned with a little junior brother. Xiaofeng lifted his gaze, and in a mere glance, he found himself enamored with the quaint courtyard. With its azure bricks and verdant tiles, a grand tree stood proudly in the center. Beneath its expansive branches, a youth clad in white lay on a chaise lounge, a book draped over his face as he slumbered. Another boy was diligently repairing the rooftop, while wisps of smoke curled from the kitchen in the courtyard corner. This scene was far removed from the grandiosity one would expect from a major sect. Instead, it evoked the tranquility and beauty of pastoral life, a familiarity that resonated deeply with Xiaofeng, who hailed from the mundane world. The youth on the chaise, by Feiyu, removed the book from his face and raised his head to regard Xiaofeng, offering a casual wave in greeting. The boy atop the roof, Lang Qingsong, continued his work, absorbed in his task. Only Chen Changxing, donning an apron, emerged from the kitchen, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked towards Xiaofeng. However, he promptly froze in place. Xiaofeng's visage began to merge with the memory of a transcendent being from his past life. Humanity must strive unceasingly. Who dares to claim that our race lacks a great emperor? Here stands Xiaofeng of the human race. Who dares to step forward and face death? A tempest of emotions surged within Chen Changxing. His senior brother had returned with a remarkable figure, Xiaofeng, the human emperor who had single-handedly halted the demonic forces for a decade in his previous life. And now, he was revealed to be his junior disciple? Before Chen Changxing could fully process the shock, Hu Tutu, curious, inquired, What's burning? My fish. Chen Changxing exclaimed, hastily retreating to the kitchen. Could the presence of a human emperor possibly surpass the importance of his fish? At lunchtime, Ouyang introduced Xiaofeng to the others. This is my second senior brother, Lang Qingsong, my third senior brother, Chen Changxing, my fourth senior brother, Bai Feiyu, and our junior sister, Hu Tutu. Xiaofeng respectfully performed the customary salutations, displaying a demeanor of caution. Lang Qingsong glanced at Xiaofeng and nodded, then returned to his meal. Bai Feiyu shook his head, observing that Xiaofeng's innate talent was lacking. Although his vitality was abundant, he lacked the aptitude for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu frowned at a somewhat burnt fish. Only Chen Changxing remained fixated on Xiaofeng, the stabilizing force of humanity in his previous life, whom he had only ever glimpsed from afar. Now, he found himself in the presence of this revered figure, who was bowing respectfully before him. Life truly is a marvel. As Chen Changxing continued to observe Xiaofeng, Ouyang's heart sank. Being a reincarnate, Chen Changxing undoubtedly recognized Xiaofeng's origins, making Ouyang acutely aware of Chen's gaze. Indeed, from the moment Xiaofeng entered, Qin's attention had not wavered. The arrival of a new junior disciple at Little Mountain Peak stirred little commotion. Everyone continued with their tasks. But just as Qin Chongsheng prepared to retreat to his room for cultivation, Ouyang called out to him. Chongsheng, please accompany Xiaofeng to my room. Ouyang gazed at Qin Chongsheng and spoke. Qin Chongsheng's body stiffened slightly, his heart racing with excitement. This Emperor Xiao had been his idol in a past life. When Xiaofeng and Qin Chongsheng followed Ouyang into the room, Ouyang furrowed his brow as he cast a glance over the two individuals, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qin Chongsheng. He spoke, Chongsheng, Xiao Shidi's innate talents have been usurped, and his dantian has been destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate. I have conceived a method to assist him in his training, but I require your assistance. Qin Chongsheng nodded and inquired, what is needed? Please instruct me, senior brother. Upon hearing Qin Chongsheng's response, Ouyang immediately felt a sense of relief. Since Qin Chongsheng had acquiesced, it indicated that Xiaofeng's identity was indeed unblemished. Ouyang laughed and remarked, I have heard that your artistry, Chongsheng, is quite remarkable. Chapter 35, The Future Emperor of Humanity Emerges from My Hands? Qin Chongsheng, somewhat reluctantly, gazed at Ouyang and replied, Senior brother, I no longer wish to depict such sordid subjects. What are you saying? Ouyang retorted, exasperated. I would never ask you to create anything so distasteful. Let us speak seriously. Ouyang, with frustration evident on his face, looked at Qin Chongsheng, wondering why he was still fixated on this issue. Was it merely a matter of illustrating a few educational booklets? Ouyang spoke with a serious demeanor. I have devised a plan that I wish to share with you, so we can explore viable solutions. Although Xiao Shidi's bones had been extracted and his dantian destroyed, it did not significantly affect his innate talent. In comparison to cultivating immortality, Xiao Shidi could entirely pursue the path of physical cultivation. After careful consideration, Ouyang continued, the methods of physical cultivation have long been lost since ancient times. Xiaofeng chuckled wryly and replied, Eldest senior brother, I cannot pursue the path of physical cultivation, as other avenues are also blocked. The primary issue is that the techniques for physical cultivation have been lost to antiquity. The physical cultivation methods I speak of are those I have conceived myself. Ouyang proclaimed proudly to the two. Even in the absence of established techniques, we have an ancient sword Immortal reincarnated in our courtyard. What techniques could an Immortal not know? At worst, we could coax a few exquisite techniques from Bai Feiyu. Observing the puzzled expressions on Xiaofeng and Qin Chongsheng, Ouyang continued with a hint of pride. I wish to ask junior brother Chongsheng to use Xiaofeng's body as a canvas, etching upon it several divine beasts that represent different attributes. I will assist in awakening the spiritual intelligence of these beasts, enabling them to substitute for Xiaofeng's dantian, allowing them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thereby nurturing his physical form. Xiaofeng and Qin Chongsheng were utterly astonished. The notion of awakening spiritual intelligence, which Ouyang casually mentioned, seemed deceptively simple. Xiaofeng, still inexperienced, was unaware of the immense difficulty involved in imbuing lifeless matter with intelligence. While Qin Chongsheng fully understood the absurdity of the concept, much like expecting a stone to sprout legs and begin running of its own accord. However, having witnessed Ouyang's previous accomplishments, Qin Chongsheng found it somewhat easier to accept. Yet, he still voiced his concerns. Senior brother, we have previously experimented with awakening the spiritual intelligence of divine beasts, but it always attracted heavenly retribution, causing the newly born beasts to be obliterated into dust, and we suffered greatly as a result. Is it truly possible to successfully awaken the intelligence of lifeless entities? Ouyang nodded and said, to be honest, I am not entirely certain. However, I have drawn inspiration from the paper cranes crafted by the sect master and the stone lions I inadvertently created in the past. By bestowing sentience upon the divine beast we depict, it stands to reason that without a corresponding physical form, they would be unable to endure the tribulation of thunder. Yet, since the divine beast we have illustrated is intrinsically linked to junior brother Xiao, does it not follow that with a corporeal body, it might successfully navigate the celestial tribulation? Ouyang's thoughts are audacious, yet they are not without merit. However, the implementation of such ideas is fraught with peril. Should calamity befall, one would either emerge unscathed or perish without a trace. There exists no third possibility. This is a gamble with one's very life, and it is indeed perilous. Qin Chongsheng firmly rejected the notion, stating, no, although theoretically sound, should this endeavor fail, Brother Xiao would meet a certain death, leaving no room for redemption. I wish to attempt it. Xiaofeng interjected. Once a paragon of genius, he had now been reduced to a state of impotence, enduring far too many injustices. Since the loss of his dantian, he had not felt the presence of celestial energy, though it would naturally nourish his body during his physical training. He lacked any ability to perceive it. Now, hearing of an opportunity to once again experience the essence of the heavens and the earth, Xiaofeng was resolute in his determination to try, even at the cost of his life. This is a wager with your life at stake. I cannot acquiesce. Qin Changxing reiterated, resolutely denying the proposal. He could not bear the thought of the future emperor of humanity inadvertently perishing by his hand. The one destined to lead humanity out of the depths of despair could not so easily be extinguished under his watch. Xiaofeng knelt before Qin Changxing, his voice earnest as he implored, "Third senior brother, a man kneels only before heaven, earth, and his parents. Yet if you consent to this matter, it would be akin to bestowing upon me a second chance at life." Qin Changxing gazed at Xiaofeng, who would one day become the emperor of humanity. Now kneeling before him in supplication, his heart softened with compassion. Ouyang, observing the scene, remained silent, recognizing that his idea was indeed fantastical and devoid of precedent. Relying entirely on Xiaofeng's identity as a child of destiny to stake such a reckless gamble. Thus, he could not insist on sending Xiaofeng to his demise. The room fell into silence as Qin Changxing grappled with his indecision. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Bai Feiyu entered. Smiling as he addressed the three individuals present, "I have indeed heard of the ancient methods of body cultivation. Senior brother's thoughts are not without their guiding principles. It is fortunate to have a reincarnated ancient sword immortal in our midst. Are we not being presented with a path to power?" Ouyang, disregarding the fact that Bai Feiyu was eavesdropping outside, hastily grasped Bai Feiyu's arm and inquired, "Little Bai, have you ever heard of the ancient cultivation techniques for body refinement?" Bai Feiyu nodded and replied, "During my time in the mundane world, I encountered an elderly beggar who once recounted to me that in ancient times, body refinement masters utilized the essence of ferocious beasts as vessels to hone their physical forms. This aligns perfectly with the notion proposed by our senior brother earlier. The serendipitous encounter with the old beggar, a mere vagabond." Listening to Bai Feiyu's fanciful tale, Ouyang chose not to expose the falsehood. Instead, turning to Qin Changxing and suggesting, "Third junior brother, why not give it a try?" Qin Changxing glanced at Bai Feiyu, who nodded in encouragement and reluctantly replied, "I am uncertain as to what our senior brother wishes for me to illustrate." Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang replied, "Of course. It is the mythical beast corresponding to the 5 elements, the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird above, and the black tortoise below. The qilin, no, it is in the center." Astonished, Qin Changxing exclaimed, "Goodness! The 5 divine beasts are actually here." In the future, when Xiaofeng ascends to become the emperor of humanity, leading his people against the cataclysmic forces of the universe, he will gather the 5 divine beasts by his side. With their aid, Xiaofeng will repeatedly turn the tide of battle, guiding humanity to victory time and again. The name of the 5 emperors, Xiaofeng, shall resonate throughout the cosmos. How astounding! The divine beasts of the future emperor of humanity were conjured by my own hand. Qin Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the kneeling Xiaofeng, his mind struggling to comprehend this revelation. The illustrious emperor of humanity, a figure once beyond his reach in a past life, emerged from his own creation? In Chapter 36, the 15 or 16-year-old youth ought to engage in extraordinary feats. Eventually, Qin Changxing consented to use Xiaofeng's back as a canvas to tattoo the 5 divine beasts upon it. Meanwhile, Ouyang insisted that Bai Feiyu ponder the fact that the old beggar had yet to bestow upon him any unparalleled martial arts techniques. Ouyang chattered incessantly, asserting that, according to the narrative, the old beggar must surely possess hundreds of manuals on cultivation techniques, such as the methods to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Feiyu shook his head, recalling that when Ouyang had rescued him, Ouyang had clearly observed that he had not a single coin to his name and had been starving for 3 days. Ouyang, feeling discontent, finally relented. However, inscribing the 5 elemental divine beasts upon Xiaofeng was not a particularly arduous task. The true challenge lay in the potential awakening of the beast's intelligence. Would Xiaofeng possess the fortitude to withstand the ensuing thunder tribulations? The divine beasts earned their appellation due to their unpredictable nature within this realm. It takes a serpent 3 millennia to transform into a flood dragon, and likewise, a flood dragon another 3 millennia to ascend into a true dragon. While many flood dragons exist in this world, the sight of a genuine dragon has long been absent. One can only imagine the fate that befalls those flood dragons aspiring to become dragons, not to mention Ouyang's hastily crafted divine beasts. And he had drawn 5 of them. There was a palpable fear that the moment Ouyang activated their intelligence, Xiao Feng would be reduced to ashes by the lightning strike. Bai Feiyu gazed intently at Xiao Feng, having immediately discerned the boy's shattered meridians and dantian upon their first encounter. The only path to cultivation would be through body refinement. Yet, even in ancient times, body cultivation was considered the most arduous of practices. The toil was immense, almost insufferable. Each day required the relentless conditioning of the body, extracting every ounce of potential, and then absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to restore oneself. Days were spent refining muscles and bones, while nights were devoted to breathing exercises and cultivation. One was required to be in a state of cultivation at all times. This relentless cycle, day after day, year after year, offered scant opportunity for perceiving progress in one's realm. Only those of extraordinary willpower could endure such dual torment of spirit and flesh. He had been eavesdropping outside the door, eager to discern Ouyang's method for aiding Xiao Feng in his cultivation. To his astonishment, Ouyang's approach aligned precisely with the methods of ancient body refinement masters, and it was even more audacious. In ancient times, body cultivators only dared to utilize the essences of spirit beasts or ferocious beasts to assist in their practice. Ouyang unexpectedly intends to utilize a divine beast. Moreover, he chooses to summon the most exalted of the 5 divine beasts. Even in ancient times, no one dared to act so audaciously. After all, it is a divine creature, a favored child of heaven and earth, born with immense fortune and blessings. It can truly be regarded as the embodiment of the cosmos. Ouyang audaciously endeavored to artificially create divine beasts, aspiring to merge Xiao Feng with these mythical creatures. Such madness, such boldness. It was nothing short of a celestial heist. A handful of youths, barely in their teens, dared to contemplate such a grand theft from the heavens. Bai Feiyu perceived their insanity and instinctively wished to intervene, only to be met with Xiao Feng's resolute declaration as he knelt down. The urge to obstruct vanished, replaced by a sudden laughter from Bai Feiyu. Isn't it precisely at the age of 16 or 17 that one should engage in such audacious exploits? It is indeed the age of rebellion and fearlessness, a time to undertake astonishing feats. How could he, merely 15, be absent from such grand endeavors? Thus, Bai Feiyu pushed the door open, eager to join the venture. The 4 youths sat in chairs, engaged in spirited discourse, meticulously crafting their plans. Chen Changsheng would inscribe the 5 divine beasts onto Xiao Feng, utilizing the essence of premium spirit stones as paint. Lacking this essence, they could borrow it from the stone pillars in the grand hall of Qingyun Peak. The clan was affluent enough that a trivial loss would be inconsequential. The task of borrowing fell to Ouyang. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu instructed Xiao Feng in the ancient techniques of body cultivation, preparing him for future endeavors. The plan was laid out, yet the greatest challenge remained, the Thunder Tribulation. Summoning the 5 divine beasts, it was clear that even Xiao Feng's body would struggle to withstand their combined presence. Bai Feiyu rapped the table, stating, "Let us first activate 2, the Dragon of Wood Spirit and the Phoenix of Fire Spirit." Ouyang responded promptly. However, wood ignites fire and stirs the winds. Chen Changsheng, adept in the formation arts, nodded in agreement. Bai Feiyu continued, "Once activated, the Thunder Tribulation enhanced by these 2 divine beasts will be the most arduous to endure. We cannot assist Xiao Feng in withstanding it. He must face it alone. Yet how can an untrained individual navigate the tribulation brought forth by the emergence of divine beasts?" This conundrum perplexed them all. The Thunder Tribulation arose from Xiao Feng himself. It must be faced by him alone. Any interference would not only fail to provide assistance, but would instead exacerbate the tribulation, endangering him further. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, yet Ouyang remained unperturbed. How could Xiao Feng, who bore the title of Child of Destiny, falter at even the most basic of tasks? Yet, he could not voice this thought openly. So he feigned deep contemplation, joining the others in their silence. At that moment, Lang Qingsong entered, observing the group with a calm demeanor, and remarked, "Unity of intent. Do these rebellious youths possess the potential to be spies? Each one seems fond of eavesdropping at the door." Ouyang Gang, on the verge of unleashing a tirade, suddenly paused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Qingsong is correct. It seems we have stumbled into a misapprehension." The youths turned their gazes toward Ouyang, who, filled with pride, continued, as Xiaobai articulated, "We have crafted divine beasts to assist junior brother Xiao in his cultivation. However, these are not mere figments of our imagination. Rather, they are intricately anchored in junior brother Xiao's very essence. Junior brother Xiao embodies the divine beast, and the divine beast is, in essence, junior brother Xiao. The assembly, comprised of the era's most prodigious talents, experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping the implication of Ouyang's words. To deliberately fabricate a divine beast would incur punishment. Yet what if Junior Brother Xiao were, in fact, the divine beast himself? Should Junior Brother Xiao seize the divine beast's spiritual platform while its consciousness remains nascent, then he would indeed be the true embodiment of the divine beast. Divine beasts are inherently favored by the cosmos. Prior to birth, they endure the tribulation of thunder, yet once born, they are bestowed with immense fortune. What they are endeavoring to achieve is the expedited emergence of the divine beast post-birth. It is akin to the birth of this child within the universe. Even if one were to find him distasteful, could one truly extinguish his life? The birth of spiritual intelligence and consciousness occurs nearly simultaneously. Attempting to occupy the spiritual platform in an instant after the birth of spiritual awareness is nearly an insurmountable feat, even for those in the tribulation phase of cultivation. However, the resolution lies in the fact that this divine beast is a creation of Ouyang's own hands. He can dictate the moment of its spiritual awakening and consciousness with but a thought. Is not the act of pulling the electrical switch merely a matter of having hands? Xiaofeng, lacking in cultivation, is oblivious to the existence of his soul. How then could he wield control over his soul to seize the divine beast's spiritual platform? To sense and manipulate one's own soul, one must at least reach the out-of-body stage to attain such awareness. Ouyang gazed at Chen, who sat there with a gentle demeanor. After all, he was a master of manipulating souls, hailing from the small peak. The art of puppetry, when taken to its zenith, allows for the utmost control over the spirit. Ouyang cast a glance at Chen, who, fearing that Ouyang might expose his hidden cards, hurriedly stepped forward and declared, "I shall perform a technique to extract the spirit of Junior Brother Xiao, then tear it into fragments. These severed pieces of his spirit will occupy the spiritual platform of the divine beast, establishing a nest." Chen Chaoxin's words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, sent a chill down the spines of those present. As they observed Chen Chaoxin's seemingly carefree demeanor, an unsettling thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that the several hundred puppets, resembling themselves so closely, were indeed created from the fragments of their own spirits? Chapter 37. The Art of Ink and Color. Ouyang, I beseech you, do not continue. If you persist, the protective array of our sect will be rendered inoperable. A youth clad in a simple blue robe implored Ouyang. Ouyang, wielding a pickaxe, was diligently prying at the exquisite essence of the spirit stone embedded in the ground. This rare essence could only be found in the deepest veins of spirit stones, making it an indispensable material for both cultivation and the crafting of magical artifacts. Only a prestigious sect like the Qingyun sect would utilize it to construct their protective formations. What is there to worry about? If the sect leader decides to impose punishment, simply say it was my doing. Here, take this piece. If I have enough to eat, how could I possibly deprive you? Ouyang said grandiosely, as he filled a sack and handed a chunk of the precious spirit stone essence to the youth. The boy, trembling with trepidation, accepted the exquisite essence, which was worth more than half a year's worth of his cultivation resources. Ouyang carried a sack that was filled to the brim. This individual had thoroughly breached the protective array of the sect. If the enforcement team led by Xingfeng were to witness this, even an ordinary person would not escape unscathed. To dare to tamper with the sect's protective array, how could one not be labeled a traitor? Yet, as Ouyang was engaged in this act, the enforcement team happened to pass by, greeting him. What are you fellows up to? Ouyang, the sect leader has sent us to patrol the mountains. What are you doing? Oh, I simply came to extract a few spirit stones since my household is in need. One must be self-sufficient, you know. Do you require assistance, Brother Ouyang? No, thank you. I shall extract a bit more and then head back. It is nearly time for lunch. Thus unfolded the scene where Ouyang wielded a pickaxe while conversing with his fellow protectors. Were they all blind? He was mining within the protective array of the sect. Ordinary inner disciples would be scrutinized if they dared to glance too long at the protective array. And yet this Brother Ouyang had been at it for nearly an hour. However, it was rumored that he was the illegitimate son of the sect leader. So it seemed he had nothing to fear. The youth, who had been pleading for Ouyang to extract less, casually flipped his hand, and the exquisite essence of spirit stones vanished from his grasp as he feigned nonchalance and departed. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his forehead, hoisting a half-sack of exquisite spirit stone essence and making his way towards the small peak. Yet, after only a few steps, a middle-aged man, shrouded in a black robe, obstructed his path. The man, standing before Ouyang, spoke in a frigid tone. You are accused of willfully damaging the protective array of the sect and stealing spirit stones. Are you aware of your transgressions? Ouyang gazed at the newcomer, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Masterly, have you eaten? Unworthy disciple. Ouyang has taken on a fine apprentice. How could he commit such an egregious act of rebellion?" The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes glinting with cold severity. Ouyang, weary of idle chatter, swiftly extracted a tome from his storage pouch and hurled it towards the middle-aged man. Dimly, one could discern the image of a stunningly beautiful woman clad in scant attire amidst the pages. What a formidable concealed weapon! The middle-aged man uttered a low exclamation, unfurling his dark robe, and in an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness, as if the very heavens and earth had been enveloped within his cloak. When Ouyang's vision returned to normal, the figure of the middle-aged man had vanished from sight. Ouyang muttered to himself, lamenting that every time he sought a tome, it felt akin to heralding the annihilation of the sect, as if he feared the prying eyes of others. The old bachelor was truly incensed. The one who had just thwarted Ouyang was none other than the esteemed sect leader of Xingfeng, Li Yi, whose profound cultivation was unfathomable. Yet he harbored a profound passion for painting and calligraphy. Upon witnessing Ouyang unveil a portrait rendered in the style of realism, he was instantly captivated. Praising the riveting narrative and the tumultuous journey of the female protagonist depicted within the pages. Thus, at regular intervals, he would craft various pretexts to solicit a volume from Ouyang. Upon returning to the small mountain peak with the exquisite essence of spiritual stones on his back, Ouyang found the courtyard bustling with liveliness. Xiaofeng, bare-chested, showcased his bronzed, muscular physique, which shimmered brilliantly under the afternoon sun. Hututu, cradling a Tibetan fox, was utterly mesmerized, tears of emotion trickling from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Changxing wielded a brush, sketching an outline on Xiaofeng's back. The 5 divine beasts vividly materialized upon Xiaofeng's skin: the over-the-shoulder dragon, the mountain-descending tiger, the proud tortoise, the bowing vermilion bird, and the meditative qilin. With each breath Xiaofeng took, the 5 mythical creatures seemed to come to life, gracefully gliding across his back. It was no wonder that even the master of the execution peak found it irresistible. Truly, should a grand depiction of an adorable bovine maiden be painted, who could possibly resist? Ouyang lavished unreserved praise upon Qin Changxing's artistry, directed at Xiaofeng's back. Qin Changxing, his face flushed, vehemently asserted that he had never painted. Yet, this only elicited a chorus of laughter, as the courtyard resonated with a joyful ambience. Ouyang tipped the sack onto the ground, and the colorful essence of the spirit stones scattered everywhere, releasing a rich aura of the heavens and earth. For outsiders, the essence of spirit stones was something almost unimaginable. Yet for those present, excluding Xiaofeng, who appeared utterly naive, the others regarded it with disdain, as if it were mere refuse. "Senior brother, I informed you before we left that the best quality lies in the innermost circle of the protective formation. Why is it not here?" Qin Changxing inquired, bending down to search and addressing Ouyang. "I had intended to excavate from the center as well, but that old coot, the sect leader, imposed restrictions that prevent me from approaching." Ouyang sighed. Qin Changxing never truly hoped that Ouyang could retrieve the essence from the core of the protective formation. That was the most critical part of the entire array, and even if the sect leader allowed them some leeway, they could not overstep. "This is sufficient. Let us depart. Junior brother Xiao, I shall grind this essence and set it into your body. It will be quite painful, so bear with it," Qin Changxing said as he gathered the spirit stone essence. Xiaofeng nodded. Compared to the ability to cultivate, a bit of pain was nothing. Yet he underestimated the agony of the essence entering his body. To firmly and completely embed the essence into Xiaofeng, each piece had to penetrate 3 inches into the flesh. Thousands of shards, each time inflicting excruciating pain. Furthermore, to enhance the efficacy of the spirit stone essence, Qin Changxing would also stimulate the aura within the stones. Thousands of shards pierced Xiaofeng's body like searing nails. Under such torment, he remained silent throughout, enduring the ordeal. When the artwork was completed, Qin Changxing wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the 5 divine beasts he had just crafted. This piece might very well be the pinnacle of his artistic endeavors. The 5 divine beasts, enhanced by the exquisite essence of the spirit stones, appeared even more vibrant. And one could almost hear the sounds of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and tiger howls. If Xiaofeng were to walk shirtless down the streets of his former life, he would surely attract the attention of law enforcement, suspected of being some notorious figure. Yet, the 5 divine beasts lacked the finishing touch that would breathe life into them. A task entrusted to Ouyang. The finishing stroke would awaken the spirits of the beasts. This was the most challenging step of this audacious endeavor, thus requiring utmost caution. Chapter 38. The heavens do not allow the following morning. The sky was overcast, a blanket of low clouds stretching across the horizon. The atmosphere on the small peak was thick with tension. Chen Chongqing stood solemnly behind Xiao Feng, instructing, "Senior brother, shortly you will perform the awakening for these divine beasts. Remember, only the azure dragon and vermilion bird, and the timing must be synchronized." Ouyang accepted the pivotal brushstroke handed to him by Chen Chongqing, nodding earnestly. Chen Chongqing then turned to address his companions. "Second senior brother, fourth junior disciple, you must guard the law. If junior brother Xiao has not contended with the consciousness of the divine beast, you are to act swiftly, severing the entanglement between him and the beast's awareness with your sword intent." Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood resolutely, their expressions equally grave. Under Hututu's eager gaze, Chen Chongqing coughed gently and instructed, "Little junior sister, please fetch a quilt from the room and wrap yourself in it. The thunder will be quite loud shortly." Hututu nodded earnestly, retrieving a small quilt from her room and carefully enveloping herself within it. Once all preparations were complete, Chen Chongqing gazed up at the sky, contemplating whether the heavens would grant him an audience. He leaped onto the makeshift platform, exhaling softly, and with a flourish of his right hand, a peachwood sword emerged from his sleeve. "Awaken," Chen Chongqing called out, igniting 2 candles on the platform without any apparent source. With the sword in hand, he waved his sleeve, releasing a flurry of yellow talismans that stood before him. This single maneuver could easily secure him the position of a national teacher in the mortal realm. As he performed his incantation atop the platform, he unveiled a hidden card. A yellow talisman, imbued with the essence of the Tao, gradually rose. Chen Chongqing bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to smear the talisman, and shouted, "Hooray, arise." The grand formation, shrouding the peak of the small mountain, enveloped it in a veil, concealing all of its energies. The cosmos is boundless, and the yin and yang are reversed. The spirit is about to emerge, awaiting the command. The spirit is released. With a flick of his sleeve, the Tao-infused talisman surged toward Xiao Feng, directly penetrating his body. Xiao Feng felt a jolt coursing through him, as he found himself soaring from his own corporeal form, a wondrous and indescribable sensation. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng's spirit leave his body, Chen Chongqing called out to the ever-prepared Ouyang, "Eldest senior brother, act now." Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang grasped the pin of insight firmly in his hands and directed it towards the eyes of the azure dragon and vermilion bird emblazoned on Xiao Feng's back. The strokes landed simultaneously within the eyes of the 2 mythical beasts, as his internal energy surged violently into them. The sky, already shrouded in low-hanging clouds, darkened further, with thunder rolling ominously within the tumultuous clouds, seemingly seeking out the aberration daring to defy the natural order. Before Chen Chongqing, a dozen yellow talismans soared rapidly into the heavens. The talismans collided with the grand formation he had meticulously devised to obscure the heavenly secrets. It was imperative that the Tao of heaven remained oblivious to this endeavor until Ouyang fully awakened the consciousness of the divine beasts. The vital energy of Ouyang surged wildly into the 2 divine beasts on the back of Xiao Feng. As this energy flowed in, the originally vivid beasts began to move autonomously across Xiao Feng's back. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a sharp bird's cry. The ethereal forms of the 2 divine beasts soared into the air. The immense pressure unique to these mythical creatures caused the atmosphere around the small mountain peak to thicken. It seemed that the heavens had sensed an unnatural birth occurring, and the thunder, which had merely been rolling within the clouds, began to rage violently around the summit. The terrifying might of the heavens left the area in disarray. Yet, beneath Chen Chongqing's formation, the thunder failed to locate the audacious transgressor. As the ethereal forms of the beasts began to solidify, a spark of intelligence ignited within their eyes. The awakening of their spiritual consciousness was imminent. Chen Chongqing gazed at the 2 divine beasts in the sky, his eyes drifting toward Xiao Feng with a flicker of compassion. But he promptly raised his peachwood sword and pointed it at Xiao Feng. Azure dragon on the left, vermilion bird above, emerged. In a state of spiritual disarray, Xiao Feng felt an immense force tearing at his soul, as if a pair of colossal hands were attempting to wrench his left arm and head away. The indescribable agony overwhelmed him, driving him into a frenzy of pain, even as he had previously endured thousands of essences entering his body without uttering a sound. Yet, amidst this madness, Xiao Feng maintained a clarity of mind, his silent screams and contorted form rendering him almost akin to the king of hell. The torn fragments of his soul were continually reshaped, gradually taking on the appearance of 2 smaller versions of Xiao Feng. The recreation of his soul was underway. Hutuda wrapped herself more tightly in her blanket, trembling at the sight of Xiaofeng's torment, seeking solace in the fabric for a semblance of safety. Lying beside her, the fox spirit Ouyang watched in astonishment as Chun Chongqing performed his almost supernatural soul reconstruction technique, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Such mastery over the soul was beyond even what he could achieve in the tribulation phase. What manner of being was this young man? Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong observed the unfolding scene with calm expressions, fully aware that without this suffering, Xiaofeng would never transform into a dragon. All pain was insignificant in the moment of success. Two even more resounding roars of the dragon and phoenix rang out, now infused with a hint of vitality. This was the moment. Go. With the peachwood sword in Chun Chongqing's hand, he pointed towards the ethereal forms of the two divine beasts soaring in the sky. The two tiny fragments of Xiaofeng's soul, conjured forth, were instantly thrust into the manifestations of the divine beasts. These nascent ethereal beings, devoid of consciousness, were on the verge of being forcibly usurped. Driven by the instinct inherent to living beings, they began to struggle. Fortunately, as they were yet to fully materialize. Had they been fully born divine beasts, such an invasion would have likely resulted in their immediate eradication by the decrees of heaven. Chun Chongqing wielded the peachwood sword to suppress the resistance of the divine beasts while simultaneously guiding the remaining fragments of Xiaofeng's soul back into his corporeal form. Ouyang stood by, ready to receive Chun Chongqing's command to sever the flow of true energy. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong had placed their hands upon their sword hilts, each of the four youths poised to assist Xiaofeng. Above, the ethereal silhouette of the divine beast gradually settled. Xiaofeng's spirit seamlessly invaded the divine beast's spiritual platform. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, a sense of foreboding struck him, as if sensing the impending demise of a child about to be born. The once tumultuous storm of heavenly tribulations in the sky began to coalesce into a rift, and an emotionless eye slowly opened. An overwhelming pressure and torrents of lightning swirled around this eye, and at last, the heavenly Tao discerned the architect of this turmoil. The grand formation atop the small peak shattered instantaneously, and an unrelenting deluge of punitive lightning rained down upon Xiaofeng. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment. A legendary force capable of obliterating all. Such deeds shall not be tolerated by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 39. When the Heavenly Tao fails, let the Great Way arise. The boundless pressure and the apocalyptic gaze of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment fixated upon the highest cultivator present, the cunning fox, Ouyang. Ouyang's body stiffened. Breath caught in his throat, shaking his head in desperation. Not me. Though I am in the tribulation stage, I lack the audacity to provoke the Heavenly Tao. Have these young ones lost their minds? What a trivial matter to invoke the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Bai Feiyu, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, regarded the eye above with mild astonishment, noting its diminished state compared to its ancient predecessors. Slowly, he drew his sword, declaring, "The Heavenly Tao is ruthless. I stand as its agent." With a swift sound of steel unsheathing, Lang Qingsong's sword intent surged, aimed directly at the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao is merciless. I shall cleave it. Chun Chongqing merely intended for the two to sever the connection between Xiaofeng and the divine beast when the Heavenly Tao would not permit it. Yet both drew their swords simultaneously, confronting the Heavenly Tao directly. In the minds of these prodigies, the most effective solution to a problem is to eradicate it at its root. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment sensed two streams of sword intent surging toward it. The previously indifferent and emotionless gaze revealed a flicker of confusion. Why did one of these sword intents feel so familiar? The eye looked down to see Bai Feiyu in white attire, a subtle smile gracing his otherwise impassive face, as if greeting it. It is him. He has reincarnated. A flash of trepidation crossed the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, soon followed by a ruthless determination. While he remains unformed, let us eliminate him now. Bai Feiyu's sword intent soared skyward, yet did not directly strike the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Instead, it transformed into his figure, swiftly passing before the eye, leaving a faint thread in its wake. Do you wish to be blinded by me once more? This sentence seems to have awakened the long-sealed memories of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The once overcast sky suddenly cleared. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment gazed at Xiaofeng, who was gradually encroaching upon the two divine beasts, a flicker of wrath igniting in its eyes, as a slender, serpent-like purple lightning bolt lunged toward him. The annihilating purple lightning of the celestial destruction. Bai Feiyu and Chun Chongqing instantly recognized the origin of this lightning bolt. It possessed the power to utterly obliterate a person's existence from the river of time. This divine thunder sought to erase all traces of the opponent's existence. Furthermore, it disregarded both space and time, rendering any defense utterly futile. arrogant, abominable creature. Bai Feiyu and Shen Chongxing were incensed that the Eye of Heavenly Punishment had so suddenly resorted to such unscrupulous tactics, seeking death. Although Lung Qingsong was oblivious to why the two suddenly cursed towards the heavens, he was certain the fault lay with that eye above. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged toward the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Witnessing Lung Qingsong's action, Bai Feiyu and Shen Chongxing simultaneously launched their own attacks against the eye. Two streams of sword intent, along with the activation of the small mountain peak formation, surged forth to pierce the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment was momentarily bewildered. How dared these insignificant beings challenge it? In the past, these ants had always cried out for the Tao of Heaven to be lenient in its judgments, yet now, these three were drawing swords and activating formations. Given that Xiao Feng was merely at the foundation establishment stage, the might of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment directed at him was significantly diminished. Even the Tao itself could not have anticipated that someone at the foundation establishment level could provoke such a punishment. Consequently, as the three launched their attacks, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment became somewhat flustered, having expended 70% of its energy merely to unleash a strand of divine lightning. Could it be that it would be pierced this time? In its confusion, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment contemplated retreat, a notion that had never crossed its mind since its inception. It was an utter humiliation. With a venomous glare, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment fixed its gaze upon the three assailants, realizing that it had not unleashed its full power. Just wait. When you undergo your tribulations, I shall smite you. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment confined the three, rendering them immobile, unable to budge even slightly. For the three at the core formation stage, no matter how defiant they were, inflicting harm upon the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was still an impossibility. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment glared fiercely at the trio, its gaze settling on Xiao Feng, who had absorbed the divine lightning, preparing to slowly dissipate. Want to leave? Have you consulted me? Ouyang's calm voice rang out. The primordial energy of heaven and earth surged wildly toward the small mountain peak. A colossal hand of this energy grasped the retreating Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Who dares to touch the Tao of Heaven? Blood rain fell suddenly, and wherever it landed, it corroded the ground, creating numerous small holes. Halt! A resounding voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth, echoing with an ancient desolation that seemed to transcend time. As this voice emerged, the seasons whirled chaotically, and the sun and moon flickered in an incessant alternation. The realm became shrouded in an incomprehensible haze, eluding clear articulation. Standing atop a small peak, Ouyang maintained a serene demeanor, his inner energy surging forth like a mighty river. Cold Qingsong, along with the three others and Hu Tu, were all ensnared by Ouyang and drawn into a chamber, leaving only the Eye of Heavenly Punishment and Xiao Feng behind. As the divine thunder of Zi Xiao coursed through him, Xiao Feng's body began to disintegrate, while the ethereal forms of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird struggled desperately against this dissolution. Yet, before the onslaught of the thunderous serpent, they could only resign themselves to the despair of witnessing their own gradual consumption. Ouyang Weiwei glanced at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment she had captured and, in an instant, recognized the source of the voice. It was the voice of the Tao. Ouyang sneered coldly, abruptly raising his hand, as the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was forcefully yanked down by an invisible hand. Humph! The once eternal and desolate voice emitted a deep grunt. Ouyang was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure from the heavens and the earth, a profound feeling of abandonment flooding his heart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this sensation dissipated like melting ice and snow. An immense and indescribable energy swirled around Ouyang, almost condensing into vapor. Gradually, a colossal visage formed within the clouds of the sky. However, Ouyang did not grant it the opportunity to fully materialize. The tremendous energy surged upwards, shattering the visage into fragments. If you wish to repulse me, you are sorely mistaken. Let the path of the Great Way come forth. Ouyang calmly summoned the invisible hand grasping the Eye of Heavenly Punishment to his side. Ouyang, with a commanding grip, held the Eye of Divine Punishment close to Xiao Feng, who was teetering on the brink of collapse. The once rampant purple cloud divine thunder abruptly ceased its fury, and as the lightning serpents emerged, they were filled with bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the Eye of Divine Punishment. Ouyang exerted control with his mighty hand, pressing the Eye of Heavenly Punishment into Xiao Feng's forehead. In an instant, the purple clouds of divine thunder morphed into serpentine lightning, drawn inexorably into the eye. The ethereal forms of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird solidified in a heartbeat. A resounding dragon's roar intertwined with a sharp avian cry echoed through the atmosphere. The previously tumultuous heavens transformed, giving rise to golden lotuses as celestial energies descended, casting a mystical purple light across 3,000 miles. The punishment had been administered, and the emergence of the divine beasts heralded auspicious omens. Yet, seemingly displeased with Ouyang, the auspicious signs appeared but for a fleeting moment before the world returned to tranquility. How miserly! Ouyang smirked at the sky. Chapter 40. Triumph. Although the heavenly path exhibited a certain stinginess, it did not alter the outcome in the least. The obliteration that had begun within Xiaofeng dissipated, swiftly giving way to rejuvenation. The spectral forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird gradually solidified, and the unique pressure of the divine beasts began to emanate from their ethereal figures. However, what truly instilled awe was the vertical pupil that stood between Xiaofeng's brows. Tendrils of fearsome lightning coiled around the pupil, instilling a primal terror within all who beheld it. The eye of heavenly punishment, the 5 divine beasts. It was utterly inconceivable for a mortal form to withstand such overwhelming power. Yet, just moments ago, as the divine thunder began to devastate Xiaofeng's body, remnants of the purple lightning had already taken root within him. In a bid to escape the obliteration wrought by the divine thunder, the nascent azure dragon and vermilion bird fused with Xiaofeng. Now, after the reconstruction of his body, Xiaofeng's essence was imbued with the divine resonance of the purple lightning along with that of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Slowly, he opened his eyes, within which the spectral forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird danced. A mere glance was sufficient to render those of lesser cultivation utterly defenseless. In Ouyang's perspective, an astonishing transformation had occurred within Xiaofeng's attribute panel. Name, Xiaofeng, Human Emperor, Cultivation, comparable to the Golden Core Root Bone, 0 Luck, 8 Charisma, 8 Physical Refinement Aptitude, 11 Unique Skills, Indomitable Will. 5 Divine Beasts Evaluation. Who dares to claim that humanity lacks emperors? By the heavens, it is my first encounter with a modified panel. Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the panel reflecting the changes within Xiaofeng, brought about by the infusion of the divine beast. Truly, he was the child of heaven, capable of prompting such a transformation within the system. Xiaofeng clenched his fist, acutely aware of the surge of power coursing through his body. As the essence of the universe flowed within him, nourishing his being at every moment. Was this the might of the divine beast? On his back, the azure dragon and vermilion bird from the 5 divine beasts appeared vividly, as if they could spring forth from him at any moment. With an involuntary shout, Xiaofeng unleashed a punch, a tremendous wave of energy erupting from his arm. It overturned several slabs of bluestone, creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiaofeng stared at his fist, grinning foolishly. In his current state, he felt he could vanquish 7 or 8 adversaries with a single blow. Yet, before he could fully revel in his joy, a sharp smack landed upon his head. Ouyang, in a fit of exasperation, glared at Xiaofeng and exclaimed, "One who dislodges the roof is already enough to vex a person. Yet you have the audacity to excavate the floor." In response to Ouyang's reprimand, Xiaofeng merely responded with a foolish grin, entirely unfazed by the blows he had received. Even in the face of Ouyang's scolding, he continued to nod with a silly smile. Ouyang stepped out of the courtyard and gazed at the scarred forest beyond the small hill, marred by the wrath of thunder. He retrieved from his pocket the comprehensive guide to basic spells, memorizing the method for a particular incantation. After tucking the book back into his pocket, he raised his hands high and called out, "Rejuvenation." The spiritual energy between heaven and earth, guided by Ouyang's formidable true qi, transformed into a gentle spiritual rain, cascading down upon the battered forest. Under the cleansing embrace of this ethereal rain, the trees, once struck by lightning, sprouted fresh branches anew. From the shattered boulders, vibrant wild grasses emerged. The flora and fauna, previously rendered barren by the thunder's fury, flourished once more, becoming even more lush than before. However, the damaged pathway and the deceased creatures could not be restored. The repair of the pathway and the burial of the fallen animals were tasks that must be undertaken by those responsible. "Do as you were commanded, senior brother," Xiaofeng promptly replied. "Ah," Ouyang exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and hurried back to his room. Lung Qingsong, along with the others, remained confined in place. Even the sword intents of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu were held captive. Only the cunning fox, Huyan, sat perched on a stool, waiting for Ouyang's return. "This profound magic is beyond my understanding," Ouyang lamented, observing the immobilized group. "Senior brother, if you don't mind, may I give it a try?" Xiaofeng suggested uncertainly from behind. "You?" Ouyang turned to Xiaofeng, regarding him with skepticism as he leaned to observe how he would unravel the binding. Xiao Feng stepped forward, his right hand forming a sword with 2 fingers, and traced an arc between his brows, summoning the Eye of Heavenly Punishment once more. A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from the eye, and the 4 individuals who had been ensnared regained their freedom of movement. Can one wield the Eye of Heavenly Punishment so soon after acquiring it? Such talent truly deserves the favor of the Tao. Ouyang gazed somewhat wistfully at the 4 individuals as they resumed their activities, but his expression soon darkened. The sword intent that had previously restrained Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, now liberated from its confines, had directly torn the roof off their room. Ouyang raised his hand to shield Hu Tutu. His expression dark as he glared at Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, declaring, "Ensure my house is repaired by tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall strip your skins." When it came to the matter of roof repairs, Lung Qingsong was quite adept and paid no heed to Ouyang's threats. Meanwhile, Qin Changxing turned to Xiao Feng with palpable excitement and inquired, "Has it been accomplished?" Xiao Feng nodded in response, and Qin Changxing exhaled a sigh of relief, subsequently bursting with enthusiasm. The future of the human race's 5 emperors was, astonishingly, to emerge from his own hands. This was the sole emperor of the human race. Each time Qin Changxing contemplated this, he found himself overwhelmed with exhilaration. Ouyang cast a perplexed glance at Qin Changxing. Could it be that junior brother San has some entanglement with junior brother Xiao in the future? Otherwise, why would he be so agitated? Meanwhile, a knowing smile graced Bai Feiyu's face. Such a formidable body cultivator could indeed offer immense assistance in perfecting one's own path. Hu Tutu, filled with curiosity, gazed at the back of Xiao Feng. The tattoos adorning that back instilled a sense of trepidation in Hu Tutu. His grandfather had once said, "Those who bear tattoos are seldom good foxes." Uneasily, Hu Tutu tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and inquired, "Senior brother, do you think junior brother Xiao might go astray? He has already begun to get tattoos." Ouyang consoled, "Fear not, Tutu. This marks the beginning of Master Xiao's transformation." Tutu nodded, yet her gaze remained anxiously fixed on Xiao Feng. The room radiated tranquility, save for the composed gaze of the fox spirit, Hu Yin, who observed the unfolding scene with a quiet intensity. Each individual present was a peerless genius, emerging once in a millennium, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yet, this was precisely what troubled Hu Yin. The way of heaven operates by diminishing the surplus to replenish the deficit. Such a congregation of extraordinary talents not only signals the advent of a magnificent epoch, but also portends the onset of a great calamity. With the commencement of an era illuminated by countless stars, there invariably follow the corpses and tears of innumerable ordinary souls. Even as one who has reached the tribulation stage, I am but an ordinary being in this realm. Should a great catastrophe indeed descend, I would find it impossible to safeguard my own existence. Gazing at the individuals before him, Hu Yin sighed softly. Is the great calamity approaching? Chapter 41. The saint son of the Buddhist sect. The arrival of Xiao Feng did little to disrupt the daily routines atop the small mountain peak. Lang Qingsong busied himself with repairs on the rooftop, while Qin Changxing tinkered away in his quarters, oblivious to the world around him. Bai Feiyu continued to posture regally atop a branch, and Tutu soared about on her paper crane. The only addition to the bustling scene was a youth, Xiao Feng, laboring with a stone slab to mend the walkway. Everyone was engaged in their own pursuits, which only served to highlight my own idleness. Ouyang reclined in his chair, a book in hand, drifting into slumber. The tranquility of the courtyard enveloped everything around him, save for the occasional sound of cannon fire emanating from the direction of Qingyun Peak, disrupting his peaceful dreams. As the time for the grand sect competition drew nearer, various sects invited to witness the event began to arrive at Qingyun sect. With each arrival, the resounding booms of cannon fire echoed from Qingyun Peak. A dazzling display of light, multiplied many times over, streaked across the azure sky. The entire Qingyun sect bustled with an unusual fervor, as though the small mountain peak had been entirely forgotten. Suddenly, a sound akin to celestial resonance emanated from Qingyun Peak. The once serene summit of the Xuanzong Daoist sect was now enveloped in a radiant light, reminiscent of a Buddha imparting wisdom. Ouyang removed the book from his face, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of Qingyun Peak, exclaiming, "What is happening? Has the great monk ascended the mountain?" Bai Feiyu, perched upon a branch, turned his gaze towards Qingyun Peak and shook his head, saying, "It seems that there are discussions of profound truths taking place at Qingyun Peak. The Buddhist realm appears to have given rise to a remarkable reincarnation of a Buddha." A reincarnation of the Buddha? The legendary holy child of the Buddhist faith? Ouyang's interest was instantly piqued. He had heard rumors 2 years prior of an extraordinary holy child emerging from the Buddhist sect. It was said that upon his entry into the monastic order, the golden statue of the Buddha had spoken, bestowing upon him a name. Within a year, he established his foundation. In 3 years, he formed his elixir, and in 5 years, he attained the nascent soul. The pace of his cultivation was astonishing. At merely 18 years of age, he engaged in discourse at the sacred site of the Buddhist faith, the Grandling Mountain Temple. Standing shoulder to shoulder with its 18 esteemed abbots, not conceding an inch. The acquisition of such a figure by the Buddhist sect heralds a grand resurgence. Upon hearing the commotion, Ouyang initially thought the individuals outside were merely boasting. However, it now appears that their words hold a significant degree of truth. As he contemplated whether to indulge in the spectacle and discover which unfortunate soul was being used as a stepping stone, a sudden sound of 7 resonant bell tolls echoed from the summit of Qingyun Peak. The sound of the bronze bell was distant yet not jarring, effortlessly reaching the ears of all within the Qingyun sect. This was the sound of the sect's summoning bell. The 7 tolls signified that all disciples from every peak were required to convene at Qingyun Peak for a discussion. Ouyang referred to it as the bell of assembly, indicating that there was a matter of urgency within the sect, necessitating the swift gathering of members from all peaks. Ouyang rose from his reclining chair. His curiosity piqued as he remarked, "Let us go and take a look." The last time the bell tolled, it was to contest which mountain peak Little Bai would ascend. Today, it seems there is much to behold. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu soared through the air on their swords, while Chen Changshan followed closely behind, accompanied by the swordless Xiaofeng. Hu Tutu and Ouyang leisurely floated along on their paper crane, trailing behind. The entire contingent from the small mountain peak had mobilized, leaving only a solitary to guard their abode. After all, such opportunities to witness the unfolding drama were rare amidst the otherwise mundane days of cultivation. Upon reaching the foot of Qingyun Peak, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, an overwhelming sea of humanity, with the assembly of inner disciples exceeding 1,000. Save for a few who were in secluded meditation, those who could attend were present. Upon arriving at Qingyun Peak, Ouyang beheld Lingfeng enduring a beating. Is there any justice in this? Each time trouble arises, it is invariably the kind-hearted Ling who bears the brunt of it, likely due to his amiable temperament as a disciple of the sect leader. Whenever intruders come to kick down the door, it is always Lingfeng who is compelled to take the first blows. Is this not an egregious exploitation of the virtuous? Alas, all the prime vantage points have been claimed by others, leaving no favorable position even to observe the spectacle. Ouyang cast a knowing glance at Lang Qingsong, who, understanding the unspoken cue, grasped his sword and made his way toward the most advantageous position. Upon a towering boulder, a dozen disciples from the Sword Inquiry Peak stood, swords in hand, watching with keen interest. After all, with their numbers and strength, it was no surprise they had seized such a prime location. Who dares to act? Have you consulted my dozen swords? Just as they were engrossed in their observations, those who sought to question them arrived, dressed in black. Lang Qingsong leaped onto the boulder and coldly uttered 2 words, "Down." The disciples, unfamiliar with Lang Qingsong, were instantly incensed. This insolent youth was indeed blind to the situation, and they were about to draw their swords. However, one of their comrades restrained the sword hilt and whispered a few words. The would-be attacker shrank back, casting a fearful glance at Lang Qingsong, and, like chastened ducklings, they jumped down from the boulder to the stones occupied by the Tianyin Peak. Down. Dare to resist? Have you consulted my dozen swords? The Tianyin Peak disciples gazed at the brazen disciples from the Sword Inquiry Peak, their anger muted by fear. The small mountain peak had claimed the finest vantage point, where Ouyang lounged lazily atop a large stone, embracing his muddled thoughts while observing the unfolding drama. Bai Feiyu was to his left, Lang Qingsong to his right, and Xiaofeng lingered slightly behind. Meanwhile, Chen Changshan, witnessing the scene before him, furrowed his brow and retreated to the back of the gathering crowd. In the center, a shining bald youth sat cross-legged, radiating a glow of Buddhist light, speaking with eloquence. Beneath him, the boulder sprouted tender grass, and flowers blossomed beneath his mat. Opposite him, Lingfeng sat on the ground, his brow tightly knit, yearning to speak but at a loss for words. Under the pressure of the Buddhist light, even his true essence was restrained within his dantian, rendering him immobile. Dare to question, brother? Is the way not of the Buddha? Do you have doubts? The bald youth, clad in a yellow robe, suddenly exclaimed. Lingfeng, his heart shaken, coughed up blood, propping himself up with one hand as he cast a weak glance at the bald youth. His once handsome visage, now marred by the damage to his spirit, appeared sickly, inciting a flurry of anxious cries from the onlookers. Brother Lingfeng, concede defeat. Brother Lingfeng, even in loss, we shall love you forever. Brother, come to my chamber tonight. I shall tend to your wounds. With righteous resolve, Ling Feng slightly cupped his hands in respect toward the bald youth and weakly replied, "Wise brother Huiji, your insights are profound. Though I am but a fool, I remain steadfast. The Buddha is the Buddha. The Tao is the Tao. I do not walk this path alone." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet his steadfast expression betrayed no sign of wavering. This display of determination caused the disciples momentarily ensnared by confusion to lower their heads in shame. Huiji, observing Ling Feng's unwavering spirit, sighed and returned the gesture of respect, declaring, "Your will, Tao brother, is resolute. In my lifetime, I have rarely encountered such strength. And I too hold you in high regard." The venerable monk indeed possesses a remarkable acumen in social graces, having triumphed over his opponent. He graciously offered him a way to save face, instantly garnering the admiration of those around him. Although the debate had momentarily shaken Ling Feng's resolve, the onlookers were quick to forgive the young lad before them. Meanwhile, Ouyang, munching on an apple, gazed at the bald-headed youth's profile, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Name: Huiji, pretender of the Holy Son of Buddhism. Cultivation: 9th level of the nascent soul root bone. 9 charm, 9 luck, 9 Buddhist aptitude, 11 exclusive skill. The essence of Buddhism is me. The term pretender in parentheses after Holy Son of Buddhism is indeed intriguing. Chapter 42. You strike yours. As both individuals basked in the applause of the crowd, mutual admiration flickered in their exchanged glances. Huiji extended his hand, helping Ling Feng to his feet, and leaned in to whisper, "What are you pretending at, my friend? Your heart has been wounded, yet you persist in your path?" Ling Feng, momentarily shadowed by a fleeting gloom, soon regained his composure and replied, "Junior brother, your mastery of Buddhist teachings far surpasses mine. I am but a humble novice." Huiji regarded Ling Feng with a mixture of surprise and sincerity, pondering whether this disciple of the Qingyan sect had indeed lost his mind. Despite his provocation, Ling Feng remained unperturbed. Suddenly, an uneaten fruit core struck Huiji's gleaming head, interrupting his contemplation and inciting a wave of uproar. To lose is to lose. How could the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great holy lands, display such a lack of grace? Throwing fruit cores at the victor? The crowd began to search for the miscreant. "Oops, my hand slipped." Ouyang's voice rang out. As everyone turned to look, they saw Ouyang lounging lazily on a large stone with Hututu nestled in his arms, the latter shyly covering his eyes from the curious gazes. Perched upon the stone in a green robe, the young man exuded an air of defiance. While his features may not have been as breathtaking as those of the sword-bearing youth beside him, his rebellious spirit captivated all present. Ceasing his laughter, he turned to Huiji and casually remarked, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a hand slip?" Huiji looked at Ouyang, nonchalantly stroking his bald head, and replied, "Do you wish to discuss Buddhist teachings with this humble monk as well?" Ouyang let out a disdainful laugh and said, "What nonsense." The moment these profanities escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the venue grew tense and frigid. Huiji tilted his head, looking at Ouyang with a serious expression, and inquired, "Do you wish to engage in a friendly spar, fellow cultivator?" "A spar, indeed. But let me remind you, calamity often arises from careless words." Huiji replied coolly, his gaze icy as he regarded Ouyang. Calamity, indeed. Huiji found himself at a loss for words when faced with Ouyang's incessant insults directed at his mother, leaving no room for him to exploit any verbal weaknesses. Is this how the esteemed Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred lands, humiliates those who come to participate in its grand competition, resorting to distant barking like a dog, too cowardly to confront me directly? Huiji proclaimed loudly to everyone present from the Qingyan sect. His voice stirred a wave of disdain among the crowd towards Ouyang. Indeed, it is unacceptable that we insult our guests while they come to observe the Qingyan sect, tarnishing our reputation, especially with many representatives from other sects watching closely. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Ouyang slowly rose to his feet, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he addressed Huiji, "I shall not be trifled with." Suddenly, a towering figure of the Buddha materialized behind Huiji. Its presence, marked by the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, left all in attendance utterly astounded. The bald-headed youth before them, barely 18, had achieved a level of mastery that had eluded countless practitioners for centuries. The terror emanating from this youth raised the question, was the Buddhist sect truly destined for a resurgence? With an icy stare, Huiji fixed his gaze upon Ouyang and declared, "I am Huiji from the Great Ling Mountain Temple, and I seek to engage you in a discourse." Ouyang beheld Huiji, who, in a fit of rage, summoned his formidable Vajra body, and turning to Bai Feiyu, who feigned ignorance of his presence, remarked, "Hey, little Bai, Look, he's quite agitated. Bai Feiyu averted his gaze, feeling that Ouyang's words were rather crude, and he felt a sense of embarrassment merely standing there. Is one in the nascent soul stage truly that formidable? Ouyang observed Huiji, his Vajra form radiating a brilliant light, and smirked slightly. At that moment, Lung Qingsong unsheathed his long sword and charged forward, transforming into a streak of sword light. In the blink of an eye, he collided with Huiji's Vajra body, producing a resounding metallic clang. Huiji, taken aback, pondered how this mere core formation youth could shake his Vajra body, a pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet, he reminded himself, core formation was merely core formation. It could never truly destabilize the nascent soul. Though surprised, Huiji remained unfazed, for Ouyang, standing atop the boulder, had yet to intervene. His fellow disciples were all in the core formation stage, so Ouyang could not possibly be merely at the surface level of qi refinement. It perplexed Huiji that he could not discern Ouyang's true cultivation level, perceiving him only as a lowly qi refinement practitioner. With a surge of vigilance, Huiji raised his hand, intent on sending Lang Qingsong flying. The light emanating from the Vajra body intensified, directly propelling Lang Qingsong away. Suspended in midair, Lang Qingsong momentarily halted before his sword glimmered with true essence, the subtle sword intent enveloping it as he launched another attack at Huiji. This strike, imbued with lethal intent, even evoked a sense of danger in Huiji. It was no ordinary blow, suffused with an aura of death. Huiji's heart sank in alarm. The core formation youth posed a significant threat. His expression remained neutral, as the silhouette of an indistinct Buddha gradually materialized behind him. The Buddha lifted his right palm, forming a swastika seal within it, which he directed toward Lang Qingsong in an oppressive manner. As the sword and Buddha's palm collided, it pierced through the palm momentarily. But being the Vajra body of the nascent soul stage, it only penetrated half an inch before Lang Qingsong was firmly grasped by the palm. Instantly, numerous Buddha palms emerged around Lang Qingsong, descending upon him with relentless force. "Brother Bai, is everything all right?" Xiaofeng inquired anxiously. Noting that Huiji was evidently superior to Lang Qingsong, if this continued, defeat was inevitable for Lang Qingsong. Bai Feiyu merely waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, "It's nothing to worry about. I will intervene." This unassuming declaration carried an air of arrogance, leaving Xiaofeng with the impression of an unparalleled master. Silently, Xiaofeng committed this phrase to memory, recognizing it as a future gem to be utilized for his own displays of grandeur. Meanwhile, amidst the onslaught of countless Buddha palms, Lang Qingsong transformed into a radiant whirlwind of sword light. The chilling aura of death compelled the onlookers to part ways, creating ample space. As the sword intent flowed, the multitude of Buddha palms was shattered by the longsword. When Lang Qingsong returned to Ouyang's side, Huiji's right sleeve was shredded into fragments by an invisible sword qi. The expression on Huiji's face was one of neither joy nor sorrow, as he softly chanted, "Amitabha." He realized he had been careless, failing to evade the attack. He had braced himself against the piercing sword energy concealed within the profound essence of the sword intent wielded by Lang Qingsong. No one could have anticipated that a mere golden core cultivator could comprehend the Tao rhythm, an understanding typically elusive even to those in the nascent soul stage. Although he had not revealed his true capabilities, it was undeniable that he had lost this round. Had Lang Qingsong not chosen to hold back, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere torn sleeve. "Tao brother, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I am but a humble monk in comparison." Huiji spoke with graceful acceptance of his defeat. Ouyang, with a crooked smile, remarked, "Can one truly be defeated in the nascent soul stage by someone in the golden core stage? What nonsense." Chapter 43. The darkness accumulates over time. Victory. The holy son of the Buddhist sect was unexpectedly vanquished by a youth from the Qingyan sect. Moreover, it was a defeat of a nascent soul by one in the golden core stage. The onlookers, unable to discern the depths of their cultivation, could only witness a flurry of Buddhist palms and a myriad of sword lights. Cold Qingsong then returned to Ouyang's side, while the defeated Huiji, his sleeves torn to shreds, bowed in acknowledgement of his loss. Although the victors displayed a somewhat brash demeanor, the spectators could not help but marvel at their formidable prowess. The distinction between the golden core and nascent soul stages was vast, yet someone had managed to triumph in the latter with the former. It appears that the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred lands, remains as unfathomable as ever. Having suffered defeat, Huiji naturally wished to make a swift exit, offering a slight bow to the crowd before heading towards the guest quarters at the mountain gate. With the excitement dulled and the spectacle concluded, the audience eagerly dispersed, animatedly discussing how the Golden Core cult Song had triumphed over Huizhi. Ouyang approached the despondent Lingfeng, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. Old Ling, fret not. That girl merely revels in her superior cultivation to bully others. Lingfeng forced a smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Ouyang, for your assistance. I am truly grateful. Observing the still rigid and pedantic Lingfeng, Ouyang shook his head inwardly. Lingfeng remained akin to a pure white lotus. While a white lotus holds no inherent malice, its unwavering naivety toward adversaries can indeed lead to perilous circumstances. Ouyang Shixiao. A familiar voice called out, and Su Linger, clutching a jade flute, dashed towards him. As she ran, Ouyang felt the ground tremble, and in an instant, he was enveloped in her embrace. Upon hearing Su Linger's voice, a flicker of light ignited in Lingfeng's eyes, yet when he beheld Su Linger leap into Ouyang's arms, that spark extinguished completely. Lingfeng silently turned away, resigned to the fate of a failure, left to tend to his own wounds in solitude. Hee, how does it feel? Just as I foretold, isn't it? A voice echoed in Lingfeng's ear. Silence. He hissed under his breath. Silence? You, with your mediocre talents, trampled upon by foes, while others easily seize all your brilliance. The woman you cherish will soon be swaying under another's gaze, and you truly can endure this? I demand that you be silent. Lingfeng's eyes reddened as he whispered fiercely. Do you now believe me? Only I can aid you in altering your fate. I am you, and you are me. How could I ever betray you? The voice was laced with seduction, causing Lingfeng's thoughts to waver. He turned once more to glance at Su Linger, who was playfully fawning over Ouyang, and resolutely turned away. Lingfeng made his way to a pond and gazed at his reflection. There stood a version of himself, shrouded in dark mist, with crimson eyes sneering back at him. Do you believe I can slay Ouyang in the future? Lingfeng asked uncertainly, peering into the water. Of course. As long as you heed my words. That insufferable fool who steals our limelight will find his head severed at the earliest opportunity. The reflection replied with a chilling smirk. Lingfeng's expression contorted in conflict as he gazed down at the water, asking, Are the things you speak of truly real? Absolutely, as long as we devise a meticulous plan. This time, the entire world shall be ours, and everything you desire will rest within your grasp. The reflection in the water seductively whispered. Lingfeng listened to the alluring words in his ears and reminisced about his life. From a young age, he was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, his innate talent shining brightly compared to many others, and he had lived amid praise and admiration. However, everything changed with the arrival of Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. Once hailed as a prodigy, he found himself reduced to mediocrity. Everyone considered his excellence a mere given, viewing his efforts as nothing more than what was expected. The monsters on the small peak had completely transformed his once gifted self into an ordinary person. Others had always seen him as the sect leader's successor, and he too believed that one day he would inherit his master's legacy. Thus, he dared not make mistakes, nor could he afford to. He wore a mask of perpetual smiles, emulating his master as a congenial figure. Yet, the more he tried, the lower others rated him, a mere nice guy, just an actor. The image of a pure white lotus was truly nauseating. Such gossip left him profoundly perplexed. When he sought to establish a strict elder brother persona, he was met with skepticism from all sides. What was this? Just because he was the sect leader's disciple, did he think he could act superior? Did he truly believe he was a genius destined for Qingyun's sect? Now, he was putting on airs. If he ever became the sect leader, who would enjoy the fruits of his labor? Wearing a mask for too long made it difficult to remove it, and Lingfeng felt this intensely. He had lingered in the nascent soul stage for far too long, so long that those with lesser talents had surpassed him. When he inquired of his master how to proceed, his master merely shook his head, stating that his inner demons were too weighty. Lingfeng raised his right hand, where an ancient ring appeared, seemingly out of thin air. It had manifested on his finger one day, initially thought to be a great fortune, but it turned out to lead him toward an abyss. A being claiming to be his future self spoke to him of things he had never dared to contemplate. He would commit many unorthodox acts, becoming a figure of disdain and fear in the world. Fear? Perhaps that was not so bad. Lingfeng murmured softly. Senior brother. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Zhu Yuan approached Lingfeng from behind, regarding him with curiosity as he stood by the pool. Zhu Yuan cast a resentful glance at Lingfeng, this useless first senior brother who had indeed been defeated, bringing shame upon himself. How disgusting. Lingfeng turned his head, catching the fleeting glimmer of resentment in Zhu Yuan's eyes, a detail that did not escape his astute perception. This junior brother before him was the holy son of the Demon Clan? He had originally intended to use the small peak's power to eliminate him, but he had hesitated. unwilling to see his junior brother perish at the hands of their own sect. It seemed he was still too soft-hearted. Ling Feng sighed inwardly, pondering why the creatures atop the small mountain did not simply pierce him with a sword. Contemplating this, he lowered his hand, concealing the ring behind him, and adorned his face with his usual honest smile as he addressed Zhu Yuan. It's nothing. I am merely lost in thought here. Junior brother, let us hasten to the grand hall at the summit. Indeed, senior brother, I came to find you. Let us go quickly, if we are late. Master will surely scold us, Zhu Yuan replied obediently. The two brothers, bonded by deep affection, ascended together towards the pinnacle of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 44. The sect competition. 10 days hence, upon the marble steps of Qingyun Peak, the inner disciples stood in orderly rows, 2 lines cascading downward, epitomizing the grandeur of the Qingyun sect. The lowest among them were at the foundation establishment stage, while the highest had reached the nascent soul stage, creating a striking display of the sect's formidable influence. In Qingyun sect, when disciples reached the out-of-body stage, they were typically encouraged to descend from the mountain, either to establish their own sect or to venture forth for training. The sect is colloquially known as the 3,000 vassal sects, which were, in fact, founded by former disciples of Qingyun. The adage, do not place all your eggs in one basket, has long been the guiding principle of Qingyun sect. While those disciples journeying outside may face challenges, the absence of sect protection allows them to swiftly mature into towering figures, ultimately returning to the sect and infusing it with fresh vitality. This cycle has contributed to the enduring prosperity of Qingyun sect, a consensus shared by nearly all major sections. After all, a congregation of advanced cultivators congested in one location benefits no one. It hampers individual advancement and stifles sect growth. The resources required by such a multitude of advanced cultivators are exceedingly daunting. It is far more prudent to invest in nurturing new disciples. As disciples of Qingyun sect, would they remain indifferent should their sect face adversity? Indeed, the world is vast, and even those who have attained the tribulation crossing stage cannot grasp its entirety. In this boundless realm, unique opportunities await each individual, except for those tribulation crossing cultivators who wish to remain hidden within the sect until death. The remaining disciples of Qingyun sect are as scattered as sesame seeds across the world. The young disciples currently standing on the steps represent the promising future of Qingyun sect. The small mountain peak, positioned at the very end of the 12 peaks of Qingyun, found Ouyang and his companions at the foot of the staircase. Xiaofeng gazed up at the towering summit of Qingyun Peak, filled with ambition, and declared, Senior brother, I will ensure that our small mountain stands at the forefront of the Qingyun Peak steps in the future. Ouyang languidly sat on the stone steps, chuckling softly as he spoke. This won't do. How can you lack even the courage to dream? Xiaofeng looked at Ouyang in bewilderment. Ouyang gestured towards Bai Feiyu and remarked, You, brother Bai, on your very first day in the sect, dared to inquire whether our master desires to become the sect leader. Xiaofeng glanced at the serene Bai Feiyu, pondering whether this senior brother was even more audacious than himself. If you wish to ascend to the position of sect leader, simply win the favor of your second senior brother. Once his power is sufficient, he will undoubtedly remove the current leader's head and allow you to take the throne. Ouyang burst into laughter. Such heretical words prompted Xiaofeng to shake his head repeatedly. Ouyang cast a glance at Qin Shaxing, who was cowering behind the crowd, and inwardly scoffed. If it were the third brother, he would likely concoct a puppet for the sect leader and then position himself as the mastermind behind the Qingyun sect. Xiaofeng surveyed the various senior brothers on the stone steps and suddenly felt as if he had not exerted himself enough. Even their ambitions seemed grander than his own. Nevertheless, he now possessed the capital of pride. Once his strength was sufficient and his deep-seated vendetta avenged, he vowed that one day the heavens would no longer obscure his vision. Xiaofeng thought passionately within himself. Meanwhile, Hututu was already growing weary, leaning against Ouyang's arm as she dozed off, clutching his clothing tightly. The earlier brazen brother-sister duo had returned to entice the senior brother again. She longed to grow up quickly, so she could confine the senior brother in a cage, solely for her own possession. In the grand hall of Qingyun Peak, the masters and elders of the sect were arrayed on either side. Below the platform, countless representatives from various sects sat in the square. Although there was less than a month until the grand competition of Qingyun sect, most sects had already arrived. After all, in a super sect like Qingyun, one needed ample time to encounter the abundant opportunities that awaited. What if one stumbled upon cultivation techniques left behind by immortals from a millennium ago? The scripture repository of Qingyun sect housed every known technique in the realm of cultivation. Among the myriad of supreme secrets, there surely existed one suitable for him. During his time in the Qingyun sect, He must make good use of the opportunity to study them. Dong Shuzi gazed at the lone bald figure seated at one of the 9 tables, shifting his gaze to the unperturbed Ling Feng beside him, and sighed softly within. He was well aware of the events that had transpired before the mountain gate. His disciple, while possessing commendable talent and insight, was overly meticulous and too straightforward in temperament. Although Ouyang had intervened, the experience had still impacted his disciple's state of mind significantly. The greater the confusion and stagnation, the more one must temper oneself. Without a resilient heart in the pursuit of immortality, one could never reach the end of the journey. This was the reason Dong Shuzi had consistently allowed Ling Feng to navigate his own path. Only by overcoming his challenges could he shoulder greater responsibilities. This was also Ling Feng's duty as the disciple of the sect leader. Among the 9 sacred grounds, only the Great Ling Mountain Temple had arrived. And they seemed to be looking for trouble. None of the 9 sacred grounds were amicable. Dong Shuzi scoffed inwardly, but Qingyun's sect was not made of clay. He then stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The sect competition will be held in 10 days. All inner disciples and observing fellow disciples are welcome to participate. The gates of Qingyun's sect are open, inviting all celestial sections. The victor shall receive a treasured artifact from our Qingyun sect, along with a supreme heart method. Witness the Qingyun secret treasure." Dong Shuzi's voice drifted to the ears of all present, instantly eliciting exclamations of awe from the crowd. A treasured artifact. A treasure imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. It stands as the pinnacle of artifacts wielded by cultivators. Even a single spiritual treasure is sufficient to strike onto the hearts of sect leaders, leaving them utterly astonished. Yet, the Qingyun sect boldly presents a Dao device with a mere wave of their hand. This act is akin to bestowing an entire courtyard in the second ring of the capital from a previous life. The Supreme Heart Method is truly the object of desire for all cultivators. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, with countless practitioners yearning for a technique that could directly commune with the celestial beings. Even though this world may no longer give rise to immortals, the unparalleled method offered by the Qingyun sect could at least allow one to reach the tribulation stage, could it not? There are innumerable cultivators in this realm. Yet many spend their lives lamenting their inability to grasp even ordinary techniques. To casually cast forth a method capable of nurturing one to the tribulation stage is indeed a testament to the terrifying might of the Qingyun sect among the 9 sacred lands. And let us not forget the legendary secret treasure of the Qingyun sect. It is said to be the cornerstone that has upheld the sect for millennia. Rumored to conceal the secrets of ascension. Should one decipher its profound mysteries, the gates to immortality may well be within reach. What a grand gesture. Truly a magnificent display. All representatives from various sects present to witness the ceremony are left in awe. Every item mentioned by Dong Shuzi stirs the hearts of those listening. Even the holy son of the Buddhist sect from Daling Mountain, one of the 9 sacred lands, feels a flicker of intrigue. Huizhi had not anticipated that the Qingyun sect would be so generous. Though he himself held little interest in Dao devices and techniques, the legendary treasure of the sect has captured his unwavering ambition. Chapter 45. The commencement of the grand tournament for the ordinary individual. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. This is even more true for cultivators, who are often oblivious to the passage of time. However, these 10 days have been a whirlwind of activity, driving Ouyang to the brink of insanity. Each morning, while still ensconced in slumber, he is jolted awake by the thunderous sound of celebratory cannon fire, the boisterous laughter of revelers, and the grandiloquent speeches echoing through the air. This cacophony has left Ouyang with an unending supply of morning ire. During these 10 days, representatives from the various sacred lands seem to have coordinated their visits, arriving one after another. The 9 supreme sects do not choose to arrive on the same day, lest they overshadow one another. Whenever a prominent sect makes its entrance, the Qingyun sect spares no effort in honoring them. The air is filled with the sound of cannon fire, auspicious creatures heralding their arrival. And at least one peak master greets them at the mountain gate, with their true essence resonating in the exchange of ostentatious pleasantries and hearty laughter. It is a spectacle that is audible to nearly all present. One cannot help but wonder, for whom is this grand display intended? The 9 sacred lands are as follows: Wanjin Mountain Sword Sect, Nanhai Pulai Mountain, Western Great Spirit Mountain Temple, Snowy Domain of Gaodian, Fuzhou Mountains 10,000 Method Sect, Taishan Sage Mountain Manor, Desert of Thousand Sands Valley, Lingxiu Blessed Lands Miao Pavilion, Qingjun Cave Heavens Qingyun Sect. These 9 sacred lands, scattered across the expanse of the world, coexist without interference, yet serve as pivotal cornerstones within the realm of cultivation. Their willingness to traverse vast distances to partake in the intersect tournament of the Qingyun sect surely signifies more than mere observation. In previous years, they have attended, but it is unprecedented for all to arrive simultaneously. Even Ouyang finds this to be a first. How prepared is Changxing? Ouyang inquired of Bai Feiyu, who was perched upon a tree, casting a glance at Changxing's quarters. He claims to be thoroughly ready. At the very least, he has not identified any oversights. Bai Feiyu responded, "Is that so?" Ouyang nodded. If Changxing is confident in this assertion, then it is a foregone conclusion that the Demon Clan's holy son, Zhu Yuan, is as good as doomed. While the precise nature of the enmity between Changxing and Zhu Yuan remains unknown, based on Changxing's character, one can surmise that anyone who falls into his schemes is unlikely to survive. Could he be the first of the celestial sons to meet his demise? Ouyang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. The door to Changxing's chamber creaked open, revealing him clad in a flowing purple Taoist robe. To Ouyang's astonishment, Changxing chose to reveal his true visage this time. The strikingly handsome face was a rare sight, adorned with a hint of serene smile that graced his exquisitely refined features, complemented by the robe intricately embroidered with azure and white. With a charm level of 9, his looks were undeniably exceptional. However, the smile that lit up Changxing's countenance exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. "All right, enough with the smile. It's rather unsettling," Ouyang exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively at Changxing. "Senior brother Chen is so dashing. It's my first time seeing such a handsome senior brother." Hututu gazed at Changxing with starry eyes. "Huh, 9th level of foundation establishment?" Bai Feiyu also descended from the tree, observing Changxing with keen interest. Was this truly the extent of his third senior brother's prowess? His concealment was remarkably deep. Even he had been oblivious to it. Changxing inhaled deeply. Having prepared for so long, he was resolute in his mission to eliminate the fiend known as Zhu Yuan. The potential shift in the future timeline was no longer within Changxing's considerations. Only Zhu Yuan bore a blood feud against him. From his sleeve, Changxing retrieved a silver-white mask, his gaze imbued with a cold, lethal intent. The summoning bell atop Qingyun Peak chimed once more, resonating with the air. Ouyang clapped his hands and spoke. "Let us proceed to witness how Changxing vanquished that fellow in this year's sect competition." At this moment, the Qingyun Peak was enveloped in ethereal clouds, resonating with melodies of the celestial realm. The bustling crowd rendered the once serene Qingyun Peak vibrantly lively. Disciples of the inner sect of Qingyun sect lined the stone steps, standing in formation. Everyone walked towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Each peak held a designated position. And as the disciples of the small mountain peak arrived at the venue, they instantly captivated the attention of others from the Qingyun sect. Legends had long circulated within the Qingyun sect about the monstrous talents emerging from the small mountain peak. The disciples there were shrouded in mystery, scarcely seen during ordinary days. Their only notable appearance was 2 years prior when a disciple from the small mountain peak charged up to the sword-questioning peak with a sword. Hundreds of disciples from the sword-questioning peak were utterly overwhelmed by this singular disciple's swordsmanship. With one sword, he toppled the entire sword-questioning peak, thus establishing the illustrious reputation of the small mountain peak. It was said that there were 3 others like him on the small mountain peak. Such terror. Compared to the sect leader's disciple, Lingfeng, he was indeed far superior. As Bai Feiyu made his entrance, he captured the gaze of every woman present. Clad in white, exuding an aura as gentle as jade, and possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, a mere glance was enough to ensnare one's heart. Meanwhile, He Qing-song, dressed in black, stood with a sword, emanating a fierce sword intent that rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze. Changxing, adorned in a purple Taoist robe and wearing a mask, radiated an air of mystery, equally captivating. Hututu, in a colorful dress, exhibited a whimsical demeanor, charming everyone around her. Each individual drew attention, and any one of them would be the focal point of admiration in the eyes of the world. In contrast, Ouyang, in his blue robe, appeared somewhat ordinary, merely an average-looking Qi refining stage disciple. Yet, when Ouyang boldly plopped down amidst these radiant stars, crossing his legs in a carefree manner, he appeared remarkably harmonious in the eyes of the onlookers. Truly, the Qingyun sect was a treasure trove of talent. Elders from various sects in the stands glanced towards the small mountain peak, internally expressing their astonishment. The small mountain peak brought great honor to the Qingyun sect, and Dong Shuzi's face beamed with joy. This was precisely why he had always sought to showcase the talents of the small mountain peak. Hu Yun's disciples truly brought pride. The auspicious moment had arrived. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and stepped to the front of the stage, declaring in a resounding voice, The sect competition of Qin Yun sect officially commences, witnessed by heaven and earth, under the illumination of sun and moon. A deep rumble echoed through the sky. And amidst the previously clear day, a full moon subtly emerged. An exhilarating dragon's roar reverberated through the cosmos, and concurrently, a high-pitched bird's call rang out. A dragon, stretching over 10 meters in length, spiraled upwards, piercing the clouds, closely followed by a fiery phoenix. This spectacle elicited a chorus of gasps, as the genuine aura of divine beasts emanated from the dragon and phoenix. Within the esteemed Qingyun sect, the presence of the true dragon and the vermilion bird is indeed astonishing. The vermilion bird soars towards the sun, raising its head to cry out. Its divine aura, though still in its infancy, commands the respect of all beasts. The azure dragon rushes towards the dimly appearing round moon, casting a colossal shadow of itself upon the lunar surface. The once indistinct moon now shines with clarity. Was Xiaofeng's borrowing from Dong Shuzi merely for this spectacle? Yet, it appears to have produced remarkable effects. Ouyang, reclining with legs crossed, gazes at the celestial phenomenon above, contemplating with satisfaction. The sun and moon share the sky, and the dragon and phoenix sing in harmony, with the extraordinary manifestation of celestial wonders in the emergence of divine beasts. Such grand displays leave even the elders of other sacred lands in stunned silence. As the sect competition commences, the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. Chapter 46. That year, with my hands in my pockets, the sect competition will be divided into external and internal contests. The external trials resemble more of a performance. 10 outstanding outer disciples, having triumphed through fierce competition, will engage in duels in pairs. Should the peak masters take a liking to any disciple, they will be directly admitted into the mountain gates. Those not selected will still receive the status of named disciples within the inner sect, where they shall undertake tasks within their capabilities across various peaks. Thus, after the 10 most exceptional outer disciples have fought their way through, they arrive at the inner sect to perform for the esteemed elders. The once astonishing figures in the outer sect quickly transform into mere commodities in a marketplace, available for selection. Who among those entering the inner sect is not a prodigy? After all, in this world, prodigies abound. The external competition proves to be rather uninspiring, with the youthful foundation-building disciples engaging in trivial skirmishes in the Grand Hall's plaza. They exert all their efforts to showcase their unique skills, yet the audience observes them as if they were monkeys in a circus, leaping through hoops of fire. After all, foundation-building disciples are commonplace in the inner sect. Once the 10 have completed their displays, 5 are chosen by the elders of various peaks to be inducted as inner sect disciples. Among them is the unremarkable Ma Xingye, who catches the eye of the Wuxing Peak, known for its focus on the mastery of techniques. At the moment Ma Xingye is selected, he trembles with excitement. The years of hard work and the hopes of the sect have culminated in this moment. The joy he feels is akin to that of a top scholar in the mortal realm, leaving him exhilarated. With the spring breeze at his back, he gallops forward. Having glimpsed the flowers of Chang'an in a single day, ultimately, he has not disgraced the name of a prodigy and has successfully ascended into the Qingyun sect. He suddenly thought of Xiaofeng. If Xiaofeng had defeated him, he would not be standing here now. I am sorry, junior brother Xiao, he mused. The path of cultivation is indeed merciless. Should we meet again in the future, I shall make amends. Ma Xingye silently expressed his apology, but soon began to celebrate with his fellow disciples beside him. Meanwhile, seated in the grand hall of Qingyun sect, Xiaofeng wore a peculiar expression as he gazed at the plaza before him. He had been summoned by his senior brother to the loft above the hall, where the ethereal figures of the azure dragon and vermilion bird were conjured. Not only had he met the sect leader, who treated him with great warmth, but the leader had also inquired more than once if he wished to transfer to another peak to become the sect leader's direct disciple. Faced with a figure that existed solely in imagination, Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement, yet was apprehensive when the leader openly attempted to entice him away. Everything he possessed was a gift from his senior brother. If he were to abandon this small peak, how could he face the prospect of continuing his cultivation? He even worried that the sect leader might be angered by his refusal, but to his surprise, the leader merely sighed, muttering inaudibly. The tone seemed rather harsh, yet there was no ambiguity in the leader's generous treatment of him. Not only had a spirit-gathering formation been laid out to assist his cultivation, but also an abundance of spiritual fruits and elixirs were at his disposal. This starkly contrasted with Ma Xingye's situation in the plaza below. A smile graced Xiaofeng's face. Since arriving at the small peak, he had gradually become more optimistic. Aside from his resolute senior brother, he had an elder brother with unparalleled swordsmanship, a fourth brother well-versed in myriad arts, and a third brother skilled in alchemy and painting. Additionally, Xiaofeng tenderly touched a withered flower in his pocket, a gentle smile illuminating his features. After the outer disciples' performances concluded, the true highlight was about to commence. Within the grand hall, 18 venerable beings of the Great Ascension stage stood behind Dong Shuzi, all poised to act. A vast, otherworldly space silently descended over Qingyun Peak. This was the mustard seed space. The intersect competition would take place here, with participants required to possess cultivation at or above the core formation stage. Those willing to register may now enter the mustard seed space and await further instructions. The voice of Dong Shuzi resonated once more, articulating the rules of the upcoming grand competition. Participation was strictly prohibited for those below the foundation establishment stage, an inflexible regulation that left many disciples of the Qingyun sect in awe and despair. The chasm between each major realm was akin to an insurmountable divide. This prohibition aimed largely to safeguard those unacquainted with their own limitations from being inadvertently crushed by the overwhelming might of seasoned cultivators. On the viewing platform, a myriad of luminous lights surged forth, eagerly racing towards the seed space. All present were prodigies of the heavens, naturally unwilling to be outpaced. Among them, the most striking was Huizhi, who summoned his true form from the Buddhist realm. Encased in his towering golden body, Huizhi soared into the seed space, exuding an aura of formidable pressure that deterred all from approaching. Chen Chongqing's gaze was fixed upon the grand hall, and when he beheld Ziyuan, clad in a black battle attire, streaking towards the seed space, he could no longer restrain himself. As he prepared to rise and follow, Ouyang grasped his shoulder, prompting Chen to glance at him in confusion. Ouyang, with a hearty laugh, patted Chen's shoulder and said, after being stifled for so long, "It's time to engage in a spirited battle. Victory or defeat matters not. Just be cautious." "Yes, senior brother," Chen Chongsheng replied earnestly, then took to the skies, directing his sword towards the seed space above. "Senior brother, is everything truly all right?" Hu Tu asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "I cannot say for certain, but given Chongqing's temperament, he will surely endure until the end." "Have faith," Ouyang responded confidently. Once the number of participants in the seed space reached 400, the entrance was promptly sealed. Those hesitant souls who arrived at the threshold were barred from entry. Those who falter in resolve and lack a steady heart should retreat, declared the peak master of Xingfeng, his tone unyielding. The disciples who had hoped for leniency from the master were left embarrassed and retreated along the path they had come. Inside the seed space, the newly arrived individuals immediately surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. Here, there were only adversaries, with no allies to rely upon. The only trust lay within themselves. The rule of this grand competition was that there were no rules. The last one standing would be the victor. "Engage boldly. We shall rescue you at the first opportunity," the peak master of Xingfeng stated with a calm demeanor. As soon as his words fell, the once spacious seed space was enveloped in darkness. Hundreds of shadowy figures, all nearing the foundation establishment stage, materialized within the seed space, causing an uproar among the participants. The peak master of Xingfeng looked on in astonishment at the instigator of this chaos. At the center stood Chen Chongsheng, adorned in a purple Taoist robe, surveying his opponents. In his previous life, he had not even had the chance to participate in this grand competition, relegated to merely observing the brilliance of these prodigies from afar. Yet this time, he was present, and as Ouyang had proclaimed, there was no need to hold back. With no interest in engaging each opponent individually, Chen Chongqing had but one objective in mind. Thus, it would be more efficient to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, with a mask concealing his features. Chen Chongqing's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he stood gracefully with his hands tucked within his sleeves. Hundreds of Yuaning stage puppets filled the sky, instilling fear in all present. One man stood against 399, creating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. In that year, I stood with my hands gathered in my sleeves, oblivious to the meaning of an adversary. Chapter 47. Unacquainted with the notion of an opponent. What does it signify to confront hundreds of puppets nearing the Yuaning stage? Only Ziyuan among the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation. Terror and malice shone in his eyes. He had initially intended to forego participation in the sect's grand competition, wishing to avoid misfortune, yet unexpectedly, the sect leader commanded his involvement. To this day, Ziyuan could not fathom how he had wronged Chen Chongqing. Reflecting on his past actions, the number of lives he had extinguished was staggering. having begun his killing spree at the tender age of 5. Who could say he hadn't slain Chen Chongqing's family? What ill fate! He had once concealed his true self flawlessly, even being accepted as a direct disciple by the leader of the Qingyan sect. Yet now, he found himself undone by Chen Chongqing. Zhu Yuan whispered incantations. His form began to shift, and in an instant, he transformed into another visage entirely. This was his prideful divine ability, the metamorphic magic image. Not only could he alter his physical appearance to match any image in his mind, but his aura, techniques, and even demonic essence could also transmute into genuine essence. After his transformation, even a formidable tribulation stage expert would struggle to recognize him. Yet, his cultivation would regress a significant tier once at the Yuaning stage. He had reverted to the Golden Core stage. Had I remained at the Yuaning stage, would I have felt threatened by these hundreds of puppets? Zhu Yuan thought resentfully while retreating to the center of the crowd. If he feigned defeat and left at any moment, he could claim participation in the competition and evade this calamity for now. A true man knows when to bend and when to strike back tenfold in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing, with his hands clasped in his long sleeves, scanned the entire mustard seed space with his spirit, yet he could not detect Zhu Yuan's presence. Chen Chongqing was well aware that this was Zhu Yuan's signature skill, a fact he had learned after Zhu Yuan had deceived countless individuals. In his previous life, the infamous demon realm Saint Emperor Zhu Yuan was known as the Master of Metamorphosis. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Chongqing. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a stack of paper from his bosom and addressed the assembly with an indifferent tone. In a moment, those brothers whose names are called shall depart from this place of their own accord. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. Earlier, Chen Chongqing had meticulously noted down the identities of all who had entered the mustard seed space. Even if he did not recognize them, he had memorized their distinguishing features. Chen Chongqing resolved to employ a process of elimination to uncover Zhu Yuan concealed among the throng. Facing 399 individuals, he carried himself as if selecting chicks at a poultry farm. Those who had gained entry were either esteemed disciples of the inner sect or stalwarts from other sections. Who had ever endured such indignity? Suddenly, 3 individuals surged forth, their genuine essence radiating from their bodies. Some gestured with hand seals, while others brandished swords, charging towards Chen Chongqing. However, just as they prepared to resist, they were subdued by a puppet of the nascent soul stage, pinning them to the ground. The 3 were subsequently brought before Chen Chongqing. Wang Wu, Li Si, and Xiao Lu. Chen Chongqing identified the trio by their appearances and corresponding numbers, matching them with their portraits. After comparing their features, he cupped his hands and addressed them, saying, "My esteemed seniors, I apologize for the offense." No sooner had he spoken than the 3 were cast out of the mustard seed space by the nascent soul puppet. Chen Chongqing then regarded the remaining 396 individuals and calmly stated, "Well, my 3 seniors have just demonstrated the procedure. Who among you shall step forward next?" The onlookers in the stands were left in stunned silence, gazing at Chen Chongqing within the mustard seed space. A single person could overpower 400? Who exactly was this individual? How had Qingyan sect never mentioned such a figure? Which peak did this fierce warrior hail from? A minor mountain peak? Then there was no cause for alarm. Such anomalies often emerged from those heights. Observing the multitude of puppets within the mustard seed space, each possessing strength rivaling that of the nascent soul stage, one could only marvel at the staggering feat of creating a single nascent soul puppet, which was far more arduous than attaining the nascent soul itself. Yet here stood Chen Chongqing, nonchalantly commanding hundreds, setting aside the question of where he procured such precious materials. The mere act of crafting them necessitated at least 3 grandmasters of high cultivation levels. Did Chen Chongqing conceal a grandmaster of weapon crafting behind him? For a mere 6-layer foundation establishment cultivator to compel 400 peers, of whom over half were even at the nascent soul stage, what audacity! Dong Shuzi mused. This lad is truly a marvel. How can a foundation establishment cultivator manipulate hundreds of nascent soul puppets? Is his spirit so formidable? Qingyan sect indeed deserved its reputation, boasting such prodigious talent. One could only wonder if that bald little monk from Ling Mountain Temple could withstand this. In the Great Hall, the elders of the 9 sacred lands regarded Chen Chongqing with newfound respect. Such a genius was unheard of, even among the ranks of their venerable elders. Dong Shuzi, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, engaged in polite exchanges with the surrounding elders while inwardly questioning whether this minor mountain peak possessed exceptional feng shui, contemplating sending someone from Tianyan Peak to investigate. Meanwhile, the members of the minor mountain peak gazed at Chen Chongqing in astonishment. Wow, Our third senior brother is so impressive. One marveled, staring blankly at the mustard seed space above. In their memories, their third senior brother had always been one to retreat slightly behind the others with a furrowed brow. Witnessing him today, exuding such confidence and flair, was a first. Ouyang was taken aback, never expecting that the most cunning and devious third brother could disguise himself so seamlessly. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked to Bai Feiyu, "Xiao Bai, what purpose does your daily vigil atop the tree serve? Look at how flawless third brother's disguise is." Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, yet secretly felt astonished. Had he encountered Chen Chongqing unprepared, he too might have fallen on the spot. Standing on the loft, Xiao Feng fervently scribbled notes in his notebook. Realizing that the third senior brother, whom he had only thought of as a master of painting, also possessed such remarkable skills in disguise, he resolved to observe and learn diligently. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong clutched his sword, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Within the confines of the mustard seed space, over 390 contestants suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. They understood clearly that they might very well become stepping stones for the young man in the purple robe opposite them. A 1 against 399. Even in defeat, it would be a tale worth boasting about for a lifetime. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. With more than 300 people attacking simultaneously, could he truly withstand such an onslaught? Exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus and charged towards Chen Chongqing in unison. To their astonishment, the hundreds of infant-stage puppets automatically formed into a formation. Unprepared, they plunged headlong into the treacherous array filled with malice. This formation was particularly peculiar. The hundreds of puppets entangled only with themselves and did not engage in a fight to the death. Whenever the contestants attempted to unleash their full strength, the puppets would retreat silently, as if striking a fist into dough, utterly frustrating. As the group found themselves ensnared within the killing array, Chen Chongqing's voice echoed like a death knell. "Sun Qi, Lu Ba, Qian Shi." No, no. With the sound of rustling paper, individuals would occasionally scream and be flung out. Each time Chen Chongqing called a name, it signified the elimination of a contestant. In that moment, these prodigies resembled piglets in a pen, awaiting their selection. With each utterance of Chen Chongqing's voice, it felt like a grim reaper's decree, leading to the expulsion of yet another contender. Confused, the others struggled to comprehend his actions. Was it truly necessary to call out names for elimination? Such disdain. Among them were many cultivators at the infant stage, who, with all their might, shattered the puppets surrounding them into countless fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the shattered puppets would immediately restore themselves to their original state, revealing their capacity for infinite regeneration. How were they to combat this? The cultivators sank into despair. Neither their spells nor sword energies had any effect on the puppets before them. Only those cultivators at the out-of-body stage could perceive the underlying secret. Within these hundreds of puppets lay the essence of spiritual souls. It was a characteristic only attainable when cultivators reached the out-of-body stage, allowing their spiritual souls to separate from their bodies. As long as the spiritual soul remained unharmed, in principle, these puppets could be resurrected endlessly. The elders in the grand hall gazed in astonishment at Chen Chongqing, who resided within the mustard seed space. A mere cultivator at the core formation stage had grasped concepts that could only be comprehended by those at the nascent soul stage. Such a revelation would seem utterly implausible to anyone who had not witnessed it firsthand. They would assume it to be a jest. Even upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one merely begins to touch upon the profound mysteries of the soul. What manner of prodigy was this youth, who had attained such a profound understanding of the soul? Moreover, the hundreds of puppets before them possessed soul attributes. From whence did the souls within these puppets originate? In the mustard seed space, Chen Chongqing had etched himself into the minds of all the elders in the grand hall. Such a talent was unparalleled. Not even among the 9 great sacred lands could one find a cultivator to rival him. He was truly unprecedented. As the number of individuals in the mustard seed space dwindled, Chen Chongqing's pace quickened. When the hundreds of puppets dispersed once more, every surrounded cultivator had been thoroughly eliminated by Chen Chongqing. Within the entire mustard seed space, only the disguised Ziyuan and the Buddhist holy son, Huizhi, remained. Chen Chongqing turned to the disguised Ziyuan and spoke coolly. "Do you still wish to maintain your guise?" Reluctantly, Ziyuan reverted to his true form, drawing his long sword and breathlessly exclaiming, "What have I done to you? Must you pursue a complete annihilation? It is likely that you owe me from your previous life. Hence your demise is requisite," Chen Chongqing declared, igniting a stack of paper in his hand, which instantaneously turned to ash. He then regarded Huizhi. Recognizing that this so-called Buddhist holy son was no virtuous being either, however, his current desire was solely to eliminate Zhu Yuan, and he wished to avoid entanglements with the Buddhist sect for the time being. Monk, you may leave. This matter does not concern you. Qin Chongqing addressed Huizhi. Ba. The monk merely seeks to behold the Qingyun's secret treasure. I beseech the benefactor to grant this wish, Huizhi replied, hands clasped together. And you presume to be worthy? The Great Ling Mountain Temple has truly lost its discernment. Qin Chongqing retorted with a cold smirk. In his previous life, the seemingly benevolent Huizhi had committed egregious sins that rivaled those of Zhu Yuan, cloaked in a facade of compassion yet akin to a malevolent demon. The expression on Huizhi's face turned sorrowful as he softly chanted a Buddhist incantation, coldly declaring, it seems the benefactor is unwilling to resolve this amicably. Upon finishing, a radiant aura enveloped Huizhi, and his golden form rapidly expanded, manifesting a colossal Buddha before Qin Chongqing in the blink of an eye. The visage of the Buddha was obscured, yet the resplendent light emanating from it was blinding. The great figure slowly raised a hand, pressing it towards Qin Chongqing. To Qin Chongqing, the approaching Buddha's palm enlarged infinitely, nearly overshadowing the heavens, as if the entire world were reduced to that singular hand. Buddha's secret technique, great compassionate palm. Unperturbed, Qin Chongqing extended his hands into his sleeves, retrieving a puppet resembling a monkey. Chanting incantations, he declared, Spirit, come forth, deities, descend, divine monkey. Manifest and assist me in breaking this law, go. The puppet was hurled by Qin Chongqing, transforming from a mere palm-sized figure into a colossal entity towering over 10 meters high as it met the wind. Upon witnessing the descending Buddha palm, the monkey emitted a frenzied screech, pounding its chest in a display of intense rage, as if harboring a profound grudge against the impending strike. The monkey, with eyes ablaze and nostrils flaring with heated breath, resolutely refused to succumb. Despite its diminutive stature compared to the immense Buddha palm, it stood firm, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, just as Zhu Yuan contemplated a hasty retreat. Hundreds of puppets in the infant stage of development swiftly encircled him, leaving no escape. Qin Chongqing's paramount objective was to ensure that Zhu Yuan would not elude him easily. The multitude of puppets merely restrained Zhu Yuan without delivering a fatal blow. After all, as the holy son of the demonic clan, it was incredulous that he had no means of escape. Qin Chongqing was determined to prepare for the complete annihilation of Zhu Yuan. However, before that, he needed to expel the troublesome monk. From his sleeve, Qin Chongqing retrieved 2 yellow talismans, chanting incantations as he cast them forth. The talismans transformed into golden beams of light, striking the monkey that valiantly resisted the Buddha palm. Initially, the monkey stood firm against the immense force, its eyes glinting with defiance and fury. Yet, when the talismans adhered to its form, the monkey morphed into a stone pillar, bracing against the Buddha palm. In that instant of transformation, the Buddha palm was pierced by the pillar the monkey had become. Golden blood from the Buddha rained down like a golden shower throughout the mustard seed space. With a visage of compassion, the wise monk let out a pain cry, retracting his hand to reveal a grievous wound. In astonishment and anger, he inquired, "This is not a puppet. What on earth is that monkey?" Qin Chongqing nonchalantly glanced at a figure below and softly replied, "That is not a puppet. That monkey has a name. He is called the Great Sage. This monkey puppet was crafted from the true essence of his senior brother. Although it was an inanimate creation, it had long since awakened its intelligence. The Great Sage once, in his past life, Ouyang had recounted to him a tale of a monkey attaining Buddhahood, originally unruly and capable of piercing the heavens. The Great Sage ultimately met a fate beneath the ancient lamp of enlightenment. In his previous life, whenever he slacked in his cultivation, Ouyang would use that monkey's story to admonish him. The Great Sage and the victorious fighting Buddha are not the same monkey. If you wish to avoid being bound by that golden hoop, you must diligently cultivate. Senior brother, if the Great Sage indeed pierces the heavens and goes unchecked, wouldn't that render him no different from the demonic clan? Do you dare to retort? I shall strike you down." Memories of the past unfolded before Qin Chongqing, revealing the happiest moments of his previous life. In this life, it would be up to me, Qin Chongqing, to safeguard all that is dear. Behold, senior brother. The Great Sage ultimately pierced through the Buddha's palm and was not crushed beneath the colossal mountain formed by that hand. Thus, I too can rewrite my fate. Qin Chongqing raised his hand, clutching a tattered wooden puppet of a monkey, resolutely committing himself to his purpose. It turns out that the third brother occasionally borrowed my true essence solely to craft this. It oddly resembles the tale of Journey to the West. I have never recounted this story myself. Is it mere coincidence? Or could it be that the third brother is not only reborn but also traversed through realms? Ouyang, observing the scene unfolding within the mustard seed space, felt a surge of astonishment. Huiji, wounded and filled with fury, glared at Chen. Within a short span, he had suffered 2 defeats, despite believing himself to be the chosen one destined to elevate the Buddhist sect. He never anticipated that he had been merely gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. In less than 10 days at Qingyan sect, he had fallen victim to others twice, and both opponents were of a significantly lower realm. What a disgrace! As a saint of the Buddhist sect, he had been vanquished by an unknown disciple of Qingyan sect. This humiliation shattered Huiji's long-held pride. Previously, he had only challenged those above his level. Never did he foresee a day when he would be bested by an inferior opponent. There are greater heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. Had he truly been confined to a limited perspective during his time at Daling Mountain Temple? With a heavy sigh, Huishi felt the radiance of his Buddha light dim. He slightly bowed to Chen Chongqing before departing the mustard seed space. When only Zhu Yuan remained before Chen Chongqing, he forced himself to speak. There are over a dozen great masters of the Mahayana stage here. They will not allow you to kill me. Zhu Yuan could only hope that the observing protectors would intervene at the moment Chen Chongqing struck to save him. It was indeed absurd that he, a prince of the demon race, should depend on the righteous cultivators of humanity for salvation. Chen Chongqing raised both hands in a bow-like pose. His gaze piercing as he addressed Zhu Yuan. Do you believe that I cannot conceive of what you were thinking? Zhu Yuan watched in dread as a radiant bow and arrow materialized in Chen Chongqing's hands, a chill of impending death washing over him. Why did this attack feel so ominous? Dong Shuzi, looking at the bow and arrow in Chen Chongqing's grasp, was confident he could rescue Zhu Yuan when Chen Chongqing unleashed his strike, yet the weapon before him appeared to be merely a mundane fire spell. In a frenzy, Zhu Yuan evaded, only to despairingly realize that no matter how he dodged, the arrowhead always tracked him. Oh! Zhu Yuan roared, his body engulfed in demonic energy. At the brink of life and death, he could no longer conceal his identity. If he could merely restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, he would find a way to escape swiftly from here. Even if his identity were discovered, what of it? Worst case scenario, he would deem this mission a failure. He could not perish. A prodigy such as he could not meet his end here. As the scion of the demonic clan, the future hope of his people, how could he so easily succumb to death in this place? He possessed treasures of the demonic lineage, sufficient to ensure his survival. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanating from Zuen left all present momentarily speechless, followed by a clamor of astonishment. At such a grand event held by the Qingyan sect, a member of the demonic tribe had infiltrated their midst. The esteemed Master Dongxiu, leader of the Qingyun sacred land, stood aghast, having failed to discern that the individual before him was indeed of the demonic lineage, and worse yet, he had even taken him as a disciple. Below, Ouyang could not contain his amusement. Gazing at Zhu Yuan with a gleeful expression, he remarked, "At last, your true nature is revealed, little black one." Chapter 49. Chen Chongqing of Qingyan sect. Chen Chongqing was oblivious to any sounds around him. In his eyes, the world had fallen into silence. All that remained was Zhu Yuan before him and the bow and arrow in his grasp. Scenes from his past life flickered before his eyes, intensifying the radiance of the arrow he held. This was no ordinary arrow, nor was it merely a poetic symbol. It was an arrow infused with his very soul, designed to strike not only at Zhu Yuan's corporeal form but also at his spirit. Even if the guardians surrounding him attempted to intercept the physical assault, they could not thwart the attack on the soul. Memories of Ouyang from his previous life crystallized in Chen Chongqing's mind, prompting him to softly recite the lines once spoken by Ouyang. In the northwest, shoot the celestial wolf. Whoosh! The arrow was released, swiftly piercing through the air towards Zhu Yuan, who was on the verge of tearing open a rift in space to escape. Zhu Yuan gazed in disbelief at his right chest. He had never disclosed to anyone that his heart resided on the right side. How could Chen Chongqing possibly know this? The arrow penetrated Zhu Yuan's body, precisely embedding itself in his right chest without leaving a mark. It was an assault on his very soul. In an instant, Zhu Yuan's nascent soul within his dantian perished. And at the moment of its demise, a black lotus emerged, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing unnoticed by anyone. Zhu Yuan's body slowly descended from the sky, adorned with horns and engraved with demonic runes, unmistakably revealing his identity as a member of the demonic tribe. The moment Chen Chongqing struck down Zhu Yuan, the urgency that had gripped his heart dissipated. He realized he had slain the demon lord who had once been the object of his deepest hatred in his past life. He had sworn an oath to the heavens to ensure that he could indeed eradicate Ouyang completely. Though a centipede may die, it does not stiffen. Only under the witness of the heavenly laws could he be certain that he had truly vanquished the future demon emperor. All his meticulous plans had finally culminated in this moment of triumph. Chen Chongqing felt an unprecedented weariness wash over him, collapsing onto the ground within the mustard seed space. Outside, a tremendous uproar had already erupted. The demonic tribe had not been seen for millennia, yet here they were, resurfacing amidst the grand assembly of the Qingyan sect. Is the conflict of the demonic path about to reignite? The cultivators who had endured the inhumane war thousands of years ago were instantly engulfed in despondency. Meanwhile, Dongzuzi, the headmaster in the grand hall, stared vacantly into the mustard seed space, his doubts about his newly accepted disciple rising as Chen Chongqing swore his oath to the heavens. Little did he anticipate that this disciple, whom he suspected of moral shortcomings, was actually of the demonic race. As the headmaster of Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, to have a direct disciple belonging to the demon clan was an unfathomable reality. The figure of Dongzuzi, at the 9th layer of tribulation, momentarily stooped, resembling an elderly man in his twilight years. Master, the peak lords glanced at the shifting aura of Dongzuzi, their concerns immediately mounting. Yet, Dongzuzi only bent slightly before regaining his composure, the commanding presence he was known for returning to him. A being who had experienced countless epics, Dongzuzi was not so easily shaken in his resolve. He raised his hand and calmly addressed the elders sent from the 9 sacred lands and the numerous sect representatives, declaring, "The victor of today's sect competition is Chen Chongqing of the Little Mountain Peak. Chen Chongqing has made notable contributions in vanquishing the demons and shall henceforth be honored as the holy son of Qingyan sect. To see him is to see the headmaster." What an astonishing proclamation! The news left everyone present utterly astounded. However, the elders of the various peaks quickly grasped the implications. With a direct disciple of the demon race now within the Qingyan sect, how would the world perceive them as one of the 9 sacred lands? Would they be seen as allies to the demons, complicit in their schemes? Such accusations would be lethal for a prestigious sect like Qingyun, especially in front of nearly all the significant forces. Thus, Dongzuzi's immediate announcement of Chen Chongqing, the demon slayer, as the holy son was a swift declaration of his stance, distancing his sect from the demon race, attributing the cunning of such a presence to the demon's own treachery. Astute indeed. No wonder he was a wily fox. Having lived for millennia, he managed to respond with the most judicious reaction in an instant. The elders of the 9 sacred lands also reacted promptly, extending their congratulations to Qingyun sect for welcoming a highly gifted holy son. Despite their mutual disdain, the 9 sacred lands were interconnected, sharing in each other's glory. Thus they genuinely uplifted Qingyan sect in this moment. In the aftermath, they intended to have their own headmaster personally inquire about the matter, but for now, the priority was to appease the countless smaller sects looking on. Has our 3rd senior brother become the holy son of Qingyan sect? Hututu asked Ouyang in bewilderment. The once-hidden old schemer had inexplicably stepped into the brightest spotlight, leaving all in awe of the unpredictability of fate. Ouyang sighed, "What a predicament. If it disrupts our secluded cultivation, let our 3rd senior brother move out. After all, the title of Holy Son of Qingyan sect sounds far more dignified than merely being the disciple of the Little Mountain Peak." Bai Feiyu furrowed his brow as he spoke. Lang Qingsong could only ponder whether his future meals would become a concern. After all, it seemed rather unreasonable to expect the Holy Son to cook for him daily. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing, lying in the mustard seed space, let out a wry smile. Though he was baffled by his inexplicable elevation to the status of the Qingyun sect's holy son. In his previous life, this title had been held by Zhu Yuan. Had the fabric of the world begun to unravel? Just as Chen Chongqing contemplated how to relinquish his title, Ling Feng, clad in a gray robe, appeared before him. "Brother Ling Feng, I." Chen Chongqing began to utter, but Ling Feng coldly interrupted, "Holy son, although Zhu Yuan belongs to the demonic lineage, we shared a bond as brothers. Might I request to lay him to rest?" Ling Feng's voice had lost its usual warmth, replaced by an overwhelming indifference and rigidity. Chen Chongqing hastily replied, "Brother Ling Feng, there is no need to address me in such a manner. I merely harbor a grudge against Zhu Yuan. I have no desire to be called Holy Son." However, Ling Feng did not respond but instead lifted Zhu Yuan's lifeless body and soared out of the mustard seed space, heading down the mountain. To the onlookers, he was a caring elder brother, while his disciple, a demonic prodigy, lay dead. Even as a member of the demonic lineage, An elder brother must insist on giving his disciple a proper burial. In that moment, Ling Feng was enveloped in a tragic aura in the eyes of all, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. Yet, within Ling Feng's mind, a frenzied voice brimmed with delight, incessantly urging him, "Hurry, faster. This is the beginning of the change in our fates." Chapter 50. The fate begins anew thus. The internal competition of the Qingyun sect concluded rather hastily. Qin Changxing was proclaimed the holy son of the sacred land of Qingyun, yet no formal ceremony accompanied this announcement. Merely the headmaster's brief declaration sufficed before he declared the competition over, aside from being gawked at by the people on the small peak. This designation bore little significance for Qin Changxing. What should have been a grand event for the Qingyun sect evolved into a farcical affair. Ling Feng, cradling Zhu Yuan's remains, flew forth from the Qingyun sect, the insistent voice in his mind causing him discomfort. Did you not say that Zhu Yuan would ultimately become the holy son of Qingyun sect? Why then has this Qin Changxing emerged? Ling Feng inquired with a displeased expression. In my memories, there is no such individual. Perhaps my presence has altered the timeline of this world. The great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavenly cycle consists of 49. Minor forces may shift, yet the emergence of an unexpected variable will not sway the final outcome. The voice within his mind spoke aloud. Ling Feng, cradling the lifeless body of Zhu Yuan, journeyed to a secluded village of the human race, situated over 1,000 kilometers from Qingyun's sect, offering ample concealment. Yet, it was still insufficient. A grand performance was necessary, for his master was a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage. Ling Feng discovered a picturesque location, and with a casual gesture, a grave pit 2 meters deep materialized before him. He laid Zhu Yuan's body within the pit, a flicker of turmoil crossing his gaze. Yet he resolved himself and removed the ring from his finger. Did you not lament your meager talents? This body possesses extraordinary potential. If you so desire, you could ascend to become one of the most exceptional prodigies. The voice in his mind incessantly tempted Ling Feng. Ling Feng, grappling with internal conflict, was haunted by vivid memories, the woman he cherished giving her heart to another, the incomprehension from his peers, and the stagnation of his cultivation for years. All this stemmed from his status as an ordinary person. If he were to seize Zhu Yuan's body, he would attain unparalleled gifts. What did it matter if he became part of the demonic or human race? With unparalleled talent, standing at the pinnacle of this world, would anyone dare to utter a word against him, whether from the demon or human lineage? Ling Feng took a deep breath, retrieving a golden needle from his waist, murmuring, "I know not what schemes you harbor, but if you dare to employ my body for nefarious deeds, I shall plunge into the demonic realm to slay you." Having uttered this seemingly harmless threat, Ling Feng plunged the golden needle into his dantian, precisely piercing the brow of his nascent soul. As the needle struck, his complexion turned ashen, yet he mustered the strength to withdraw it and drive it into Zhu Yuan's dantian. The moment the needle penetrated, the once dormant dantian of Zhu Yuan ignited like a spark falling into a kindling, gradually simmering within. Ling Feng, having expended every ounce of his energy, appeared pallid. Yet he persevered, sitting cross-legged, bowing his head as vitality slipped away. In the fleeting second when Ling Feng's heartbeat ceased, his heart resumed its rhythm. His ashen visage gradually regained its color, transforming his once innocent countenance into one of sinister allure. "Ha ha ha, I have finally returned to my own body." Ling Feng rose, laughing heartily. Devoid of the gentleness he once possessed, his voice now sharp and caustic, he gazed into the grave pit at Zhu Yuan, a flicker of dissatisfaction glimmering in his eyes. "No wonder in my previous life, I met my end at the hands of Zhu Yuan. My indecisiveness and self-pity rendered me nothing but a fool. Before me, Ling Feng's spirit has completely transformed, or rather, he has become a different version of himself." Within the back hall of the Qingyun sect, the eternal lamp belonging to Ling Feng suddenly extinguished, only to reignite again. This is because the Ling Feng before us is no longer the original. He is a vengeful soul, betrayed and slain by his ancestor, drifting aimlessly in the endless void for an unknown eternity. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had become ensconced within a ring, returning to his days at the Qingyun sect. Upon realizing the passage of time, Ling Feng, who had been adrift in the void for countless years, succumbed to utter madness. The pitiful self that had met an untimely demise was granted another chance at life. As the vengeful soul occupying the ring encountered this incarnation of himself, witnessing the same cowardice reflected in his current self, it was filled with indignation. This timid and self-effacing demeanor was so disheartening that it compelled the soul to want to strike itself. After much effort, the vengeful spirit finally managed to possess the deceased body of Ancestor Yuan. In this boundless void, the spirit regained dominion over its own flesh. Ling Feng, standing still, felt his cultivation level ascend rapidly, leaping from the 3rd to the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm in an instant. In the next moment, he broke through into the out-of-body stage, finally halting his ascension. Originally endowed with decent talent, it was his unstable mindset that held him back. Yet, through accumulated experiences and the burgeoning strength of his spirit in the infinite void, Ling Feng shattered his boundaries in a flash. Clenching his fists, he felt the exhilarating power of his spirit surging within him, and his heart raced with fervor. Since the heavens have granted him a second chance, he vowed to trample all those so-called geniuses underfoot this time. Ling Feng's gaze turned cold and calculating as he waved his hand, filling the grave pit with earth. From the storage pouch at his waist, he retrieved a wooden board and inscribed with his finger, the birthplace of Lin Feng. Through great effort, he had convinced this incarnation to seize the body of ancestor Yuan, allowing him to live openly in the light. Even in the darkest corners, he would possess a presence. Henceforth, there would exist 2 Ling Fengs in this world. One, the disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the other, the remnant of the demonic clan, Lin Feng. Ling Feng let out a hearty laugh, the sword at his back humming as it was released from its sheath. He executed a graceful maneuver, landing atop the flying sword, and soared towards the Qingyun sect. When night fell and solitude enveloped the surroundings, a hand emerged from the grave Ling Feng had dug. The once-deceased ancestor Yuan crawled out, and upon seeing the inscription on the gravestone, a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face, marred with demonic markings. Lin Feng, is it? What a splendid name! The demon infant that had perished within his dantian was reborn, and as Lin Feng felt the boundless potential coursing through his body, his expression radiated sheer ecstasy. Is this the body of a genius? Ancestor Yuan was indeed a fool. Now, everything belongs to me, Lin Feng. Beneath the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sorrowful Buddhist Saint Huizhi sat in serene meditation beneath a tree. Suddenly, a seed fell upon his head. Gently, Huizhi extended his hand, and a black lotus seed, seemingly drifting from nowhere, quietly landed in his palm. Chapter 51. The system panel transforms once more. The recent grand competition of the Qingyun sect had captivated the entire cultivation world, revealing astonishing developments. Chief among them was the unexpected reappearance of the Demon Clan, which had vanished for millennia, thousands of years ago, during the conflict between Tao and Demon. The cultivation realm had paid an exorbitant price to banish the demons back to their realm. Yet, astonishingly, after so long, the Demon Clan had discovered a means to break the seal and return to this world, even becoming the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds. Moreover, the Qingyun sect had produced an unparalleled genius who, during the grand competition, effortlessly defeated hundreds of opponents to seize the top position, being instantly recognized by the sect leader as the Holy Son of Qingyun. To meet the Holy Son is akin to encountering the sect leader. He is a figure of immense prestige, standing above all others. Yet, this Holy Son of Qingyun maintained an unusually low profile, with even 90% of the inner disciples unaware of his identity, having heard only that he resided in seclusion on an obscure small peak within the sect. If not for the emergence of the Demon Clan during the grand competition, the Holy Son would likely have remained hidden to prevent any embarrassment to the sect. Displaying his prowess at the core formation stage, he vanquished hundreds of cultivators, including Huizhi, the Holy Son of the Great Ling Mountain Temple, one of the other 9 sacred grounds. He is undoubtedly the foremost prodigy among the youth of today. Such a remarkable talent naturally attracted the admiration of countless individuals within the Qingyun sect, leading the Holy Son to reside at Qingyun Peak, allowing his brothers to witness his extraordinary presence. Yet, atop the small peak, it seemed as though tranquility had once again been restored. Ouyang reclined in his usual armchair, a book draped over his face as he slumbered peacefully. Bai Feiyu stood atop the grand tree in the small courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong continued to hammer and clatter as he diligently repaired his roof. Hu Tutu floated about the nearby hilltop on his paper crane, while the tattooed Xiaofeng ventured deep into the forbidden grounds of Qingyun sect, engaging in his daily hand-to-hand combat training with the sentient spirit beasts. In the kitchen of the small hill, Chen Changsheng, who was originally stationed at Qingyun Peak, unexpectedly appeared amidst the clanging of pots and pans, busily attending to his culinary tasks. He had no intention of standing idly before others, like a monkey on display, having simply set a puppet in place. He returned to the small hill. He realized that he had become far too conspicuous, which contradicted his desire to maintain a low profile. As Chen Changsheng approached Ouyang with a plate of freshly prepared food, Ouyang lazily lowered the book from his face, gazing at the sun as he inquired, Lao San. What are your plans? Qin Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the question. What do you mean, senior brother? What plans could I possibly have? Ouyang sat up, expressing his frustration with a hint of disappointment. Yesterday, the elder of the sect came to me, asking me to take you to envision the Qingyun treasure. To be honest, this is something only the sect leader is permitted to view. Do you not understand the significance of this opportunity? Qin Chongqing sighed and replied, Senior brother, I have no interest in the position of sect leader. It would be better if you conveyed my message to the leader, stating that I am willing to relinquish this opportunity. Do you think the Qingyun treasure is as common as cabbage? You can't just give it away as you please. Ouyang rolled his eyes, speechless. As Ouyang's voice faded, a resounding sound of a sword echoed from afar. Before the figure even arrived, a peculiar fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Ling Feng, adorned in resplendent Taoist robes, descended gracefully before Ouyang. At this moment, Ling Feng exhibited none of his former modesty and restraint. Instead, he radiated an air of confidence, his eyes gleaming with pride. Adorned with a jade hairpin and cloud-patterned boots, his golden silk-embroidered robe elevated his presence to an extraordinary level. Subtly, he had even added a touch of delicate crimson eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, bestowing upon him an enchanting allure. Old Ling, it has been but a few days, and you have transformed remarkably, Ouyang remarked, momentarily taken aback by the visitor's striking appearance. In the past, Ling Feng was always clad in simple robes, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor. However, the current Ling Feng emanated a formidable intensity. Unconsciously, Ouyang opened Ling Feng's attribute panel, only to be astonished to find that it had indeed undergone a transformation. Name: Ling Feng, chief disciple of the sect, cultivation, second stage of out-of-body realm root bone, 8 luck, 8 charm, 9 soul talent, 10 exclusive skill, mirage evaluation. The chief disciple who has undergone astonishing changes after the loss of his junior brother. Before Ouyang's eyes, although Ling Feng's root bone and luck remained unchanged, his charm had increased slightly. Yet, more alarmingly, his original swordsmanship talent had been transformed into soul talent. And the level of this talent had even surpassed 10. According to the system's evaluation, a talent surpassing 10 signifies that one is truly a living embodiment of the Tao of heaven. Could it be that the painful loss of his beloved junior brother has somehow acted as a buff for Ling Feng? Such attributes are typically reserved for protagonists in comics who effortlessly wield extraordinary powers. Ouyang gazed at Ling Feng, astonished that the originally unremarkable Ling Feng had transformed into the son of Heavenly Tao due to this incident. Was the title of son of Heavenly Tao in this world truly so trivial? Just a month ago, Ling Feng was merely at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and now he had leaped a significant realm to reach the out-of-body stage. Above the nascent soul, one could already be considered a formidable cultivator, capable of venturing out into the world. Typically, even the elder offerings of minor sects were of this caliber, and establishing a sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. Could the death of a demonic disciple lead to such an extraordinary opportunity? If that were the case for him, could he also break through to the foundation establishment stage? In response to Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng merely smiled nonchalantly and said, Recently, due to certain events, I have gained much clarity. I have come here with a request, and I hope that you, senior brother Ouyang, will grant it. Ouyang was equally unaware of the contents of the gourd held by Ling Feng. He spoke, Between brothers, there is no need for pretense. Old Ling, if you have something to say, please do so without hesitation. I will do my utmost to assist you. You are aware that the ancestor Zhu Yuan is of the demon race, and my youngest brother undoubtedly harbors deep-seated animosity towards that remnant of the demon clan. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, A demon undercover agent is no concern. If the Holy Sun wishes to eliminate him, so be it. I perceive nothing amiss in that. My purpose in coming here is to request that the Holy Sun allow me to accompany you in contemplating the Qingyun secret treasure. To wish to accompany my younger brother in contemplating the Qingyun secret treasure? Moreover, Ling Feng spoke of Qin Chongqing's act of shooting Zhu Yuan as if it were akin to dispatching a mere dog. A stark contrast to the deeply sentimental Ling Feng of yore. Ouyang felt an unsettling strangeness emanating from Ling Feng before him. Could it be that the emotional turmoil had driven this child to a state of mental disarray? Old Ling, are you all right? Ouyang inquired tentatively, without a moment's hesitation. Ling Feng replied, Ouyang Shixiao, I merely wish to reflect upon the Qingyun secret treasure. I have also sought my master's counsel, for I have already reached the out-of-body stage. According to the sect's regulations, it is indeed time for me to descend the mountain, so I hope to glean some insights before my departure. That is not what I meant. I was referring to, never mind. Since you wish to contemplate the Qingyun's secret treasure, you must have prepared the necessary terms of exchange? Ouyang chose not to press further and posed the question instead. Ling Feng nodded earnestly, asserting, I assure you, Shixiang. If the Qingyun Holy Sun permits me to contemplate the Qingyun's secret treasure this time, I shall unwaveringly support the position of sect leader in favor of the Qingyun Holy Sun. Chapter 52, The Innate Knower After All. The Qingyun's secret treasure was obtained by Qin Chongxing, and Ouyang did not wish to make unilateral decisions. Thus, he called upon Qin Chongxing. Qin Chongxing held no objections. He harbored great respect for this master brother, who bore the weight of tragic tales from his previous life. Although the future Ziyuan would personally take the life of the Ling Feng before him, Ziyuan was now deceased, and by extension, Qin Chongxing had altered Ling Feng's fate. In his memories, Ling Feng had always been deeply loyal and righteous. Having taken the life of his junior disciple, Qin Chongxing felt compelled to offer some form of compensation. Ling Feng Shixiao. I have no objections to contemplating the Qingyun's secret treasure together, Qin Chongxing declared solemnly. Ling Feng bowed in acknowledgement, his eyes reflecting a sense of surprise. He indeed had some recollection of this Qin Chongxing, who had been unremarkable in his past life, yet now seemed to possess an extraordinary presence. What could account for this transformation? A shift in fate? Qin Chongxing and Ling Feng proceeded towards Qingyun Peak, where the sect leader awaited their arrival. This Ling Feng feels different. It gives me an unsettling impression, Bai Feiyu remarked, landing in front of Ouyang with a furrowed brow. Ouyang gazed at the receding figures of the two, murmuring thoughtfully. People inevitably change, who can say otherwise? Long Qingsong paused his work, turning to Ouyang with a query, shall we kill him? Better fix your roof, huh? Ouyang rolled his eyes. His companion's propensity for violence was in dire need of correction. The overall ecology of the small peak remained remarkably tranquil. The addition of a saintly son from the Qingyun sacred land was hardly as significant as the kitchen's need to slaughter a chicken. As night fell and Ouyang prepared for slumber, a sudden glow emanated from his waist token. Ouyang glanced at the waist token and casually tossed it out of the window, preparing to retire for the night. To his astonishment, the token erupted with a vibrant glow, illuminating the surroundings like the dazzling lights of a bar. What madness is this? Why seek me out at this late hour instead of during the day? Ouyang sat up, his frustration boiling over. Despite his complaints, he reluctantly dressed and stepped outside. As he exited, he beheld the ethereal figure of Dong Shuzi standing in the courtyard, holding a whisk and wearing a serene smile. Old man, why are you bothering me at such an hour? Ouyang inquired with irritation. Such splendid moonlight has inspired me. I thought to invite my kin for a few drinks. Dong Shuzi replied, waving his whisk. In an instant, a wooden table and two cushions materialized before Ouyang. Ouyang regarded the elderly man before him with a bemused smile. As he settled onto the cushion and remarked, isn't it true that one of our own has just severed the head of that dog-like creature, the ancestor Yuan? With a single stroke? His words alluded to the demise of ancestor Yuan, who had met his end at the hands of Qin Chongxing. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and, seated opposite Ouyang, murmured softly, did you discern early on that ancestor Yuan was a member of the demonic clan? Ouyang shook his head and remarked, no. Only the third brother noticed it. Perhaps he encountered something before ascending the mountain. Although I disowned it, it was through the system. Bai Feiyu, as an ancient sword immortal, was unable to perceive the origins of Ziyuan, so it would not be appropriate for me to claim any insights. Dong Shuzi stroked his beard thoughtfully and then slowly replied, it is merely a demon from the abyss. It is hardly a matter of great significance. In my day, I vanquished demons that could have built city walls. This incident has finally allowed Ling to transcend his obsessions, which is surprisingly a fortunate turn of events. Speaking of Ling Feng's transformation, the old man felt a sense of profound comfort. It was uncertain whether it was Ouyang's imagination, but regarding Ling Feng, Dong Shuzi seemed to harbor a deeper concern. Ouyang hesitantly inquired, old man, could it be that this old Ling is your biological son? Dong Shuzi coughed awkwardly, waving his hand to summon a swirling mist, causing a cloud of auspiciousness to rise beneath the table and the cushions. Observing Dong Shuzi's demeanor, Ouyang suddenly grasped a significant revelation. Goodness, this old fellow is several thousand years old, while Ling Feng is merely in his mid-20s. It stands to reason that, despite his questionable nature, there might be a beautiful young woman in her 40s or 50s outside. Young man, what are your thoughts on your junior brothers and sisters? Dong Shuzi swiftly interrupted Ouyang's increasingly gossipy gaze, forcibly redirecting the conversation. As for my junior brothers and sisters, each one is a paragon among their peers. possessing the bearing of an emperor, Ouyang unabashedly declared. The panel provided by the system revealed that these rebellious disciples of his were all formidable in their own right. And Ouyang felt no sense of impropriety in his words. Dong Shuzi nodded in agreement, saying, though your statement may sound rather provocative, I cannot deny that you speak the truth. But why do you ask about them? Ouyang rolled his eyes, lazily pouring himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table as he replied, Are you curious to know my perspective? Dong Shuzi, unfazed, chuckled and poured himself a cup as well, saying, Would you like to hear my thoughts? Ouyang set down his wine cup, adopting an attentive posture. For he was but a novice compared to the ancient fox who had lived for millennia. The depth of insight and capability possessed by such a being was beyond his own reach. Dong Shuzi extended a finger and traced a horizontal line upon the table, gazing at Ouyang with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and remarked, That young man by, along with the lad Shin. And even you, the three of you belong to the same category. You are all individuals endowed with innate knowledge. In Ouyang's mind, an alarm bell suddenly rang. Yet his expression remained calm as he inquired, What does it mean to be born knowing? Dong Shuzi burst into laughter, pointing at Ouyang and chiding, What pretense is this? From birth to death, each age brings its own insights. All knowledge and experience are accumulated over time, cultivated through one's own endeavors. How could you possess the cunning of adulthood from such a tender age? Born knowing, born knowing. Does that imply one knows everything from the moment of birth? Noticing Ouyang's silence, Dong Shuzi continued, I have discussed the path with that young lad by. At such a young age, the profoundness of the sword path no longer satisfies him. Chun, with his head full of myriad secret techniques, I cannot fathom their origins. Thus, I can confidently assert that the three of you are indeed born with knowledge. Ouyang lowered his head, sipping his wine. Xiao Bai, as the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, and the third brother, a reborn soul, along with myself, a traveler from another realm. Indeed, all arrived in this world with memories intact. In terms of rigid circumstances, the old man's assertions hold some truth. However, what is the old man's intention in suddenly bringing up these matters? Ouyang's thought stirred, and he suddenly recalled his younger companions, Lung Qingsong, Hu Tutu, and the newly accepted Xiao Feng. He raised his gaze towards Dong Shuzi, who nodded slightly and spoke, You, who were born with innate understanding, have already grasped the direction of your own path. However, your approach may hinder those who are still in search of their own way. As your senior, I shall take it upon myself to assist them in their quest. Ouyang responded indifferently, I see. Dong Shuzi shook his head and replied, Each person has their own fate to fulfill, and each must tread their own path. There are certain matters in which you cannot assist them. To them, the little mountain peak is far too small, and the Qingyun sect is merely a trifling place. The vast world beyond is what truly belongs to them. Chapter 53, Tonight. Celestials descend to slash the moon and pluck the stars. Ouyang gazed at the elderly man before him, a hint of discontent in his voice as he remarked, You come seeking me at this late hour. Surely, you do not intend to encroach upon my territory? Has not the third already been thrust into the role of a saint by your design? Dong Shuzi shook his head and replied, My purpose for coming is not that. Rather, this matter has finally resolved a lingering question that has weighed upon my heart. Ouyang gestured for Dong Shuzi to continue. Looking at Ouyang, Dong Shuzi recounted, In my youth, I do not exaggerate when I say I once contended with the prodigious talent of an era. Yet, even in those days, I endured a cataclysm within the realm of cultivation. Almost every sect, save for the 9 sacred lands, was annihilated, and countless beings perished tragically. Are you implying that our era is destined to face a similar catastrophe? Ouyang recalled the words of the fox spirit and inquired of Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi did not respond but instead lifted his gaze to the moon. As they ascended higher, the moon loomed ever closer. The massive orb radiated a soft, pale yellow light, enveloping Dong Shuzi in its gentle glow. With his back turned to the moonlight, he resembled an ethereal being as he addressed Ouyang. That is a matter for your generation. I have grown old. However, what I can do is to shield you from some of the impending turmoil, much like your ancestral master once did. Dong Shuzi's voice was serene and tender, yet it bore the unwavering resolve of an elder lion guarding its cubs. Listening to you wax poetic in the dead of night, I might as well return home for some rest, Ouyang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi, who appeared ready to embrace the end. Ha ha ha, as one ages, sentimentality tends to flourish, my boy. Time waits for no one. You must prepare diligently, Dong Shuzi said, setting down his cup and pouring wine into a glass. The fragrant nectar dripped from his beard, moistening his robe, as he displayed an unrestrained demeanor, devoid of the solemnity befitting the leader of a sacred land. Under the influence of the exquisite wine, Dong Shuzi began to recount the battle of the demonic path from a millennium ago. Through his unadorned narrative, an epic celestial conflict gradually unfolded before Ouyang. The world wept blood, and bones lay scattered for miles. Great cultivators fell like rain, all in the hope of ensuring that the seeds of their sects could survive amidst the chaos. Though Dong Shuzi spoke in a plain manner, his few words rendered the monumental conflict of 1,000 years past both vivid and poignant for Ouyang. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao, Dong Shuzi murmured, suddenly irked, only to quickly find solace again. Turning to Ouyang with a smile, he proclaimed, "Did you not always say my teachings lack substance? Today, I am here to impart to you a lesson unlike any other." Ouyang gazed at the figure of the all-encompassing master of the Qingyan sect, evaluated by the system as a paragon of 10 virtues. In that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were swirling in his sight. Dong Shuzi, shaking his head, proclaimed, "The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way." This, a familiar and pretentious beginning, was soon followed by him turning his piercing gaze toward the moon, exclaiming, "The way, damn the way. Away with the way." His voice resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the cosmos. Dong Shuzi raised the floating dust in his hand, which instantly straightened like a long sword. With a graceful leap, he soared into the sky, fiercely waving the floating dust forward. Like ink splashed upon silk, the sword aura ignited at the tip of the floating dust. An endless stream of sword energy cleaved through the heavens, illuminating a vast, white line. This seemingly ordinary strike from the master of the Qingyan sect, endowed with an immortal presence, nearly turned the world upside down as the rolling sword aura churned in the depths of the sky. The target of this sword energy was the monumental moon before him. Above the small peak of Qingyan sect, a sword energy that spanned east to west suddenly shone forth, slicing through the moon like a silver thread. Underneath this sword energy, the immense moon appeared to be split in two, if only for a fleeting moment. What tremendous power was at play here? Yet, in the next instant, the moon returned to its normal state, as though nothing had transpired. However, at the moment it seemed to be cleaved asunder, a wave of ethereal Tao rhythm surged forth from the divide. Something concealed by the heavens manifested from within. Beneath the vast sword energy, the Tao rhythm flowed, scattering the sword intent across the entire Qingyan sect. All sword cultivators of the sect felt a simultaneous stirring in their hearts, lifting their gazes toward the sky. In that instant, the heavens appeared as a grand gateway to the sword path, with countless insights descending like rain, illuminating the previously obscure and incomprehensible sword techniques within their minds. The sword cultivators of Qingyun's sect bowed in reverence to the sky, recognizing that someone was expounding their own Tao, using their very being as a quill to articulate the universal sword path. All were eager to seize this opportunity for cultivation, as the speed of progress this night would surpass that of ordinary practice manifold. For sword cultivators, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Leng Qingsong opened their eyes simultaneously. Dressed in white, Bai Feiyu ascended to a branch, standing with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the vast and ethereal sword rhythms before him. Even as an ancient sword immortal, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. In this age, the mastery of the sword path had reached such heights, rivaling even his former self. Moreover, it was astonishing that they could unveil the true essence of the sword path obscured by the heavens through their own sword intent. Were the cultivators of this era even more fervent than the immortal beings of antiquity who revered the cosmos? Clad in black, Leng Qingsong stood with his sword, observing the myriad sword rhythms in the sky. Though he understood that his current self was akin to an ant in comparison to the vast sword intent before him, his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. One day, he too would attain such heights. No, he would surpass them. The two individuals bowed slightly towards the sky. This evening, a great sword cultivator, employing his own essence as a quill, bridged the celestial and terrestrial realms of swordsmanship to elucidate the path of the sword for them, performing the rite of a master. Even though the two of them were merely honing their sword intent amidst such profound sword aura, they would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Thus it was fitting for them to pay their respects. Dong Shuzi, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaped onto the mat, tilted his head back to sip from his cup, and raised his hand to point towards a distant star in the sky. The star flickered, then descended gracefully, landing in the palm of Dong Shuzi. He waved the star towards Ouyang, casting it in his direction as one might toss a stone. Ouyang cautiously caught the star, yet before he could discern its true nature, it vanished from his grasp. Dong Shuzi, as if inebriated, lay upon the mat, murmuring softly in a dreamlike state. Ouyang sat upright, bowing respectfully to Dong Shuzi. In that moment, Dong Shuzi was not the irritable old man he typically found bothersome. For tonight, celestial beings were descending, slashing the moon, and plucking stars. Chapter 54. The first snow descends upon the mortal realm. The night passed as though it were a dream. Upon returning to his chamber, Ouyang collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber until the following morning. While still ensconced in his dreams, Ouyang was roused by the exuberant exclamations of Hututu's day. "It is snowing! It is snowing!" Hututu's joyous voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Ouyang emerged from his dwelling clad in a Taoist robe, and before him lay a vast expanse of white. The heavy snowfall in the latter half of the night had instantaneously transformed the entire hillock into a winter wonderland. The pristine snow blanketing the landscape, while the leaves on the branches remained distinctly green. Hututu was indifferent to the reasons behind the snowfall. It was a rarity for snow to grace the grounds of Qingxiu Mountain. He had only witnessed snow once before at the tender age of 3, and even then, it was merely a drizzle of rain mixed with flurries. Encountering such a substantial snowfall for the first time, Hututu felt as though he had stepped into a realm conjured from a dream. Dress warmly and continue playing, but do refrain from licking the iron post at the kitchen door. Ouyang called out to Hututu, who was frolicking with a Tibetan fox. Just as Ouyang was about to retreat to his quarters to don an additional layer, he nearly collided with Lang Qingsong, who stood there clutching a sword. Lang Qingsong gazed at Ouyang, his expression one of stunned disbelief, as he addressed him, "Brother." Ouyang gazed at the once aloof and domineering Lang Qingsong, who now displayed a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Realizing this, he broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "Indeed, the first snow has arrived." Upon hearing Ouyang's response, a momentary look of astonishment softened on Lang Qingsong's face, and a fleeting smile graced his features before he clutched his sword and swiftly made his way to his chamber. Did that lad actually smile? Ouyang was somewhat doubtful that he may have misread the situation, as he turned his head, intending to coax a smile from his younger brother. A wooden sword grazed the tip of his nose and embedded itself in the doorframe. "I haven't," was all that Lang Qingsong uttered before he hurriedly retreated to his room. As if fleeing, Ouyang touched the tip of his nose, his heart racing with trepidation. How audacious! This lad, having been discovered, was still denying it and plotting to silence him? Was it merely a smile that warranted such extreme measures? Nevertheless, this time of year was indeed when Lang Qingsong eagerly awaited the first snowfall. For each initial flurry marked the return of Ouyang and Lang Qingsong to the quaint little town they once inhabited. This was a promise between Ouyang and Lang Qingsong, or perhaps a vow shared with the girl. Missing his beloved was he? Always wearing a long face, yet it seems he harbored a roguish side? Ouyang chuckled heartily before retreating to his room to gather his belongings. "Ah, woo-woo." The sound of a confused, wailing cry echoed through the courtyard. Just as Ouyang stepped through the doorway, he whirled around and dashed back outside, only to find Bai Feiyu and Xiao Feng circling around Hututu. The latter, with tears brimming in her eyes, had her tongue stuck to a metal pillar and was unable to free herself, causing her to cry out in distress. "You foolish child. I just warned you against licking the metal pillar, and yet you dared to try it." Ouyang approached Hututu, irritation etched across his face. I merely wanted to see why one shouldn't lick it." Hututu lamented, her tongue still adhered. Xiao Feng, witnessing her plight, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Little junior sister, hold on. I'll shatter this iron block with a single punch. Are you not afraid of injuring your tongue in the process? Let me handle this." Bai Feiyu shot Xiao Feng a disapproving glance before drawing her sword, preparing to resolve the predicament swiftly. "Mind the tongue. Let me take care of it." Ouyang approached. Grasping the iron pillar, a subtle surge of energy coursed through him, gradually warming the previously frigid metal, and soon Hututu's tongue was freed from its icy grip. With a pained expression, Hututu gazed at Ouyang, feeling a tingling sensation in her mouth while her senior brother's fingers waved before her eyes. His mouth moved rhythmically, resembling a frog in a pond. Speaking of frogs, it had been ages since she had savored the stir-fried frog prepared by their third senior brother. Hututu couldn't help but let saliva trickle from the corner of her mouth once more. Ouyang gazed at the dazed Hutu, who was drooling and lost in thought, immediately realizing that her mind had wandered to food once again. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he lifted Hutu and playfully patted her on the backside. Not too hard, yet not too soft either. Hutu, unfazed, merely touched her rear and let out a silly giggle. Nearby, Tsang-Hu, observing the potential future heir of Qingxiu Mountain, couldn't help but lament that the demise of Qingxiu Mountain was surely imminent. At that moment, Lung Qingsong emerged from his room, having gathered his belongings, and turned to Ouyang, saying, "Let us go. Wait for a moment. I need to tidy up first." This girl was too rambunctious just now. Ouyang shot a glance at Hutu before retreating to his room to begin organizing his things. "Senior brother, what are you two going to do?" Hutu, like a little shadow, trailed after Ouyang back to his room and inquired curiously as she watched him pack. "My second senior brother and I are heading down the mountain. Every time it snows, we make a trip," Ouyang replied while he worked. "Can I come along?" Hutu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "No. The place we are going is too far and unsuitable for you." Ouyang rejected her without a moment's hesitation. Please, I want to go." Hutu began to throw a tantrum, rolling on the floor and then onto the bed. "Listen, Hutu, when I return, I'll bring you some delicious food." Ouyang sighed and tried to entice her. Upon hearing the mention of food, Hutu instinctively felt inclined to agree, but then realized that if she followed her senior brother down the mountain, she would be the first to enjoy the delectable treats. At the tender age of 5, she had already grasped the concept of indulgence quite well. With a pitiful expression, Hutu pleaded, "Senior brother, third senior brother hasn't he returned yet? If you and second senior brother leave, the entire small peak will be left with just me, senior brother Bai, and junior brother Xiao. Their cooking is terribly unpalatable. By the time you come back, I might just starve." She pondered, "You've already entered the core formation stage, so why do you eat so punctually every day?" Ouyang rolled his eyes, resolutely deciding not to take Hutu along, for the place he and Lung Qingsong were destined for was not one befitting a cultivator. Feeling Ouyang's firm stance, Hutu, on the verge of tears, turned and ran out. When Ouyang finally gathered his belongings and stepped outside, he was met with the sight of Hutu holding Lung Qingsong's hand, her small bundle slung over her shoulder. A triumphant expression adorning her face as she looked at Ouyang and huffed, "Humph." She then turned her face to nuzzle against Lung Qingsong's hand, sweetly declaring, "Second senior brother is the best, unlike a certain senior brother." "Humph." Ouyang gazed at Lung Qingsong, whose expression bore a hint of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he nodded towards Ouyang and remarked, "It's nothing. Forget it, let us be off." Observing his junior disciple's demeanor, which exuded a sense of self-assuredness, Ouyang could not help but respond with a sigh. Hutu cheered exuberantly, wriggling free from the grasp of their second senior brother, and leaped into Ouyang's embrace. Grinning widely as he inquired, "Where are we headed, master brother?" Ouyang gazed into the distance with a hint of nostalgia and remarked, "Let us venture to the mortal realm." Chapter 55. The mortal realm is not a place for the faint of heart. The term mortal realm sparked a glimmer of wonder in Hutu's eyes, as if stars twinkled within them. This world is vast beyond comprehension. Even those celestial beings who soar through the skies on their swords may never fully grasp its enormity. Yet, within this expansive domain, the presence of humanity is ubiquitous. Millions of mortals inhabit every corner of this world, erecting one powerful empire after another. These ordinary individuals, though their lives are fleeting compared to the cultivators, forge civilizations that far surpass anything the practitioners could achieve. In this realm, the number of those capable of cultivation is exceedingly rare, while the common folk, whom the cultivators seldom encounter, abound. The myriad places where these countless ordinary people reside are referred to by practitioners as the mortal realm. Hutu had only heard tales of the mortal realm from his grandfather. It is a place fraught with peril, yet undeniably enchanting, captivating both cultivators and demonic beings alike. The closer one draws to the mortal realm, the thinner the essence of heaven and earth becomes, rendering cultivation increasingly arduous. Moreover, as cultivators approach this realm, their progress is continually stifled by the fortune of humanity, let alone the multitude of karmic ties within the mortal realm. A mere misstep could entangle one in its web of causality, leading to stagnation in cultivation or, in the worst case, madness and demise. The mundane atmosphere of the mortal realm can corrupt even the purest of hearts. Perched upon a paper crane, Ouyang held on to Hutu, while Qingsong followed closely, riding a sword. The three had exchanged their Taoist robes for the attire of youthful wanderers. In the mortal realm, donning a Taoist robe is not a light matter. An ill-suited appearance could attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, the trio transformed into gallant young adventurers, embarking on their journey to the mortal realm. They departed from the small mountain peak, heading eastward and crossing the borders of the Qingyan sect. The destination that Ouyang and Lung Qingsong are to embark upon is situated far from the Qingyan sect. Even by flight, it would require 7 to 8 days to reach. This distance underscores the remoteness of Ouyang's intended journey. It is the very place where Ouyang found himself after traversing into this realm, and where he first encountered Lung Qingsong. They spent 2 years living there. And upon their return to the Qingyun sect under the guidance of their master, Ouyang, they made a pact to revisit this cherished location together each year when the first snow falls. In their youth, it was Ouyang who guided them back. But it was only 2 years ago that the two began to make the pilgrimage on their own. This place, brimming with memories, has become Ouyang's true homeland in this world. Ouyang cast a glance at the cold-faced Lung Qingsong, who was soaring through the skies on his sword. This was also the hometown of his second brother, where a young lady awaited him. Contemplating this, Ouyang felt a flicker of concern. That young lady was quite a decent person. In their youth, the two of them, emboldened by their age, often engaged in petty mischief around the city. While that young lady frequently sneaked food to them, this stoic second brother of his, apart from his closeness to Ouyang, seemed to hold a special regard for her. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person, lacking any cultivation abilities. The two brothers had fundamentally diverged from mortals, compared to the endless years that lay ahead of Lung Qingsong. The lifespan of an ordinary person was but a fleeting century, woefully brief. Should his second brother truly harbor deep feelings for that young lady? Ouyang wondered how he would endure the inevitable future when she would reach the end of her life. Brother? Lung Qingsong's voice interrupted Ouyang's musings. His expression one of puzzlement as he regarded Ouyang, bewildered by the look cast upon him. Ouyang cast a smile towards Lung Qingsong and remarked, "Second brother, have you pondered what you shall say upon meeting Xinyuan?" Lung Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, exhibiting a hint of awkwardness beyond his usual demeanor. He scratched his head and tentatively replied, "Hello? Hello, my foot. Have you lost your wits from practicing swordsmanship?" Ouyang retorted, rolling his eyes. Xinyuan, the lady in question, was 3 years senior to Ouyang and 5 years older than Lung Qingsong. Considering her age, she was already 20, an eligible maiden, leaving one to wonder if she would wait for their second brother. Ouyang's perception of Xinyuan was not particularly favorable. The moment he first beheld her scrutinizing gaze, he discerned that the young woman was replete with subtle intentions. The trio soared through the clouds, and when fatigue set in, they descended to rest within the forest. Their playful nature gradually drawing them closer to the land they referred to as home. As they approached, the presence of more human settlements, cities, and villages became increasingly apparent beneath them, marking the boundary between the realms of the divine and the mortal. Ouyang felt no discomfort, yet Hututu and Lung Qingsong were acutely aware of their unease. The further they advanced, the more their inner vital energy became restless, even involuntarily dissipating outward. The previously tranquil state of their minds began to waver. "Senior brother, Tutu feels rather unwell. The mortal realm is hardly enjoyable." Hututu turned to Ouyang, pouting as he spoke. Ouyang extended his hand to grasp the small fingers of Hututu, channeling a stream of true essence to help Hututu calm the turbulence within. He spoke. "The mortal realm is inherently not a desirable destination. For practitioners, it serves merely as a crucible for tempering the doubt heart. The closer one draws to the grand cities established by humanity, the more one's cultivation is stifled. My humble master once remarked that wherever humans congregate, their collective fortune is bestowed, and as the protagonists of the celestial realm, they are naturally shielded by fate, safeguarding even those ordinary mortals who cannot cultivate. Thus, the mortal realm offers little solace to cultivators and demon practitioners alike. Even the malevolent forces prefer not to dwell among humans unless compelled to raise a city. Perhaps Ouyang's own cultivation level is too modest for him to perceive this so-called suppression. Among ordinary humans, the Qi refinement stage is already regarded as the pinnacle of achievement. This stage is often referred to as innate among humans. And even the most dedicated martial artists and cultivators may only aspire to attain the 9th level of Qi refinement in their lifetimes. While I may be at the bottom of the hierarchy within the Qingyun sect, among ordinary humans, I would be sufficient to be regarded as a formidable figure. The pace of Ouyang and his companions gradually slowed, as the true essence within Lung Qingsong was insufficient for sword flight. With his nascent soul energy suppressed to the level of foundation establishment, although Hututu utilized a magical artifact in the form of a paper crane, he still found it to be an inadequate means of travel. The ambient spiritual energy in this region was vastly inferior to that of Qingyun's sect, rendering their absorption of such energy insufficient to meet their own consumption. Observing the struggle of his companions, Ouyang gestured for them to descend to an uninhabited area. The trio landed beside a country road, where Ouyang produced a recording stone, turning it in his hands before addressing it. "By following this road, a 2-day walk will lead us to Maple Leaf City. Brother, What if we walk during the day and fly at night? Lung Qingsong inquired, somewhat reluctantly. The prospect of 2 more days felt excessively slow to him. Ouyang shook his head and remarked, "Try to gauge how long it takes to restore your true essence." Lung Qingsong seated himself cross-legged and began to meditate. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes and sighed, lamenting the exceedingly thin spiritual energy in this realm. Thus, he had no choice but to comply with Ouyang's directives. Consequently, on the official road appeared 2 young swordsmen clad in vibrant attire, carrying a remarkably adorable young girl. The trio moved with a ghostly swiftness along the thoroughfare. Chapter 56. In which direction lies the Imperial City? Although the 3 had abandoned the notion of flying on their swords, they had devised an alternative method. While flight consumed a considerable amount of true essence, merely augmenting their footfalls required a negligible expenditure. Similar to the lightness of stepping in the mortal realm, the 3 effortlessly leaped between the towering trees flanking the official road, covering distances of several meters in the blink of an eye. Ouyang carried Hu Tu on his back, while Lung Qingsong, beside him, appeared somewhat unaccustomed to traveling on foot. Typically, he would soar through the air, and the abrupt transition to walking left him momentarily disoriented. However, after a brief period of adjustment, he soon managed to keep pace behind Ouyang. The 2 navigated through the trees, leaping with agility, when suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted ahead. Ouyang furrowed his brow, expressing his reluctance to involve himself in such matters. As previously stated, a cultivator should not easily meddle in the affairs of mortals, for it yields no benefit to one's practice. Before Ouyang could voice his concerns, however, Lung Qingsong had already rushed forward. Youthful fervor surged within him upon encountering an injustice. He unsheathed his sword and acted impulsively, disregarding the potential consequences. Ouyang had not yet called out to halt Lung Qingsong when the latter had already drawn his sword and charged downward. Ouyang, adjusting his disheveled robes, followed closely behind. Ouyang stood upon a branch, gazing downwards. Below, 2 factions had been embroiled in fierce combat for an extended duration, with countless individuals sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. It was evident that one side comprised masked bandits clad in coarse linen attire, while the other consisted of well-uniformed guards. Although the guards were equipped with superior weaponry and possessed commendable skills, they were at a numerical disadvantage, numbering merely around 20, while also needing to divert their attention to safeguard several carts behind them. In stark contrast, the bandits, a disorganized rabble wielding makeshift weapons such as hoes and sickles, compensated for their lack of finesse with sheer numbers, charging forward en masse, their battle cries echoing through the air. Consequently, the guards soon found themselves encircled by the bandits, the noose tightening around them, and casualties mounting steadily. It was only when Lung Qingsong descended from the tree, sword in hand, that the tide of battle was finally turned. Despite his powers being suppressed, Lung Qingsong's exceptional aptitude for the sword, rated at an impressive 11 points, rendered his cultivation level inconsequential when it came to wielding his weapon. A silvery dragon weaved through the bandits, leaving chaos in its wake, where he passed. Men fell and horses stumbled, the assailants scarcely comprehending the calamity that had befallen them before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Each slain bandit bore a precise inch-long wound upon their necks, without exception. A congenital grandmaster. Stand aside. A voice bellowed from among the bandits, prompting them to retreat in haste. Standing steadfast was Lung Qingsong, his expression as frigid as water. From the throng of bandits emerged a towering figure, a man wielding twin axes, who regarded Lung Qingsong with a sinister grin and proclaimed, "You foolish boy. Do you not consider your own worth before attempting to be a hero?" Before he could finish his statement, the axe-wielding giant fell backward, lifeless. Utterly astonished by the swiftness of the young man's sword, having barely had the chance to introduce himself before meeting his untimely demise. Talkative, Lung Qingsong flicked his sword, frowning at the fallen giant. With the giant's collapse, utter chaos ensued among the bandits. The chief has been slain. What the hell? The chief is gone just like that? You lack martial ethics. The chief had even finished speaking before you ambushed him. Lung Qingsong surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, stating coolly, "Leave or perish." The bandits exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with dread at the sudden appearance of this youth. The chief's prowess was such that even the strongest swordsman of Maple Leaf City would falter before him. This unforeseen young man had dispatched the chief without even exchanging a glance, leaving them to ponder their own fates as mere fodder for the slaughter. As hundreds of bandits confronted the formidable figure of Lung Qingsong, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. akin to facing a malevolent specter. In an instant, they scattered in all directions, leaving behind a scene strewn with lifeless bodies. With a single sword in hand, Lang Qingsong repelled the throng of bandits. Just as he intended to depart, the guards surrounding the cart approached him. A middle-aged man, clad in armor, cautiously stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful for your life-saving intervention, young hero. Might I inquire your name? The CF family shall surely offer you ample rewards." Lang Qingsong merely cast a glance at the man and replied coolly, "Step aside." His act of saving was driven by a fleeting impulse, and the notion of rewards held no allure for him. Worldly possessions bore no significance in his eyes. The middle-aged man, feeling embarrassed, lowered his hands and moved aside to allow Lang Qingsong to pass. Just as Lang Qingsong prepared to leap into the trees, a youthful voice called out from behind, "Is that you, little cold brother?" He halted and turned to see a young guard, armed with a blade, uncertainly gazing at him. Upon recognizing Lang Qingsong, the young guard's face lit up with joy as he hurried over, exclaiming, "It truly is you, little cold brother. It's me, Wang Ming." Observing the exuberant youth before him, a rush of memories flooded Lang Qingsong's mind, softening his expression. "Where is Ouyang the leader? Why have you returned alone?" Wang Ming inquired eagerly. Suddenly, a small twig fell and struck Wang Ming on the head, causing him to clutch his head and glance upward in bewilderment. Ouyang, cradling Hutu, gazed at Wang Ming with a smile and remarked, "Wang Xiaoming, after a year apart, you are out here making a living." Before him stood Wang Ming, one of the young followers he had taken under his wing back in Maple Leaf City. "Boss Ouyang," Wang Ming exclaimed in excitement upon seeing Ouyang, only to burst into tears moments later. Witnessing Wang Ming weeping uncontrollably, Ouyang's smile faded. He leaped down from the tree and, observing Wang Ming's distress, his expression darkened as he inquired, "What is the matter? Boss, why did you take so long to return?" Wang Ming cried, collapsing to the ground in a fit of sorrow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ouyang grasped Wang Ming by the collar, lifting him up with impatience as he demanded, "Stop crying and tell me what happened." Through sobs, Wang Ming managed to explain, Everyone has been captured by the officials. Only I managed to escape. And Shinner and the others were taken to the Imperial City." A fierce aura of sword intent suddenly erupted from Lang Qingsong, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The previously relaxed guards tensed up, gripping their weapons anew, their gazes fixed on Lang Qingsong. Ouyang, typically carefree, now wore a grim expression as he glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and asked, "Which direction is the Imperial City?" "Young sir, the events in Maple Leaf City are not as you perceive." The middle-aged man hurriedly attempted to explain. Bang! The middle-aged man was abruptly sent flying, crashing into a large tree and losing consciousness. Ouyang glanced at the guard across from him, who had once again tightened his grip on his weapon, and said, "Now let someone else answer me." Chapter 57. Is our second son a prince? Ouyang murmured about being untainted by karma, unaware that upon arriving in the mortal realm, he too was ensnared within its grasp. However, karma, while unnecessary to provoke, need not be feared either. At the very least, Ouyang, who had reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, felt no trepidation. The elevation of his realm was unaffected. How laughable! Standing there with an air of nonchalance, Ouyang instilled a palpable tension among all the guards around him. They sensed a weight of pressure emanating from him, far greater than that posed by hundreds of mountain bandits. It was as if the youth before them could effortlessly annihilate them with a mere gesture. Ouyang took a step forward, causing the guards to retreat in unison, some trembling so violently that they could scarcely maintain their grip on their weapons. "Can an immortal descend to the mortal realm and treat us mere commoners with such disdain?" A voice, aged and resonant, emerged from the carriage. An elderly man, clad in a long robe of yellow and gray, stepped out with the assistance of a young man, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon Ouyang. Remarkably, the old man discerned that Ouyang was a practitioner, yet he dared to remain there, unabashedly delivering his admonitions. Ouyang let out a cold laugh, raising his hand, ready to teach the brazen old man a lesson. However, Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the elder and said, "Ouyang, my friend, Lord Xie is preparing to journey to the capital to assist us." The elder then introduced himself with a bow. "I am Xie Chongyang, the Lord of Maple Leaf City." The young man supporting the elder, clad in scholar's robes, gazed curiously at Ouyang and his companion, intrigued as this was his first encounter with what he had only heard of in tales and books regarding immortal beings. Ouyang did not introduce himself. Instead, he gazed at the elder, his expression indifferent as he said, "The Lord of Maple Leaf City? What agreement did my master make with you?" The elder chuckled bitterly, his voice strained as he replied, "The Immortal has blessed Maple Leaf City with favorable weather. And in return, the city guarantees their safety. Therefore, after more than a decade of favorable conditions in Maple Leaf City, do you believe it is solely due to your own virtue?" Ouyang stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive aura of a cultivator that surged towards the elder. The already frail body of the elder trembled slightly in the face of such violent natural energies, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. The young man beside the elder cast a cold glance at Ouyang and declared loudly, "Silence begets chaos. Do not speak of the supernatural." Instantly, a stream of milky white righteous energy appeared before him, shielding the elder from the onslaught of turbulent natural forces. Ouyang glanced at the young man beside the elder, who appeared to be in his 20s, and wondered how he could possess such a noble and righteous spirit, surpassing even that of some esteemed scholars. Ouyang's system revealed no discernible attributes in the young man before him, as even the faint aura of righteousness he emanated merely marked him as an exceptional individual among mortals, akin to a larger ant that could be effortlessly dispatched by a practitioner. Ouyang gently patted the young man who supported him, steadying himself, and addressed Ouyang with a respectful gesture. "This matter is a fault of my Maple Leaf City, thus I, an old man, have resolved to seek an explanation from His Majesty in the Imperial City." Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Ouyang's demeanor softened slightly, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Ouyang glanced at the cold and resolute Qing Song beside Ouyang and raised his hand, gesturing towards the carriage. "There are certain matters that warrant a private discussion within the carriage," as if shrouded in a significant secret. Ouyang cast a glance at the imposing Qing Song, who stood with sword in hand, his murderous intent barely contained, the very essence of his swordsmanship yearning to break free. Ouyang gently patted Lung Qingsong, signaling his companion to remain calm. He then waved his hand towards the tree, prompting Hutu to leap down and take refuge behind Ouyang, cautiously peeking out to observe the individuals before him. Are these truly the mortals spoken of by his grandfather? They seem rather feeble. Yet there lingers an unsettling aura that he finds repugnant, particularly emanating from the young scholar clad in traditional attire, whose presence is accompanied by a disquieting energy. For creatures of the unique righteousness of the human race exerts an inherent suppression. The group climbed aboard the carriage, and within, Ouyang hesitated briefly, glancing at Lung Qingsong before respectfully addressing Ouyang. "May I inquire as to the ages of the two esteemed immortals?" Ouyang furrowed his brow, uncertain of the concoction the elderly man before him had procured, yet he spoke up. "I am 17, and he is 15. I am 5. Hutu proudly extended a hand, exclaiming with delight. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Ouyang turned to Lung Qingsong and inquired, "Esteemed immortal, might you possess a piece of white semi-jade?" Lung Qingsong was momentarily taken aback by Ouyang's inquiry, his expression darkening instantly. He murmured, "Have they found their way to Maple Leaf City?" Upon receiving a response that skirted the question, Ouyang exhaled in relief, his gaze towards Lung Qingsong transforming into one of reverence. Although he had maintained decorum when addressing an immortal like Ouyang, it was nothing compared to the respect he now exhibited toward Lung Qingsong. Nodding slightly and bowing, Ouyang proclaimed, "That you have wandered in Maple Leaf City since childhood. The Imperial Court has never ceased its search for you. Looking for me, do they wish to eradicate the roots?" Lung Qingsong inquired with a cold smirk. Yet, Ouyang produced a piece of white semi-jade and said, "Our sovereign has grown exceedingly old, and with no sons, he merely wishes to meet you." "Ha ha ha, no sons? When he took the lives of so many of his own, did he not consider the implications of being childless?" Lung Qingsong laughed heartily, then adopted a stern demeanor, turning to Ouyang to refuse. Meanwhile, Ouyang stood in stunned silence, recalling how his second son had been abandoned in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 3, believing him to be an orphan like himself. Little did he know that his second son possessed an extraordinary lineage, seemingly connected to royal blood. Ouyang's expression shifted as he recounted. In the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, Prince Su conspired against the throne, involving tens of thousands, leading to the complete eradication of the Prince Su lineage. In the 40th year of the Great Tang, our sovereign reopened the old case to vindicate Prince Su, issuing a self-blame edict, thus bringing justice to the spirits of the wronged. As Ouyang articulated each word with care, the sorrow on Lung Qingsong's face transformed into a semblance of consolation, followed by a wistful acknowledgement. "They are all gone. What significance does vindication hold now?" Ouyang bowed slightly to Lung Qingsong and continued, Our sovereign is now without heirs, and the realm is in turmoil. In the imperial city, sorcerers run rampant. And our sovereign seeks the elixir of immortality, neglecting state affairs as treacherous ministers dominate, leaving the court in disarray. Lung Qingsong's eyes glazed over as he remarked, "He seeks me solely for the pursuit of immortality? Certainly not, Your Highness. You are the last of our sovereign's bloodline. Should you return to the imperial city, the pursuit of immortality shall cease, and the nation's unrest can be swiftly quelled," Xie Chongyang asserted with fervor. Lung Qingsong shook his head. "I am no longer a mere mortal. Worldly matters hold no relevance for me. Besides, he brought this upon himself with his treachery." Xie Chongyang's gaze sharpened, and he sternly addressed Lung Qingsong. "Did the lives of countless commoners not outweigh your desire for eternal peace? You are the son of Prince Su and the future Saint Emperor of our great Tang." Chapter 58. I command you to rebel. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Ouyang found himself perceiving his younger brother, who had followed him closely since childhood, as if for the very first time. To his astonishment, this little sibling was none other than a prince of the realm, and moreover, the last surviving heir of a dynasty, if no unforeseen events transpired. Once the current emperor departed from this world, his younger brother would indeed ascend to the throne as the legitimate heir. Why pursue immortality when the prospect of ruling as an emperor was so tantalizing? Yet, the allure of the imperial throne paled in comparison to the freedom of a cultivator. Even as the most revered monarch on earth, one's lifespan was ultimately limited to a mere century, a stark contrast to the boundless existence of an unrestrained practitioner. Inside the carriage, the younger brother seemed to lapse into silence, memories blurring in his mind. He recalled the age of 3 when his parents were executed following a rebellion, and how he had wandered to Maple Leaf City, encountering his elder brother there, from being a figure of authority to a street urchin. Had it not been for his brother's efforts to provide for him in that city, he might have perished during the first snowfall of that fateful year. Years had swiftly passed, and now, his so-called grandfather, the very man responsible for his parents' demise, appeared to express a desire for familial joy. Though the memories of his parents were shrouded in the cold walls of the palace in their impatient tone, they were still his flesh and blood. Even the simplest of minds could discern the ulterior motives of that old wretch in the imperial city. What assurance could there be that he would not eliminate his own son for the sake of the throne? Why would he then seek to have him inherit the crown at this juncture? Cold Qingsong glanced at the half-piece of white jade in Xie Chongyang's hand and retrieved another half from his storage, one he had carried with him since childhood. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "This is the other half of the jade. Take it to him and convey that I am not yet ready to claim his head. It would be wise for him to meet his demise before I reach him. Otherwise, when I do come for him, he shall face a fate worse than death." Ouyang took 2 pieces of white jade from Lung Qingsong and Xie Chongyang, gently bringing them together, and the flawless gems united seamlessly. They appeared to be a valuable artifact. "Second brother, when you claim to be unprepared, are you attempting to evade this matter?" Ouyang inquired, tossing the jade in his hand. Lung Qingsong gazed at Ouyang and shook his head, replying, "Brother, do you still recall what our master once said?" Ouyang reminisced about the time when Huyun took him and another as disciples, recalling the words spoken to Lung Qingsong. At that time, Lung Qingsong had inquired whether one could take a life in the pursuit of immortality. Huyun, gazing into Lung Qingsong's indifferent eyes, sighed and replied, "The mortal realm is not a favorable place for cultivators. The path of cultivation emphasizes non-action and refraining from entanglement in karmic affairs. The higher one's position and power in society, the greater the karmic repercussions. To provoke such individuals invites celestial retribution. And even those in the tribulation stage must tread carefully in their presence." Ouyang disdainfully remarked, "The old man merely seeks to intimidate you with such words. Tell me, do you aspire to be an emperor?" Lung Qingsong shook his head and responded, "I harbor no interest in that position. My sole desire is to pursue my own path." With that, Ouyang turned his gaze to the carriage, where Xie Chongyang sat alongside a young man, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he said, "Old man, you seem to possess a commendable demeanor. I have a lucrative proposition for you. I wonder if you would be inclined to consider it." Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang with a measure of caution, as this youth had stirred quite a commotion in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 5. At the tender age of 5, Ouyang had already garnered the loyalty of half the orphans in Maple Leaf City, ranging from those in their teens to mere 6 or 7-year-olds, all of whom he commanded with ease. It is indeed remarkable that a mere 5-year-old child could achieve such influence, especially after he had ascended to the celestial realm and become an immortal being. Xie Chongyang spoke solemnly, "I am uncertain of what instructions the Immortal may have. Please, do not hesitate to command. Ouyang tossed the white jade in his hand, casting a knowing smile at the youth beside Xie Chongyang, and remarked, "The Emperor's role is to be shared. This year, it falls to your family. I observe that your son possesses an air befitting a sovereign. I wonder if you have any aspirations regarding the throne?" Silence. To partake in the bounty of the sovereign is to serve loyally. Such treasonous thoughts of rebellion are utterly unbecoming of the Xie family of Maple Leaf City. Before Xie Chongyang could respond, the youth kneeling nearby sternly interjected. "Initially, I believed that a scholar imbued with righteousness would possess remarkable capabilities. Yet it appears he is merely a pedantic scholar." Ouyang sighed as he regarded the youth. "Enough. Cease your words." Xie Chongyang turned his gaze towards Ouyang, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Casually glancing at Lang Qingsong, he continued, "If the Immortal merely wishes to ascertain whether my Xie family is loyal, it is entirely unnecessary. For a century, my family has resided in Maple Leaf City, never meddling in matters of state." Ouyang stretched lazily and pointed to his second son, saying, "This is the last heir of the empire. He has no desire to ascend the throne. If the old relics within the imperial city were to inadvertently pass away, this nation would plunge into even greater turmoil. One wonders if the Xie family will still be able to stand alone at that time. Your Highness, as a member of the royal bloodline, you naturally bear the responsibility that comes with it. The Xie family shall ensure your safety." Xie Chongyang interjected, "With you lot, mere scoundrels, do you really think you can protect us?" Ouyang retorted, then called out, "Wang Xiaoming, come in." Wang Ming leaned into the carriage, smiling at Ouyang. "Did you call for me, Ouyang? Do you wish to become a great general?" Ouyang inquired. Wang Ming scratched his head and replied, "I don't have any particular desires. But if Ouyang wants me to take on that role, then I shall." Ouyang laughed heartily, retrieving a single elixir from his storage pouch. It was merely an ordinary spirit-gathering pill, yet he directed Wang Ming, "Open your mouth." Wang Ming obediently complied, allowing the pill to settle upon his tongue. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, Ouyang's voice resonated, "Close your eyes and focus your energy." Without hesitation, Wang Ming sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the internal cultivation techniques he practiced regularly. Under the astonished gaze of Xie Chongyang, the formerly inconspicuous Wang Ming began to emanate an aura of profound depth. In the blink of an eye, he transcended to the realm of a grandmaster. Ouyang produced a vial of elixirs, waving it before Xie Chongyang, and remarked, "This contains 100 pills, representing 100 of the innate grandmasters you speak of. 100 innate grandmasters would be sufficient for the Xie family to ascend as the most formidable clan in the Tang Kingdom. Am I not correct?" As Xie Chongyang gazed at the elixirs in Ouyang's hand, beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. A single vial of these elixirs could potentially bestow the Xie family with an additional 100 innate grandmasters. Is this the power of a celestial being? After all, there are barely 100 innate grandmasters throughout the entirety of the Tang Kingdom. Such ease in acquiring strength that rivals the entire nation. Xie Chongyang's mouth grew parched, and he turned to Ouyang with a bitter expression, inquiring, "What does the celestial being intend?" Ouyang casually tossed the vial of elixir to Xie Chongyang as if discarding refuse, remarking coolly, "With martial prowess, the Xie family, originally a lineage of poets, possesses the capability to ascend to the throne. I urge you to rebel. Is that not fair?" Chapter 59. Treacherous Ministers and Rebels. The carriage was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the labored breaths of Xie Chongyang, who gazed at the white porcelain vial in his hands, trembling all over. While others might remain oblivious to the vial's immense value, he understood its significance all too well. With 100 innate grandmasters at his disposal, the Xie family could wield the power to shape the fate of the nation. Possessing such strength would render the manipulation of imperial authority and even usurpation an effortless endeavor. Xie Chongyang cast a complex gaze at Ouyang, fully aware that this was a scheme, a calculated temptation exploiting his innermost greed. Yet, could he truly refuse? For centuries, the Xie family had merely occupied a corner of Maple Leaf City, unable even to purge the bandits lurking in the surrounding mountains. Historically, the Xie family had prioritized scholarship over martial skill, although they yearned for transformation. The physical constitution of their descendants was ill-suited for combat, leading them to consistently exhibit subservience to the neighboring lords. However, if they were to possess these 100 innate grandmasters, would there be anything within the Tang nation that the Xie family would dare not covet? To rise in rebellion? Such an act would be a grave transgression warranting the extermination of 9 clans. Not to mention the ire of the individual within the imperial city who regarded power as a second life, to accept or to decline. Ouyang grappled with an internal struggle, torn between the greatest opportunity for his family's ascendancy and the monumental crime of rebellion. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the white porcelain vial tightly and declared, "If the Immortal speaks of rebellion before the throne, does this not test the loyalty of the CF family? Rest assured, we, the CF family, will remain steadfast in our allegiance to your highness." Ouyang shook his head and said, "The power of the mundane world is, to us, akin to a mere chicken rib. The cause and effect of the secular realm are not what we wish to entangle ourselves with. Therefore, you need not harbor any doubts. I merely wish to enlist your assistance to avenge my junior brother." The young man beside him whispered to Ouyang, "Father, the sovereign and his ministers steadfastly guard the imperial secrets." Upon hearing this, Ouyang's face displayed a moment of astonishment. Such a statement could only be uttered by a standard rebel. How astonishing that the youth, who had just moments ago adhered to the decorum of sovereign and minister, suddenly revealed such rebellious sentiments. The righteous spirit within you seems to be lamenting. It was unexpected that it was this very youth, whom Ouyang had thought to be somewhat foolish from his studies, who had undergone such a remarkable transformation. The young man cupped his hands towards Ouyang and said, "Since the Immortal has bestowed upon my CF family such an opportunity, if we were to decline, would we not provoke the Immortal's ire?" His demeanor was amiable, and he spoke with such conviction, yet it stood in stark contrast to his earlier proclamations of loyalty and righteousness. Unsure of how to address him, Ouyang expressed his curiosity. The young man respectfully replied, "I am Zinch, the young lord of Maple Leaf City. You are indeed remarkable. It is impossible for the CF family not to thrive with you among them." Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, managing only to offer a rather insipid compliment. Zinch continued, "The Immortal is an old acquaintance of my wife, Shinner, and with the endorsement of the former dynasty's prince, who holds no interest in the throne. My CF family is merely riding the winds to greatness." Already invoking the previous dynasty? How swiftly he assumed the role of a rebel. "Wait a moment, my wife Shinner?" Ouyang grinned, casting a glance at the equally bewildered Lung Qingsong. "There seems to be a glimmer of hope. What is Shinner to you?" Even the typically aloof Lung Qingsong could not help but inquire. "This year, I have entered into a betrothal with Shinner. We are already husband and wife." The young man spoke earnestly. "As two celestial beings pursue enlightenment, it is natural that us mere mortals would not be privy to such matters. I beg for your understanding." What a mess, what a predicament. His own second son is the fated chosen one. First, their nation is at risk of being usurped by this young man before him. And now, his first love is also in jeopardy. Is he attempting to take advantage of his second son's fortune? Ouyang's eyes twitched as he gazed at his bewildered second son, covering his face in uncertainty. Lung Qingsong plopped down on the carriage, a surge of frustration swelling within him. At a loss for words. Yet, Xiaxinji rose with an expression of profound insight, declaring, "Our Maple Leaf City boasts abundant provisions, yet lacks military strength. With the emergence of an additional 108 grandmasters, we have addressed our most significant shortcoming. We shall unite the 21 cities within the Tang realm, setting our sights directly on the imperial capital. Damn it, this lad must have had rebellious inclinations all along. I have merely cast forth a proposal, and he has already mapped out the path of insurrection. How has he cultivated such righteous vigor? Unable to endure the incessant chatter, Lung Qingsong embraced his sword and leapt forth from the carriage. Ouyang held the piece of white jade pendant in his hand, gazing at the visibly excited Zinch. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "The rebellion is your affair. I have but one condition. Once you breach the imperial city, I demand that person be brought to me alive." Zinch bowed and replied earnestly, "A request from an immortal cannot be declined." Ouyang cast a fleeting glance at the figure of Xiaxinji before cradling the drowsy Hutu and stepping out of the carriage. Sensing the position of Lung Qingsong, Ouyang vanished from the sight of the onlookers in a series of agile leaps. "Xinji, do you truly wish to rebel?" Ouyang inquired cautiously, holding a white porcelain vial. "Father, the moment that Emperor seized Zuanier, the notion of usurping him had already taken root in my mind. Since both immortals share this sentiment, why should we not proceed?" Xiaxinji replied matter-of-factly, gazing in the direction where Ouyang had disappeared. Xiaoqiang nodded gravely and said, "In that case, let us return to Maple Leaf City. Summon the younger members of our clan, and cultivate 108 grandmasters before plotting this undertaking." "I will follow your lead, father," Xiaxinji responded. At that moment, a profound righteousness began to intertwine with a hint of imperial aura around him. Ouyang cradled Hutu as they arrived before a majestic waterfall, where Lung Qingsong stood, sword in hand, before the towering cascade that soared 100 meters high. His entire being emanated an intense sword intent, and with a mere gesture, an invisible longsword cleaved through the waterfall. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of strikes. The waterfall reduced to a fragmented chaos by the sheer force of his sword energy. The turbulent essence of true qi rampaged over the waterfall. Yet Lang Qingsong's countenance remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. Ouyang settled upon a massive stone, sitting cross-legged, cradling the peacefully slumbering Hutu in his arms. With a mere gesture, a barrier of true energy materialized before the water. "Brother," Qingsong said, after venting his frustrations, "are you employing such treachery merely to keep me untainted by the consequences?" Ouyang nodded and said, "The last time I enlightened junior brother Shao about the dragon and phoenix. The power of heavenly punishment was rather feeble, thus providing an opportunity. Moreover, the act of enlightening divine beasts is simply not permitted by the Tao of heaven, resulting only in a mere thunderous retribution. Should you become entangled in the causality of the mortal realm, that invisible and intangible retribution will inevitably befall you. Such an inescapable consequence of karma is best avoided." Lang Qingsong sheathed his sword and, resting upon a massive stone, inquired, "What then of the vendetta against my parents? Wouldn't using another's hand to exact vengeance similarly affect my resolve on the path?" Ouyang smiled gently and remarked, "The emperor's karma is immense. Yet if he ceases to be an emperor, what remains of that karma? When the Xie family rebels and seizes the throne, the old emperor is no longer an emperor. Thus naturally, there is no karma left." It was then that Lang Qingsong comprehended his elder brother's intentions. Nodding, he inquired, "What shall we do now?" Ouyang pointed towards the imperial city and remarked, "Your former acquaintance is still suffering. Naturally, a visit is warranted." Chapter 60. Soft jade in a red tint. The imperial city of the Tang Kingdom is a vast metropolis, bustling with millions of inhabitants, and it stands as the most prosperous city in this realm. Within the imperial city, there are 56 distinct districts, each separated by towering walls. And only in the two grand marketplaces to the east and west can one witness the vibrant life of the city. In the eastern marketplace, throngs of people bustle about, with vendors selling sugar figurines, performing acrobatics, and peddling small toys amidst a cacophony of shouts and haggling. The most delighted among them is undoubtedly Hututu, the little girl who joyfully immerses herself in the crowd, reveling in the lively atmosphere she has never before experienced. In such an expansive city, even Ouyang finds this to be his first encounter. At the tender age of 5 in Maple Leaf City, he was solely preoccupied with the struggle for survival, leaving him no time to appreciate the wonders of the world. Now, as he strolls leisurely through the streets, he feels an uncanny sense of having transcended time. "Ha ha ha, brother, what is that?" Hututu inquired, one hand holding a sugar figure and the other an ice-coated hawthorn stick, perched on Ouyang's shoulder as she curiously gazed at a grain shop. "That is a grain merchant's shop," Ouyang replied with a glance. "And what is that?" "That is an inn, a place for dining." "What about that?" "And that over there?" "That is a shop selling fabrics for clothing." "Oh, over there. The young ladies in splendid attire are waving at me." Hututu cheerfully waved at the women on the second floor, who were posing and preening. Ouyang cast a glance at the 3 characters of Ihong Courtyard, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he remarked, "That is not a place for children." "Why not? I also wish to don beautiful garments." Hututu, with a hint of envy, gazed at the scantily clad women of the brothel. "Such places are only frequented by wayward girls. A lovely girl like you, Tutu, must not venture there." Ouyang replied earnestly. He then turned his gaze expectantly towards the brothel, reflecting on how he had traversed into this world without ever having visited one. Indeed, he felt like a failure as a time traveler. "Brother, there are cultivators." Cold Ching suddenly interjected. "Cultivators?" Ouyang raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings. However, he perceived nothing, as his own abilities were still limited to the foundational techniques of the Qi refinement stage. It was indeed unfortunate, despite his lack of talent. He only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the 5 elements technique. His younger brother, gifted beyond measure, dismissed any practice beyond the sword. Thus, while they had arrived in the imperial city, they were unable to locate Xiner and the others, who had been brought here by the old emperor. Had the third brother or Xiaobai been present, the situation would undoubtedly have been less troublesome, for those two were capable of handling a multitude of tasks. Ouyang surveyed his surroundings, finding no immediate threats, and then inquired of Lang Qingsong, "Is he exceptionally powerful?" "Indeed, he is," Lang Qingsong replied candidly. For someone of such formidable strength to elicit such a response from Lang Qingsong, they must surely be a great cultivator, at least at the out-of-body stage or above. The existence of such a powerful figure within this imperial city raises the question, could this be a cultivator who, enamored by worldly pleasures, has long ceased to pursue the path of immortality? As Ouyang pondered, a crimson ribbon suddenly fluttered before him. He reached out to catch it, and a familiar fragrance enveloped him. This scent. Goodness. It belongs to senior sister Xiaoya. Ouyang was taken aback, turning to glance at Lung Qingsong with a complex expression. Could it be that his younger brother is experiencing such misfortune? Yet, a clear female voice echoed in his mind. What are you doing? Bring little Song along. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ouyang turned back from his impulse to flee and faced the Yihong building, sheepishly addressing Lung Qingsong. Brother, have you ever visited a brothel? Lang Qingsong shook his head, uncertain of what Ouyang meant by brothel, especially since he was already troubled by Xian'er's impending marriage. Ouyang's companion, Hu Tu, immediately exclaimed with excitement. Hu Tu has never visited a brothel. Hu Tu wants to go to a brothel too. The innocent and naive voice drew the attention of those around, who turned to look at the scene. Upon witnessing two youths, around 17 or 18, and a 5-year-old girl discussing such matters aloud, their gazes towards Ouyang transformed into something rather lewd, leaving them to wonder which young master was so shamelessly unaware of decorum. Ouyang, with a steely resolve, led Hu Tu and Lang Qingsong towards the Yihong building. As they crossed the threshold, an alluring fragrance enveloped them, while the crimson decor transformed the space into a realm of opulence and indulgence. Dozens of elegantly attired young women struck poses before the trio, causing the Navi Lung Qingsong's cheeks to flush crimson. Hesitantly, he turned to Ouyang and inquired, Brother, what brings us here? An acquaintance awaits us here, and I assure you, it will be quite the surprise. Ouyang replied with caution. What sort of acquaintance would frequent a place like this? Could it be a friend of our master? Lang Qingsong pondered, his youthful mind overwhelmed by the provocative sights surrounding him. Only his master would visit such locales. Any elder present must surely be an old friend of his mentor. As the trio entered, they attracted many curious glances, for two young boys accompanied a child. An unusual sight for such a venue. A matron clad in a flowing red satin gown approached with a swaying gait, delicately clutching her handkerchief as she regarded Ouyang, inquiring, Might you be an acquaintance of Miss Xiaoya? At that moment, Lang Qingsong's eyes widened in alarm, and he urgently urged Ouyang, We must leave. Just as he attempted to flee, the air around them thickened, and everything within the building began to slow to an almost surreal crawl, ultimately coming to a complete standstill. Ouyang could even see the saliva spewing from the lips of the aging courtesan hanging in the air before him. What was Xiaosong planning to do outside? A voice, alluring and enchanting, drifted down from the upper floor. The typically indifferent Lung Qingsong felt a tremor in his sword-bearing hand, his entire being stiffening as he bowed slightly towards the woman above, saying, Greetings, senior sister. At the staircase of the second floor stood a young woman in a resplendent red dress, gracefully holding a round fan that partially concealed her face. Beneath her subtle makeup, her fox-like eyes brimmed with captivating charm. Her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. However, upon seeing the breathtaking beauty before them, both Ouyang and Lang Qingsong reacted as if they had encountered a ghost. Ouyang discreetly stepped back, while Lang Qingsong began to tremble uncontrollably. What was the matter? Had they become estranged after such a long separation? A somewhat melancholic whisper, akin to a gentle caress upon the heart, evoked a sense of pity within them. Lang Qingsong, overwhelmed, looked at the woman across from him and dryly remarked, How have you been, senior sister? Ha! The woman let out a soft laugh, fluttering her fan lightly, as a cascade of red silk enveloped Ouyang and Lang Qingsong. All that remained before them was an expanse of crimson fabric, when suddenly, a delicate hand rested on Lang Qingsong's neck, and a soft voice spoke, I have bathed with Xiaosong before. Now that you see me, do you wish to flee? Are you aspiring to be a heartless man like Master Hu Yun? Chapter 61. The white moonlight and vermilion birthmark of my second child. Caught in this fragrant breeze. Lang Qingsong's hand quivered, nearly dropping the treasured sword he held. Fearless in most regards, he hastily grasped Ouyang's sleeve, his eyes glimmering with a plea for aid. Ouyang swiftly withdrew, clutching Hu Tu tightly in her embrace, and rolled out of the Yihong building. To my deceased junior brother, may my elder brother remain safe, she muttered, as she fled in a panic under the despairing gaze of Lang Qingsong. The audacious Lang Qingsong stammered, What about the serpent demon? You wish for my assistance in your cultivation? With her delicate arms wrapped around Lang Qingsong's neck, the woman whispered sweetly in his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Lang Qingsong felt his breath quicken, captivated by the enchanting demeanor of his senior sister, as if she were about to devour him in the next moment. within him. The golden core surged wildly, the immense true essence intertwining with sword intent, yearning to resist, his sword, seemingly eager to protect its master. Could not help but emit a glimmer of light. Oh, you've grown and can wield a sword now? I wonder which blade you intend to use upon your senior sister? The woman teased, her jade hand resting upon the hilt of the sword. The once resounding blade instantly wilted, as if rendered powerless by her gentle touch. Succumbing to her whims. Who could withstand such a force? Lang Qingsong felt his strength draining away, collapsing into the softness of the woman's embrace, his eyes gradually closing. The red silk drapery rose once more, enveloping the two as they ascended to the second floor, and in the next instant, the once stilly hung building was once again alive with the clamor of voices, as if nothing had transpired. Lang Qingsong was laid upon the bed, the woman tenderly caressing his stern visage, her eyes glimmering with infatuation. Stop staring. If you have the prowess, truly consume him. Ouyang's voice chimed from the side. The woman turned, gazing at Ouyang, who sat at the table enjoying a drink, and replied with intrigue. Why were you so frightened of me just now? Ouyang, while peeling an orange for Hututu, remarked, did not the mistress instruct you to choose one of us as a furnace for your cultivation? Since you did not select me, why would I thwart my younger brother's good fortune? The woman, seated upon the bed, gazed at Ouyang with a teasing expression and replied, what if I were to utilize both of you? Ouyang, with a slight tremor in his hand, gazed earnestly at the woman lying on the bed, whose beauty was akin to that of a serpentine enchantress. I possess a rather resolute character, he declared, and I only practice the upper arts, which bears little benefit for you. Scoundrel, the woman retorted, as if a sudden thought struck her. You dare to call me a scoundrel after behaving in such a manner? Even a lecher would pay homage to you. The senior brother is Tutu. Hututu interjected, his eyes fixated on the orange in Ouyang's hand, his tone unwavering. Despite his unwavering gaze upon the orange, there was an undeniable firmness in his words. The woman turned to Hututu, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Could it be that he possesses a primordial Dao body in the form of a spirit fox? Master Huyun has taken a disciple, and Lang Qingsong has found his own. Now Ouyang has captured a little spirit fox? Is he plundering the resources of the demon race with such fervor? She regarded Ouyang with a mixture of emotions and remarked, do the three of you, master and disciples, harbor some peculiar quirks? Ouyang cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Chang Xiaoya, I must caution you. Both my master and my younger brother have been coerced. In Ouyang's eyes, the attributes of the woman before him were vividly apparent. Name, Chang Xiaoya, youthful form of the devouring serpent, cultivation level, 6th stage of integration bone quality, 8 charisma, 10 luck, 6 devouring aptitude, 10 unique skill, devourer evaluation. Beware of the serpent demon seeking your assistance in her cultivation. The enchanting woman before him was no mere mortal. She was, in fact, a serpent demon. Ouyang and Lang Qingsong referred to their senior sister as such because among their master's cherished confidants, one happened to be the master of this serpent demon. Their master truly resembled a reincarnated Su Xian and, astonishingly, was also a snake catcher. Prior to their entrance into the sect, their master had taken them on a journey, with their first destination being a snake den. Initially, Ouyang harbored suspicions that his master might be some sort of malevolent practitioner, only to discover that his master, with a righteous demeanor, claimed to be there to subdue demons. When, on the following day, their master emerged with the aid of Chang Xiaoya, supporting his waist, Ouyang finally comprehended the formidable strength of the serpent demon within the cave. Chang Xiaoya, exuding an air of triumph, informed the two that their master had wagered with her master, offering one of them as her husband should he lose. Such a fortuitous circumstance. Gazing at the voluptuous Chang Xiaoya, the youthful Ouyang resolutely declared his commitment to fulfill the responsibilities of the elder brother. Restoring the glory of the snake-catching master was an obligation we could not evade. However, upon inquiring about her age, he learned that Chang Xiaoya was already 2,000 years old, causing the once confident Ouyang to deflate. A serpent demon of 2 millennia, how formidable her wrath must be. Was it not as effortless as a mere one to drain him of his essence? Ouyang pushed Lang Qingsong out, dismissing the fears of his second son. For what was there to fear from a mere 2,000-year-old serpent demon? Yet, after being dragged into the serpent's lair, the normally stoic Lang Qingsong emerged that very night with reddened eyes, a testament to his turmoil. Ouyang was taken aback, fearing that the 3-year-old Lang Qingsong had already met with a tragic fate. However, before Ouyang could utter a word of inquiry, Chang Xiaoya emerged, cradling the freshly changed garments of Lang Qingsong, and with a satisfied expression remarked, I have inspected it, indeed. Master Ouyang did not deceive me. This is truly a splendid cauldron. Ouyang gazed at the red-eyed Lung Qingsong and quietly inquired about the nature of the examination. We simply took a bath together. What could a 3-year-old possibly do? Chang Xiaoya remarked, rolling her eyes. It was merely a bath. As Ouyang observed Lung Qingsong, who appeared to have been thoroughly bullied, his interest in the spectacle faded. However, from that moment onward, whenever Lung Qingsong encountered Chang Xiaoya, he resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoya, leveraging her formidable prowess as a cultivator in the integration stage, delighted in teasing her 2 brothers daily, akin to a cat playing with its prey. Returning to the matter at hand, Ouyang turned to Chang Xiaoya and asked, "What brings you to the mortal realm, senior sister?" Chang Xiaoya looked at Ouyang with curiosity and retorted, "Did your master not mention it? What nonsense did that old rogue say?" Ouyang replied with exasperation, "Master Ouyang stated that you 2 must sever your ties with worldly karma, and thus, I was sent to assist by keeping an eye on you." Chang Xiaoya replied, "Sever ties with worldly karma? More karma? What has that old fellow calculated this time?" Ouyang reflected on his disrespectful master, contemplating Chang Xiaoya's earlier words. Suddenly, he felt that this outing bore immense significance for both himself and his second brother. In an instant, Ouyang discerned the entire scheme, realizing that this was indeed a trap meticulously orchestrated by his rather unscrupulous master. Ouyang lifted his head, gazing at Chang Xiaoya with a mischievous smile as he said, "Sister, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it." Chang Xiaoya, wary of Ouyang's playful demeanor, inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Despite having lived for 2 millennia, Chang Xiaoya remained cautious around Ouyang, acutely aware that she could easily fall into one of his traps. "Sister, do you understand why we have returned to the imperial city?" Ouyang cleared his throat and asked. Chang Xiaoya shook her head. She was merely entrusted by Ouyang and had no knowledge of the purpose behind her presence. Ouyang pointed at the figure of Lung Qingsong, who lay upon the bed, and chuckled, "My second son's beloved has been captured, and we have come specifically to rescue her." Chapter 62, In the Mountains. One cultivates immortality. Upon hearing Chang Xiaoya mention her master, Ouyang had already surmised the intentions of his own venerable teacher. This affair was undoubtedly orchestrated by his master, aimed at severing the ties of causality between himself and Lung Qingsong, for practitioners who transcend the 3 realms and exist beyond the 5 elements. The most grievous transgression is the contamination of their pure Tao heart by worldly causation. Thus, his master employed this method to assist both of them in extricating themselves from mundane entanglements. After all, both he and Lung Qingsong hailed from the mortal realm. They should depart from it in kind. It is essential that one personally severs the ties of causality to stabilize their Tao heart. Yet, one must ponder when his master devised this plan. Perhaps it began when his second brother negotiated with their master regarding the first snowfall's return to the mortal realm, subsequently sacrificing himself to the serpents in the cave to plot a fate for his second brother. Though his master may seem eccentric, his meticulous approach leaves no room for error. Reflecting on the attributes panel he first beheld upon meeting his master, Ouyang felt assured that his master possessed his own wisdom. Having unraveled all critical points, Ouyang turned his gaze to the slumbering figure of his second brother. Indeed, he was a child of destiny. Yet this very fact rendered him peculiarly obstinate. After all, a genius seldom acknowledges their faults, often ensnared in a singular stubbornness until they exhaust their vigor, transforming from prodigy to mediocrity, from brilliance to insignificance. A genius who fails to mature is scarcely worthy of notice in this world. Who does not bear the weight of genius upon their shoulders? Connecting the inexplicable thoughts of his master, Ouyang suddenly comprehended what actions he ought to undertake. His master toiled throughout the night to exorcise the demons, all for the sake of bestowing a vermilion mark upon his second brother, perfectly aligning with his second brother's ethereal love in the mundane world. His task was simply to stoke the flames, ensuring that the serpent demon before him became wholly entangled with his junior brother. Upon hearing Ouyang mention his second brother's ethereal love, Chang Xiaoya, who had been languidly perched at the bedside, suddenly erupted with an aura of terror. In the shadows, an ethereal giant python coiled behind her, its crimson eyes captivating the soul. Ethereal love? I am eager to discover the beauty that captivates my husband's thoughts day and night, compelling him to traverse thousands of miles to rescue her. While Chang Xiaoya feigned curiosity, her tone dripped with a chilling coldness that caused Tutu, who was munching on an orange nearby, to shiver involuntarily. "Sister, why do I feel so cold?" Tutu inquired, chomping on his orange. "Cold? Perhaps the city is due for a chill," Ouyang remarked with amusement. Observing the increasingly agitated Chang Xiaoya, whose dress threatened to tear. Where is she? Chang Xiaoya inquired. Ouyang shrugged and remarked. Neither Qing Song nor I possess the art of divination, which is precisely why we have come to the market to gather information. Is it truly the case that Master Hu Yun, a master of fortune-telling, has not imparted to you the techniques of divination and prophecy? That is indeed his signature skill. Chang Xiaoya inquired, astonished. What is there to be surprised about? He retorted. I am merely a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to grasp even the 5 elements escape technique, a mere iron waste. Although Ouyang wished to scold, he recognized that the serpent demon before him was not to be trifled with, especially with his master's wife lurking behind, so he could only manage an awkward smile. Chang Xiaoya retrieved 3 copper coins from her bosom. The 3 diminutive coins shimmered with a golden radiance. She gently tossed them into the air while murmuring incantations. The coins spun rapidly in midair, suspended with a golden glow. Chang Xiaoya plucked a hair from the head of Ling Qing Song, and, with a slight motion of her fingers, ignited it. Flames danced between her fingertips, and she delicately directed the fire towards the coins, which ceased their rotation and settled upon the hem of her skirt. The palace? Chang Xiaoya gazed at the coins with some confusion, pondering the significance of this place name. Having resided in the imperial city for 2 months, she was well acquainted with the city and understood the importance of the palace within it. Upon hearing the murmured words Imperial Palace from Chang Xiaoya's lips, Ouyang instantly comprehended that the old emperor had indeed placed Xian'er and the others within the palace confines. Are you familiar with this place? Chang Xiaoya inquired. Her gaze fixed on Ouyang, who wore an expression of understanding. I cannot say I am, yet it stands to reason, for it is, after all, a location where your husband once resided, Ouyang replied with a nod. Chang Xiaoya, upon hearing Ouyang's words, turned her attention to the still sleeping Ling Qing Song sprawled upon the bed. Incredulous that her spouse was, in fact, a prince. Yet, did he truly believe that he could remain hidden within the mundane walls of the royal residence? The expression on Chang Xiaoya's face shifted as she rose and made her way toward the door. Hey, that is my second child's first love. You cannot possibly be contemplating the elimination of a rival in love. She is but a mere mortal. Ouyang called out to her retreating figure. What? Do you intend to shield your junior disciple? Chang Xiaoya responded coldly. Ouyang cradled his head in his hands and languidly remarked. The reason why the white moonlight is perceived as such lies solely in the incessant beautification of memories, transforming them into an idealized form. Should the white moonlight perish, its destructive power would likely escalate from 30% to a staggering 200%. The departed white moonlight is the most lethal. Chang Xiaoya halted in her tracks and turned to Ouyang, saying, I can't shake the feeling that I've been ensnared by Master Hu Yun's schemes. Though I remain oblivious to the specifics of this entrapment, it seems you possess some knowledge. Ouyang straightened his posture, gazing at the snake demon before him, and spoke. How could this be deemed as scheming? Surely, you desire the heart of my junior disciple as well? My master and I have diligently endeavored to unite the two of you for a harmonious century. After a brief pause, he continued, pray tell. What do you wish me to do? Chang Xiaoya scrutinized Ouyang for a moment before responding. As I mentioned earlier, the reason why a white moonlight is considered such is due to the continuous beautification of memories. If there exists a discrepancy between the white moonlight and the memories, would not the white moonlight vanish? Ouyang grinned, his expression laden with meaning. Are you suggesting that I gather a dozen strong men to? Chang Xiaoya interrupted with a swift gesture of her hand. A decisive motion that startled Ouyang into shaking his head vigorously. After all, a demon remains a demon, and their methods are invariably straightforward. Ouyang waved his hand, signaling Chang Xiaoya to lean in closer, and whispered softly, she is the white moonlight of our junior brother, while you are his red mole. If you embody both the red mole and the white moonlight, wouldn't that mean our junior brother is entirely in your grasp? Hee. Isn't this just the stage for our second brother's calamity? Chang Xiaoya narrowed her eyes into a line, urging Ouyang to continue. Ouyang revealed his plans in full, watching Chang Xiaoya leave with great enthusiasm. He turned a glance at his younger brother lying on the bed, pondering the elder's intention of using a companion to sever worldly ties. Suddenly, a phrase from his elder resurfaced in his mind. One truly cultivates immortality only when one is amidst the mountains. Chapter 63. The cross-dressing master turns out to be my junior disciple within the imperial city today. The number of practitioners is as abundant as cattle. His Majesty, the Emperor, has recently taken a keen interest in the pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs for more than a year or two. although the overall functioning of the nation has not been materially affected. The subtle influence has led the citizens of the imperial city to harbor some discontent regarding the emperor's constant focus on cultivation and the issuance of numerous favorable decrees for Taoists and monks. Ouyang may not possess the art of divination, yet merely standing atop the city gates and gazing down upon the metropolis, he perceives an illusion of the city being at dusk. The resonant chants intermingle with fragrant mist enveloping the city, rendering it akin to a congregation of fervent devotees lost in the reverence of Buddhist teachings. Mortals are unable to cultivate. Even the emperor, revered as the sovereign of all, finds himself powerless in this realm where the essence of heaven and earth has been diminished to the point of imperceptibility by the mundane hustle and bustle of human life. Chang Xiaoye also reminded herself that, despite being a formidable cultivator in the integration phase, her powers were suppressed to a mere foundational level amidst the throngs of millions. It is evident that for cultivators, the mortal realm is far from an ideal sanctuary. Indeed, they tend to shun such places. Ouyang gazed upon the grandest palace situated at the heart of the imperial city, the residence of the old emperor, and the designated terminus for the introspective trial orchestrated by his master for his second disciple. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. A phrase, often uttered by Dong Shuzi, suddenly sprang to Ouyang's mind. It is indeed terrifying how these ancient beings, having lived for millennia, can unconsciously weave a scheme that spans over a decade with such ease. Ouyang let out a sigh. Retrieving from his bosom the comprehensive guide to the fundamentals of the 5 elements escape technique, and meticulously began to search through its pages. Ouyang silently recited the incantation several times, but upon closing the book, he forgot most of it, necessitating a return to reread. While the memory was still relatively fresh, he tucked the book into his bosom, muttering, "Heavenly infinity, grant me power." Ultimately, Ouyang abandoned the chant, retaining only the path of his inner energy. With a haphazard shout and a clap of his hands, his inner force erupted forth. The once star-studded night sky gradually succumbed to ominous clouds, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to fall abruptly. Within mere minutes, the entire imperial city was enveloped in a heavy snowfall. Amidst the swirling flakes, Ouyang's gaze turned toward the eastern market, where a spectacular performance was underway. Despite it being a time meant for curfew, the eastern market of the imperial city buzzed with activity. A colossal flower boat appeared upon the streets of the market. Although winter had fully set in, the flowers adorning the boat bloomed as vibrantly as if freshly plucked. The air was filled with the melodies of songbirds, as countless dancers clad in silks and satins swayed gracefully upon the flower boat. Their simple movements ignited a surge of masculine hormones in onlookers. Atop the boat, amidst the sea of beautiful maidens, sat a woman draped in a gauzy veil, like a moon among the stars. Clad in a white silk gown, she sat gracefully at the highest point of the vessel, her unadorned eyes sparkling with pure innocence, like a lotus blooming among a myriad of red flowers. Her presence radiated an aura of sanctity. The heavy snow seemed reluctant to settle upon her, swirling gently around her form. She was a celestial being. Only a fairy could possess such beauty. When all eyes fell upon the figure of the maiden in white, a collective gasp echoed, followed by an eruption of cheers. The flower boat glided slowly down the street, intermittently tossing out sunflower seeds and peanuts, each throw igniting a frenzy of eager hands. It was as though anyone fortunate enough to seize the tossed treats could feel the lingering warmth of the delicate hands that had once held them. "These seeds shall be my offering. Do not snatch. Do not pilfer from my mouth." Generous rewards for sunflower seeds and peanuts, 1 coin each. In contrast to the chaos below the flower boat, the maiden in white appeared blissfully naive, embodying a serene existence. "Little Chingsong, when we reach the palace gates, temper your murderous intent. Resorting to violence in this realm is akin to severing one's own path for a cultivator," spoke Chang Xiaoye, clad in red, seated beside her. The maiden in white was none other than the disguised Lung Chingsong, who now sat in the center of the flower boat, motionless in her elegant gown. Her inner elixir was sealed within her dantian by Chang Xiaoye, rendering her utterly powerless. Long Chingsong glared, managing to utter through clenched teeth, "What exactly do you intend to do, Demoness?" "What do I intend to do? Do not forget, we are promised to each other as spouses. I am curious to see what the wretched creature looks like who dares to disturb my man." Chang Xiaoye sat beside Lang Chingsong, fuming with indignation. She was already married. There was a hint of bitterness in Lang Chingsong's words. At his youthful age, he remained oblivious to the true meaning of affection. The vague feelings he harbored had yet to be fully realized, so upon hearing of her marriage, he merely felt a twinge of sorrow. Chang Xiaoye, noticing the faint melancholy in Lang Chingsong's expression, felt an intense irritation. Was it truly so difficult to manage a white moonlight? He wore the expression of one wounded by love. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she recalled the words of Ouyang Gang, a girl not yet 20. Leveraging her so-called celestial connections, could easily befriend the city lord and win the favor of the young lord. What did she rely upon? Merely the guise of a high-class green tea. For over a decade, the old emperor had not sought out Lang Qingsong, but suddenly this year, he found him and summoned all the orphans he recognized from Maple Leaf City. Who could possibly believe that among them there was not a traitor? But who could that traitor be? Aside from Ouyang, who ruled the children in Maple Leaf City, this group of orphans had always looked to Xian Yuan as their leader. Perhaps all of this was merely a scheme devised by a mere mortal. When Ouyang learned that Chang Xiaoya had deduced that Xian Yuan and her companions were in the palace, he could already confirm that Xian Yuan must have struck some form of bargain with the old emperor. Standing upon the city wall, Ouyang gazed at the distant flower boats. A smirk of disdain gracing his features, a mere mortal, so intent on climbing the social ladder, had managed to scheme to such an extent. Perhaps even aspiring for greater heights. Ouyang recalled the moment he first encountered Xianer, her discerning gaze skillfully concealed. Yet, as a time traveler, he, despite his cunning nature, appeared somewhat clumsy in the eyes of adults. Elder brother, why do you smile so coldly? Hu Tu tucked his head down, puzzled by his elder brother's decision to stand atop the city wall in the snow late at night. Ouyang suddenly took an interest and inquired, Tu, what are your thoughts on the human world? It is bustling and intriguing, Tu replied, but I do not particularly favor it. Here, one cannot ride a paper crane. And the air is quite foul, Hu Tu said, wrinkling his nose as he spoke. Ouyang lifted the little Hu Tu, gently patting the snow off the small creature, and softly inquired, is the air foul? No, it is not. It is the human heart that is vile. Chapter 64. Within the deep palace, the commotion surrounding the flower boat was immense. As it set sail from the eastern market, throngs of onlookers converged, captivated by this ethereal vessel that seemed to transcend the earthly realm, eagerly following its path. Soon, it attracted the attention of the street patrol, clad in armor, who parted the bustling crowd to maintain order. They had received orders not to obstruct the flower boat, rumored to be a tribute for His Majesty the Emperor. Word spread through the imperial city like wildfire, and all were aware that the grandest brothel, Yiheng Lu, had crafted a magnificent flower boat to present to the reigning sovereign. Within the depths of the palace, the sound of coughing echoed through the grand hall, as the eunuchs knelt, trembling with trepidation, fearful for the well-being of the esteemed figure resting upon the couch at the center. Beside the couch stood a young maiden clad in delicate green, her face etched with anxiety as she gazed at the occupant, deeply concerned for their health. The maiden's appearance was above average, yet radiated an exceptional purity, her countenance reflecting innocence, with her fair skin revealing a heart full of compassion. Cough, a flower boat. Can it grant me immortality? Absurd. The elderly man, adorned in the five-clawed golden dragon robe, sat up amidst his coughs and smiled at the maiden. His aged visage bore the marks of time, resembling a dim candle. His breath labored, yet his brow bore a striking resemblance to the proud and unyielding demeanor of a regal pine. Seeing the elder attempt to rise, the maiden hastily moved to assist him. He grasped her hand, a glimmer of longing in his gaze, and remarked, such a youthful form is truly splendid. Were I to possess such vitality, the Tang dynasty would flourish as an everlasting empire in my hands. Your Majesty, may you enjoy eternal blessings, and surely witness the enduring prosperity of the Tang. The maiden gently reassured, patting his back. Eternal years? How could any man possibly live for a millennium? Only by seeking an immortal and beseeching them for the supreme methods could one hope to glimpse the mysteries of longevity. The elder sighed, his words laden with yearning. As if struck by inspiration, he seized the maiden's hand and demanded, will that wretched child truly come? It has been a month. Why is there still no sign? His grip was firm, causing the maiden to furrow her brow in discomfort as she replied, Your Majesty, I have told you, every year during the first snowfall, Qingsong will seek us out. It has always been thus. This year's snow is merely a tad tardy. Humph, you had better not deceive me, or you and those orphans shall face dire consequences. The elderly man released the young girl's hand, and a thought crossed his mind, causing his gaze towards her to soften. Xianer, as long as I can attain the secrets of immortality and rejuvenation, you shall accompany me in forging an everlasting empire for the Tang dynasty, he promised gently, his eyes filled with conviction. Xianer, however, wished only for the emperor's health and well-being, and thus felt completely satisfied. She dared not desire more. With her head lowered and cheeks flushed, she spoke softly. The old man felt a sense of comfort. But then he looked upon the girl's flowing hair and was struck by a poignant sense of melancholy. I was born before you. By the time you came into this world, I had already grown old. If only he could regain several decades of youth. He would surely cherish this young woman before him. Although her beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, she evoked in him a semblance of youthful romance. It was, indeed, a ridiculous notion for a man of his advanced years to entertain such feelings, yet whenever this illusion surfaced, the realization of his own declining years caused him great sorrow. His expression darkened with resolve. He must acquire the secret to eternal life. There must be a method in this world that would allow him to live forever. For the sake of the throne, he had slain his own son, the queen who had stood by him through thick and thin, and far too many others, leaving him utterly alone. He did not wish to perish in solitude. Having met Xian'er, he felt a sense of home returning to him, and he vowed to grasp this opportunity tightly. If only that rebellious son of his, destined for immortality, could return, then, even without the secrets of longevity, he could find a way to continue living. If only he could come back. A cough broke the silence, and a peculiar flush appeared on the old man's face. Resembling fatigue, as he reclined once more on the couch, Xian'er gently laid him down, tucking him in before stealthily retreating from the room. Once the palace doors closed behind her, the anxious and worried expression on her face turned pale as she fought back the urge to vomit and hurriedly left the palace. The aura of age surrounding the old man made her feel nauseous. When his frail hand had grasped hers, she had stifled the instinct to pull away. For what reason? Perhaps it was the tale she had heard in Maple Leaf City about this elderly man, fostering a sense of admiration. Or perhaps it was the awe she felt towards someone who wielded the power over the lives of millions from his seat of authority. She was merely an ordinary orphan from Maple Leaf City, devoid of support or background, relying solely on the ethereal connections to two immortals to climb to her current position. Every year, the immortals would visit her, but what if one day they ceased to come? She would lose everything she had. This was an outcome she could not tolerate. Nor would she allow it to transpire. She resolved to stand at the pinnacle of this nation, looking down upon those once too proud to acknowledge her existence. Xian'er suppressed her nausea, suddenly feeling a chill at the tip of her nose. It was snowing. This meant that Ouyang and the others were on their way. A sigh of relief washed over her as she gazed into the distance from the steps of the palace. There, a magnificent flower boat appeared, resplendent in its beauty. The grand vessel was adorned with youthful maidens, and had she lacked the means to survive thus far, she might very well have found herself among them. Yet now, she would sit in the seat of power, quietly observing those lovely women employ every artifice to please her, having poisoned all her companions. No one in this imperial city knew her true identity. Now, she awaited the arrival of Ouyang and his companion, after which she would ascend to a position of unparalleled authority. Clutching the handkerchief tightly, she felt herself suddenly enveloped in a broad embrace. It's windy here. Don't catch a chill. The voice of the newcomer eased her tension, and leaning against the sturdy arms, she whispered, General, do you not fear that the Emperor might discover your embrace of me, now a favored concubine, and punish you with death? I am the commander of the Imperial Guard. All the troops within the palace fall under my command. How could the Emperor ever know that I hold you, the favored concubine? Replied the armored general, cradling Xian'er. Do not betray me, she implored softly, like a timid creature, to the man behind her. Her words ignited a rush of blood to the general's head, and tightening his hold, he softly reassured her, if you do not betray me, how could I ever betray you? Chapter 65. The absurdity. As the flower boat approached the palace gates, the guards were taken aback. It was their first encounter with such a grand vessel, and the maidens aboard were indeed stunning. However, without an imperial decree, they dared not permit the boat to enter the palace. For who could foresee if a battalion of assassins might spring forth and storm the palace? By order of the Emperor, allow the flower boat entry. A sharp shout resonated from within the depths of the palace, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. They were astonished that His Majesty had truly sanctioned the entrance of the flower boat into the palace. This was an extraordinary honor. It seemed that the reputation of the Ouyang courtyard would only grow. Who would not wish to share the same establishment as His Imperial Majesty? The grand gates of the palace creaked open, allowing the flower boat to glide effortlessly into its depths. As the vessel entered, the previously silent and dark palace was illuminated by two flickering lights that sprang to life from within, their brightness intensifying and swiftly illuminating the path leading deeper into the royal abode. Sitting regally atop the flower boat, Lang Qingsong surveyed this familiar yet foreign place. The haunting memories of his past had long been buried in the recesses of his mind, his youthful self having felt little impact from the events that transpired. Yet, upon witnessing the blend of familiarity and strangeness before him, a flicker of sorrow and rage danced in his eyes. His own flesh and blood parents had perished within these palace walls, their blood still staining the ancient stones beneath him. Within Lang Qingsong, a surge of sword intent stirred, sensing its master's fury. The once contained energy seemed on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Beside him, Chang Xiaoya felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that the seal she had established with her body-refining cultivation was nearly breached by her husband's nascent golden core strength. Truly, her little husband was remarkable. The more tempestuous the young stallion, the greater the thrill of conquest. Chang Xiaoya licked her lips, her gaze fixated on the alluring figure of Lang Qingsong clad in a flowing white dress, her eyes brimming with possessiveness. She casually pressed her hand upon his shoulder, reinforcing the seal. What had once been a body on the cusp of movement was now rendered immobile, save for his eyes. A wave of indignation surged within Lang Qingsong as he glared at Chang Xiaoya. The disparity between their realms was insurmountable. Even though he could challenge those of a higher cultivation stage, Chang Xiaoya, already a formidable practitioner of the merging stage, held him firmly in place. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I shall devour you. Chang Xiaoya whispered seductively into his ear, bending slightly. Forced to turn his gaze towards the palace hall, Lang Qingsong's mind raced with thoughts of what schemes Chang Xiaoya might be concocting. And he pondered the whereabouts of his elder brother, who had yet to make an appearance. It was perhaps for the best, in his current guise. He dreaded the thought of being ridiculed by his brother should he catch sight of him. As Lang Qingsong consoled himself, Ouyang had already positioned several recording stones throughout the palace, capturing every moment of his younger brother's day as a cross-dressing sensation without missing a single angle. Oh, this is a rare sight. An opportunity to add to my little brother's black history, he mused, determined not to let this chance slip away. Ouyang gazed contentedly at the recording stone in his hand, a sinister thought crossing his mind. As the flower boat approached the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless imperial guards concealed in the shadows drew their bows taut, poised to strike at a moment's notice should the flower boat show any signs of movement. The darkness of the grand hall suddenly illuminated as numerous palace maids and eunuchs, bearing lanterns, emerged from either side, casting a resplendent glow before the grand entrance. The massive doors of the hall creaked open, revealing a dozen robust men carrying an enormous couch from within. The aged emperor leaned against the couch, squinting at the flower boat before him. It was indeed a magnificent work of art, yet he could not discern the figures aboard. At that very moment, Cold Qingsong's eyes turned crimson upon seeing the emperor. This man was his own grandfather, the very enemy responsible for the deaths of his barely remembered parents. No need to be anxious. He cannot live much longer. I can sense the flickering flame of his life extinguishing at any moment. Chang Xiaoya, perceptive to Cold Qingsong's unease, quickly moved closer to offer him solace. It's all right. Cold Qingsong's calm demeanor struck Chang Xiaoya as peculiar. She glanced at the old emperor, whose life force, though waning, still radiated an exceptionally potent aura of human fortune. As a demon cultivator in the phase of integration, she hesitated to provoke such a figure, aware that while slaying him might be effortless, entangling herself in such karmic threads could lead to her unforeseen demise. Just as Cold Qingsong pondered how to exact revenge upon his adversary, a striking flash of green caught his eye. That familiar silhouette was one he saw every year during the first snowfall. He would not mistake it. Yet the exquisitely adorned face before him felt so foreign. Bedecked in luxurious gold and silver jewelry, and clad in an opulent green gown that elevated her ordinary beauty to regal heights. How could a year bring about such transformation? Cold Qingsong found himself struggling to recognize the girl before him as Xian'er, the one he often reminisced about. Xian'er approached the emperor's couch, naturally bending over before him, her smile radiant as she exchanged light-hearted banter with him, occasionally displaying her youthful innocence. This scene was painfully jarring for Cold Qingsong, as the memories of the girl he once knew began to fuse with the figure before him, inciting a wave of nausea. What is it? Isn't that your beloved? Chang Xiaoya inquired, glancing curiously at the figure, subconsciously comparing herself to her. In terms of both figure and face, she felt she far surpassed the ordinary girl. Initially believing Xian'er to be a stunning beauty, Chang Xiaoya quickly reassured herself, thinking, she is nothing extraordinary. Silence. With blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, Lang Qingsong cast a cold gaze at Xian'er and the old emperor, seemingly intent on etching the scene into his memory. Xian'er, sensing the blade-like intensity of Lang Qingsong's stare, momentarily suppressed her displeasure. Indeed, the flower boat was exquisite, and the women aboard were undeniably more alluring than herself. Yet, such frivolities were ultimately mere instruments of self-indulgence, and they had inexplicably unsettled her. Thus, they must be destroyed. Shinner whispered a few words to the old emperor, who, furrowing his brows at the flower boat, commanded in a low tone, "Bring forth flames to incinerate this vessel." Once sealed by 2 layers of enchantment cast by Chang Xiaoya, Lung Qingsong, under her astonished gaze, slowly rose to his feet, his countenance icy as he directed his gaze towards the grand hall, and uttered, "Ridiculous." Chapter 66. The old emperor's counterattack. As Chang Xiaoya attempted to halt Lung Qingsong's ascension, she realized that such a forceful breach of her seals would inevitably lead to the destruction of his body, which was only at the core formation stage. Upon standing, a formidable pressure erupted from Lung Qingsong, an unparalleled sword intent ascending from his being. The seals that Chang Xiaoya had meticulously crafted were instantaneously shattered by this overwhelming sword energy, causing her to suffer a backlash that left her throat tinged with sweetness and droplets of blood staining her resplendent red gown. Gazing in horror at the figure of Lung Qingsong, she perceived him as a sword, a celestial blade capable of cleaving through the very fabric of existence. The immense pressure he exuded struck fear even in her heart, as one of the integration stage. How could such sword prowess emanate from a mere core formation practitioner? Chang Xiaoya stood frozen, transfixed by Lung Qingsong's presence. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong radiated a murderous sword intent that surged outward like a tidal wave. The surrounding bluestone slabs of the flower boat were hurled into the air, and the previously snow-laden sky was torn apart by this sword energy. Countless imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs surrounding the hall succumbed to unconsciousness beneath this overwhelming force. Yet, the old emperor was shielded by a faint golden aura, a dragon of fortune that deflected this magnificent sword might. The razor-sharp light of the blade soared skyward, dispersing the snow and illuminating the entire imperial city. Every long sword within the city resonated in unison, as if eagerly anticipating an event of great significance. Lung Qingsong felt every bone in his body resonate, his eardrums assaulted by a cacophony of explosive sounds, and his vision blurred, save for the sharp gleam of the sword light. Suddenly, a heartbeat reverberated within him, awakening his spirit. It was his own heartbeat. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that this heartbeat was also the sword within his heart pulsating. What he pursued was the essence of the sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. His heart was transforming into a blade. In that instant, Lung Qingsong felt as though he had become the sharpest sword in existence, capable of severing all, even time itself. In the sky, countless shades of dark yellow descended, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. The boundless sword intent emanating from the cold and resolute Qingsong seemed to be suppressed by the laws of heaven. Such formidable swordsmanship ought not to exist in this world. The heavens would not permit it. Yet, Qingsong, who had brushed against that boundary, was unwilling to relent. As if standing within a realm woven from golden light, countless profound truths of the heavenly way passed before his eyes, each representing the pinnacle of the Tao. However, Qingsong remained oblivious, his gaze fixed upon a grand, closed door. He sensed something beckoning him from beyond that door, but its sheer magnitude made him feel utterly insignificant. Gradually, Qingsong raised his hand, gently grasping the infinite golden light surrounding him. With a resolute voice akin to a celestial being, he gazed calmly at the colossal door and uttered a command, deftly swinging the sword formed from the boundless golden light. The unmatched sword's might collided with the door, resonating with a deep hum. In the next moment, the entire door was cleaved in two by Qingsong's strike, and amidst the countless fragments, only his unique path remained in his eyes. The myriad shades of dark yellow in the world were entirely absorbed by Qingsong, who stood enraptured in a state of profound mystery. Mystical energy swirled around him, and numerous runes of the Tao flowed upon his form. Enlightenment, the realm that cultivators yearn for throughout their lives, the ability to touch the essence of the Tao, was unexpectedly encountered by Qingsong, who was merely in the core formation stage. Yet, unbeknownst to all, strands of fate belonging to the Tang Kingdom began to detach from Qingsong, as he severed the ties of causality with his own hands. The onlookers, mere mortals, could only see the white-clad woman who had been seated atop the flower boat slowly rise, before coming to a standstill. Countless azure stone slabs shot out in all directions. The aged emperor, resting upon his couch, felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over him as he gazed at the figure of Qingsong in her white dress. This connection, stemming from their shared bloodline, evoked a sense of warmth within the solitary emperor. Meanwhile, Xian'er, standing beside him, trembled in terror at the sight of the familiar figure, her mind racing with panic. In her heart, she cried out, "Why? Why? It has only just begun to snow. Why have they already arrived?" He had seen everything. The visage of her nestled beside the emperor had been witnessed by Qing Song, now a transcendent being. Xian'er's expression twisted into a grimace. Her former elegance shattered in an instant. In that moment, her thoughts whirled chaotically as she desperately sought a countermeasure. Beside Lang Qingsong, Chang Xiaoya was acutely aware of his current state. With a hand pressed against her chest, she endured the backlash and stood resolutely in front of him, shielding him from all disturbances. The enlightenment of one's path is an exceedingly rare and monumental event for practitioners, one that may not occur even once in a lifetime. Recognizing its critical importance to his cultivation, Chang Xiaoya would not allow Lang Qingsong to be interrupted at this pivotal moment. Xian'er had descended into utter madness, seemingly envisioning herself being cast down to her original form for deceiving the celestial beings, forced to endure a life filled with chaos and uncertainty once more. No, it is inconceivable. I would rather perish than return to such a wretched existence. Gritting her teeth, Xian'er turned and shouted vehemently at the emperor, "Your Majesty, swiftly eliminate them. They are assassins." The old emperor regarded the seemingly deranged young woman before him with an expression of calm. It appeared that the current Xian'er was her true self, while the illusion of belonging to her family was merely a fade crafted by this woman. Indeed, the ignoble will eventually reveal their true, despicable nature. The emperor's composed words momentarily stunned Xian'er. Then, as if possessed, she drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged into the emperor's embrace. "No one shall force me back to that life, not even the emperor." With a fierce thrust, she drove the dagger into the emperor's chest, yet he remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. With a hint of pity, the emperor grasped the young woman's chin and spoke softly. "Do you truly believe I would be so easily swayed? I trust only the vitality of your youthful form." Xian'er froze in place, her insides suddenly racked with excruciating pain. She looked in horror at the emperor's calm visage, desperately trying to distance herself from him, only to be seized by his firm grip. "I have grown too old," he whispered in her ear. "I intended to occupy the body of my celestial grandson, but time has slipped away. Hence, I shall claim your body as my own." Xian'er trembled, on the verge of speaking, but the emperor held her hand firmly atop the dagger, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a fragmented manner. "This palace is mine to command. Nothing escapes my gaze. Do you think I remain oblivious to your clandestine affairs?" Despite the profound cunning of the woman before him, in the eyes of the decades-old emperor, she still appeared too naive. His enduring patience had merely been a ploy to covet the celestial beings that lingered behind her. Xian'er wished to argue, but her mind grew increasingly heavy. Reluctantly, she turned her head towards Lang Qingsong, parting her lips to speak, only to find her mouth covered by the emperor's last ounce of strength. Closing her eyes, she felt a surge of resolve, and when she opened them again, the fierce glint in her gaze exuded an undeniable ferocity, emanating the regal pressure unique to a sovereign. Chapter 67. Transformation of the infant upon reopening her eyes. Xian'er was imbued with the relentless aura of a ruler, subtly revealing the essence of dominion, signifying that the rightful owner of her body had undergone a profound transformation. Xian'er gazed upon her youthful form, a hearty laugh escaping her lips. Ultimately, she had returned to life, with decades ahead to squander at her leisure. Yet, lamentably, she had not attained the body of an immortal. Within her frame, the old emperor had successfully usurped control, while the original soul of Xian'er had long been consumed. As the emperor assimilated the memories left by this body, he reveled in the boundless vitality of his newfound youth. Concepts of home and love were rendered trivial in the face of time. Only those who teeter on the brink of death comprehend that survival supersedes all else. As long as he drew breath, infinite possibilities lay before him. With a tinge of resentment, he cast a glance at Lang Qingsong, for in his grand design, he ought to have seized the immortal's form. Cursed wench, how dare she lay hands upon him? Once the emperor had digested all memories, his countenance shifted, reverting to that of a sorrowful maiden, casting a pitiful gaze upon Lang Qingsong, the descendant he had once yearned to slay with his own hands. Even now, the emperor felt no remorse for his actions. Having been raised in the imperial family, he had already endured the harrowing nature of familial strife. The bonds of kinship crumble effortlessly beneath the weight of power. The emperor's eyes locked onto Lang Qingsong, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Only eternal life could secure unwavering dominion. Should he, this rebellious offspring transformed into an immortal, impart the supreme teachings, he would embark upon a path of cultivation, achieving immortality and becoming the everlasting sovereign of this empire. What are you staring at? A sudden voice pierced the air beside the emperor. He turned abruptly to find Ouyang, clad in a green robe, standing beside him with hands tucked within his sleeves, his expression calm. Who are you? Ouyang. The emperor rifled through Xian'er's memories, and a look of surprise adorned his youthful visage as he lunged towards Ouyang, filled with delight. Ouyang, without a glance, grasped the hand of the girl before him with a single hand, lifting her effortlessly as one might a rabbit. He gazed into her pitiable eyes, and a sense of revulsion washed over him. After all, despite her youthful appearance of merely 20 years, the soul within her was that of a decrepit old man. Unbeknownst to the old emperor, Ouyang had been observing all his actions from the shadows, as the girl, embodying Xian'er, looked up at him with a sorrowful expression and said, Ouyang, did you hurt me? Her tone was filled with the plaintive quality of a wronged maiden. Ouyang, with a smile that was neither genuine nor wholly insincere, inquired, Have I caused you pain? Would you like me to summon a dozen robust men to swing you around a few times? The old emperor was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Ouyang had always treated this body with great care. What could have prompted such coarse words? Could it be that this foolish woman's flirtations had incited displeasure in the Immortal? Your Majesty, it is the emperor who has compelled me, as a frail woman. What recourse do I possess? The old emperor's expression turned desolate, resembling a white lotus unable to dictate its own fate. Ouyang gently extended a hand to caress the cheek of the young girl before him, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, What are you performing, you wretched creature? The entire spectacle that had just unfolded was keenly observed by Ouyang, who was hidden at the bottom of the flower boat, munching on seeds. The thrilling drama was immensely entertaining for him. Caught up in the excitement of the moment, Ouyang exclaimed in astonishment. Yet he soon felt a sense of unease regarding the emperor's method of possession. Why was Ouyang able to witness the emperor's act of taking over? Suddenly, an attribute panel appeared on Xian'er, who had previously displayed none. Name, Xian'er, dual souls in one. Root bone, 0 luck, 0 charm, 0 talent, 0 exclusive skill, 0 evaluation, no comment reflecting on this. Ouyang wondered why his system seemed to be deteriorating. How could an ordinary mortal achieve possession and rebirth? There must be some practitioner's influence behind this. Thus, Ouyang made his appearance before the emperor, seeking to uncover the identity of the person behind him. The girl's astonished expression lingered on her face as she stammered. What do you mean, Immortal? Ouyang gently patted the girl's cheek, speaking with a hint of regret. I must ask, who aided you in seizing control? You old scoundrel. The old emperor was struck with astonishment. How could Ouyang discern his true identity? Ouyang cast the maiden upon the couch, drawing forth his sword beneath the astonished gaze of the old emperor. With an expression of serene calmness, he inquired, Do you know how to write the character for death? Would you like to learn? Allow me to inscribe it upon your face. I am the emperor of the Great Tang. Do you dare to slay me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? The old emperor, upon witnessing Ouyang brandishing his sword, ceased his pretense and boldly rebuked him. Oh, so it is truly you? Ouyang replied, tilting his head and smirking. I merely wished to enhance your appearance. I never claimed I intended to kill you. Realizing he had been deceived by Ouyang's mocking tone, the old emperor hastily proclaimed, I can appoint you as the national master of the Great Tang. We can even share this empire between us. Observing the old emperor plead like a dog, Ouyang remained perplexed. How could they believe that worldly possessions could sway a practitioner of the path? Ouyang raised his hand, thrusting his sword beside the old emperor's ear, the blade embedding itself into the wooden handle of the soft couch, its quivering form reflecting the pallid visage of the emperor. The identity of the practitioner behind the old emperor lingered in Ouyang's mind, evoking a sense of familiarity, yet he could not quite recall who it was. The fact that this individual had remained utterly elusive thus far indicated an extraordinary level of caution. As long as they chose to remain hidden, they would undoubtedly not reveal themselves. Ouyang turned to gaze at the contemplative Lung Qingsong, his expression marred by confusion, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if something were amiss. Finally, Lung Qingsong, immersed in the realm of enlightenment, opened his eyes, within which the profound truths of the universe flowed ceaselessly, the arcane energies being wholly absorbed into his being. The golden elixir within him spun frantically, reaching a velocity so extreme that it began to fracture. With a gentle raise of his hand, the clouds above parted as if swept away by a sword, leaving the sky pristine. A colossal, formless long sword gradually materialized, accompanied by an abundance of mystic energies, as Lung Qingsong soared uncontrollably towards the heavens. In midair, That immense, intangible sword descended slowly behind him, transforming into a streak of light that surged into his body. In an instant, the golden elixir within Lung Qingsong shattered, and a diminutive figure, merely an inch tall, leaped forth from the remnants. He was undergoing the transformation into a nascent soul. Lung Qingsong was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul bore an uncanny resemblance to Lung Qingsong himself, and the streak of light had morphed into a small sword now clutched in the nascent soul's hand. As the small sword fully took shape, Lung Qingsong gazed at it for an extended moment. The sword's appearance was strikingly similar to the wooden sword that Xian'er had once gifted him in his youth. Do you enjoy practicing the sword? Then this is for you. The girl had offered the wooden sword to him, her face filled with envy. I shall become the greatest in the world. The young Lung Qingsong had declared earnestly as he accepted the sword. In the next moment, Lung Qingsong's expression shifted as he focused intently. The long sword in the nascent soul's grasp shattered instantaneously. A resonant sound of metal breaking echoed throughout the world. In that fleeting instant, chaos erupted within Lung Qingsong's dantian, and the newly formed nascent soul began to turn translucent. Among sword cultivators, to break one's own life-bound flying sword equated to self-destruction. It could easily lead one to madness. Lung Qingsong's aura grew unstable, and as he opened his eyes, a wild intent for slaughter flickered within them. Yet, upon noticing Chang Xiaoya steadfastly obstructing his path, his gaze regained clarity. Within his dantian, the nascent soul stabilized, and the shattered sword ceased to dissipate. The nascent soul, with eyes gently closed, sat cross-legged within Lung Qingsong's dantian, absorbing the myriad energies of the universe. The transparent broken sword found its equilibrium. Though it was severed, it had not been lost. As the nascent soul leaped from the golden elixir, the heavens took notice. The once vanished ominous clouds reformed, and amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a terrifying tribulation loomed ominously. Those who cultivate must face a trial upon reaching the nascent soul stage, a test from the heavens. To transcend this tribulation is to ascend as a formidable nascent soul cultivator. To fail is to meet one's demise. This marks the first evaluation by the heavens of a cultivator, often referred to as the 3-3 lightning tribulation. Countless golden elixir cultivators perish each year within this treacherous trial. With his aura gradually stabilizing, Lung Qingsong opened his eyes slightly, casting a discontented glance at the brewing tribulation in the sky, and slowly uttered a single word: "Begone." Chapter 68. The emergence of the Immortal's secret realm. The tempestuous thunder tribulation brewing in the sky seemed to stutter momentarily, only to vanish as swiftly and thoroughly as a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. What had initially been an imposing display of celestial wrath dissipated entirely after the words "get lost" escaped the lips of Lung Qingsong. This was the formidable third thunder tribulation, which had caused countless core formation cultivators to despair on the spot. Yet, it fled in the presence of Lung Qingsong. As Lung Qingsong descended from the heavens, he radiated an aura imbued with sharp sword intent. Every gesture and movement now bore a subtle flow of sword energy, a manifestation of his profound connection to the way of the sword. Once his cultivation stabilized, he was confident he could effortlessly cleave even an out-of-body stage practitioner with his blade. Alas, his innate sword was yet to be forged. He needed to seek a new heart sword. Upon landing on the flower boat, Lung Qingsong's gaze fell upon Chang Xiaoya, whose lips were stained with blood. A flicker of remorse crossed his eyes, but Chang Xiaoya merely smiled at him, unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Lung Qingsong turned his attention to the soft couch, where a familiar visage lingered in his memory. She was undeniably more beautiful than before, yet she appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Had he not witnessed her with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that the regal young lady before him was Xian'er. What are his intentions? The old emperor observed Lung Qingsong, clad in white, on the opposite flower boat. Realizing that this elegant young woman was his own grandson, Lung Qingsong, it was likely a trivial matter, perhaps merely an attempt to hone his Tao heart through the sacrifice of another. Ouyang replied nonchalantly, "Brother, could you please move aside a bit?" Lung Qingsong murmured softly, casting a glance at Ouyang. Ouyang nodded slightly, acknowledging that matters concerning Lung Qingsong should be resolved by Lung Qingsong himself. Lung Qingsong turned his gaze towards the young girl and, with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, immediately discerned that the girl before him had undergone a transformation of her soul. At this nascent stage, he had begun to touch upon the threshold of divine consciousness, making him particularly attuned to the nuances of the soul. Thus it was not difficult for him to perceive the girl's unusual essence. "Ungrateful wretch. Do you wish to slay me? I am your very own grandfather." The old emperor glared fiercely at Lung Qingsong, his eyes wide with fury. For the first time, the sovereign, who stood above thousands, felt the terror of being but an ant. After all, he was the emperor commanding 100,000 elite soldiers, the arbiter of the lives and deaths of millions. Why did he feel so insignificant before these celestial beings, akin to a mere mud? When you took the lives of my parents, did you not consider that they were your own flesh and blood? Long Qingsong inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. The old emperor was momentarily rendered speechless, his face fluctuating between shades of anger and despair, before he resignedly uttered, "In the struggle for power, the victor takes all. Since you possess the capability to come here, then strike." Long Qingsong turned to Ouyang and asked, "Is there any issue if I were to slay him now?" Ouyang rolled his eyes and remarked, "If it must be done, then so be it. What issue could arise from killing him? Just moments ago, you dismissed the thunderous tribulation. However, I harbor no desire to take his life. My parents indeed rebelled, as he so aptly stated, victors and vanquished alike. The favor of the sword, bestowed upon Xianyuan, shall be returned to her now." Nevertheless, Long Qingsong, gazing intently at the old emperor, contemplated briefly before directing his finger, which transformed into a sword, straight at the emperor. A beam of golden light struck the old emperor, who felt an agonizing sensation as if his body were being torn apart. Akin to someone pulling at his form as one would shred strips of squid, yet only halfway through, Long Qingsong halted, enduring the excruciating pain. The old emperor inquired of Long Qingsong, "What have you done to me?" As he spoke, he was horrified to discover that his voice had morphed into a bizarre amalgamation of male and female tones, one his own, the other the original voice of this body. The discordant sound was utterly jarring. The old emperor even sensed that the wretched maid was vying for control over his body. Upon hearing the voice of the old emperor, Ouyang felt a jolt of surprise, swiftly comprehending the intentions of Long Qingsong. Long Qingsong had once again separated the intertwined souls of the old emperor and Xian'er. Though the separation was not entirely complete, the green tea had likewise returned to life. Within Xian'er's corporeal form resided two consciousnesses. It remained uncertain whether the woman you now are could still ascend to the throne. And this green tea has an old paramour, who may very well assist her in claiming the throne. TSK, while it may seem a bit forceful for the old emperor to bind a man, sacrificing a bit of one's body for the sake of the throne should not be too much to ask, should it? In due time, this green tea's betrothed will lead an army to rescue her, only to discover that his fiancée is transformed into an empress, sharing her body with an old man. What an intriguing tale of 3 men and 1 woman. How delightful, how captivating. Ouyang felt that the narrative he had conjured in his mind was sufficient to shatter one's worldview. Turning to his second brother, he was taken aback to discover that the typically taciturn sibling possessed such a cunning disposition. Long Qingsong's expression remained unperturbed as he gazed at the full moon in the sky. After accomplishing all that he had, an understanding of the sword's essence dawned upon him, and he suddenly sensed that the heavens seemed to descend slightly. The nascent soul within him also perceived his master's thoughts, furrowing its brow as it raised the broken sword in hand. In an instant, Long Qingsong transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the sky, which appeared to be torn asunder, revealing a colossal rift in the firmament. It was as if he had pierced the heavens, from which countless ripples of sword intent flowed forth. "I am the sword is me," resonated Long Qingsong's voice throughout the universe. The heavenly Tao responded, and in that moment, the world echoed with 3 resounding, ancient chimes. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A majestic palace revealed a corner of itself in the sky, its form resembling a long sword, akin to a blade sheathed in its scabbard, slanting upward into the celestial expanse. Countless great practitioners in the realm of cultivation sensed the emergence of this palace, and at once, numerous cultivators raised their gazes to behold it. The palace, concealed within the heavens, was enveloped in an infinite sword intent that evoked an instinctive fear in those who merely glanced upon it. It was the Immortal's secret realm. Those seasoned practitioners, who had lived long enough and experienced much, understood the nature of the palace upon their first sighting. Great practitioners of ancient times possessed the ability to forge their own realms. They utilized their unparalleled cultivation to create personal domains. When these mighty beings perished, their created realms would be hidden by the heavenly Tao, only to be revealed to the worthy when they appeared. Such realms are referred to as Immortal's secret realms. Within these sanctified spaces lie not only the rarest treasures of the ancient world, but also the legacies and magical artifacts of formidable practitioners. Possessing even a single item from such a realm could bestow lifelong benefits upon an ordinary cultivator. Instantly, The cultivation world was stirred into a frenzy. Though the reason for the sudden appearance of this heavenly secret realm remained unknown, its emergence signified opportunity. Even the 9 holy lands would not overlook an immortal's secret realm. Yet, the identity of the ancient immortal who had left this realm behind remained a mystery. Far away on a small peak, Bai Feiyu let out a tremendous sneeze. Nearly tumbling from the tree, rubbing his nose, he pondered why his right eyelid had begun to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 69. Ouyang Lung Qingsong had spared the old emperor's life, yet this act only deepened the latter's suffering. As Lung Qingsong returned to the flower boat and glanced back at the seemingly frenzied figure, his face betrayed no emotion. The flower boat, halted before the grand hall, began to levitate slowly, carrying Ouyang and his companion skyward. Second brother, what on earth did this sword unleash? Ouyang reclined on the deck of the flower boat, gazing at a corner of the majestic palace in the sky, while beside him, Hututu had already fallen into a deep slumber, smacking his lips softly. Ouyang felt a sense of wonder. He had never before witnessed a palace suddenly materializing in the sky. Astonishingly, despite being so close, no matter how high he flew, he could not touch even a corner of the palace, which was truly mystical. This was the realm of the immortals. Only when the secret realm opened would the entire expanse be fully revealed. It is said that such a realm would not go unnoticed, even by your esteemed Qingyan sect. Chang Xiaoye remarked to Ouyang as she glanced at the secret realm before them. Why are you searching for me when you should be attending to your little husband? Ouyang inquired, his gaze unwavering on the celestial realm above. Lung Qingsong, having just broken through, was still stabilizing his realm within his room. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaoye sat on the deck, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the secret realm. When I was young, I greatly admired Master Ouyang. For every word he spoke eventually came to fruition. I always believed he could do no wrong. However, this time, it feels as though both Lung Qingsong and I are mere pawns in his game, and that sentiment leaves me quite uneasy. Ouyang turned his gaze towards Chang Xiaoye, the once flamboyant serpent demon, who now sat quietly, hugging her knees and lost in thought as she gazed at the sky, appearing as if she had undergone a transformation. If something feels amiss, then one should inquire. Ouyang remarked nonchalantly. A great cultivator like Master Ouyang surely has profound reasons for his actions, although it feels somewhat uncomfortable. I shall refrain from questioning him, for I place my trust in him, Chang Xiaoye whispered. That broad-shouldered middle-aged man had, during her childhood, shielded both her and her master as a father would, providing them with a protective canopy. In Chang Xiaoye's heart, she had long regarded Ouyang as a paternal figure. Thus, even though she felt manipulated by him, she accepted it as her due. Ouyang curled his lips slightly, gently cradling the child Hututu in his arms before placing him into Chang Xiaoye's embrace. He then retrieved a communication stone and infused it with a surge of vital energy. Hello. Who is this? A deep, smoky male voice emanated from the stone. It is I. The matters of the Tang Kingdom have been resolved, Ouyang replied into the communication stone. Ah, it's Ouyang. I was wondering who it might be. Come, let the music play on and the dance continue. The deep, smoky voice instantly transformed into one of exuberance, accompanied by the sounds of various musical instruments and the laughter of several women. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, addressed the communication stone. Old fellow, you shall inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman's whims. Silence, fledgling, retorted the old lecher. Oh, are you flustered? Do you wish for the harem to ignite? Ouyang cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Hutu in Chang Xiaoye's embrace and menacingly lowered his voice in warning. My apologies. I was mistaken. What brings you to seek me, my esteemed disciple? The voice of Ouyang on the other end promptly softened, adopting a somewhat ingratiating tone towards Ouyang. Why resort to such methods? Ouyang inquired. Ouyang, in a languid manner, replied, otherwise, when shall we wait? If we delay until that foolish lad has transcended his tribulation and solidified his resolve, what do you suppose will transpire upon witnessing the scene you just enacted? In Ouyang's mind, the vivid image of the wrathful cold Qingsong during the tribulation, unsheathing his sword and bathing the world in blood, left him momentarily speechless. Yet, he retorted, is it you who transformed that girl into this state? How can you unjustly tarnish her reputation? All I did was offer her a jade pendant. Beyond that, I took no further action. Everything else was her own choice. Her current predicament is entirely her doing, and it is of no concern to me. Ouyang, with a tone of impatience, interjected. He asserted that his only contribution was the jade pendant, which had merely unlocked the door to Shinra's desires. Utilizing the forces at play and the inherent cravings of mortals, he acknowledged the formidable nature of his master in this regard. Must practitioners sever their ties with the mundane world? Ouyang pondered aloud. With a deep sigh, Ouyang replied, "What do you think are the consequences of a romance between mortals and practitioners? In comparison to practitioners, the lifespan of a mortal is fleeting. When a mortal reaches a century, how many desperate acts might a practitioner undertake in a bid to reclaim their beloved? Can you guarantee the outcome? There exists a manner of living for mortals, just as there is one for practitioners. A practitioner's affection for a mortal is akin to someone marrying an inflatable partner. It appears utterly absurd in their eyes. Once a practitioner reaches a certain level of cultivation, they possess the capacity to accomplish myriad feats. And the transformation into a malevolent being is a frequent occurrence." Ouyang continued contemplatively. "If your brother seeks the path of the Lord of 10,000 Swords, what distinguishes him from an emperor of the mortal realm? The karmic entanglements of the mundane world may cloud his sword's essence. Only when his heart is unblemished can he truly perceive his path. Look at the spouse I arranged for him. She possesses all that one could desire, far superior to the misfits found among mortals." At Ouyang's words, Chang Xiaoya blushed, expressing her discontent with a playful scoff. "Has that secret realm appeared yet?" Ouyang's voice echoed once more. Ouyang gazed at the palace in the sky and nodded softly. "I have also deduced that once Qing Song attains the state of the Immaculate Sword Heart, he will be able to unveil this secret realm, which is said to harbor immense opportunities. Do not forget to pursue it," Ouyang remarked. The old man had even schemed to encompass the secret realm. Ouyang's efforts to enable Lung Qingsong to achieve the Immaculate Sword Heart were all part of a grand design meticulously laid out to pave the way for his own disciple. Ouyang, somewhat perplexed, posed the final inquiry. "If that is the case, why assist the Dog Emperor in seizing a body? Is this not akin to removing one's trousers to relieve oneself?" He reiterated, "I merely gifted that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I possess no knowledge." "Surely, you do not believe I am infallible? Hey, Bauer, do not strip me of my dignity." Ouyang insisted again, seemingly attempting to placate someone unknown. "Is it not you?" Ouyang furrowed his brow, as the communication stone in his hand was abruptly disconnected by Ouyang. If it is not his master, then who could it be? Within the confines of a cavern, a melancholic yet handsome middle-aged man embraced a captivating woman, whispering sweet nothings. The woman leaned against his shoulder, her breath fragrant as she inquired, "Can that young man truly aid Svalya in overcoming her great tribulation?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. The divination I have conducted over the last decade suggests otherwise, but with Ouyang mentioning body seizing, I suspect unforeseen variables have arisen. Am I to lose a disciple in vain?" The woman exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Ame, we both understand that Xiaoya's fate was sealed. The emergence of variables is already a fortunate turn of events." The middle-aged man reassured her hastily. "You are truly pleasing to the eye yet utterly useless." The woman retorted with disdain. "Useless?" The middle-aged man felt provoked, promptly extinguishing the light to redeem his honor. The old emperor lay on the ground like a decrepit dog, his eyes bloodshot and gasping for breath. He had never experienced such humiliation as a sovereign. "Come, protect the emperor," he bellowed, his voice a dissonant mix of male and female tones. Yet the grand hall stood empty, devoid of any presence. "Congratulations, your majesty, on your rebirth." A shadowy figure emerged from the corner, addressing the old emperor with an air of indifference. "National master, save me." The old emperor, seeing the dark figure, reached out as if grasping a lifeline. "But, your majesty, have you not already attained your desired goal? Although you have not acquired the immortal body, this youthful form is still quite admirable." The shadow revealed its true identity. It was Lin Feng, the holy son of the demonic clan, who had risen from the grave. Lin Feng regarded the androgynous old emperor before him with dissatisfaction. In his grand design, the old emperor was meant to inhabit the body of Lung Qingsong. Such a waste. Lin Feng frowned, flicking his fingers to drop a pill into the old emperor's mouth. "What you must do now is to solidify your throne within 7 days. Then commence the blood ritual for ascension." Lin Feng spoke to the old emperor with a mixture of disdain and persuasion. "By sacrificing hundreds of thousands, can it truly grant me immortality?" The old emperor gazed at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, the demonic patterns upon his face becoming increasingly pronounced. And with a beguiling gaze, he addressed the old emperor. "Of course, one can achieve immortality, even ascend to the realm of the divine." Chapter 70. I am seeking a method for your demise. As Lin Feng seduced the old emperor before him, he secretly scoffed within. A mere mortal dares to aspire for eternal life? Were it not for the old emperor's fortuitous dragon's protection, Lin Feng would have transformed him into a mere puppet long ago. Alas, his carefully orchestrated blood sacrifice of 100,000 lives was intended for the old emperor to stabilize Ouyang and Lung Qingsong, ultimately leading to their annihilation. However, the old emperor proved to be utterly ineffectual. All those days spent orchestrating deaths were in vain. In front of us stands Lin Feng, once the esteemed chief disciple of the Qingyan sect, who has now perfectly adapted to the body of the demonic prince Ziyuan. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him. In just over a week, he had ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. With no barriers to his cultivation, he could feel his strength growing stronger by the moment. This sensation had become an obsession for Lin Feng. His current body, that of his good senior brother, was truly the embodiment of a prodigious talent. Yet, it was still too slow. Despite the daily increments of power, Lin Feng began to feel discontent. The ability to enhance his cultivation through murder was enticing, but the process was excessively gradual. Lin Feng's mind was filled with various demonic secrets recorded during Ziyuan's tenure as the demonic prince. The great blood sacrifice. The more beings sacrificed, the greater the enhancement for the demonic cultivator. Thus, Lin Feng set his sights on the distant Tang kingdom. This was a mere mortal realm, with countless ordinary people crammed into tiny cities. Upon his first arrival, Lin Feng deemed this place suitable for his inaugural blood sacrifice. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he effortlessly gained the old emperor's trust through a few minor tricks. To his surprise, this land was also the homeland of Ouyang and Lang Qingsong. The old emperor before him was the grandfather of Lang Qingsong, who had once single-handedly toppled the entire Wanjin Peak. With his personality completely transformed, Lin Feng's actions became ruthless. Having learned of this connection, he resolved to torment the old emperor to death, relishing the satisfaction of personal vengeance. Lin Feng produced a yellow talisman, which ignited spontaneously without flame, and he casually tossed it onto the old emperor's original form, causing it to burn with a ferocity akin to oil meeting fire. Beside him, the old emperor gazed with a complex expression at his body slowly being reduced to ashes. This sensation was peculiar, as though he were witnessing his own demise. Surely, Your Majesty has prepared contingencies. The throne should be smoothly succeeded. Yes? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements, the emperor replied. The old emperor hastily spoke, and Lin Feng nodded in response, stating, in 7 days, I shall activate the formation. And it will be the day Your Majesty ascends to immortality. A gleam of joy appeared on the old emperor's face as he clasped his hands together and declared, should this endeavor succeed, I am willing to share the Tang dynasty with the national master. The emperor's voice reverted to that of a womaness. For the pill Lin Feng had conjured earlier possessed the ability to stabilize the soul. It is late. Your Majesty should return to rest, Lin Feng said, unceremoniously issuing a dismissal. The old emperor bowed, yet a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Never before had she been treated with such brusque disregard. When she achieved longevity, she would mobilize the entire imperial guard, and regardless of how many lives were lost, she would ensure Lin Feng met his demise. Once the old emperor vanished from sight, Lin Feng gazed at the increasingly radiant magical patterns on his hands and murmured, Ouyang, just wait. One day, I shall reclaim what I have lost from you. He felt no need to wait, as he disliked being indebted to others. It was time to settle the score. Just as Lin Feng was silently vowing, Ouyang's voice drifted down from the heavens. Bathed in moonlight, Ouyang sat upon a colossal paper crane, one hand propping up her head, observing Lin Feng with a bemused expression, though her heart was filled with perplexity. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's attribute panel had already materialized before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng, Saintly Palm of the Demon Clan, Cultivation, 6th level of the Nascent Soul, Suppressed, Root Bone, 10-1 Charm, 8 Luck, 7 Swordsmanship Aptitude, 10 Exclusive Skills, Metamorphic Magic Figure. Soul Transformation Evaluation, don't ask me. I know not how to evaluate. Ouyang gazed with great intrigue at Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Yuan, possessing identical attributes such as bone structure, charm, and fortune. However, the characters following his name were a jumbled mess, and the evaluation was a vague blur. What manner of being was Lin Feng, that even the system could not provide a comprehensive assessment? It is worth noting that even reincarnated souls and transcendent sword immortals could be effortlessly discerned by the system. Yet, faced with Lin Feng, the system faltered for the first time, casting a shadow on its credibility. Ouyang had always placed unwavering faith in the system's judgments, but now, an anomaly emerged. a character capable of inducing a glitch within the system itself. Ouyang was exceedingly curious about the figure of Lin-Feng before him. Upon discovering that his master had not arranged for the old emperor to seize control, Ouyang immediately activated the recording stone concealed within the palace. He happened upon the dialogue between Lin-Feng and the old emperor. The recording stone, crafted for him by a junior from the miscellaneous studies peak, was incapable of capturing sound. Furthermore, merely viewing the recording did not permit him to discern the attributes of the individuals involved. Thus, Ouyang resolved to utilize Hu-Tu-Tu-S paper crane to ascertain the true nature of this enigmatic being. To his astonishment, he arrived just in time to overhear this fellow making bold declarations about himself. Ouyang gazed down at Lin-Feng, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to Ziyuan?" A torrent of expletives surged through Lin-Feng's mind, as he never anticipated that Ouyang would launch a sudden counterattack. Observing Ouyang atop the origami crane, Lin-Feng's thoughts raced, and he promptly replied, "I am the great prince of the demon clan, Zuming. You of the Qing insect have slain my royal brother. I shall undoubtedly avenge this grievance." Ouyang, observing Lin-Feng, who was attempting to conceal his identity, leapt down from the paper crane. With a surge of vital energy, Ouyang struck the ground, creating a crater, and extricated his leg from the earth, gazing at Lin-Feng, who had been startled into a defensive stance. Ouyang extracted from his bosom the tome entitled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Technique. As he perused its pages, he cast a glance at Lin-Feng and remarked with a smirk, "I do not believe you. Lin-Feng, your name has been explicitly flagged by the system. And here you are pretending otherwise?" A chill ran down Lin-Feng's spine. Only he and Ling-Feng from the Qing insect were privy to his name. How could Ouyang possibly be aware of it? Lin-Feng's mind raced with frantic strategies, but in his current state, having been suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, he found himself at a loss against Ouyang. "What are you reading?" Lin-Feng swallowed hard, gazing at Ouyang as he awkwardly inquired. Ouyang lifted his gaze to glance at Lin-Feng, then promptly lowered his head to continue searching, responding nonchalantly, "I am selecting a method of demise that I find appealing for you." Chapter 71. A completely overwhelming battle. The rustling of pages created an immense sense of pressure for Lin-Feng, who stood there, acutely aware of the weight of the moment. Ouyang merely stood there, casually flipping through a book, yet Lin-Feng was engulfed by an unsettling illusion of awaiting the decree of death. Defeat was inevitable, escape was paramount. Lin-Feng's heart screamed fervently, yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, utterly immobile. This body, which he had painstakingly acquired, he could not bear to relinquish so easily. A torrent of reluctance surged within him. If only he were granted ample time. He was certain he could ascend to the transcendent realm. But why? Why was he not afforded that time? Just 7 days would suffice for him to become a formidable practitioner at the out-of-body stage. Lin-Feng's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Ouyang. His glances rife with resentment and hatred, piercing like tangible arrows directed at him. Ouyang instinctively sensed Lin-Feng's gaze, which felt almost tangible. He lifted his head to meet Lin-Feng's eyes and scoffed disdainfully. "What? Do you wish to bite me?" In a swift motion, Lin-Feng's figure darted towards Ouyang like a specter, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 elongated purple needles materialized in his hand, hurtling towards Ouyang with precision. Ouyang tilted his head to evade 3 silver needles, finding the action rather sluggish. Although he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, he noted that Lin-Feng's realm had been suppressed to the same level. With years of stagnation in his own cultivation, Ouyang confidently asserted that he could easily defeat 10 opponents of the same caliber. The 3 magical needles served merely as a distraction the moment Ouyang dodged them. Lin-Feng surged forward, his right hand, adorned with dark magical patterns, transforming into a claw aimed at Ouyang's neck. With a resounding thud, Lin-Feng, propelled by his fierce assault, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as the scenery before him rapidly receded. He was sent hurtling backward. Lin-Feng collided violently with the steps in front of the palace, fracturing the blue stone beneath him. Crumpled on the stone, he nearly lost consciousness. Ouyang, withdrawing his foot, did not even bother to turn the page of the book in his hand. He glanced at Lin-Feng, sprawled on the palace steps, and curiously inquired, "Is that all?" He had anticipated that Lin-Feng, capable of causing a disturbance in the system, would possess considerable prowess. To his astonishment, a single kick nearly concluded the confrontation. Was this truly so feeble? The system couldn't even provide an evaluation? This made his own system appear rather dull-witted. Ouyang cast a discontented glance at Lin-Feng. Initially, He had sought to gauge Lin Feng's true capabilities, but to his dismay, he found him exceedingly fragile. As Ouyang flipped through his book, he approached Lin Feng with trepidations. Fearing that the foundational techniques of the 5 elements he was studying might inadvertently disturb Lin Feng's very essence. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng, Ouyang was immediately reminded of the recently transformed character of Ling Feng. The discomfort he felt when witnessing the old emperor seizing control of Xianyuan resurfaced in this moment. Just as it had when he encountered the old Ling, a profound sense of disquiet emanating from the depths of his being. It was as if the old Ling had been possessed, entirely transformed into another person. Now, before him stood an individual strikingly similar to Ancestor Yuan, bearing almost the same name as the old Ling. Ouyang now harbors grave doubts about whether the Ling Feng who accompanied Qin Changsheng to seek the illusory cloud secret treasure is indeed the true Ling Feng. If this is the case, then his third brother is in peril. Ouyang's thoughts immediately turned to Qin Changsheng, who was far away at the Qianglong sect. But he soon felt a measure of reassurance. After all, his third brother may lack other skills, but when it comes to survival, there is no one in the entire Qianglong sect who can rival him. Nonetheless, if something were to truly befall Old Ling, Ouyang would need to exercise caution. Thus, he must ascertain the true nature of this individual named Lin Feng. As Lin Feng collided with the bluestone steps, he sensed Ouyang drawing closer with each step. No longer willing to conceal his true self, Lin Feng acknowledged that in the mortal realm, his cultivation had been suppressed to the qi refinement stage. And Ouyang would similarly face restrictions. Even the most prodigious talent could not possibly break through to the out-of-body stage at the tender age of 17 or 18. Any cultivator below the out-of-body stage would find their cultivation stunted in such a mundane environment, not exceeding the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, if both were at the qi refinement stage, why should Lin Feng, as a qi refinement cultivator, be at a disadvantage? Now is the time to fight with all his might, for there might not be a second chance. With a resounding shout, Lin Feng unleashed his power. Dark demonic patterns enveloping his form as the suppressed strength within him surged uncontrollably. A mouthful of blood spilled from his lips, yet he paid it no heed. His gaze solely fixed on Ouyang. Qi refinement stage 6, stage 7, stage 9. He forcibly elevated his realm to the pinnacle of stage 9. As he felt the tumultuous power coursing within him, Lin Feng regarded Ouyang with a cruel glimmer in his eyes. Achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage 9 endowed him with the strength of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Feng believed that dispatching the Qi refinement stage Ouyang would be a mere trifling task. Amidst the surging demonic energy, Lin Feng raised his hands, grasping the air before him, and a blood-red demonic blade materialized in his grasp. As the crimson blade emerged, one could faintly hear the wails of vengeful spirits, seemingly enduring unspeakable agony. All of Lin Feng's power converged upon this demonic blade, and with this strike, even a cultivator of a higher realm would meet their demise. This was a secret technique of the Holy Son of the Demon Clan, a qualitative transformation born from his profound understanding of blade intent. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. How much more so does Lin Feng, now facing Ouyang? He must achieve a single, decisive strike. As his entire being began to radiate with formidable energy, Lin Feng resembled a protagonist confronting a formidable boss, his countenance resolute as he prepared to unleash his ultimate, life-endangering attack. Ouyang halted his steps, gazing at Lin Feng, whose entire being radiated fury. He gently closed the book and calmly declared, "I have perused the options: water burial, wind burial, and thunder burial pale in comparison to earth burial." Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to Ouyang's words. With all his might, he swung the enchanted blade in his hand, striking fiercely towards Ouyang. The originally half-meter-long sword suddenly surged, its shadow expanding to several dozen zhang. A colossal silhouette imbued with the howling malice of restless souls as it descended upon Ouyang. Ouyang gazed at the overwhelming shadow of the blade before him, his hands coming together in a calm manner as he intoned, "Earth Wall Technique." In an instant, 2 formidable earthen walls rose on either side of Lin Feng, towering to heights of several dozen zhang, crashing violently toward the center where Lin Feng stood. The previously unstoppable blade shadow was abruptly halted, ensnared like a fly caught between 2 walls. An instant kill. This was a battle of an entirely different caliber. The colossal earthen walls loomed like towering gravestones, standing silently before the grand hall. To eradicate the weeds, one must uproot them entirely. Ouyang clasped his hands together, gently twisting them before resting them upon his chest. The earthen wall, resembling a tombstone, was tightly intertwined like a twisted strand of dough. Within that earthen barrier, the presence of Lin Feng had vanished entirely. Chapter 72. These children of destiny seem as indomitable as cockroaches. After his display of bravado, Ouyang smacked his forehead and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no. I must have struck too forcefully. Surely, he hasn't met his end, has he? In my eagerness to impress, it appears I may have exerted too much power. My earth wall technique could easily reduce even a core formation cultivator to mere pulp. Lin Feng, whose realm has been suppressed to the chi refining stage. Surely couldn't he have succumbed so easily?" Ouyang's hand struck the earthen wall, which had twisted into a spiral, causing large chunks of mud to collapse and reveal Lin Feng's body, already reduced to a pulp. He always struggled to control his strength. Who knew why the techniques of the chi refinement stage transformed so drastically in his hands? He had even tried to hold back. Yet this Lin Feng proved to be surprisingly fragile. Gazing at the mosaic of flesh before him, Ouyang felt a surge of frustration. Before he could inquire further, Lin Feng was directly obliterated by his blow. Suddenly, Ouyang sensed something flying out from the mangled remains of Lin Feng, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What was that? It disappeared with a whoosh. Was it a soul? A wave of discomfort washed over him. He realized Lin Feng was not truly dead. Yet, as a mere 9th-level chi refinement practitioner, he had no understanding of what a soul truly entailed. Only those of the nascent soul stage could begin to grasp the mysteries of the soul. And the hallmark of the out-of-body stage was the ability to separate one's soul from the body. Why could a nascent soul cultivator perform feats that only out-of-body practitioners should be capable of? Were these chosen ones so unreasonable? How were ordinary individuals supposed to contend with them? Cursing vehemently, Ouyang was incensed. If only he possessed a deeper understanding of souls, Lin Feng would not have escaped. Although his vital energy was astonishingly high, his knowledge of techniques was rudimentary, relying solely on brute force. Anything slightly more sophisticated was beyond his comprehension, leading to his inability to hinder Lin Feng's soul from fleeing. If one does not eradicate the roots, the weeds will surely grow back. Lin Feng would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. These chosen ones seemed as indestructible as cockroaches. No matter how many times they were attacked, they could not be vanquished. While the earnest cultivators fell with a mere touch, it defied reason. Why were those formidable antagonists in novels so cautious in their ascension to greatness, scheming for dominion, only to become fools when confronted by these chosen ones and subsequently slaughtered? Ouyang felt as though he were now standing in the shoes of the antagonist. He could not defeat a chosen one like Lin Feng, merely awaiting the day when someone stronger would twist his head off like a ball to kick. Lin Feng, old Ling, if you cause me any more trouble, I shall of old 3 turn you into a puppet. I may not know what a soul is, but my old 3 is a master of soul manipulation. Ouyang recalled Ling Feng from the Qingyun sect. Their names were strikingly similar, and this Ling Feng bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Feng's deceased demonic disciple, Zhu Yuan. To assert that there was no connection between them would be a belief he could never embrace, even under duress. Enraged and powerless, Ouyang cast a cold smile towards the distant palace, sensing that eyes within were observing his every move. In his hand appeared a seductive pill, once intended for him by Su Linger, which he flicked deftly into the mouth of an unconscious general. Do you enjoy watching? I shall ensure you witness the unfolding drama. The once mighty emperor, now transformed into a formidable figure, bore witness to the scene that had just transpired. As soon as the emperor's fiancée stripped him of the auspicious golden dragon of fortune, it would mark the moment of the old emperor's demise. What tempest could an old cur from the mundane realm stir? Relish the spectacle, you ancient fool. Ouyang activated the communication stone, summoning the paper crane that was remotely controlled by Hututu. Being merely at the chi refinement stage, he lacked the ability to manipulate the magical artifact himself. Thus he could only call Hututu to have the crane carry him back. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the old emperor crouched by the door crack. Witnessing the fierce battle of immortals before him, a wave of melancholy washing over his heart. Could he truly discover the path to immortality amidst these celestial beings? He slumped to the ground, devoid of spirit, for with the death of the national master, the blood sacrifice ritual had lost its controller, severing his path to everlasting life. All that remained was this youthful body, with nothing else gained. Yet, he now possessed time anew. The old emperor sat up once more, gazing at his delicate hands, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He was no longer a frail elder, but a vibrant young woman of 20, with ample time to seek the method of immortality afresh. Before that, he must reclaim the throne and ascend as the empress of this empire. The old emperor turned his gaze toward the plaque above the grand hall, behind which he had left a blank edict for succession, a contingency plan for himself. Time passed, and the grand doors were pushed open by a pair of hands. The armored general beheld his beloved seated upon the dragon throne, holding a scroll. "Shinner?" The general softly inquired of the emperor seated regally. The old emperor abruptly lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the one he trusted most, the captain of the imperial guards, whose eyes shimmered with affection. This stirred a wave of revulsion within the old emperor, the sovereign of all. Yet, to stabilize the court, he suppressed his disgust, donning a facade of a sweet smile as he addressed the foolish one before him. "I have succeeded, General," seeing his beloved smiling radiantly. The general felt a weight lift from his heart, suppressing his excitement as he hurriedly approached the throne, embracing the old emperor and murmuring, "From this moment, we shall never part." Initially taken aback, the old emperor soon restored his sweet smile, yet inwardly screamed in fury, "When I reclaim the court, you shall be the first I eliminate, you fool." To the old emperor's astonishment, the general's embrace seemed to shift. The emperor's face flushed crimson, his molars nearly cracking from tension. The general, mistaking the emperor's blush for shyness, glanced around, thinking how thrilling it would be to engage in such playfulness in the emperor's grand hall, amidst the officials. With despair, the old emperor gazed at the burly general, whose eyes were filled with desire, swallowing hard as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend? Let me see," the general exclaimed, lunging towards the emperor. "No, Jiagu," the old emperor cried out in panic. He, indulging in this? Let me have a look." Accompanied by the heavy panting of the general and the sound of fabric being torn, Chapter 73, The Resolute Xing. Beyond the imperial city, hundreds of individuals were hastening towards it, led by the anxious young lord of Maple Leaf City, Xiaxinji, with over 100 newly ascended innate grandmasters at his back. And having himself consumed a medicinal pill to become an innate grandmaster, Xiaxinji believed this formidable assembly was sufficient to rescue his fiancée from within the imperial city. Having assured himself of the efficacy of the pill provided by Ouyang, Xiaxinji disregarded the advice of Xie Chongyang and set forth with his newly acquired 100 innate grandmasters. Driven solely by the desire to save his beloved fiancée, Shinner, "Wait for me," Xiaxinji thought anxiously, feeling every minute that passed was another moment of suffering for his fiancée. Heaven knows what inhumane torment she was enduring. Just as Xiaxinji pressed forward, a glimmer invisible to mortals penetrated his forehead. He felt a sudden heaviness in his head, a sense of lightness in his limbs, and then he lost consciousness. Observing the sudden change, his subordinates rushed to support him. When Xiaxinji regained his senses and halted, he raised a hand to signal the warriors behind him to stop. "Young master, what is the matter?" one subordinate asked, bewildered. "Return to Maple Leaf City." Xiaxinji's tone had taken on an unusual quality as he issued an unexpected command. "But young master, we are almost at the imperial city," the confused subordinate questioned uncertainly. Xiaxinji shook his head and sighed. "I have come to a realization. I cannot risk your lives for my own selfish desires. We shall return to Maple Leaf City and gather our forces." Upon hearing Xiaxinji's words, his subordinates felt a sense of clarity in his judgment regarding matters of great significance. With such a wise leader, how could the CF family fail to achieve great things? As all turned back towards their city, Xiaxinji cast a fierce glance towards the imperial city. His expression hardened. "Ouyang, wait for it. One day, I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders." In the moment Ouyang reduced him to mere pulp, Xiaxinji's spirit escaped, fortunately evading any measures directed at the soul. Otherwise, he would have perished there. Alas, he lamented the loss of the physical body he had painstakingly acquired, the very vessel of the demon clan's holy son. Reflecting on this body, Xiaxinji noted it was merely at the first level of qi training. Though the ancestral vessel possessed a method for soul possession, it could only seize the bodies of the deceased or those yet to establish their foundation. Compared to the arduous journey he undertook to reach the nascent soul stage, he felt he was starting anew. All of this was the result of Ouyang's actions. All he desired was to grow stronger. Was that a fault? Why must he be targeted in such a manner? A flicker of resentment crossed Xiaxinji's eyes as he turned and followed the crowd, his mind sifting through the memories of this body. Fortunately, it was merely that of a mortal. Although it had cultivated qi, it had not embarked on the path of true cultivation. Otherwise, his soul would not have so easily claimed this vessel. Everything needed to be meticulously planned anew. And this time, there could be no mistakes. Lin Feng recalled how Ouyang had effortlessly called his name, instantly realizing that Ouyang must possess prophetic abilities. Was he truly worthy of being a disciple of the renowned diviner, Ouyang? It seemed he must tread with utmost caution this time. The previous body had not been in vain. At the very least, it had afforded him numerous advantages. As Lin Feng journeyed onward, he began to strategize. Xia Xinji's visage shifted momentarily to that of Zhu Yuan, then to Ling Feng, before finally settling back into the familiar countenance of Xia Xinji. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden grounds of Qingyun sect, in a vast underground palace, Chen Chongqing and Ling Feng sat suspended in midair. Before them hovered an enormous light sphere of pale azure, upon which countless Tao rhythms swirled, yet these rhythms were firmly imprisoned within the sphere. This luminous orb was the sect's treasured relic, a sight many cultivators would never behold in their lifetimes, a legendary Tao treasure. Suddenly, as Ling Feng was meditating, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Ling Feng coldly snorted to himself. What a waste. Such a fine corporeal form, truly a pity. Within the Qingyun sect's forbidden grounds, Ling Feng had already sensed that his soul had once again escaped, signifying the destruction of Lin Feng's body. How foolish could he be in this lifetime? In just a few days, he had allowed someone to ruin the precious vessel he had so painstakingly acquired. Were it not for Lin Feng being the embodiment of his current self, Ling Feng would have charged forth to personally dispatch the inept version of himself. With that thought, Ling Feng closed his eyes once more, redirecting his focus to the Tao treasure. Compared to the loss of his corporeal form, the more pressing matter was to glean insights into his own Tao from the Qingyun secret treasure. The reason this treasure was termed as such was that it could autonomously evolve Tao rhythms, enabling cultivators to connect with the profound truths of the universe and envision their own Tao. For cultivators, comprehending their own Tao was crucial for their future cultivation. Beside him, the floating Chen Chongsheng, also deep in contemplation, keenly sensed the flicker of murderous intent emanating from Ling Feng. In a secluded chamber within a small mountain peak, Chen Chongsheng, clad in a violet Tao robe, slowly opened his eyes, puzzled by the sudden display of hostility from his senior brotherling. Should he resort to self-detonation of his fake body? Yet, Ling Feng was already a formidable cultivator at the out-of-body stage. Merely exploding his false form would not be sufficient to harm his soul. Within the secluded chamber atop the small peak, Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although he was uncertain as to why Ling Feng, who had been envisioning the treasure, exhibited a trace of murderous intent, Chen Chongqing resolved not to relinquish his grasp. Gently closing his eyes, he reconnected with the illusory form still engaged in the visualization of the treasure. As he opened his eyes slightly, two paper figurines stealthily emerged from his sleeve. These two figures transformed into wisps of gentle breeze, soaring towards Ling Feng, where one of them deftly severed a strand of his hair. The two gusts ensconced the hair acquired from Ling Feng and flew towards the outer realms of the forbidden area. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, who remained engrossed in his visualization, Chen Chongqing executed his plan unimpeded. Upon the arrival of the hair within the chamber, Chen Chongqing, seated with poise, extended his hand to catch it. Instantly, the two wisps of air reverted to their paper figurine forms. Reciting an incantation, Chen Chongqing traced the hair across the figures, causing a shimmer of golden light to dance briefly upon them before vanishing. Ling Feng's features began to subtly manifest upon the faces of the paper figures. Is it possible that even the paper figures harbor an aura of malice? Chen Chongqing mused, tapping the figures lightly, prompting them to rise and dart towards a nearby cabinet, which was brimming with an assortment of paper figures. The cabinet housed numerous paper effigies crafted from the hair of countless disciples of the Qingyun sect. And as Chen Chongqing surveyed the multitude of figures, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Each member of the Qingyun sect had fashioned their own external paper effigies, including Chen Chongqing himself. This served as one of Chen Chongqing's hidden cards, the art of puppet mastery. He could manipulate the actions of others through paper figures imbued with their hair. For those of lesser cultivation, he could even compel the paper figures to self-destruct. Should he so desire, he could discreetly eliminate all disciples below the out-of-body stage within the Qingyun sect, leaving those of higher cultivation injured before a battle even commenced. Precautions had also been taken against his fellow disciples atop the small peak. Yet, conspicuously absent was Ouyang's paper figure. Chapter 74. Farewell. Reboarding the flower boat on a paper crane, Ouyang returned to the vessel. As he landed, he beheld Lang Qingsong standing on the deck, gazing blankly at the palace that had appeared in the sky. Regrettably, Lang Qingsong had already changed out of his white gauzy dress, or else it would have been a captivating scene of a serene figure in feminine attire gazing at the moon. Ouyang felt a tinge of disappointment. His younger brother's scandal had been quite profitable within the Qingyun sect. As he leaped down from the paper crane, Lung Qingsong gazed at Ouyang and softly inquired, Elder Brother, I wish to give our master a good beating. Indeed, once he returns, I shall prepare a sack, and you can take your shot. Ouyang nodded in agreement. That old scoundrel had silently ensnared the two of them in a scheme spanning over a decade, although it was ostensibly for Lung Qingsong's benefit. A good thrashing was certainly warranted for daring to plot against them. Lung Qingsong stared at a corner of the palace in the sky, somewhat entranced, and murmured, It seems there is something within that palace calling out to me. Ouyang squinted as he gazed at the majestic palace in the sky. Although only a corner of the palace was visible, he could still perceive its grandeur and solemnity. However, the design of the palace, with its lofty circular dome, bore an uncanny resemblance to a tomb. Could it be that his younger brother had inadvertently summoned the resting place of some ancient celestial being? Ouyang turned to Lung Qingsong and said, This is a gift from the old man. The contents within are certain to be of immense assistance to your path. Once we return to the sect, we shall see what the master has to say. Regarding Lingfeng, Ouyang chose to withhold information, as it was merely his conjecture and he could not ascertain the true nature of the oldling. He could easily envision that if he were to hastily inform his younger brother, upon returning to the sect, Lung Qingsong would undoubtedly charge at Lingfeng with his sword drawn. An out-of-body cultivator was of little concern to Ouyang, at worst. He could destroy the man's corporeal form and have the third brother extinguish his soul, ensuring that not even ashes remained. Ouyang was apprehensive about what else might be concealed behind Lingfeng. A saint son of the demon clan was already peculiar enough. Why would there be an existence that even the system could not discern? Such occurrences had never transpired since his arrival in this world. And it was the first time the system had displayed a glitch. Until he could unravel the mystery, Ouyang had no intention of alarming the serpent by striking the grass. Furthermore, upon returning to the sect, he was determined to diligently study the knowledge of the divine soul. Otherwise, when confronted with cultivators of the out-of-body stage or higher, he would find himself with no recourse but to flail in frustration. Brother, what are you pondering? Long Qing inquired. Ouyang regained his composure and, with a faint smile, remarked, I find myself pondering about your grandfather's current state. To be candid, is it truly acceptable to spare his life? Our purpose in descending to the mortal realm is to sever the worldly ties of our second son. Will preserving the old emperor's life adversely affect Lung Qingsong's state of mind? Lung Qingsong shook his head and replied, My heart is now untainted by the sword. The affairs of the mundane world no longer pertain to me. Upon returning to the small mountain peak, I intend to enter seclusion for several days to solidify my realm. Ouyang scratched his face, pondering whether his second child had indeed become more talkative, perhaps having emerged from the shadows of social anxiety. Ouyang curiously opened the attribute panel of his second child. Name, Lung Qingsong, child of the dimension, cultivation, first level of Yuaning root bone, 10-1 luck, 10 charm, 10 swordsmanship talent, 10-1 exclusive skill, I am the sword. Evaluation, a child of the dimension with a slight social anxiety, destined to be the protagonist. All attributes remained unchanged. Yet the evaluation shifted from a hint of social anxiety to merely a trace. Has it increased or decreased? Ouyang gazed at the scarcely altered attribute panel of Lung Qingsong, shaking his head in resignation. He had long ceased to place unwavering trust in the attributes generated by his system. Instead, he utilized this panel to glean specific insights. After all, if even garbled text could manifest, it seemed that this world, despite the presence of a system, remained an enigma beyond comprehension. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong returned to their respective chambers, carelessly tossing the paper crane onto the deck, awaiting the morrow when Tu would retrieve it. The flower boat sped towards the direction of Qingyun's sect, gliding swiftly through the night. Ouyang, nestled in bed, was roused from his slumber by the boisterous laughter and shouts of Hu Tuesday rubbing his eyes. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Just then, Lung Qingsong entered, announcing, Senior brother, Xiaoye is departing. Ah, Xiaoye has summoned you? Surely you are not planning to stealthily climb through her window in the dead of night? Ouyang remarked mischievously, a playful grin spreading across his face. Lung Qingsong's face flushed crimson as he stammered, I did not. Then it must be she who has been peering through your window. Ouyang declared confidently, reading his companion's expression. Brother, you Lung Qingsong, cease your chatter. He silently reached for the hilt of his sword, knowing that in the realm of banter, he could never outmatch Ouyang. I was merely jesting. A jest, I assure you. Ouyang quickly interjected, realizing that his junior brother was not one to be trifled with. With a glare cast towards Ouyang, Lung Qingsong turned and exited the room. Ouyang donned his attire and stepped out of the room, faintly catching sight of the majestic Qingyun peak of the Qingyun sect in the distance. Home at last. He mused with a hint of nostalgia. Though he had been away for only a few days, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Meanwhile, Hututu soared around the flower boat on a paper crane, her peals of laughter echoing joyfully in the air. The child, stifled by restrictions on her cultivation, had become quite restless. Dressed in a flowing crimson gown, Chang Xiaoya approached with purposeful strides. She cast a lingering glance filled with emotion at Lang Qingsong, who, caught off guard, awkwardly scratched his head as if jolted by an electric shock. Chang Xiaoya inwardly chastised him for his foolishness, giving him a playful yet disdainful look before turning her attention back to Ouyang. Junior brother, she began, from this point onward. We are within the territory of the Qingyun sect. My presence here is rather inconvenient due to my status, so I shall escort you no further. Ouyang nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly recalled something. He retrieved 2 white porcelain bottles from his pouch and handed them to Chang Xiaoya, saying, "This is my latest concoction of floral essence. 1 bottle is for you, and the other is for our esteemed master." Chang Xiaoya accepted the porcelain bottles, glancing at the dazed Lang Qingsong standing nearby. With a sigh, she smiled at Ouyang and remarked, "Indeed, junior brother Ouyang, master was absolutely right. You truly resemble Uncle Huyun the most. That old man pales in comparison to you." Ouyang retorted disdainfully, as if that old lecher could compare to me. His rustic flattery is merely a reflection of my own charm. Chang Xiaoya nodded in agreement, saying, "This is precisely why master advised me against choosing you. Like Uncle Huyun, you are gentle and considerate, making one feel thoroughly cared for, yet in truth, you are the most indifferent of souls. How can you speak of me so? This is slander. I don't even have a girlfriend," Ouyang exclaimed indignantly, feeling wronged as if he were being labeled a scoundrel, when in fact, he was still a virgin. Chang Xiaoya cast a deep glance at Lang Qingsong, recognizing that her fate was entwined with his. She chuckled softly and said, "Thus, I trust Master S. wisdom. It is indeed wiser to choose a more straightforward partner." Chapter 75. Returning to the sect, we're back. Everything has returned. Ouyang gazed towards the direction of the Qingyun sect, feeling a subtle stir within his heart after several days away from the sect. The closer he drew to the Qingyun sect, the more vibrant and abundant the essence of the heavens and earth became. Ouyang inhaled deeply, his expression relaxing as he remarked with satisfaction, "Indeed, it is the essence of home." Beside him, the elegant Qingsong, gliding through the air on a sword, wore a similar smile. After spending over a decade at Qingyun sect, he had long regarded this place as his true home. Meanwhile, the whimsical Hututu, directing the flight of a paper crane, Yonta returned to their modest peak to savor the chicken prepared by their 3rd senior brother, for although the world was bustling, he found little joy in it. As the trio approached the boundary of the sect, 2 figures, also soaring on swords, intercepted them. One of the youths bowed politely and addressed Ouyang and his companions. "This is the realm of Qingyun sect. May I inquire about your purpose here? Are you Ouyang?" Ouyang observed that the gatekeeper today was a familiar face, Ma Xingye, who had assisted him in achieving victory during the external competition. Indeed, the world is a small place. Ma Xingye has made quite an impression, having persevered through numerous hardships to gain entry into the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, and finally attaining the esteemed position of a gatekeeper. As the saying goes, after 10 years of hard study, one secures a stable position. He has truly made remarkable progress, effectively shortening the struggle of 3 decades. Although Ma Xingye's methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, Ouyang chose not to hold it against him and presented his waist badge for Ma Xingye to see. Ma Xingye raised his hand and bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior brother, please." His bow was impeccable, exuding a welcoming demeanor, revealing that he had undoubtedly undergone professional training for his role. Ouyang nodded, and the 3 of them soared directly into the territory of the Qingyun sect. Ma Xingye gazed at the receding figures of Ouyang and his companions, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. After much effort, he had finally entered the inner sect. Yet everything here was starkly different from his expectations. Once revered like a star among the crowd in the outer sect, he had anticipated that upon entering the inner sect, he would rise to prominence, wielding his exceptional talent and formidable skills to command respect. However, Ma Xingye soon realized that he had become indistinguishable from the masses. Although the resources in the inner sect of Qingyun were abundant, alleviating his worries about cultivation materials, he found that every senior brother surpassed his innate gifts, mastering spells at a swifter pace. The once celebrated Ma Xingye had, since his arrival in the inner sect, been relegated to a mere bystander. Each time he received letters from home, he would extol the virtues of the Qingyun sect, much to his parents' delight, yet only he understood the discontent brewing within. The pressure here was overwhelming, with an abundance of exceptional individuals. Despite the seemingly serene atmosphere where everyone exchanged laughter, beneath the surface, the competition was fierce. After entering the inner sect, the steward from the outer sect had specifically advised him to avoid conflict with Ouyang and to maintain proper etiquette when they met. He had also heard that Xiao Feng had been accepted into the inner sect of Qin Yun, residing on the same peak as Ouyang's lineage. He wondered if Xiao Feng felt the same suffocating pressure, as he had been the one to defeat him. Although Ma Xingye outwardly dismissed Xiao Feng as a mere defeated foe, he harbored genuine admiration for his strength. Watching Ouyang transform into a distant speck, Ma Xingye sighed softly. Though the Qingyun sect is vast, it is not easy to inhabit. To Ma Xingye, Ouyang and his companions were but a fleeting episode. It was only when the small peak emerged before them that Ouyang and his companions erupted into laughter. Hu Tutu, unable to contain her excitement, called out loudly to the peak, "Hey, Tutu is back. Tutu is back. I'm back." Hu Tutu's voice echoed through the small peak, and once her exuberant shouts faded, no one appeared to welcome them. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Hu Tutu turned to Ouyang and asked, "Senior brother, why is no one here to greet us?" Ouyang found it rather peculiar. Logically, with the presence of Lao San, Xiao Bai, and junior brother Xiao on the mountain, it was unexpected that no one came to welcome him, the esteemed senior brother, upon his return with his companions. Was it not rather embarrassing for him, the senior brother, to be overlooked in such a manner? As the trio alighted onto the courtyard atop the small peak, Ouyang's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Bai, who, in stark contrast to his usual self, was reclining in a chair, staring vacantly at the sky. Even as they entered the courtyard, Xiao Bai remained oblivious to their arrival. This was indeed a strange occurrence. The ever-composed Bai Feiyu had always exuded an air of confidence and assurance, and Ouyang had never witnessed him in such a disheveled and dazed state. Ouyang turned his head to follow Bai Feiyu's gaze and discovered that she was staring at the circular domed palace in the sky. Could it be that this palace holds a significant connection to Xiao Bai? Ouyang stepped forward, waving his fingers before Bai Feiyu's eyes. Noticing the lack of response, he grasped Bai Feiyu's shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, wake up. It's time to relieve yourself." Awakened by Ouyang's insistence, Bai Feiyu turned his gaze toward him, his eyes devoid of clarity, and murmured, "What were you all doing descending the mountain this time? That palace in the sky couldn't possibly have been conjured by you, could it?" Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, Ouyang responded with a tone of certainty, remarking, "Of course. Just take a look at who your senior brother is. Such a commotion must undoubtedly be our doing. Impressive, isn't it?" Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's expression transformed into a fierce grimace, completely shedding his usual calm demeanor. As he lunged at the bewildered Ouyang like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the abruptness of Bai Feiyu's action startled Hu Tutu, who marveled at how the once suave and gentle senior brother had seemingly morphed into an entirely different person. Wow, handsome. Senior brother has changed," Hu Tutu exclaimed, scooping up the curious Zhang Hu who had rushed over to witness the spectacle, bursting into tears and lamenting that it was his departure that had caused such a drastic change in Bai Feiyu's mood. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong seemed unfazed by the playful antics between Bai Feiyu and Ouyang. For him, particularly after having just attained the infant transformation, solidifying his realm was of utmost importance. Thus, he retreated to his room, intent on stabilizing his cultivation. In an instant, the small mountain peak reverted to its usual chaotic atmosphere. Bai Feiyu gripped Ouyang's neck, shaking him vigorously. "How long have you all been down the mountain? Why on earth did you disturb someone's ancestral grave? Are you all out of your minds?" Caught off guard by Bai Feiyu's fierce grip, Ouyang momentarily failed to respond, but then recalled Bai Feiyu's concealed identity as an ancient sword immortal. According to his elder, this celestial secret realm was particularly suited for Lang Qingsong, who specialized in swordsmanship. Observing Bai Feiyu in a frenzy, a nascent thought flickered in Ouyang's mind. Could it be that the palace in the sky is actually the result of the second brother unearthing the previous life's grave of our little white? Chapter 76. Who can resist being called handsome? Faced with Bai Feiyu's reddened eyes, Ouyang was about to shift the blame onto the second brother, only to realize that he had already retreated to his room to stabilize his realm. What to do now? It seemed their second brother had inadvertently disturbed the grave of their fourth brother's previous life. Ouyang suddenly felt overwhelmed, swallowing hard and forcing a dry smile as he remarked, "Xiao Bai, your excitement is quite perplexing. Could it be that the celestial palace belongs to your ancestors?" Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu, who had been irritable for several days, was momentarily taken aback. Having undergone reincarnation, this was a secret of utmost significance to him, and there was no way Bai Feiyu would reveal it. He released his grip on Ouyang's neck, cleared his throat, and pretended to be indignant as he declared, "It is evident that the Heavenly Palace is the resting place of an ancient sword cultivator. Disturbing the slumber of our predecessors is something I, as a sword practitioner, cannot simply overlook." Observing Bai Feiyu's brazen demeanor, Ouyang rolled his eyes internally, well aware of Bai Feiyu's true nature. When had Bai Feiyu ever shown such concern for matters that did not pertain to him? Even if the Qingyun sect were to be besieged tomorrow, that rascal would undoubtedly remain perched in a tree, watching the commotion. Indignant? It was more likely that he was anxious about his own grave being disturbed. Feeling the pressure? Ouyang contemplated this internally, yet when the words reached his lips, he earnestly declared, "The treasures left by our ancestors are meant for those destined to possess them." The fact that the second brother was able to unveil this tombstone signifies that our esteemed forebear has acknowledged him. Ouyang's words were imbued with profound wisdom, suggesting that the second disciple was indeed the rightful heir of that great sword cultivator. As Bai Feiyu listened, veins throbbed on his forehead, and his heart raged with indignation. When did I ever acknowledge that stubborn bull? I certainly have no recollection of such a moment. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu was struck with a realization. It seemed that the sword path cultivated by Lang Qingsong was mirroring his own journey in a past life. In that former existence, he had embraced the sword as his way, wielding it to cleave through all things. Yet, this path was a dead end. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise in that life. Bai Feiyu's expression darkened instantaneously. The route Lang Qingsong had chosen was one he had traversed before, and he could not stand idly by as Lang Qingsong repeated his tragic fate. Having spent nearly a decade in close companionship, he had felt a familial bond with these people, a stark contrast to the solitary existence he once led, always accompanied by the sword in his previous life. He could not simply watch Lang Qingsong march toward self-destruction. With this thought, Bai Feiyu turned to stride toward Lang Qingsong's chamber, but after taking a couple of steps, he hesitated and returned, casting a grave look at Ouyang. This secret realm of immortals is not a place for second brother to venture. Ouyang, observing Bai Feiyu's serious demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his intent. However, witnessing an unprecedented resolve upon Bai Feiyu's countenance left Ouyang in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Ouyang spoke softly. "It was the old man who arranged this. Our descent from the mountain is also orchestrated by him. Master?" Bai Feiyu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. Upon hearing Ouyang mention their master, Huyun, Bai Feiyu found himself engulfed in doubt. The mere mention of Huyun conjured the image of those eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths. When those eyes were fixed upon him, it felt as though every secret he harbored was laid bare. In his reincarnated existence, Bai Feiyu was indifferent to joining any sect. Drawing from his past life's experiences and the countless ancient texts he possessed, he lacked for methods of cultivation. Yet, under the gaze of those penetrating eyes, he found himself inexplicably nodding in acquiescence. If it were indeed his master's will, Bai Feiyu was plunged into deep reflection. Observing Bai Feiyu's hesitation, Ouyang recognized that among their group, it was the seemingly unassuming Bai who held the deepest reverence for the old man. The reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, Bai Feiyu's willingness to heed the old man's words was something Ouyang had never anticipated. Could it be due to the system's assessment of the old man? When Ouyang first encountered the elder's assessment, he could not help but burst into laughter. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a balance of 50-50, even with a dog. Were it not for the title of the junior disciple of the Qingyun sect master that he bore, Ouyang would have doubted whether his master was merely a charlatan of the martial world. Ouyang, with a leisurely demeanor, playfully coaxed Tutu before inquiring, "Where are the third and sixth?" Bai Feiyu, interrupted from his contemplation, casually replied, "Brother Chen has gone to the forbidden area of Qingzhen Peak to contemplate the Qingyun treasure, while Brother Xiao has ventured into the depths of the forbidden area to hone his physical form." Tutu, whose tears had just subsided, pouted with a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Without third senior here, who will prepare my delicious chicken?" Beside them, Ouyang scoffed with a hint of derision. "The third has gone to envision the treasure? In his true form? I find that hard to believe." He then raised his voice and shouted, "Third, I am hungry. Come out and cook." As Ouyang's voice faded, wisps of smoke unexpectedly rose from the empty kitchen. Clad in an apron, Chen Chongqing poked his head out and greeted Ouyang with a hearty smile, saying, "Senior brother, you're back. Just a moment, I've just set the chicken to stew." Bai Feiyu, astonished, turned to Chen Chongqing and inquired, "Didn't you go to contemplate the secrets of the Qingyun treasure?" Why had he not sensed that Chen Chongqing was still on the small peak? As the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, was he truly so lacking? It seemed imperative to hasten his cultivation, to reach the realm of the divine soul sooner, lest he continue to appear so foolish on the small peak. For the first time, Bai Feiyu, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, felt the weight of pressure. How could he, possessing the complete memories of his past life, find himself at the bottom of the hierarchy on this small peak? This realization instilled in him a sense of urgency and an overwhelming burden. With this thought lingering in his mind, Bai Feiyu snorted coldly and turned back to his room. Competing? In his previous life as a sword immortal, he had outclassed the entire realm of cultivation. Ouyang and Hu Tutu proceeded into the kitchen. Upon catching sight of the simmering roast chicken in the pot, Hu Tutu's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the world offers a plethora of culinary delights, the essence of flavors invariably falls short. Can the ingredients of the mortal realm rival the delectable taste of spirit beasts and spiritual herbs nourished by the energies of heaven and earth? Hu Tutu inhaled deeply, savoring the aromatic steam wafting from the iron pot, as drool began to drip from the corner of his mouth, wetting the fur of the nestled in his arms. Ouyang initially intended merely to observe whether this kin of his had made any progress since returning from the mortal realm. However, from the moment he beheld Hu Tutu, right until the fur atop his head was dampened by drool, Ouyang realized that his kin had made no advancement whatsoever. It seemed that without his guidance, it would be a miracle if this girl could even attain the rank of a five-tailed fox, let alone a nine-tailed celestial fox. Such remarkable potential squandered. The expression on this face was inscrutable, yet within his heart, he began to devise a plan. Although Ouyang harbored no interest in revitalizing the Qingqiu Mountain, he genuinely cherished this relative of his. After all, who wouldn't adore a fox that incessantly praises one as handsome? Or perhaps, repaying a debt. Chapter 78. A Conversation Between Brothers. Ouyang gazed at Hu Tu, who was squatting beside the hearth, and took a seat next to the fire, poking at the firewood. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Qin Changsheng, who wore a goofy grin, and inquired, "Third brother, is it true that one can only master the essence of the soul during the out-of-body stage?" The smile on Qin Changsheng's face faltered, becoming somewhat rigid as he awkwardly asked, "What prompted you to ask about this all of a sudden, senior brother?" Ouyang casually remarked, "I am merely curious. As you know, my realm is too lowly to comprehend the intricacies of the 5 elements escape technique, let alone the sophisticated matters of the soul." After pondering for a moment, Qin Changsheng responded, "Logically speaking, during the qi refinement stage, one concentrates genuine energy within the dantian. In the foundation establishment stage, this energy is refined into true essence. During the core formation stage, the true essence coalesces into a golden core, and in the nascent soul stage, the core shatters to form an infant. The hallmark of the out-of-body stage is the soul's departure from the body. This is the consensus within the realm of cultivation." Ouyang nodded slightly to signal Qin Changsheng to continue. Qin Changsheng pondered his words carefully before speaking. However, there are indeed individuals of remarkable talent who can perceive the existence of the soul even at lower realms. For instance, you? Ouyang inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Qin Changsheng felt that if it weren't for the fact that this body was a puppet, he would certainly be sweating profusely. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I am indeed a bit special. I can barely sense the existence of the soul, hence I possess a rudimentary understanding of its applications." Listening to his third brother's modest self-assessment, Ouyang couldn't help but smirk, conjuring forth hundreds of puppet subordinates with a wave of his hand. Was this truly a mere understanding? Yet, Ouyang chose not to expose Qin Changsheng's identity as a reincarnator. Instead, he asked, "Does this mean that cultivators capable of soul projection can freely inhabit the bodies of others?" Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Qin Changsheng's expression grew serious as he looked at Ouyang and said solemnly, "Brother, have you encountered any cultivators capable of seizing bodies?" Ouyang nodded slightly and began to speak. "During my descent to the mortal realm, I encountered a cultivator capable of seizing the bodies of others, even assisting them in doing so." Within the concealed chamber nestled inside the small mountain peak, Qin Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling aura of killing intent emanating from him. He slowly closed his eyes again, reconnecting his consciousness to the puppet beside Ouyang. Maintaining an expressionless visage, Qin Changsheng inquired, "Where is that individual now?" "He is deceased, or rather, his physical form has perished. However, when I examined him, I sensed something escaping from his body. I suspect he is not truly dead. His soul has fled," Ouyang replied, tending to the fire. "In which location did you slay him?" Qin Changsheng asked urgently. Ouyang halted the firewood stick in his hand and turned to Qin Chongqing, inquiring, "What, do you intend to massacre that place?" Qin Chongqing was momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at Ouyang and, in a softer tone, replied, "No, I merely wish to take precautions against potential threats." Ouyang gazed at Qin Chongqing before him, aware that his younger brother was a reincarnator, fully cognizant of the future events that would unfold. When Qin Chongqing first encountered that demonic clan's holy son, he abruptly shed his previous demeanor and attempted to eliminate Ziyuan. Were it not for Ouyang's intervention, Ziyuan would have undoubtedly perished on the spot. It seemed that in the future, the demonic holy son would commit heinous acts that even Qin Chongqing deemed intolerable. Yet, Ouyang restrained Qin Chongqing not out of indifference, but because, regardless of what Ziyuan might do in the future, those events had not yet transpired. What has not occurred does not exist. Indeed, Ziyuan was the holy son of the demon clan, but aside from Ouyang, who possessed a system to discern such truths, only the reincarnated Qin Chongqing was aware of it. Even the ancient sword Immortal, Xiaobai, and the sect leader, Dong Shuzi, were oblivious. To kill Ziyuan and then brazenly declare him the holy son of the demon clan? Furthermore, he merely came to convey a message, coercing him into swearing a celestial oath. What gave him the right? The celestial oath was a commonplace matter. Cultivators regarded celestial oaths with utmost seriousness. Compelling others to swear one was sufficient grounds for the entire small peak to face expulsion. The notion of harming one's fellow disciples was even inscribed within the sect's laws. Arbitrarily slaying a peer was unforgivable in any sect. Qin Chongqing, Ouyang, and the entire small peak would be ruthlessly exterminated by the Qingyun sect. Ouyang was formidable, capable of overpowering Dong Shuzi, who was in the tribulation stage, merely in terms of techniques. However, the Qingyun sect encompassed hundreds of affiliated sects, not to mention the revered elders concealed within forbidden grounds. Even if the small peak's members were exceptionally skilled, none had yet achieved the out-of-body stage. What of his second brother and the others? Even if Ouyang managed to escape with all his junior brothers, the 9 great sacred lands were intricately connected. Would he allow the small peak to become a pariah in the cultivation world, hunted like a rat in the street due to a single demonic holy son? Naturally, Ziyuan might reveal his identity as a demon before Qin Chongqing could slay him, but what if he did not? If Ziyuan were to disclose his demonic lineage during the sect's grand competition and subsequently be killed by Qin Chongqing, that would be the most favorable outcome Ouyang could envision. Even if Ziyuan failed to expose himself during the competition and accidentally killed a fellow disciple, the worst that would happen is that Qin Chongqing would need to seclude himself for a century. To jeopardize the entire small peak for an event that had yet to occur was a perilous gamble indeed. As the eldest disciple, Ouyang could never allow Qin Chongqing to accomplish this. This is precisely the responsibility that befits Ouyang's esteemed position. What troubles Ouyang even more is Qin Chongqing's apparent obsession with the events of his past life, which has cultivated an excessively cautious disposition within him. Such a mindset could prove detrimental, potentially evolving into a formidable inner demon for him. Ouyang's gaze was fixed upon Qin Chongqing, who, hidden in the secret chamber, felt as though Ouyang could see through the puppet and directly into his soul. "Third brother, do you remember what Master once said? Minor circumstances may be altered, but major trends cannot be changed. To attempt such changes is to invite chaos," Ouyang stated, each word resonating with gravity. Qin Chongqing lowered his head, absorbing the admonishments of his elder brother. Even though this incarnation of his elder brother did not possess the extraordinary talents of his past life, the pressure he exerted was even greater than before. Nevertheless, Qin Chongqing, with a hint of defiance, replied, "But should we not strive to eliminate future threats in advance?" Ouyang recalled the demon named Linfeng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan. Tilting his head, he gazed at Qin Chongqing with profound significance and inquired, "How do you know that it can be eliminated in advance? What if it only worsens?" Qin Chongqing remained silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to Ouyang and resolutely stated, "Then we shall continue to amend until every threat has been eradicated." Ouyang sighed. Geniuses are invariably obstinate. If they could easily alter their thoughts, they would hardly qualify as geniuses. Such matters only reach resolution when they come to their own understanding. Without experiencing the harsh consequences of their actions, they remain oblivious to their errors. This, too, is a form of steadfastness in adhering to their own principles. Ouyang rose to his feet, rapping gently on the lid of the iron pot, and proclaimed, "The chicken is ready. Let us dine." Chapter 79. The entrance of Xiao Feng with an accompanying BGM. Qin Chongqing absorbed Ouyang's admonition yet a sense of defiance lingered within him. As long as my preparations are meticulously thorough, I can slay even the immortal before your very eyes. The tides of fate cannot be altered? I contend that they can be transformed more fundamentally, having experienced the cataclysm of a past life. Qin Chongqing understood all too well the catastrophic turmoil that would ensue if the future remained unchanged. The currents of fate cannot be altered? My return to this realm is precisely to ascertain whether such change is indeed possible. If it cannot be altered, what significance does my rebirth hold? Is it merely to witness the tragic scenes of my former life unfold anew? Within the secluded embrace of a small peak, Qin Chongqing's true self slowly opened his eyes. His gaze resolute and unwavering. Amidst the exuberant cheers of Hututu, Ouyang emerged into the courtyard, carrying the chicken. Hututu wiped his drool and, with great satisfaction, savored the chicken prepared by his third senior brother, finding it as delectable as he remembered. How fortunate it was to have such a handsome third senior brother. Children harbor no ill intentions. They simply desire to enjoy their meal. Ouyang glanced at the sun, which was nearing dusk, and inquired with a hint of perplexity. Is Xiao Shidi not returning? Qin Chongqing shook his head and replied, judging by the position of the sun, he should be on his way back soon. Xiao Shidi follows the path of physical cultivation, which requires a substantial appetite. He invariably rushes back in time for meals. No sooner had Qin Chongqing finished speaking than a surge of exhilarating music resounded, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. With his bare torso glistening, Xiaofeng ascended towards the small peak, stepping from one foot to the other in midair. Ouyang's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth? Is Xiaofeng really making an entrance while carrying a speaker?" With a brief shout, Xiaofeng leaped gracefully into the courtyard, his bronze skin and streamlined muscles gleaming radiantly under the setting sun. Gulp. Hututu, clutching a chicken leg, stared blankly at Xiaofeng, swallowing hard. "Grandfather, I am truly happy here in Qingnan sect. I shall not return to Qingqiu Mountain." Hututu silently pondered. Upon landing in the courtyard, Xiaofeng spotted Ouyang and Hututu seated there, a smile instantly spreading across his face. He casually switched off the resonant music emanating from the recording stone at his waist and bowed respectfully, addressing Ouyang, "Senior brother, junior sister, you have returned. Has second senior brother come back as well?" Ouyang observed the unusually spirited Xiaofeng, particularly the undiminished dragon and phoenix phantoms surrounding him. He nodded and remarked, "Xiao Shidi, you have been quite diligent these past few days." Xiaofeng flashed a grin at Ouyang and replied, "It is all thanks to Brother Bai's excellent guidance, as well as the auxiliary training tools crafted by Brother Qin. Moreover, the spirit beasts within the forbidden area have been of immense assistance." During Ouyang's absence, Xiaofeng had diligently sought counsel from Bai Feiyu regarding the ancient body cultivation methods and mastered the applications of the tattoos adorning his body. Qin Chongqing even tailored a yellow talisman inscribed with a weight-bearing formation specifically for Xiaofeng. Much of his time was spent engaging in sparring with formidable spirit beasts within the forbidden area, which not only honed his physical prowess but also sharpened his close combat skills. Regrettably, the task of locating a spirit beast had become increasingly arduous, necessitating deeper ventures into the forbidden zone each day. Ouyang nodded, observing Xiaofeng's effortless ability to retract the ethereal forms of the dragon and the phoenix behind him, which indicated that Xiaofeng's training had not faltered during this period. He turned to Qin Chongqing and inquired, "Third brother, given Xiao Shidi's pace of cultivation, when will the remaining divine beasts be awakened?" Qin Chongqing pondered for a moment before responding. "Once Xiao Shidi fully integrates the power of the dragon and phoenix into his own bloodline, he will be able to awaken the tattoos on his back through his bloodline alone, thus facilitating a greater harmony with the divine beasts." "Is it possible without my true qi?" Ouyang asked curiously. Qin Chongqing smiled and shook his head, saying, "The 5 divine beasts are interconnected. When my senior brother awakened the dragon and phoenix for Xiao Shidi, he activated all 5 divine beasts. Now, it merely depends on when Xiao Shidi can trigger their powers. Isn't playing music a bit ostentatious?" Ouyang asked awkwardly, pointing at the recording stone at Xiaofeng's waist. Qin Chongqing explained, "The tattoos on Xiao Shidi's back require a medium for stimulation. The melody not only encourages the manifestation of the divine beast behind him, but also serves to inspire him like a battle hymn." Xiaofeng, standing nearby, concurred. "What Brother Qin said is indeed true. Whenever I play music, I feel my strength becoming more adept and responsive." In Ouyang's mind, images of Xiaofeng's subsequent battles emerged. Before confronting his adversaries, Xiaofeng would always begin by turning on the sound system, enveloped in his own unique background music. He would leave his foes feeling both embarrassed and frustrated as they succumbed to his prowess. Is this truly the combat style of the future Emperor of humanity? How delightful! How captivating! Is the entire human race engaged in such idle pursuits? Ouyang chuckled and remarked, "Well done, indeed. Keep up the good work." Xiaofeng replied earnestly, "Dear senior brothers, rest assured, I shall not betray your heartfelt intentions." Hu Tutu waved his hand and chimed in, and me. Go for it, Xiao Shidi." Xiaofeng glanced at Hu Tutu, a gentle glimmer in his eyes, and nodded gravely. Of course, there is also our junior sister. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters. As Ouyang was preparing to retire for the night, he heard a sound at the door of his room. Foxian swaggered in without a care. "Hey, don't you knock before entering?" Ouyang remarked with a hint of displeasure. Foxian cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang and replied, "Have you ever seen a pet that knocks before entering its own home?" With a completely expressionless face, Foxian boldly perched himself on Ouyang's desk and produced a piece of paper from his pocket, saying, "Help me procure these herbs. Hu Tutu needs to ascend to the legendary nine-tailed fox, and the foundational groundwork must be laid firmly." Ouyang took the paper and glanced at it. Some of the medicinal materials listed were exceedingly rare and in considerable quantities. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is such an abundance truly necessary?" The demon race requires far more resources for cultivation than the human race. Thus, they possess greater strength at the same level. Are you not aware of this? A mocking expression adorned the square face of Fox Yen. Ouyang shook his head and remarked, "Is that so? I fail to see it." Hu Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Among the demon cultivators and human cultivators of the same rank, a single demon cultivator could easily subdue two human cultivators. Yet, it seemed that each individual from this group on the small mountain peak could effortlessly overpower all their equally ranked opponents. In fact, it appeared that engaging in battles beyond one's rank on the small mountain was regarded as a source of embarrassment. "I have finally resolved to assist that girl in her cultivation, yet you are free to pursue your own whims," Songhu exclaimed in a fit of frustration. "Oh, have you become a tad arrogant as well?" Ouyang shook the list in his hand and remarked, "There are no issues at all. Coincidentally, I shall also visit Qingyan Peak tomorrow, and I will borrow these items from the medicinal fields at Danfeng." Of course, Ouyang's borrowing never involved any promissory notes, for they were all friends, and such requests could tarnish their camaraderie. Chapter 80. Chen Chongqing's Night Raid in the Dead of Night. Chen Chongqing stealthily arrived at the door of Hu Tutu's room. His countenance reflected a struggle. He was particularly concerned about the identity of the practitioner Ouyang had mentioned, one capable of seizing others' bodies or even assisting others in doing so. In his memories, the only being with such capabilities was the demon sovereign ancestor Yuan from the latter days. Having fulfilled the heavenly oath he had sworn, Chen Chongqing believed he had successfully vanquished ancestor Yuan. Yet, why was his senior brother encountering a practitioner who could seize bodies upon descending the mountain this time? The act of seizing souls is a feat even the most formidable cultivators at the tribulation stage cannot accomplish. Once the physical body is destroyed, leaving only the soul, cultivators at the combined stage and above may opt for dissolution into immortality, but they cannot seize souls. After his rebirth, Chen Chongqing was astonished to discover that he had returned with the soul of his former self from the tribulation stage. And it seemed that this rebirth had caused a mutation in his soul. His soul could infinitely divide and grow, although his soul could expand without limit. This ability was confined to the creation of puppets. Even he could not achieve the act of soul seizing. Given that his soul's strength was already at the pinnacle of existence and capable of infinite regeneration, one can imagine the immense difficulty of seizing souls. He had only witnessed such an act in the demon's sovereign ancestor Yuan. Suddenly, Chen Chongqing recalled Ouyang's words, "The great trend cannot be altered, but the minor trends can be changed." Was it indeed a mistake to have eliminated ancestor Yuan prematurely? He had always relied on his identity as a reborn individual to prepare thoroughly for the significant events that would unfold in the future. However, if the trajectory of this life diverged entirely from that of his previous one, would his advantage in being reborn still hold? Chen Chongqing was engulfed in confusion. But in the next moment, his gaze regained its determination. Even if the memories of the future proved futile, as long as he extinguished all dangers in their infancy, he could surely change the future, no matter the cost. Without further hesitation, Chen Chongqing gently pushed open the door to Hu Tutu's room. Hu Tutu, already lying in bed and counting sheep, hurriedly sat up upon hearing the sound of the door, only to find his third senior brother smiling warmly at him. "Third senior brother? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Hu Tutu inquired, stifling a yawn as he addressed Qin Changxing. With a smile, Qin Changxing produced a sugar figurine from his pocket and waved it before Hu Tutu, saying, Tutu has just returned. Your senior brother came to check on you. Would you like to have some sugar figurines? Hu Tu's eyes fixated on the candy figure in Qin Changxing's hand, her bright orbs following its movements with keen fascination. She promptly scrambled off the bed and lunged towards him, beaming as she exclaimed, Senior brother, you are the best. Hu Tu adores you the most. Handing the candy figure to the eager Hu Tu, Qin Changxing gently patted her head and inquired softly, Hu Tu, you have been away for so many days. Your senior brother has missed you dearly. What have you been doing with the eldest brother during this time? Could you share it with me? Today, the eldest brother would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped about where he encountered that soul-transcending individual, and the second brother, Lang Qingsong, was in seclusion. If he were to question Lang Qingsong, being the eldest brother's loyal subordinate, he would surely report back first, yielding no information and possibly earning a reprimand. Thus, Qin Changxing turned his attention to Hu Tu, who had accompanied both of his brothers. As Hu Tu chewed on the candy figure, she tilted her head in contemplation and replied, Hu Tu went to the mortal realm with the eldest brother and the second brother. We had a feast and witnessed many things. Senior brother, the mortal realm is wonderful, but Hu Tu does not like it. It smells bad. Did you happen to meet anyone there? Qin Changxing prompted. Hu Tu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Yes. I met many people, and they all smelled awful, except for one sweet-smelling sister. Hee, senior brother, let me tell you, that beautiful sister is actually the second brother's wife. Observing the gossip-laden expression on Hu Tu's face, Qin Changxing sighed, but nodded in agreement. Did you encounter any unpleasant experiences? Hu Tu tilted her head in thought, then shook it and replied, No, we did not face any misfortunes. The eldest brother and the second brother are so formidable. What could possibly trouble them? In Hu Tu's mind, with the mightiest eldest brother and the second most formidable second brother by her side, they were impervious to adversity. Qin Changxing gazed at the earnestness reflected in Hu Tu's countenance, realizing that mere questions would not yield further insight. With only one option left, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, soon replaced by determination and a hint of remorse. He extended his hand towards Hu Tu's head, which was busy savoring the candy, his gaze emanating an extraordinary intensity. Suddenly, Hu Tu, who was engrossed in her treat, felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. Senior brother, I suddenly feel so sleepy, Hu Tu said, one hand clutching the candy, the other rubbing her eyes as she looked at Qin Changxing. Is that so? If you are tired, then it's best to rest, he responded. Qin Changxing gently embraced Hu Tu, his voice low and imbued with a hint of unusual charm. The sugar figurine in Hu Tu's hand fell to the ground, and with a tilt of her head, she drifted into a deep slumber. The weight of regret in Qin Changxing's eyes grew heavier, silently. He uttered an apology in his heart and summoned his spiritual power, preparing to employ a divine soul technique on Hu Tu, intending to extract information from her memories regarding the cultivator capable of seizing a body. As the spiritual fluctuations emanated from Qin Changxing, a tremendous sense of pressure akin to a mountain's roar surged through the room. Startled, Qin Changxing instinctively shielded Hu Tu behind him, sleeves fluttering as a stack of yellow talismans appeared in his hands. Release her. A colossal fox apparition, baring its teeth menacingly at Qin Changxing, unleashed a torrent of demonic energy that sent him crashing away. Who are you, Elder? Qin Changxing grasped Hu Tu tightly and flipped over, casting several yellow talismans to secure a protective barrier in front of him. Yet, within a mere second, they were effortlessly torn to shreds by the overwhelming demonic force. At least a demon cultivator at the integration stage. To think one could evade the grand formation I set around the small mountain and infiltrate with such power. A sudden alarm rang in Qin Changxing's heart as he prepared to reveal his trump card. A gigantic fox paw pressed against Qin Changxing's neck, and a square-shaped fox face appeared before him, its beady eyes fixed intently on him as it spoke slowly. You dare to employ a divine soul technique on her? Do you not realize it could harm her soul? Qin Changxing recognized the fox before him. It was none other than his little junior sister's pet, affectionately named Handsome. This fox, often basking in the sun or sneaking food from his kitchen, turned out to be a formidable demon cultivator beyond the integration stage. Struggling to speak under the pressure, Qin Changxing managed to ask, Who are you, truly? Why would you willingly masquerade as a pet, infiltrating my small mountain? The fox, Hu Yan, gazed at Qin Changxing and began to respond. I am Hu Yan, the eight-tailed spirit fox. I have been entrusted by your senior brother to guard Hu Tu. Chapter 81. A resounding slap. You are the protector of my little junior sister? Chen Chongqing inquired with difficulty. Each talented individual from the family is typically accompanied by a powerful protector, and from the moment he laid eyes on Hu Tutu, he sensed she would one day become the Empress of the Demon Clan. He never imagined that even the future Empress would have a protector, especially considering the Fox clan's near extinction prior to her rise. Ouyang scrutinized Chen Chongqing, who was the least favored in his eyes among those at the small mountain. Despite his culinary skills, this young man exuded a sense of cunning that paled in comparison to the clarity of heart displayed by others in the vicinity. I demand to know why you employed a divine soul technique on her. Foxian gazed at Chen Chongqing with a solemn demeanor. Hu Tutu, sharing the same lineage of the Fox clan from Qingxiu, even bore the bloodline of the legendary nine-tailed fox, a rarity unseen for millennia. Despite their fleeting acquaintance and his own resentment that led him to depart from Qingxiu Mountain, he could not stand idly by while a prodigy of his clan faced harm. Moreover, he had already resolved to impart all his knowledge to Hu Tutu, who in Foxian's heart was akin to his own kin. The overwhelming pressure of a tribulation stage expert, coupled with the surging demonic energy that made Chen Chongqing's breath laborious, unmistakably showcased Foxian's fury. He even contemplated directly eliminating Chen Chongqing, reasoning that he could simply take Hu Tutu and leave the Qingyan sect. In a vast world, where could a tribulation stage being like himself not venture? Although Chen Chongqing could confidently confront cultivators at the nascent soul or even out-of-body stages, he found himself utterly powerless against a peak practitioner of the tribulation stage. Under the weight of Foxian's imposing aura and demonic force, Chen Chongqing was compelled to lower his head and speak. I harbor no intent to harm my junior sister. I merely sought to acquire some information from her. Then why not simply ask? Foxian retorted. It seems my junior sister possesses no memory of what I wish to know, which is why I regrettably resorted to the soul-searching technique to delve into her memories. Chen Chongqing admitted, a hint of guilt in his voice. You would even dare harm your own comrade? Foxian's tone turned icy. Upon hearing Foxian's inquiry, Chen Chongqing felt an overwhelming shame and bowed his head in tacit acknowledgement. Leave. I shall seek an explanation from Ouyang. If Qingyan sect becomes untenable, I will take Hu Tutu and depart. Foxian proclaimed, dismissively tossing Chen Chongqing outside, the door slamming shut behind him. Left outside, Chen Chongqing sat dazed upon the ground, gazing at the myriad stars above, momentarily lost in thought. Foxian's question had pierced deep into his heart. Had he truly resorted to such means, harming his own peers in a bid to alter fate? Had he now committed the very act he professed to protect against? Chen Chongqing stared at his hands, turmoil evident in his eyes. Yet, with the looming threat ahead, should he confide in his senior brother about his rebirth from the future? The sudden thought stirred within him. Yet he quickly shook his head. He sensed that revealing his identity as a reborn individual would lead to insurmountable troubles. What was he to do? Chen Chongqing cradled his head in his hands, engulfed in the greatest confusion since his rebirth. As winter's chill gradually enveloped him, frost began to form on his clothing. It was only at dawn that he stood, disheartened, and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, Ouyang unexpectedly rose early, yawning as he exited his chamber. When Chen Chongqing noticed Ouyang up at such an hour, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively averting his gaze from Ouyang. He carried dishes from the kitchen and placed them upon the stone table in the courtyard, softly greeting Ouyang. Good morning, senior brother. Ah, good morning, little third. Ouyang replied with enthusiasm. Oh, we're having buns today. He settled onto a stool, eagerly picked up a bun, and savored every bite, observing Ouyang relish his meal. Chen Chongqing hesitated to speak, ultimately swallowing his words. It wasn't until Ouyang finished a bun, wiped his mouth, and contentedly let out a satisfied belch that he beckoned Chen Chongqing closer, saying, Little third, come here. I have something to discuss with you. With his head bowed, Chen Chongqing approached Ouyang, akin to a child awaiting reprimand. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as it struck Chen Chongqing's face. Though the force was not overwhelming, the sound was strikingly crisp. Ouyang retracted his hand, fixating on the steamy bun before him, and spoke in a calm tone. Do you understand why I struck you? Chen Chongqing, with a respectful demeanor, lowered his head and replied softly. I do. Ouyang's voice grew increasingly tranquil. Did you ignore every word I said yesterday? The more composed Ouyang appeared, the more anxious Chen Chongqing felt. In a flustered attempt to admit his fault, Chen Chongqing exclaimed, Senior brother, I was wrong. I should not have suddenly. A chill ran down Chen Chongqing's neck as Ouyang, seated on the stool, reached out and grasped Chen Chongqing's neck, pulling him closer. Ouyang gazed at Chen Chongqing, whose eyes brimmed with tears, and calmly remarked, "No matter the circumstances, inflicting harm upon one's fellow brothers and sisters is inherently wrong. I understand. But, Chen Changshin's voice grew choked with emotion, and he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, as though no one truly comprehended his plight. He had pondered throughout the night, yet remained at a loss regarding what actions he should take. Witnessing Chen Changsheng, who had always been astute and composed, display the frantic demeanor of a startled fawn was a sight Ouyang had never encountered before. Ouyang suddenly broke into a smile as he gazed at Chen Changsheng before him and said, "I believe in you, Changsheng. Although I am unaware of the burdens you carry within, my faith in you remains unwavering. However, this does not justify your actions against fellow disciples. Do you understand? When one forsakes their principles, they risk becoming a monster." Upon hearing Ouyang's words and observing his face, which was so close to his, Chen Changsheng seemed to catch a glimpse of the future. He envisioned Ouyang, with his back turned and covered in wounds, wielding a sword to shield him from all danger. Still smiling and saying, "Changsheng, I believe in you, for you are my junior brother." In that moment, Chen Changsheng's heart overflowed with grievances, and tears welled in his eyes, prompting him to hastily cover them with his sleeve. "Go and apologize to Tutu, then prepare a gift of contrition," Ouyang gently instructed Chen Changsheng. The latter responded absent-mindedly, and turned away, striving to prevent the tears from falling. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to depart, Ouyang's voice resonated from behind him. "Little 3. I am your elder brother. Do not shoulder everything alone. Even if the sky were to fall, remember that I am here to stand at the forefront for you." Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng could no longer contain his tears. He choked out a heavy and turned towards the kitchen. In that instant, it felt as though he had cast off an immense burden, and his steps became considerably lighter. Chapter 82. Ouyang's change of heart. "None of you make it easy for me," Ouyang mumbled as he watched Chen Changsheng enter the kitchen, stretching lazily. He had intended to attend a lecture today and resolved not to be late. When had he last arrived late for a lecture? 7 years ago? Or was it 8? As he pondered the timing of his last visit to a lecture, Ouyang found himself unable to recall. "Little 3, I will not be returning for lunch. I am going to attend a lecture," Ouyang called out to the kitchen as he strolled towards the door. Crash. Upon hearing that Ouyang was going to attend a lecture, Chen Changsheng's hands trembled, causing the plate he held to crash to the ground. He even began to question whether there was something wrong with his hearing. Is the elder brother truly going to attend a lecture? If memory serves, it has been 9 years, 2 months, and 13 days since his last one. Has it? Could something significant be occurring in the sect? With a grave expression, Chen Changsheng approached the door and, feeling uneasy, retrieved a paper effigy from his sleeve. After gently blowing on it, the effigy transformed into a wisp of breeze and floated out of the kitchen. With a resounding crash, the stable realm's Lang Qingsong burst through the roof, cradling his sword and casting a worried glance in the direction Ouyang had departed. Could it be that my brother harbors some unspoken difficulties on this journey to the mortal realm? Bai Feiyu opened his room door, thoughtfully gazing at the grave he had erected in the sky, his face also marked with a hint of concern. The three understood Ouyang's character all too well. Ouyang ventured to listen to the teachings, and it was hard to believe that he was not covertly attempting to display his valor for some reason, leaving the three companions in utter confusion. Xiao Feng, observing the courtyard with a sense of impending peril, noted the bewilderment of his 3 senior brothers. Moments ago, the eldest brother had delivered a resounding slap to the third brother, indicating that it was not only he who had witnessed the incident. Bai and Lung must have also been peeking from within the room. Otherwise, how could they have all emerged simultaneously upon hearing the eldest brother mention his intention to seek enlightenment? Was their anxious demeanor truly a reaction to the mere act of listening to teachings? The expressions on their faces suggested that the eldest brother was embarking on a quest to vanquish demons rather than merely attending a lecture. Bai Feiyu glanced at Lang Qingsong, who returned his gaze. The two exchanged a knowing nod, just as they were about to take flight on their swords. However, Chen Changsheng interjected with a grave tone. "Second brother, fourth junior, let us all go together. It is evident that the eldest brother wishes to conceal something from us. I shall employ a concealment technique to mask our presence. Wait, brother. I wish to join too," Xiao Feng exclaimed as he pushed open his door, his voice resonating with determination. Since arriving at the small mountain peak, he had greatly benefited from the assistance of his senior brothers. Now, faced with the eldest brother's predicament, despite his limited abilities, he felt compelled to lend his support. "Once the junior sister awakens, you shall ensure her stability. The 3 of us will handle the rest." Chen Changsheng shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Feng and retorted, "You really ought to think before acting." He turned away, Feeling an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth, recalling the recent humiliation he had suffered, it was evident that those three had been eavesdropping at the door. How else could they have emerged so synchronously at this hour? Drawing a yellow talisman from his sleeve, Chun intoned an incantation, casting the talisman which unfurled in the wind, gradually transforming into a transparent cloak that enveloped the three of them. In an instant, their presence vanished from Xiaofeng's sight. Their figures slowly faded away, leaving him with clenched fists, silently lamenting his own inadequacy and vowing to practice diligently within the forbidden grounds. Simultaneously, the spiritual beast previously struck by Xiaofeng sensed a disturbance, causing chaos in the vicinity of the forbidden area. The sun shone brightly overhead. Flowers seemed to smile at him, and the birds chirped merrily, questioning why he bore the weight of an explosive burden. Ouyang hummed a nursery rhyme as he made his way step by step toward the Qingyun Peak. This journey to the mortal realm had profoundly illuminated his shortcomings. While he could easily overpower practitioners below the out-of-body stage, those who had transcended and could separate their souls posed a different challenge. Even if he were to destroy their physical forms, he remained powerless against their souls. Initially, he had intended to consult his senior brother about possible solutions. But to his dismay, he witnessed an inappropriate act directed towards his junior sister. It seemed wiser to seek counsel from the venerable sect leader instead. After all, as an omnipotent master, the leader would surely possess secret techniques capable of vanquishing the souls of out-of-body practitioners, wouldn't he? Having come to appreciate the significance of learning, Ouyang brimmed with confidence, convinced that he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Qingyun sect, and perhaps, if fortune smiled upon him, even achieve the foundation establishment stage. The prospect of a bright future ignited a spark within him, prompting Ouyang to retrieve the tome of the 5 elements techniques from his robe, searching for the wind control technique to enhance his speed. As he sprinted toward Qingyun Peak, the expressions of the trio trailing closely behind him grew increasingly grave. His senior brother was employing techniques to hasten his journey. Clearly, this was a matter of utmost urgency. What could be so pressing that he wished to keep it from them? Exchanging glances, the trio resolutely followed in Ouyang's wake. Ouyang recalled correctly. Today was indeed the day when the esteemed Master Dongzuzi would deliver his teachings. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, numerous inner disciples had already gathered in anticipation of the sermon. After querying the 2 imposing stone lions, he ascended the jade stone steps of the peak. Despite hastening his pace with the wind, Ouyang arrived too late. The stone lions had already succumbed to slumber atop their columns. As Ouyang approached the mountain gate, the larger lion on the right, with its eyes closed, spoke. The time for entering the mountain has passed. Those wishing to listen must wait until next time. Nia, who dares to intrude? A sharp slap echoed against the lion's face, startling it awake. Just as it was about to teach the audacious intruder a lesson, it noticed Ouyang attempting to climb over the gate's railing. In an instant, the lion leaped down from its perch, resizing itself appropriately to cushion Ouyang's feet, and said with a sycophantic grin, "Master, take care, don't fall. Hurry and carry me to the teachings. If I'm late, I'll take your head." Standing atop the lion, Ouyang berated the foolish creature beneath him. "Did you not see my arrival? Why have you not opened the gate? Stone beings truly lack intelligence." The lion promptly carried Ouyang over the railing, casting a sidelong glance at the other lion, feigning closed eyes in silence, and chuckled inwardly. "Even in the presence of the master, you fail to show deference? No wonder you are forever relegated to guarding the entrance." The lion swiftly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak, with 3 others trailing closely behind. Who dares to force their way through the mountain gate? The other stone lion, having seen Ouyang's figure vanish, let out a relieved sigh. It sensed 3 figures attempting to breach the gate under the guise of concealment. As a spirit born of stone, it was acutely aware of fluctuations in energy. With a sneer, the lion expanded in size, positioning itself before the trio. Cold Qingsong led the charge towards Qingyun Peak, with Bai Feiyu closely following, while Qin Chongqing slightly lagged behind them. The lion, caught off guard by the frustrated trio, received a slap across the face from one of them. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Recognizing the 3 familiar faces from their prior patrols on the small peak, the stone lion could only grunt in response, ultimately retreating to its column with a look of grievance. Chapter 83. Listening to the teachings, isn't it sufficient to have ears? Today marks the day of the sermon delivered by the esteemed leader of Qingyun Peak. On this day, all inner disciples below the Yuanying stage gather at Qingyun Peak to partake in the teachings. The summit's vast square is adorned with numerous tables, each occupied by a meditative practitioner. From the foundation establishment to the Ouyang stage, nearly a few hundred individuals await the appearance of the master seated upon the dais. The teachings of the leader are so profound that even the Ouyang stage disciples occasionally attend. Each session offers new insights, even for those of higher cultivation. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, the leader, Dongshuzi, possesses a mastery that is truly unfathomable, with an understanding of the Tao that captivates all. He exists in a realm far removed from the reach of these still nascent disciples. To hear the teachings of Dongshuzi is not merely to attend a high-caliber lecture. It signifies a great honor. Dongshuzi is not only the leader of the Qingyan sect but also hailed as the foremost figure in the contemporary cultivation world. There are even whispers that he has brushed against the threshold of immortality, invincible beneath the heavens and unparalleled above them. To attend a lecture by such a formidable master fills all inner disciples with pride. Listening to the leader's teachings equates to receiving his true transmission. One could almost round up the notion to declare oneself a disciple of the leader. The eager disciples flock to hear the teachings, so much so that securing a seat in the square becomes a challenge. As the chime of 3 bronze bells resonates, a refreshing breeze sweeps across the square, and a figure slowly materializes upon the dais. At the moment of his appearance, the sound of wind and thunder accompanies him, wafting fragrances through the air, and faint celestial melodies echo in the background. With an ethereal demeanor, he is adorned in a dark Taoist robe, a wooden hairpin securing his hair, and wielding a whisk. With every gesture, the essence of the Tao flows around him, manifesting a countenance of an otherworldly being, transcending the mundane. Dongshuzi gracefully waves his whisk, activating the grand gathering array atop Qingyan Peak. Instantly, the summit becomes enveloped in rich heavenly and earthly essence, forming a mist that swirls around, invigorating all who breathe it in. All present rise and bow deeply, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the esteemed leader." Dongshuzi nods appreciatively, gazing at the inner disciples below, the future hope of the Qingyan sect. With a calm voice, he instructs, "Please, take your seats. The sermon is about to commence." His words, though softly spoken, resonate clearly in the ears of all the disciples. Once more, the disciples bow and obediently settle into their seats, attentively pricking up their ears in anticipation of the leader's discourse. Dongshuzi subtly nods and, seated upon his mat, opens his mouth to speak when suddenly a powerful roar pierces the air. The young master has arrived. Make way. The once silent square erupts into chaos at this unexpected proclamation, nearly causing Dongshuzi to choke on his own words. All eyes were drawn to the stairs, where the colossal stone lion, previously stationed at the entrance, leaped forward, bearing upon its back a youth clad in azure garments, with a mane of jet black hair. The stone lion met the slightly discontented gaze of the cave's master, feeling a twinge of guilt for the volume of its earlier roar. Yet, as thoughts of its esteemed rider crossed its mind, it regained its lofty demeanor. To earn favor before the sect leader and bring glory to its master was a testament to its unwavering loyalty. Surely, this would merit an additional infusion of vital energy from its owner. What a splendid victory this was. Any dissatisfaction from the sect leader paled in comparison to the prospect of gaining even a modicum of vital energy from its master. What did the imposing leader of the Qingyan sect matter to a mere guardian stone lion? Squatting on the ground, the lion's tail wagged with increasing fervor, brimming with pride as it awaited its master's commendation. Ouyang surveyed his surroundings, his head filled with dark lines as he received looks akin to those reserved for the foolish. Even with his thick skin, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. What nonsense was this fool shouting? Such shameful lines. Did he truly wish to induce social demise? Ouyang leaped down from the back of the stone lion and delivered a kick to its flank, simultaneously channeling a surge of vital energy towards it. The stone lion, feeling the influx of primordial energy within, joyfully began to roll about, eager to display its affection before Ouyang. "Roll away," Ouyang scolded with a hint of exasperation. The stone lion, undeterred, thought to itself, "If my master commands me to roll, then roll I shall. When he returns, I shall show my devotion once more." Rising to its feet, the stone lion cast a regal glance at the inner disciples who had turned to observe, momentarily reclaiming its former stature as the formidable guardian beast of the mountain gate. Before swiftly bounding down the mountain, Ouyang surveyed the square, and lo and behold, it was quite full, with no vacant seats to be found. "Senior brother! Senior brother! Over here!" Suddenly, a group of muscular men on the eastern side of the square stood up, fervently waving at Ouyang. As Ouyang glanced over, he realized it was a disciple of Xingfeng. He was quite familiar with both the disciples and their master, Li Yi. who often insisted on dragging him to Xingfeng under the pretense of discussing the art of painting and alchemy. In reality, it was merely a veiled threat for him to surrender the manuscript of Chun Changxing's new painting. As time passed, he had grown quite acquainted with the disciples of Xingfeng. These formidable men, often perceived as muscle-bound brutes, imbued the entire atmosphere of Xingfeng with a rather austere aura, even when clad in their Taoist robes. The garments strained against their bulging muscles, giving them a distorted appearance. After all, Xingfeng was responsible for overseeing the rules of the Qingyun sect. If they lacked the ability to fight, how could they possibly reign in the arrogant talents within the sect? Among the Qingyun sect, aside from the self-proclaimed champions of the Sword Peak, who strutted about with an air of superiority, it was these muscular brethren from Xingfeng who truly possessed the strength. Ouyang strode forward, warmly greeted by his brothers. "Hey, you there. Stand up and give your senior a seat. Senior, you look even more handsome after a few days. Let us discuss sword techniques together one evening when you have time." Ouyang waved his hands around, effortlessly mingling among the numerous muscular men, laughing and teasing, to the point where a few of the brawny figures turned crimson with embarrassment. The disciples of Xingfeng were well aware that Ouyang shared a close relationship with their master. On one occasion, after a night of drinking, he nearly set fire to Joss paper in a misguided attempt to pledge brotherhood. The once tranquil square, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, suddenly erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. On the high platform, Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and announced, "Silence." At the sound of the master's voice, the disciples of Xingfeng promptly stowed their excitement and obediently returned to their seats. Dong Shuzi gazed in astonishment at Ouyang, who was comfortably seated among the muscular men, resting his hands on the table behind him, tilting his head back with an air of indifference as he regarded him. It had been nearly a decade since this young man had last attended one of his sermons. Was the sun rising in the west today? What could have brought him back to listen to his teachings? Could there be some ulterior motive at play? Dong Shuzi discreetly cast a glance at the celestial realm above, cleared his throat, and began, "Today, we shall speak of the arts, the methods, the way, the practitioner, the foundation of cultivation, the initiation of qi refinement." The resonance of his words rippled through the entire square. Leaning against the table with his legs crossed, Ouyang regarded Dong Shuzi's lecture with a serious expression. Watching the master's lips move, he felt as though he were observing a fish gasping for air, its mouth opening and closing. Dong Shuzi's voice flowed into Ouyang's left ear and out through the right, soothing him like a lullaby, causing his eyelids to grow heavier. Just a moment ago, he had wished to remain attentive, but in the next instant, he tilted his head back, mouth agape, and succumbed to slumber. Not even 10 sentences into the lecture, a thunderous snore erupted from him. Chapter 84. Only through learning can one feel fulfilled. Ouyang, with his head tilted back and mouth agape in slumber, had pooled drool accumulating within. The rhythmic sounds of his snoring mingled with the gurgling of saliva, creating a most peculiar melody. Nearby, a disciple of Xingfeng mustered the courage to nudge Ouyang. Yet he remained as unyielding as a log, impervious to the gentle prodding. How blissfully he slept. The drool had trickled forth. The snoring grew ever louder, even drowning out the teachings of Dong Zuzi. An increasing number of onlookers turned their heads to gaze at the blissfully slumbering Ouyang. How audacious for someone to sleep so soundly during such a momentous occasion as the master's discourse. Which inept individual from this mountain dares to bring shame upon themselves? The newer disciples, having joined within the last decade, seethed with indignation, perturbed by Ouyang's disturbance of their listening. In contrast, the veterans who had entered the sect 10 years prior regarded Ouyang's slumber with a spark of nostalgia. After a fleeting glance at Ouyang, they shifted their focus back to Dong Zuzi on the high platform, seemingly anticipating something. The square split into 2 factions. One group glared furiously at Ouyang, while the other remained fixated on Dong Zuzi, their eyes brimming with expectation. Dong Zuzi's expression twitched as he watched Ouyang snoring away, a dark cloud of concern looming over him. Had he truly spoken 10 sentences? How could this wretched youth fall asleep so swiftly? Dong Zuzi sensed the trio lurking quietly beyond the square, a chill running through him. Surely, these miscreants weren't here to disrupt him today? No, he was the master. The dignity of the sect leader could not be undermined by a few rascals. With a grave expression, Dong Zuzi continued his discourse, which grew increasingly profound. The disciples, who had been entranced moments before, now found themselves bewildered. Why had the teachings become so perplexing all of a sudden? It was akin to being thrust from kindergarten phonetics to advanced calculus without warning. The intertwining sounds of Dong Zuzi's teachings and Ouyang's snoring enveloped the bewildered disciples in the square. Gradually, Dong Zuzi felt his eyelids growing heavier. A wave of drowsiness washing over him, his voice diminishing. It had arrived. The elder disciples who had entered the sect a decade prior eagerly produced their recording stones, brimming with excitement to capture this moment. Dong Zuzi's voice became ethereal and faint. Ultimately, unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of sleepiness, he too succumbed, his head bowing as he drifted into a deep slumber, exuding an unusually sweet serenity and even joining in with soft snores. The alternating sounds of Dong Zuzi and Ouyang echoed throughout the square, resonating in harmony. It had come to pass. Whenever this fellow appeared, the Master's teachings were destined to be accompanied by slumber. Who would have thought that a decade later, one could witness such a scene again? Nostalgia enveloped the air. A decade ago, the elder brothers were moved to tears, each one capturing the moment, and then they stood up to cheer around Ouyang. This scene once caused a tremendous sensation, drawing countless onlookers who even believed Ouyang was the nemesis of the sect leader. The nemesis of the sect leader. Majestic. Oh. The elder brothers cheered for Ouyang, while the younger ones stood there in a daze. What does this mean? Wasn't the sect leader delivering a lecture? What is happening now? Why is the sect leader asleep? What are the seniors cheering about? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The square was in disarray, resembling a bustling market, and the trio hiding beneath the steps fell into silence. I believe the senior brother merely wished to listen to the teachings and reminisce about his childhood, Chen Chongsheng remarked dryly to Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong. Bai Feiyu, face buried in his hands, bore an expression of defeat, completely baffled by his senior brother's peculiar behavior. Why had he come today to make a spectacle of himself? Lang Qingsong, with a fixed gaze on the disciples of Xingfeng surrounding Ouyang, were a cold expression, filled with confusion. Why were these disciples so familiar with his brother? Even closer than he himself was? It seemed a visit to Xingfeng was in order to inquire about the sharpness of the swords wielded by its disciples. A glint of cold light flickered in Lang Qingsong's eyes as he marked the muscular brothers with a metaphorical seal of death. Since Ouyang was here merely to listen to the teachings, the significance of the trio's presence diminished considerably. Just as Bai Feiyu led the way to depart, he suddenly halted, raising his head towards the horizon as if sensing something. What's wrong, junior brother Bai? Chen Chongsheng inquired. Bai Feiyu, gazing at the sky, shook his head in puzzlement, saying, nothing, just a strange feeling. Why did he sense that the essence of his past life's teachings was approaching the Qingyan sect? What could this mean? Bai Feiyu addressed Lang Qingsong and Chen Chongsheng. I will not return just yet. I will wait until the lecture concludes, and then I shall return with my brother. Lang Qingsong and Chen Chongsheng exchanged glances, and Chen Chongsheng said, in that case, I shall wait as well. Lang Qingsong, sword in hand, remained silent but stood still. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower in the square of Qingyan Peak, a plump female cultivator materialized, observing the chaotic scene before her. With a slight frown, she coldly commanded, silence. A chilling voice resonated in the ears of all present, plunging them into an eerie silence akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water. In an instant, the square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, leaving only the rhythmic snores of Ouyang and Dong Zuzi. Chirp, 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 huff. Gurgle. Ah, gurgle. The female cultivator, upon hearing the snoring, lifted her gaze and, upon spotting Ouyang, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by a frown directed at Dong Zuzi. Deep in slumber, Dong Zuzi continued to snore blissfully. The female cultivator channeled her true essence and delivered a powerful punch to the massive bell atop the drum tower. Bang! The sound of the bell, accompanied by an invisible wave of true essence, reverberated across the square. Dong Zuzi was jolted awake, lifting his head in a daze to inquire, was that thunder? Meanwhile, Ouyang, who had been sleeping soundly below, sprang up abruptly, wiping the drool from his mouth, and looked around in bewilderment at the crowd that had gathered without his notice. Asking, is class over? The female cultivator snorted coldly and vanished into thin air once more. Thus, the lecture concluded in this absurd scene, with Ouyang, unsurprisingly, being retained by the smiling Dong Zuzi. Once all the disciples had departed, Dong Zuzi, his face flushed with anger, shouted at Ouyang, don't leave. Let's settle this one-on-one. Ouyang gazed at the agitated Dong Zuzi, absently digging at his ears, feeling invigorated after such a lengthy period of study. Indeed, only through learning can one attain a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 85. The ancient sword Immortal Li Tai Bai as the trio prepared to return to their modest peak to attend to their individual matters. Dong Zuzi's voice resonated in their ears. He stays, and so do you. The bodies of Lung Qingsong and the others momentarily halted, exchanging glances before obediently appearing before Ouyang. With a nonchalant expression, Ouyang looked astonished at the unexpected arrival of the three miscreants and inquired, "When did you three arrive?" Just as Qin Changsheng was about to speak earnestly, Bai Feiyu interjected, "We have come to seek guidance from the sect master regarding our cultivation. Is that so?" Ouyang regarded the trio with skepticism, questioning whether they would truly come to the old man for advice on cultivation. Qin Changsheng nodded vigorously, asserting, "Yes, senior brother. Recently we have felt our hearts unsettled in our cultivation, and we specifically came to consult the sect master." "Isn't that right, second senior brother?" Lang Qingsong did not expect Qin Changsheng to draw attention to him, but silently nodded in agreement. Dong Shuzi, who had been fervently addressing Ouyang, cast a glance at the three who had approached obediently, his gaze settling on Qin Changsheng as he sneered. "Shouldn't the holy son of Qingyun's sacred land be within the forbidden grounds, contemplating the Qingyun's secret treasure?" Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's question, Qin Changsheng quickly bowed and replied, "Respected sect master, my true body is indeed in the forbidden grounds contemplating the treasure. What stands before you today is merely a projection." Dong Shuzi raised his eyes to observe Qin Changsheng, whose meridians flowed with vitality, appearing as a genuine person. Yet, the Qin Changsheng within the forbidden ground exhibited the same attributes. Whom did this lad learn his puppet technique from to create such an indistinguishable illusion? Clearing his throat, Dong Shuzi declared solemnly, "Follow me to the main hall." With that, he turned and strode towards the grand hall of Qin and Peak. Ouyang was the first to follow behind Dong Shuzi, and the remaining three exchanged glances before joining him. Upon entering the grand hall, their eyes were immediately drawn to the altar that housed the wooden plaques dedicated to heaven and earth. Dong Shuzi, holding three slender incense sticks, placed them into the censer, and then seated himself upon the cushion before the altar, gesturing for the four to offer their incense. Ouyang led the three individuals to complete their incense offerings in succession. As they were about to depart, Ouyang casually took a sacrificial fruit from the altar and began to indulge in it. Ouyang and his three companions sat across from Dong Shuzi, gazing at him with curiosity, uncertain of the secrets he might be concealing. Dong Shuzi, observing the four before him, couldn't help but acknowledge that at their age, he was merely leading his fellow disciples in foraging for bird nests. Yet, these four were already beginning to make their mark in the world. The disparity between individuals can indeed be disheartening. With a deep sigh, Dong Shuzi addressed the four youths, stating, "A few days ago, your master sent me a message over a great distance, instructing me to convey some matters to you." The mention of their master piqued the interest of the four as they raised their heads in unison. Their master rarely returned throughout the year. Why would he suddenly task the sect leader with delivering a message to them? Qin Changsheng appeared perplexed, while Bai Feiyu seemed to contemplate the implications. Ouyang and Lang Qingsong exchanged knowing glances, surmising that their venerable master was undoubtedly preoccupied with the celestial secret realm now suspended in the heavens. Dong Shuzi then spoke. "You are likely aware of the secret realm that manifested a few days ago and continues to linger above us, correct?" Before they could respond, he continued, "Your master has instructed me to impart to you some ancient lore regarding this realm, which was bequeathed by a primordial sword Immortal and holds immense benefits for you. After all, it is the fruit of your master's diligent endeavors. Do not let his earnest intentions go unfulfilled." Ouyang and Qin Changsheng displayed an air of indifference, for they had no particular interest in the treasures of this celestial secret realm, being unversed in the path of the sword. However, Lang Qingsong listened with rapt attention, as his elder had plotted against him for so long, all for the sake of this very realm. He could not help but wonder what he might uncover within its confines. Bai Feiyu's expression twitched slightly. He was astonished to discover that the grave of his former self had been meticulously orchestrated by his own master. Upon the emergence of this secret realm, Bai Feiyu had sensed its presence, feeling an uncanny familiarity with it. This realm was none other than the small world he had painstakingly carved out in his previous life. How could he not be acquainted with it? After his demise, he was unaware that someone had erected a gravestone for his fallen self within the small world he had created, leading to the current situation where Ouyang was scheming to disturb his rest. After all, Bai Feiyu, having perished and subsequently reincarnated, perceived the transition as merely a fleeting moment, oblivious to the treasures hidden within his little realm. Dong Shuzi gathered his thoughts and began to speak. This celestial secret realm is the legacy of the ancient sword Immortal, Li Taibai. Li Taibai was the sole sword Immortal of the ancient era and the formidable being who brought an end to the ancient celestial realm. As Dong Shuzi's words resonated, the expressions of the four seated individuals became exceedingly captivating. Ouyang felt an overwhelming surge of emotions within him, akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. While others remained oblivious to the essence of Baifeiyu, he was acutely aware of it, although the attribute panel had changed. The title following Baifeiyu's name clearly stated Reincarnation of the ancient sword Immortal. Astonishingly, was this indeed the burial site of Xiaobai's previous life? Had his master truly unearthed Xiaobai's grave for his second disciple to revel upon? Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong gazed on with admiration. The sword Immortal who entered the ancient celestial realm. Surely, he too could achieve such greatness. Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Baifeiyu's eyes brimmed with nostalgia as he glanced at Ouyang's silhouette ahead, his expression turning profoundly intricate. Qin Chongxing maintained a nonchalant demeanor. It appeared to be merely a matter between his second and fourth senior brothers, bearing little relevance to himself. Dong Shuzi's countenance grew serious as he spoke solemnly. Regarding matters of the ancient era, the entire cultivation world remains tight-lipped, with scarcely any written records, only fragmented legends persist. Do you know why? The four shook their heads, acknowledging their awareness of the ancient period but lacking any documentation pertaining to it. Baifeiyu, too, was intrigued about when his current era began to be referred to as ancient. Observing the four eager faces before him, Dong Shuzi felt a surge of satisfaction. He had never experienced such fulfillment in his role as a mentor with these four rebellious disciples. His junior had indeed been correct. These four would not be satisfied until they had seen the evidence. Clearing his throat, Dong Shuzi built suspense, his whisk in hand, and spoke with a hint of reverie. In the ancient era, there were indeed immortals. At that time, they sat high above, observing the grand scheme of the world. However, following the sword Immortal Li Taibai's slaying of the immortals, they fell like rain upon the earth, and thereafter, the existence of immortals vanished from this world. At last, the moment for Xiaobai to shine had arrived. He urged the audience to anticipate eagerly, requesting support through gifts and expressing love for them all. Chapter 86. Secrets of the Ancient World. What? This individual was the last of the immortals? Was it Li Taibai who had vanquished them all? Such horror. Qin Chongsheng gasped in disbelief. During the apocalyptic end of his past life, he had witnessed those who ascended to immortality, their terrifying presence making him feel as insignificant as an ant, despite having reached the tribulation stage himself. He had not fathomed that the ancient era harbored such immense power, capable of extinguishing all immortals. Lang Qingsong felt his blood surge with excitement. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a lone figure wielding a sword, standing high in the heavens, where every stroke of the blade caused immortals to fall. This was the ultimate aspiration of every sword cultivator, and even Lang Qingsong could not restrain his fervor. How intriguing! Xiaobai was truly remarkable. Initially thought to be merely an ordinary ancient sword immortal, it turned out he was, in fact, a formidable force in his past life. Baifeiyu's gaze slightly lowered, exuding an air of indifference, even adorned with a hint of scorn. Immortal? Do those beings truly merit such a title? It is indeed quite laughable. The voice of Dong Zuzi resonated within the grand hall, recounting the ancient secrets he had gleaned. In the primordial era, when the gates of the immortal realm were not yet sealed, those who transcended the tribulation phase were regarded as immortals. During that time, immortals reigned supreme over the world. Behind every significant event of the ancient age lingered the shadows of the immortals, until the advent of a sword immortal wielding a celestial sword. The sword Immortal Li Taibai ascended the immortal gates thrice, yet chose not to enter, standing resolutely outside, slaying immortals and shattering the immortal gates, thereby transforming the immortals into mere legends. Thus, the era of ancient immortals came to a close, paving the way for the present age. What are your thoughts on the sword Immortal Li Taibai? Dong Zuzi's ethereal voice interrupted the youths, who were envisioning the unparalleled grandeur of the sword Immortal in their minds. Qin Chongxing muttered in a daze, the title of sword Immortal is indeed well-deserved. A sword Immortal should embody such greatness. The usually aloof and disdainful Qingsong also offered high praise. Impressive, Ouyang expressed with his limited vocabulary, rummaging through his thoughts. Only Baifeiyu remained silent, a flicker of inner turmoil evident in his eyes. Indeed, to be capable of slaying an immortal with a single sword strike is a remarkable feat, and we can only bow in admiration. But do you comprehend the consequences? Dong Zuzi inquired. Upon hearing his words, the three shook their heads in confusion, while the struggle in Baifeiyu's eyes became increasingly pronounced. Dong Zuzi spoke with deliberate clarity, without the restraint of immortals. The conflict of demonic paths has continued to rage since the end of the ancient immortal era. With the fall of the once exalted immortals, the two opposing factions of the demonic path engaged in a protracted and bloody war lasting tens of thousands of years. Countless prodigies perished untimely deaths, numerous sects were annihilated, and their legacies severed. Many became nothing more than a simple phrase in history, countless bones. Therefore, when you refer to this sword immortal, is he truly a sword immortal? Or rather a sword demon? Dongzuzi paused, posing this question, prompting Ouyang and the others to ponder deeply, while Bai Feiyu trembled slightly, tightly shutting his eyes. Ouyang turned to Qin Changxing, feeling utterly at a loss when confronted with such a discussion topic. Qin Changxing, grasping the essence of the matter, organized his thoughts and articulated, I believe this individual must be a sword immortal, whose path in swordsmanship is one of unwavering progress. With a heart attuned to the essence of the sword. Even if the world enjoys tranquility, the common folk merely exist like swine, nurtured by the immortals, leading a life of oblivion. It would be far more enriching for all beings to partake in the affairs of the world. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Bai Feiyu abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the eloquent Qin Changxing with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. A sword immortal is indeed a sword immortal, trusting only in the sword that rests in their hand. What need is there for a sword demon? Cold Xing also chimed in to affirm this sentiment. Ouyang cast a discreet glance at Bai Feiyu and addressed Dong Shuzi. I feel the same. Bai Feiyu observed the silhouettes of the three, momentarily at a loss for words. In his previous life, he stood in opposition to all, even to every living being, wielding his sword to sever the faith of many, ultimately becoming a figure loathed and hunted like a demon. Yet now, his three senior brothers, united in conviction, stood by his side in unwavering solidarity. In his former existence, he had but one dear friend, who tragically perished because of him. Now, he found himself surrounded by three companions who shared his ideals. Had he perhaps been born too early? Otherwise, he would not have traversed such a lonely path, culminating in his eventual demise. Opposite him, Dong Shuzi gazed at the four rebellious disciples before him, his forehead adorned with beads of frustration. His earnest counsel had been intended to enlighten them on the perils of defying fate, yet these four seemed only invigorated by their defiance. With a wave of his hand, Dong Shuzi remarked, if you believe Li Taibai was in the wrong, then venture into that secret realm and discern for yourselves the truth, as it ultimately resides within your hearts. Ouyang nonchalantly remarked, I shan't go. In any case, I cannot comprehend it, so let them proceed. Master, I do not cultivate the sword path, hence I shall not attend. Qin Changxing shook his head, acknowledging the multitude of tasks awaiting him since yesterday. When he had been pinned against the wall by Huyan, Qin Changxing felt a distinct lack of security within the Qingyan sect. He resolved to cast curses upon all living beings, even the flowers and plants, excluding those within the sect. A seemingly square fox turned out to be a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. Who knows if a celestial stone monkey might leap forth from the stones at the foot of the small peak. All must be cursed, Bai Feiyu added. This secret realm contradicts my sword path. I, too, shall not attend. The three of them expressed their refusal, intending to avoid disturbing Lang Qingsong as he sought enlightenment in the secret realm. Naturally, Lang Qingsong understood the intentions of his three fellow disciples but chose to remain silent. Among his brothers, he would not be overly courteous. Dong Shuzi let out a cold snicker, saying, You wish to go, then go. If not, then do not. How navi? Go outside and take a look. That secret realm hangs in the sky. Though mortals cannot see it, can any cultivator, provided they are not blind. Truly miss it? One of the 9 sacred lands, the Sword Sect, announced yesterday their intention to visit the Qingyan sect, not to mention the countless loose cultivators and sects. Who does not desire the treasures within the Immortal's secret realm? Bai Feiyu appeared bewildered, although it was his small world from a past life. He was entirely unaware of who had erected a grave for him. Treasures? What could he possibly possess in his former existence? Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Ouyang casually stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, indifferent as he remarked, Oh, is that so? Let them come. Chapter 87. The arrival of the Sword Sect. His elder had meticulously orchestrated a plan for quite some time, leading to the discovery of the grave of Xiao Bai from his past life, all in hopes that the second brother could glean something from it. Should any blind fools dare to prance before him, he would not hesitate to scatter their ashes. This time, he would certainly bring along the third brother. And after dispersing the ashes, he would ensure their soul was also nullified. Dong Shuzi, observing Ouyang's nonchalance, understood the rebellious thought swirling in his mind and helplessly remarked, This time, the Immortal's secret realm will not only attract countless sects, but also an array of wandering cultivators. Individual bravery can only triumph temporarily. Moreover, the secret realm is about opportunity, not merely a test of strength. No matter how powerful you are, Can you surpass an immortal? Even the mightiest of immortals eventually meet death, do they not? Ouyang, you old man, truly have a penchant for verbosity. Ouyang silently grumbled, yet he remained vigilant. Dong Shuzi's words bore truth. Xiaobai's past self had indeed wreaked havoc upon the immortals. Who knows what he might have concealed within his grave? Therefore, this time, Xiaobai must be brought along. The second brother charged ahead, with himself in the center, the third brother on the left, and the young Bai on the right. It appeared that this time, the entire team would be called into action at the summit of the small hill. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at the four individuals. Fully aware that any one of these troublesome youngsters could stir a tempest within the realm of cultivation. However, their current prowess was still woefully inadequate. With the strongest among them, Long Qingsong, merely at the nascent soul stage. With the secret realm about to open, it was utterly impossible to elevate their realms in such a short span of time. Cultivating immortality is inherently a slow endeavor. Even the most extraordinary prodigy cannot leap multiple levels in a single bound. Both Qin Changsheng and Bai Feiyu had reached the core formation stage, with Bai Feiyu having only recently entered it. Despite their innate brilliance, their strength was insufficient for the challenges that lay within the secret realm. This particular immortal secret realm had captured the attention of the entire world, drawing the gaze of countless powerful cultivators. Those elusive old-timers, along with prestigious sects, all yearned to partake in the fortunes that this immortal realm promised. No matter how talented one may be, they are still dwarfed by absolute power. A budding genius, yet to mature, holds little distinction from an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of great masters. To make matters worse, the pivotal point of this immortal secret realm's opening was tied to the disciple of his own junior, the troublesome Ouyang. Instead of returning to share in the burdens of the sect, had found a way to create even more trouble from afar. Once again, Qingyun's sect had become the focal point of the entire cultivation world. Dong Shuzi sighed deeply, feeling a mix of frustration as he tapped his head. Ouyang lowered his head in contemplation, echoing the sighs of Dong Shuzi, who was similarly lost in thought. After all, they were in a realm of celestial secrets, and the entire cultivation world was watching. Even if dozens of those in the tribulation phase were present, he could hardly withstand the pressure. Despite the fact that the second brother was the initiator of this secret realm and the third brother possessed an array of hidden cards, they were still too youthful. Thus, the sole point of hope rested upon Xiaobai. After all, it was his own graveyard. Xiaobai should be quite familiar with it, shouldn't he? Old man, this time the four of us will definitely go. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Ouyang declared earnestly. I won't go? Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly cut through the tension. The abruptness of the rejection left Ouyang momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bai Feiyu in astonishment. Bai Feiyu, however, remained resolute, locking eyes with Ouyang as he articulated each word. I do not wish to go, not in the slightest. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew heavy, with Lang Qingsong and Qin Changsheng casting curious glances at Bai Feiyu. Their fourth junior brother had always maintained a somewhat caustic demeanor towards the eldest brother, yet he had never before openly defied Ouyang's plans. This marked Bai Feiyu's inaugural protest against Ouyang's arrangements. Ouyang gazed at the resolute Bai Feiyu and suddenly broke into a smile, saying, Very well, if you do not wish to go, then little Bai shall remain behind this time. I, along with the second and third, shall proceed. Lang Qingsong and Qin Changsheng harbored no grievances against Bai Feiyu. After all, they were all brothers of the same sect. Open communication was the hallmark of true camaraderie, and concealing one's thoughts was far from the norm among them. Lang Qingsong even preferred that Ouyang and Qin Changsheng abstain from accompanying him, for this matter was his own, and he loathed burdening others with his affairs. Qin Changsheng, on the other hand, was indifferent. It was not as though they would be venturing forth in their true forms, at worst. They would simply have to bring along a few more trump cards. As Bai Feiyu observed Ouyang's smiling visage, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind. Clad in a flowing green robe, the figure stood beside him, exuding an air of carefree abandon, and with a smile, said, If little Bai wishes to go, then I shall accompany you. That face was not Ouyang's, yet the resemblance between the two was striking. Bai Feiyu's lips moved, and with a touch of bitterness, he murmured, Senior brother, I have my reasons. Ouyang gently patted Bai Feiyu on the shoulder and remarked, As fellow disciples, there is no need for such words. Bai Feiyu lowered his head, acutely aware that his presence would serve little purpose and might even complicate matters further. After his fall, he had no recollection of the events that transpired, and who could possibly know who had erected his grave? The current Bai Feiyu had completely forsaken the path of his past life, embarking instead on a journey that was utterly divergent. He wished to avoid sentimentality and had no desire to intertwine his fate with that of his former self. Dong Shuzi gazed at the 4 individuals below with a hint of exasperation. The secret realm had yet to commence, and already this group of unruly disciples was causing trouble. Ouyang, you rascal, always proclaiming yourself to be a scholar of the scriptures. Be warned, mishandling such texts can lead to disastrous consequences. Just as Dong Shuzi was consumed by concern, a resounding and boisterous laugh echoed from afar. Ha ha ha. Where is that old scoundrel Dong Shuzi? Come forth and meet your doom. Dong Shuzi was taken aback, quickly recognizing the voice's owner. His expression one of defeat. He rose and addressed the 4. I have an old acquaintance visiting. You may leave for now. No sooner had Dong Shuzi finished speaking than the Grand Hall's doors were forcefully shattered by an overwhelming surge of sword intent. The massive red cedar doors splintering into fragments. As Ouyang and his companions turned around, they saw a middle-aged man clad in a white swordsmanship robe leaning against the doorframe, gazing at Dong Shuzi in the Grand Hall. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, Ha ha ha. So it's you, old scoundrel Dong Shuzi, here again. Old swordsman, can't you knock? Must you always crash through the doors of my Grand Hall? Are all sword cultivators deranged? Can't you simply enter through the door? Dong Shuzi retorted angrily at the middle-aged man. Beside them, Lung Qingsong trembled slightly, feeling somewhat insulted. The middle-aged man, unfazed, took a hearty swig from the gourd at his waist, his gaze unexpectedly drawn to Ouyang and his companions in the hall, particularly brightening upon seeing Lung Qingsong. With enthusiasm, he raised the gourd toward the 4 and inquired, Would you 3 young gentlemen care to join me at the sword sect? I shall take you as my personal disciples. This month's manuscript is already completed and scheduled for release, so take your time reading. We are preparing to enter seclusion to compose next month's manuscript. Isn't it reassuring to have an author like me? Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. I cherish you all, moi. Chapter 88, The Sect Master of the Sword Sect, Tae. 3 young gentlemen? Chongqing is already the holy son of the Qingyan sacred land. It seems he is referring to the 3 of us. This old fellow certainly possesses keen insight to recognize my extraordinary talent at first glance. Ouyang's admiration for the middle-aged man surged. However, mindful of his own father still being alive, he could only clasp his fists and regretfully reply, Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed senior. But we presently have no intentions of switching sects. The middle-aged man glanced at Ouyang in surprise, bemusedly responding, I did not inquire of you. Why do you feel the need to answer? Do you not have an inkling of your own qualifications? With a chuckle, Dong Shuzi across the room could not help but laugh aloud before returning his expression to normal. Ouyang cast a disapproving glance at the middle-aged man before him, questioning the man's sight. How could such an unparalleled genius like himself go unnoticed? Were it not for the impressive attributes displayed on the man's profile, he might have unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Name, Tae, Master of the Sword Sect, Cultivation, 9th Stage of the Tribulation Transcendence Root Bone, 10 Charisma, 9 Luck, 9 Swordsmanship Talent, 10 Exclusive Skill, 1 Sword ascends to Immortality Evaluation with my sword. I can slay immortals. These venerable figures, who have ascended to the rank of leaders in the 9 sacred lands, are indeed formidable in their own right. Yet the middle-aged man continued unabated, addressing Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Chen Chongsheng with enthusiasm, proclaiming, My sword sect is the foremost authority among sword cultivators in this era. Each year, over 1 million aspire to join, yet only 1 may be accepted. However, should the 3 of you be willing, I would gladly take you as my personal disciples. Dong Shuzi's expression was utterly exquisite. How brazen of this old man to attempt to poach disciples from the Qingyan sect right before him. Yet upon hearing the old man's criticism of Ouyang, he couldn't help but feel amused, relishing the unfolding drama. In Dong Shuzi's eyes, the sword sect master bore the ominous mark of danger. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing regarded the sword sect master with a flicker of interest. In his previous life, his second senior brother had been an extraordinary genius of the sword sect, who had acquired immortal inheritance within the secret realm and ascended to become the first immortal in the world during the apocalypse. For reasons unknown, this lifetime had seen him transformed into his senior brother, and Chen Chongqing felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought. In his past life, his eldest senior brother had been his closest companion, yet in this life, it seemed that Lung Qingsong was the first to encounter this esteemed figure. If his second senior brother were to follow the sword sect master, would he then become the second senior brother of the Little Mountain Peak? This fleeting thought crossed Chen Chongqing's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He adored his current Little Mountain Peak, with the cool yet warm-hearted Lung Qingsong, the mature and steady Bai, the whimsical little junior sister, and the resilient Xiao. compared to the solitude he had experienced in his previous life, where only he and his eldest senior brother remained. The vibrancy of the present little mountain peak was a treasure to behold. The deeper the despair felt during the apocalypse, the more he cherished such beauty. Master, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. You continue your conversation. Farewell, Ouyang declared, preparing to lead his 3 rebellious disciples back to the little mountain peak, casting a casual glance at Tai, already devising a plan to give the old man a taste of his own medicine. But Tai, the sword sect master, stepped in front of Ouyang, looking earnestly at the 3 behind him and saying, truly, I am the master of the sword sect. Trust me, I can help you fully realize your talents. Is there anything the sword sect can achieve that the Qingyun sect cannot? Dong Shuzi let out a cold laugh and remarked. Tai glanced at Dong Shuzi and said earnestly, Old man, while you may possess some strength when it comes to the way of the sword, my sword sect can claim the second position, but can your Qingyun sect rightfully assert the first? Dong Shuzi was rendered speechless by Tai's words. Although he believed he had a 60% chance of overpowering this old scoundrel before him, he had to concede that, in the realm of swordsmanship, the sword sect undeniably reigns supreme. The strength of the sword sect does not rely on any single sword cultivator. Rather, it is built upon countless great sword masters who have emerged from the sect over the centuries, leaving behind legendary tales before returning to their roots. Within the forbidden grounds of the sword sect lies the questioning sword pool, where the sword intent and essence of numerous legendary sword masters are enshrined upon the blades that rest there. Seeing Dong Shuzi fall into silence, Tai smugly addressed the 4 people behind Ouyang, saying, as you have witnessed in this celestial secret realm, do you now comprehend? This realm belongs to my esteemed ancestor. The last of the group, Bai Feiyu, perked up, astonished, and looked toward the sword sect's leader. When did I become the ancestor of the sword sect? In my past life, although I was a sword immortal, I was always alone, until my demise. I left no bloodline behind. You don't believe me? Look at this. Tai, having invested considerable effort, extracted a piece of paper from his bosom and waved it before everyone. This piece of paper captured the attention of all in the grand hall, even drawing the gaze of Dong Shuzi. With a gleeful flourish, Tai announced, this paper contains the notes of an immortal. It is the diary of the ancient sword immortal, Li Tai. Upon hearing Tai's declaration, Bai Feiyu, standing at the back, felt his face flush crimson, and a wave of shame and anger surged within him. Observing the triumphant Tai flaunting the paper, Bai Feiyu for the first time since his reincarnation felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate someone. I am the immortal, and the immortal is me. I am the foremost immortal in this world, the strongest of all, Tai proclaimed, shaking the paper as he recited its contents. Listening to Tai recite what was inscribed, Bai Feiyu felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. Damn it. I have been dead for countless years in my past life, and now I am being dragged out for public ridicule. The usually composed Bai Feiyu was instantly thrown off balance. Ouyang's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet inside, he was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. He had not anticipated that the seemingly honest and composed Xiaobai had, in his previous life, not only been rather eccentric, but also had a penchant for keeping a diary. What is this he has written? A humorous poem? How delightful. Truly, he is deserving of being my esteemed ancestor. After Taya recited his verses with great passion, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. To him, the writings of his ancestor were laden with profound significance. However, apart from Taya, everyone else in the grand hall wore strange expressions, caught between the urge to laugh and the desire to refrain from mocking their ancestor in front of him. Taya raised the paper in his hand, defiantly addressing Dong Shuzi. This mystical realm, though summoned by your Qingyun sect, cannot be activated without the relics of the immortals. Thus, the advantage lies with our sword sect. Ouyang glanced at the paper he held aloft, as if brandishing a precious treasure. The individuals within the grand hall turned their attention to the document. For even Dong Shuzi was witnessing the celestial notes for the first time. Who wouldn't wish to behold the script penned by an immortal? As all eyes fell upon that piece of paper, a collective thought arose. The handwriting of this sword immortal is indeed horrendously unsightly. Chapter 89. The open undermining by the sword sect's master. The crooked characters writhed upon the paper like worms. Even if each stroke was imbued with the essence of the sword, possessing unparalleled might, one would expect at the very least a semblance of neatness. To declare that these poor letters originated from an ancient sword immortal seems to demean the esteemed figure greatly. The onlookers regarded the still smug Taya with odd expressions, silently mourning for that ancient sword immortal. Were he still alive, the sight of his descendants flaunting his works might prompt him to replace the sword sect's leader overnight, perhaps casting this fool into the depths of the Eastern Sea. The typically composed by Fei Yu now panted heavily, gazing at the sword sect's master, who was reveling in the display of his past misdeeds. If he possessed the power at this moment, this imbecile would have been reduced to countless fragments by now. How grandiose it appears. Dong Shuzi found himself at a loss for words to describe the handwriting on that paper, ultimately resorting to a dry compliment. Beside him, Ouyang was barely able to contain his laughter, for nothing delighted him more than witnessing the embarrassment of the pretentious little white figure, who stood on display, clearing his throat. Dong Shuzi remarked, "This matter concerning the Immortal's secret realm is of utmost significance. It concerns not only our sect, but surely others of great renown will also intervene. Why have you come here solely to speak with me?" Taya carefully tucked away his prized possession, languidly responding, "Other sects? All the elders below me in the sword sect have already taken their disciples to pay respects to other sections. It is only you, Qingyan sect, whom I have come to see personally. The sword sect is indeed domineering, for the sake of this immortal secret realm. They have even resorted to blocking the gates of others to prevent their departure. Clearly, the sword sect possesses extensive knowledge regarding the treasures within this immortal realm." Ouyang, with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, what treasures lie within this immortal secret realm that warrants such elaborate efforts?" Taya cast a disapproving glance at Ouyang, irritated by the incessant chatter of this mere chi refinement junior. What need had he to seek validation in his presence? Though reluctant to respond, Taya reconsidered upon seeing the solemnity with which Lung Qingsong regarded him. After a moment's thought, he begrudgingly began. "This immortal secret realm is the final resting place of my family's ancestor, housing the secret treasures of slaying immortals. Furthermore, it contains the legacy of my ancestor's swordsmanship." As Ouyang stood behind him, Lung Qingsong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The legacy of an ancient sword immortal capable of slaying celestial beings from the primordial era? For someone like Lung Qingsong, who was purely devoted to the art of swordsmanship, such temptation was utterly irresistible. Witnessing the increasing brightness in Lung Qingsong's gaze, Taya seductively proclaimed, "If you are willing to become my disciple, I can assure you not only of the treasures within the celestial secret realm, but also that I will bestow upon you my cherished records of sword immortals." Did this fellow possess his own dark history? Bai Feiyu shot a furious and incredulous glance at Taya, marking the sect leader of the sword sect on his personal death blacklist. Though the allure of the celestial secret realm was strong, it was unthinkable for Lung Qingsong to abandon his humble mountain peak and join the sword sect. After hearing Taya's words, he simply closed his eyes, clutching his sword as he stood resolutely behind Ouyang, disregarding the ramblings of the old man before him. "This guy doesn't seem particularly sharp, does he?" A mischievous glint flickered in Ouyang's eyes. "What a joke. What does he know of the treasures of the sword immortals? I, too, possess records of the celestial beings," Ouyang boldly declared to the self-satisfied Taya. The latter, who had been boasting about his own treasured artifacts of sword immortals, turned his gaze towards Ouyang, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly unremarkable youth. With a puzzled expression, Taya inquired, "Young man, do you truly have treasures of the celestial beings as well?" Ouyang chuckled and called out to Taya, "Behold the hidden weapon." A book suddenly soared from Ouyang's sleeve, hurtling towards Taya with great speed. Xing. Upon catching sight of the familiar tome that Ouyang had flung, felt a jolt of recognition and cast a wry smile towards his senior brother. Taya, unsuspecting, nonetheless doubted that an artifact tossed by a mere chi-training junior could be anything of celestial significance. He casually caught Ouyang's book and glanced at it with indifference. Hiss. Upon seeing the contents of the tome, Taya's expression morphed dramatically from nonchalance to indignation, then to astonishment, and finally to a lingering curiosity. Swiftly, he concealed the book within his own sleeve, regarding Ouyang with an appreciative gaze, and remarked, "That you may appear unremarkable, your intellect is surprisingly astute. I shall reluctantly accept you as my gatekeeper disciple." A mere book could elevate one to the status of a gatekeeper disciple? Wait, did this old fellow truly mean a literal gatekeeper? Ouyang initially scoffed, but soon realized that the old swordsman Taya before him was attempting to take advantage of him. How dare he propose such terms while coveting my immortal treasures? Return my illustrated volume at once. Ouyang spoke with irritation. However, Taya remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm confidence as he replied, "I have pressing matters to discuss with your sect leader. You may leave now." How outrageous. This old man seeks to take advantage of me and yet dares to dismiss us? Ouyang was about to utter something, but suddenly he felt a disorienting whirl. and by the time he regained his senses, the four of them had already arrived outside the gates of Qingyan Peak. Within the Grand Hall, only Dong Shuzi and Tai remained. Dong Shuzi cast a disgruntled glance at the disheveled Tai and remarked, "What was the purpose of your annex with them?" Tai, with an air of nonchalance, approached the wooden plaque inscribed with the heavens and the earth, offered 3 sticks of incense, and then turned to Dong Shuzi, saying, "The boy in white and the one in black share a connection with my sword sect. They ought to become disciples of my sect." The boy in white and the boy in black referred to none other than Bai Feiyu in his white attire and Lung Qingsong in his black garb. Dong Shuzi scoffed, "I believe your sword sect's Wanjian pool has a stronger affinity with my Qingyan sect. It should be transformed into our Wanjian pool." Tai, taken aback, responded, "Is that so? Then it is settled. You may relocate the Wanjian pool another day, and I shall take those 2 lads with me." Dong Shuzi coughed a few times. Looking incredulously at Tai, "Is the Wanjian pool of the sword sect not more significant than those 2 boys?" Tai shrugged dismissively. "The Wanjian pool is merely an inanimate object. We sword cultivators must strive for self-improvement. What value is there in clinging to the paths trodden by our predecessors?" Dong Shuzi found himself at a loss for words. After all, Tai's cultivation level surpassed his own. However, since Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong were not his disciples, he had no intention of trading anything for them, even if that something were a treasure from the esteemed sword sect. Dong Shuzi remarked, "Those young men are disciples of Ouyang. If you truly desire them, you should negotiate with him." "Damn, how fortunate that old fellow is," Tai exclaimed incredulously. He then added, somewhat dejectedly, "Forget it. I might still manage to win a few rounds against you, but facing that old man is simply repugnant. The sword sect has always been cautious in accepting disciples. Is that child truly so important?" Dong Shuzi inquired uncertainly of Tai. Tai let out a bitter laugh and replied softly, "It is said that our sword sect cultivators are the best in the world. Yet we have not seen a true heir for quite some time, myself included." Chapter 90, Dan Peak Brother, "Shall we return now?" Long Qingsong inquired. Looking at Ouyang, the lunch at Qingyan sect was dreadful. The puppet of the 3rd should be preparing a meal at home. "Let us head back for a proper meal," Ouyang suggested after a moment of contemplation, glancing at Qin Changsheng, who responded with a hearty smile and a nod. Bai Feiyu, however, felt little inclination to engage in conversation. Ever since his grave had been unearthed, the memories he wished to forget began to replay in his mind like a flickering slideshow. There were some pleasant, but the majority were painful recollections that haunted him. Ouyang gazed at the disinterested Bai Feiyu, contemplated for a moment, then clapped his hands and spoke. Yes. From today onward, Tutu shall commence her cultivation. I must prepare some medicinal herbs for her bath. Let us venture to Danfeng to borrow some spiritual grasses." Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Qin Changsheng, standing nearby, expressed his resignation. "Eldest senior brother, have you forgotten? Danfeng has long since erected a sign at the mountain gate forbidding our entry." "What do you mean by that?" "Such words. We are all of the same sect. The sign is merely a jest. Why take it to heart?" Ouyang retorted, somewhat displeased. But Qin Changsheng attempted to voice further objections, only to be interrupted by Ouyang's dismissive wave, asserting that they must go to Danfeng. This was a matter of peaceful communication between the minor peak and Danfeng. How could there be discord among fellow disciples? While the sentiment was conveyed, Qin Changsheng still wished to elaborate, yet the resolute Lung Qingsong interjected, "Brother, let us proceed." Having ascended to the nascent soul stage, Lung Qingsong's speed while wielding his sword surpassed that of his prior core formation stage by an astonishing tenfold. He rarely volunteered for tasks, yet now he did so with remarkable eagerness. With a gentle toss of his longsword, he extended a finger towards it, and the originally 3-foot-long Qi Feng sword instantaneously transformed into a colossal blade of 2 zhang in length. Ouyang's eyes shimmered with a hint of envy. The swordsmanship technique was a skill that could only be mastered by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. He pondered whether he would ever experience the thrill of flying on a sword in his lifetime. This thought led him to recall his increasingly lackluster system, which had not yielded any rewards for over a month. Were it not for the ability to view his attribute panel, he might have nearly forgotten about this external aid altogether. The 4 of them leaped onto their flying swords, soaring toward the direction of Dan Peak, the abode of alchemists from the Qingyan sect. For practitioners, the utility of elixirs is exceedingly vast, ranging from the modest fasting pill that negates the need for food to the formidable breakthrough pill that facilitates ascension in realms. These precious concoctions all originated from Dan Peak, rendering it paramount to the Qingyan sect. Even the lesser-quality qi-gathering pills produced by Dan Peak could astonish wandering cultivators who had never encountered anything of such merit. After all, despite not being a sect renowned solely for alchemy, the Qinyan sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, far surpassed those so-called first-rate alchemical sections. Upon reaching the entrance of Dan Peak, the 4 arrived at a grand mountain that resembled a cauldron rising between heaven and earth. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting towards them even before they approached. Before they could dismount from their flying swords, they noticed a massive wooden sign standing before the mountain gate, declaring, "No entry for Ouyang and dogs. Seek death." With a cold snort, Lang Qingsong raised his hand and unleashed a blade of sword energy toward the wooden sign, shattering it into fragments. As the sign splintered, the disciple guarding the mountain gate caught sight of Ouyang standing atop the flying sword. With a beaming smile, Ouyang enthusiastically waved at the disciple. The disciple, previously dozing against the gate, went from astonishment to anger and finally to terror upon seeing Ouyang, gathering his true essence. He turned and let out a piercing cry towards Dan Peak. Ouyang has arrived. In an instant, the once tranquil Dan Peak erupted into chaos as the sharp scream echoed at the mountain gate. "Quick, hide everything. Activate the mountain protection formation. Go summon the Guardian team from the execution peak." Guardian team? Those muscle-headed fools are in league with him. Protect the spirit herb garden. We vow to live or die alongside the elixirs. In that moment, the entire Dan Peak was enveloped in a tragic atmosphere, with some shouting for the elixirs. Better dead than alive. As the once peaceful Dan Peak descended into pandemonium, the expressions of Lang Qingsong and his companions gradually shifted as they regarded Ouyang. Ouyang awkwardly smiled and said, "You see, I told you, we are all from the same sect. Aren't the brothers from Danfeng quite warm-hearted?" The 3 remained silent, which only heightened Ouyang's embarrassment. Ouyang, unable to contain his frustration any longer, exclaimed, "Is it not because of you ungrateful offspring? Do you truly believe that the elixirs you consume in seclusion, the qi-gathering pills, and the precious herbs you employ are merely found on the streets? Have I not endured countless hardships and humiliated myself to borrow from the alchemy peak? My reputation has been tarnished, and it is all due to you." Lang Qingsong and the other 2 exchanged glances, a mutual understanding dawning upon them. The little mountain peak produced nothing of value. Its only meager asset was a rather useless medical skill. Even within the sect, the principle of equitable exchange was paramount. However, this little mountain peak was utterly destitute. And their indifferent master, akin to a careless shopkeeper, neglected all responsibilities, leaving everything to Ouyang. They had failed to consider alleviating some of the burdens from their senior brother, instead choosing to take without thought, and now they even harbored doubts about his character? Even Bai Feiyu, who was typically composed, felt that he had crossed a line. Ouyang gazed at the 3 remorseful individuals, a sense of relief washing over him. These wayward children still possessed a modicum of conscience, acknowledging the hardships they had endured. Thus, the small amount of foundation-building elixirs he had consumed could be deemed a worthy reward for his labor, and he chose not to mention it further. The denizens of Danfeng truly lacked discernment. Had it not been agreed that they would lend assistance? It was not as if they were unwilling to exchange. Yet they dared to erect a wooden sign in mockery of the senior brother. Bai Feiyu furrowed his brows, casting a disdainful glance at the fracas unfolding in Danfeng. Were they truly so miserly over a few spirit herbs and elixirs? The Qinyan sect was prosperous. Did they really need to be so parsimonious? It was a disgrace for Danfeng to be one of the 12 peaks of Qinyan sect, seeking their own demise. Lang Qingsong's gaze turned icy as he regarded Danfeng. The insult to his brother was an affront to himself. Today, he would seek answers from the sword Danfeng. Chen Chongqing slightly retreated behind the 3, rummaging through his sleeves. "You audacious brat, how dare you show your face?" A resounding rebuke echoed, as a flash of light ascended from the summit of Danfeng, swiftly arriving before Ouyang and his companions. An elder with white hair and a demeanor reminiscent of an immortal stood upon a cauldron, glaring furiously at Ouyang. Ouyang chuckled lightly and, bowing to the other party, said, "Master Dan Yuanzizi, how have you been lately?" The elder known as Dan Yuanzizi pointed an accusatory finger at Ouyang's nose and exclaimed, "You rascal. If you do not return the 100,000 foundation establishment pills you pilfered today, I shall have your head." Chapter 91. This is how the Holy Son of Qinzhen sect operates. 100,000 foundation establishment pills? Even the trio of Lang Qingsong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing this figure. Are foundation establishment pills considered top-tier elixirs? Not at all. They merely fall into the category of entry-level elixirs, intended solely to assist disciples in breaking through from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Inner disciples would hardly regard foundation establishment pills with any esteem. Who among those capable of entering the inner sect isn't a prodigy? To require foundation establishment pills for a breakthrough would invite scorn. Generally, these pills are distributed by the sect as resources for outer disciples. While not particularly precious, the sheer quantity is astonishing. 100,000. Foundation establishment pills are only useful during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, serving as auxiliary elixirs to facilitate the conversion of true chi into true essence. A common individual needs only one. Those with lesser aptitude might require 2. And 3 would be the maximum. Consuming 100,000 would surely turn someone into a veritable foundation establishment pill. Long Qingsong and his companions turned their gaze toward Ouyang, who moments ago had been deeply introspective about his own selfishness, and now they simply sought an explanation. Feeling the piercing stares from behind, Ouyang, somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Master Dan Yuanzizi, you said I could consume them as I pleased." You. Dan Yuanzizi stammered, his body trembling with agitation. "That is 100,000 foundation establishment pills. The entire stockpile of the Dan Peak has been completely devoured by this boy. Who could have anticipated that he could consume so many? Initially, he thought the boy would merely require a few for his breakthrough. After all, foundation establishment pills are not rare treasures. In light of the boy's frequent gifts of paintings, he had generously handed over the key to the pill storehouse. Little did he know he was inviting a wolf into the fold. In just one night, the entire storehouse of foundation establishment pills was consumed. Who in the inner sect of Qingyun would bother refining foundation establishment pills? Typically, they are prepared for the disciples to practice with, only to be discarded to assist the outer disciples in their cultivation. 100,000 foundation establishment pills represent a decade's worth of stock for the entire Dan Peak. This boy has obliterated the outer sect's reserves accumulated over many years in a single night. What was meant to be practice elixirs instantaneously transformed into the most sought-after item for the outer sect. Consequently, the entire Dan Peak, from the peak master to the entry-level disciples, toiled day and night, staring at the alchemical furnace, enduring countless sleepless nights just to replenish the supply. Here I am, the esteemed master of the Dan Peak, a grand cultivator in the great ascension stage, fixated on the furnace for the sake of refining foundation establishment pills. Now, the mere mention of the term foundation establishment pill sends everyone in the Dan Peak into a reflexive bout of nausea. All of this due to that insufferable little rascal before me. Observing the trembling Dan Yuanzi, Ouyang's 3 companions lowered their heads, scarcely daring to glance in the direction of Dan Feng. It was utterly audacious for their senior brother to swagger into Dan Feng to borrow items after committing such an act. The audacity of their brother was truly remarkable. Even Long Qingsong, gazing at the wooden plaque shattered by his sword Qi, felt a twinge of guilt towards the entire Dan Feng community. For a moment, the atmosphere turned rather awkward, with Ouyang's companions nearly burying their heads beneath their flying swords in embarrassment. Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He frequently borrowed items from Dan Feng, where the senior and junior brothers exhibited remarkable generosity and spoke with such charm, making him utterly fond of this place. Thus, he urged Chen Chongqing to work tirelessly through the night to create a batch of albums, specifically coming over to express his gratitude. Upon seeing the albums, Dan Yuanzi was greatly comforted and even praised Hu Yun for having taken on such a worthy disciple. Seizing the moment of the elder's joviality, Ouyang posed a question he had long anticipated. Could one transcend to the foundation establishment stage through the use of elixirs? Upon hearing his inquiry, Dan Yunzai waved his hand grandly, casting a key toward Ouyang, indicating that such trivial matters should not trouble him. The storeroom was replete with foundation establishment pills for Ouyang to consume at his leisure. He then became engrossed in the exquisite alchemical techniques of his third son, unable to extricate himself from the fascination. That evening, the entire Dan Peak was enveloped in an atmosphere of scholarly pursuit, with practitioners diligently poring over texts, some unable to suppress their enthusiastic exclamations of approval. Thus, when Ouyang arrived at the storeroom of foundation establishment pills, he found himself virtually unattended. To the alchemist of Dan Peak, these pills were regarded merely as refuse, easily concocted. Yet, standing before the vast array of foundation establishment pills, Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of safety, as if he had returned home. With such an abundance of elixirs, how could he possibly fail to establish his foundation? Alas, while the prospect was delightful, the reality proved to be harsh. He consumed the pills from dusk until dawn, yet aside from the incessant system notifications of Qi-1, he found them utterly ineffective. By the end, his teeth ached from the effort, and still, he sensed no tangible benefit. What a wretched affair. The promised foundation establishment pills yielded nothing beyond a mere increment of qi. Could it be that the alchemists of Dan Peak were peddling counterfeit wares? However, surveying the disarray of the storeroom, Ouyang felt it was time to make his exit. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might find himself unable to depart. Fortunately, as he left Dan Peak, he could still faintly hear the sound of pages turning, prompting a silent acknowledgement of the tireless diligence of the alchemists before him. Truly, with such relentless dedication to their studies, the medical knowledge of his own humble peak would likely remain of little use in this lifetime. Suddenly, the furious Dan Yuanzhe materialized before Ouyang, gripping his wrist with fervor and declaring vehemently, "Come with me to meet the sect leader. Even if I must perish at the gates of Qingyun Peak today, I shall demand an explanation." Goodness, was the old man truly serious? Ouyang's heart jolted with alarm as he swiftly turned to his 3 junior brothers for assistance. The bond of brotherhood among disciples should shine in moments of conflict, akin to the camaraderie shared by kin in battle. However, Lang Qingsong and the others averted their gazes, feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. "What? Is this how you treat your elder brother? Your callousness leaves me no choice but to disregard my own loyalties." Ouyang, incensed by their evasiveness, felt a surge of indignation. Upon catching sight of Qin Changxing, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He promptly turned to Dan Yuanzi with a smile, saying, "Uncle Master, do not be anxious. Allow me to elucidate my predicament. I have my reasons." Reasons? What possible justification could there be for consuming 100,000 foundational cultivation pills? Dan Yuanzi retorted with a cold smirk. Ouyang gestured towards Qin Changxing behind him and inquired, "Uncle Master, do you recall the sacred son of Qingyun, Qin Changxing, who vanquished demons for our sect during the grand competition?" Upon hearing his name called, Qin Changxing abruptly raised his head, astonishment flooding his heart. "This is not good. My senior brother intends to betray me. I must flee." Just as he contemplated his escape, 2 hands firmly pressed down on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. A faint yet insistent voice from Bai Feiyu reached Qin Changxing's ears. "Do not leave. This matter requires your intervention, lest our small peak face the wrath of the entire Qingyun sect." Although Lang Qingsong remained silent, the grip on Qin Changxing's shoulders tightened further. Dan Yuanzi, with a puzzled expression, turned to Qin Changxing and questioned, "Why does this lad, already at the core formation stage, still require foundation-building pills?" Ouyang swiftly reasoned in his mind, recalling his junior brother's unique skill. The resources needed for the activation of those hundreds of puppets amount to an astronomical figure. He asserted with righteous fervor, "Even so, our Dan Peak possesses 100,000 foundation-building pills." Dan Yuanzi began to respond, but Ouyang interjected loudly, breaking free from Dan Yuanzi's grasp. Ouyang Dai raised his fist towards the heavens and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, have you forgotten? The Grand Master once proclaimed that to encounter the Holy Sun is akin to encountering the Grand Master himself. Hence, the items used by the Holy Sun are effectively those of the Grand Master. Therefore, this 100,000 foundation establishment pills should indeed be settled by the Grand Master." At that moment, Dong Shuzi, who was still seated in the Grand Hall conversing with Tai, suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. Achoo. Chapter 92. Qin Changxing was sold for a handsome price. Ouyang displayed a demeanor akin to that of a petty individual reveling in his triumph, as if he were the esteemed saint son of the sacred land of Qingyun. The number of disciples from Dan Peak gathering at the mountain gate to witness the spectacle grew steadily, their collective animosity directed towards Ouyang atop his flying sword. Meanwhile, cultivators from other peaks, having heard of the commotion at Dan Peak, hastily took to the skies on their swords to join the fray. After all, it is human nature to indulge in gossip. Dan Yuanzi, a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage, naturally dismissed Ouyang's fanciful claims as mere fabrications. Yet, with the Saint Sun present, he cast a dubious glance towards Qin Changxing and inquired, "Saint Sun, is there any truth to this rascal's words?" Sweat beaded on Qin Changxing's brow as he felt the grip of 2 hands upon the puppet he was controlling tighten to the point of breaking. He could only force a smile and respond, "Esteemed uncle, you may not be aware that the remnants of the demon clan are cunning and treacherous. The more individuals who are aware, the more it raises suspicion. Thus, we resorted to this strategy, allowing my senior brother to procure some resources. It must be acknowledged that this endeavor to eradicate the remnants of the demon clan should be attributed primarily to Dan Peak." Upon hearing these words, Dan Yuanzi's face lit up with a broad smile as he burst into hearty laughter. Though Dan Peak held a prestigious status as a vital stronghold of Qingyun sect, one could say, with all due respect, that it primarily served a logistical role. Qin Changshan's assertion that their efforts contributed to the eradication of the demon clan filled Dan Yuanzizi with pride. And even the disciples of Dan Peak felt a sense of shared glory. So it turns out that the Saint Sun's victory over the demon clan is partly due to our contributions from Dan Peak. This news would surely spread, and soon it would be proclaimed that the triumph over the demon clan was a collective achievement of Dan Peak. Is it possible that Qingyun sect shall henceforth belong to Dan Peak? One disciple mused aloud. I always believed that the senior brother who kindly gifted the art catalog could not be a villain. Wait, were you not just saying you wished to consume his flesh? Another interjected playfully. How annoying. What are you talking about? A middle-aged man, blushing, playfully punched the shoulder of a nearby disciple. A sense of pride and honor erupted among the disciples of Dan Peak. Although their combat prowess ranked among the lowest of the 12 peaks of Qingyun sect, this operation to eliminate the remnants of the demon clan was executed single-handedly by the future Saint Son of Dan Peak. Furthermore, the disciples had tirelessly crafted foundational elixirs for the Saint Son, contributing their efforts as well. When all was said and done, it could be said that they were the ones who vanquished the demon clan. Did it matter how those 100,000 foundational elixirs were utilized? The Saint Son himself declared that they were used for the eradication of the demon clan. Who could doubt his words? To see the Saint Son was akin to standing before the sect leader. If anyone had questions, let them direct them to the master. Dan Yuanzizi's expression mirrored the joy of his fellow disciples, a stark contrast to his earlier exasperation, as his gaze towards Ouyang and his companions grew increasingly benevolent. Might I inquire, esteemed Saint Son, what brings you to Dan Peak on this occasion? Dan Yuanzizi inquired cheerfully. Esteemed uncle, with the recent drop in temperature, I hope to borrow some spirit herbs to prepare a nourishing meal for the Saint Son, who has just vanquished the remnants of the demon clan. You are well aware that the Saint Son expended tremendous energy in that battle, even threatening his foundational stability, hence he has been recuperating ever since. Ouyang promptly spoke up. Beside him, Qin Changshan's lips twitched, contorting into an unflattering smile reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something foul, as he nodded slightly. Oh, is the Holy Son unwell? I happen to possess 10 second-grade enlightenment pills. Does the Holy Son require them? Dan Yuanzai immediately inquired with concern. Thank you for your kindness, Master Uncle, but just as Qin Changshan was about to decline Dan Yuanzai's goodwill, Ouyang covered his mouth. Ouyang chuckled and said, How embarrassing. I cannot decline a gift from an elder, so I shall graciously accept it on behalf of the Holy Son. As he took the jade vial handed to him by Dan Yuanzai, he could sense the invigorating aroma of the elixir even through the bottle. What a splendid treasure this is. It now bears the surname Ouyang. With a deft motion of his hand, Ouyang made the white jade vial vanish, leaving in its place a piece of paper, the list of medicinal herbs pinned by the cunning fox Huyan. Master Uncle, please take a look at these herbs. They are precisely what we require. Ouyang respectfully presented the paper to Dan Yuanzi. With a flick of his hand, the paper soared from Ouyang's grasp into Dan Yuanzi's. Gazing at the spiritual herbs inscribed upon it, Dan Yuanzi stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he remarked, the chilling herb, the white beast fruit, and the Qinghu Li for all essential elixirs for concocting the spirit beast breakthrough pill. These are not meant for human consumption. Does the Holy Son truly require such items? Ouyang's eyes darted as he spoke. Master, forget about those puppets. They are not human. Beside him, Qin Changshan's lips twitched slightly. After all, those puppets were the products of his own soul's division, which made them akin to himself. Dan Yuanzizi nodded, exuding a sense of grandeur as he declared. Since the Holy Son requires it, my Dan Peak shall undoubtedly lend its full support. I shall have preparations made at once. Ouyang felt a surge of joy as he retrieved a stack of art albums from his storage pouch and presented them to Dan Yuanzi with a respectful gesture. Esteemed Uncle Master, I humbly ask you to appreciate this latest collection of art albums. Dan Yuanzi waved his hand, causing the albums to vanish from Long Qingsong's grasp. And with a hint of delight, he remarked, My dear child, now that you have arrived, what need is there for such offerings? Ouyang chuckled and replied, Uncle Master. How can you say that? The Dan Peak and the Little Mountain Peak are as close as brothers. You see, the medicinal herbs above, I fear they may not suffice. Should we not perhaps double the quantity? Dan Yuanzi narrowed his eyes, leaping before Ouyang, and, bowing his head, said, Do not become too presumptuous, young man. Do not let your arrogance get the better of you. Ouyang whispered, Master Uncle, I have brought the Holy Son with me this time. Let him sign an IOU in the name of the sect master, and I will take double. Let him write 3 times for you. And you can reimburse it from the sect leader. 3 times? 5 times. Dan Yuanzai interjected, dissatisfied. 4 times. If not, I shall take my leave. Also, Include the 100,000 foundation establishment pills in the IOU. My junior brother can at least have a name on the pill peak. Ouyang bargained. Upon hearing Ouyang's final statement, Dan Yuan's eye felt a stir within, looking at Qin Changsheng as if he were gazing at a piglet he had raised since childhood. A pact on 3 claps, Dan Yuan's eye murmured. Absolutely unalterable. Ouyang extended his palm. The two struck 3 claps together, and Dan Yuan's eye burst into laughter. Waving his hand as he proclaimed, "Today, the Pill Peak celebrates with the Little Mountain Peak, from this moment forth. The Little Mountain Peak and the Pill Peak shall be sworn brother peaks." Oh. The disciples of the Pill Peak cheered, from now on. The holy son of the Qingyan sect, the future influential figure in the cultivation world, would also be one of them at the Pill Peak. Unperturbed, the two discussed their scheme to swindle the sect master in front of the trio, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. It was then that Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu began to understand why their senior brother was so well-liked by disciples from other peaks. His methods were truly impeccable. Only Qin Changsheng appeared vacant, his molars nearly crushed by his own biting. The banquet concluded with joy for both hosts and guests. As they departed, Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu each bore a large bundle, with enthusiastic disciples from the Pill Peak continuously stuffing medicinal materials into the packages. After all, these were necessities for their future holy son, who aimed to unify the 3 realms. Having some extras would be prudent. Amidst the benevolent gazes of Ouyang and Dan Yuan's eye, Qin Changsheng tremblingly inscribed the name of Dong Zuzi on the IOU. Chapter 93. Iron pot stewing tutu in the courtyard of the Little Mountain Peak. A large pot had been set up. Ouyang and Qin Changsheng were kindling a fire, while Lang Qingsong busied himself repairing the roof. And Bai Feiyu stared blankly at the sky, lost in thoughts of his own grave. Tutu had been taken by Xiao Feng to the forbidden area to play with spirit beasts and had yet to return. Senior brother, what made you think of attending the Tao lecture today? Qin Changsheng tentatively inquired. Lung Qingsong's hammering paused for a moment, and the dazed Bai Feiyu blinked, perking up his ears. Ouyang shook the firewood in his hand, smacking his forehead and exclaiming, "Damn it. I want to find the old man to inquire about advanced techniques. And I completely forgot about it." Lung Qingsong resumed swinging his hammer, while Bai Feiyu once again fell into a daze at his own grave. Advanced techniques? Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, but remained silent. Though his senior brother differed from the extraordinarily gifted senior of his past life, he possessed an astounding mastery of even the most rudimentary techniques, capable of imbuing inanimate objects with sentience. This alone left Chun in awe. The 5 elements escape technique had nearly become a sect secret, so what need was there for advanced techniques? Despite this line of thought, Qin Changsheng was reluctant to diminish his senior brother's confidence, especially since breaking through to the foundation establishment stage had long been his brother's obsession. That said, "Are you 3 following me?" Ouyang inquired casually. The sound of the hammer striking the roof quickened, and Bai Feiyu's dazed expression deepened. A chill ran down Qin Changsheng's spine, and he chuckled awkwardly, saying, "We merely heard that senior brother was going to listen to the teachings, so we came to see how he would embarrass the sect leader. Are you so idle?" Ouyang glanced at Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu on the roof, then at the perspiring Qin Changsheng, choosing not to press the issue. "Senior brother, from where did you acquire the formula that can assist junior sister in her cultivation?" Qin Changsheng asked curiously. "You don't know where it's from?" Ouyang replied with a knowing glance. Qin Changsheng instantly understood, turning to look at the sunbathing fox spirit, Huyan, and rising to approach it. "Predecessor, may I have a moment of your time?" Qin Changsheng bowed slightly and spoke softly to Huyan. Huyan glanced at him, lazily standing up and shaking off its fur, before walking towards the courtyard entrance. Once Huyan exited, Qin Changsheng gathered a few strands of fur from where it had lain and followed it out. "Young one, what do you intend to do?" Huyan asked, reclining on the steps and observing Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng respectfully bowed and replied, "Predecessor, I was bewitched yesterday, and today senior brother has admonished me. I have wronged junior sister, and I hope for your understanding." Huyan waved a hand dismissively, saying, "I saw it." Ouyang's slap was quite resounding, and I was very pleased. Then, with an air of sagacity, Huyan advised Qin Changsheng, "Young one, you will have countless years to seek your own path. Do not rush for quick success, for it will harm many, and in the end, you will find that apart from yourself, you will have nothing left." Qin Changsheng listened intently as the Tibetan fox imparted its teachings, displaying a demeanor of earnest receptiveness. The fox flicked its tail and turned back towards the courtyard. Within the confines of Qin Changsheng's long sleeves, the fox's fur was firmly grasped in his hand. "Reporting to my senior brother?" Is the tribulation stage truly formidable? Hasn't everyone traversed the tribulation stage at some point? Chun Changsheng regarded the swaggering Ouyang with an expression of calm detachment. As the water in the pot began to boil, Ouyang directed Chun Changsheng to add the spiritual herbs according to the prescription. It must be noted that the quality of the spiritual herbs from Danfeng was exceptional. Ouyang had confirmed this, and the herbs brought along were sufficient for Hututu's needs for several months. Once they were depleted, he would send Changsheng to Danfeng to write an IOU, as it was under Dong Shuzi's name, which had nothing to do with my humble mountain peak. After various spiritual herbs were added to the bubbling water, a rich fragrance wafted from the pot. Ouyang's eyes sharpened, with a flick of his claw. A drop of essence blood flew from his claw and fell into the concoction. The already potent aroma of the medicinal brew instantly transformed, acquiring an enchanting quality reminiscent of an annual specialty from Yunnan. Ouyang covered the pot, carefully removing some of the firewood beneath the iron pot to temper the roaring flames into a gentle simmer. Ouyang straightened his back, and before he could even indulge in a leisurely stretch, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of Hututu. Accompanying this joyous sound were the exhilarating strains of music, along with the melodies of birds and the resonant calls of dragons. Hututu and Xiaofeng had returned. The spirited music quickened, and in a magnificent leap, Xiaofeng landed in the courtyard with Hututu upon his back. As they entered the courtyard, Hututu was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. "Elder brother, what delightful dishes are you preparing?" Hututu inquired with curiosity. Ouyang chuckled and said, "Guess what?" Hututu, with a slight twitch of his nose, responded with eager anticipation, "Is it medicinal cuisine? The dishes prepared by our third senior brother are incredibly fragrant and delicious." Ouyang let out a cry and addressed Chun Changsheng. "Third brother, restrain Tutu and toss her into the pot." Before Hututu could comprehend the situation, her body was already lifted into the air, and she found herself plummeting directly into the iron cauldron, clothes and all. Had her identity as a spirit fox been exposed? What should she do? Would her senior brothers devour her? Her grandfather had indeed been correct in forbidding her from revealing her true nature. Hututu's heart raced with panic. Meanwhile, Chun Changsheng, observing the flustered Hututu, hurried to reassure her, "Little junior sister, this is a medicinal bath to strengthen your body. From today onward, you shall commence your cultivation." Only then did Hututu feel relieved, casting a fierce glare at the unsympathetic elder brother. Third brother was certainly the best. He had even given her candy last night. Leaning over the edge of the cauldron, Hututu blinked her eyes, fixated on Chun Changsheng. Faced with such innocent eyes, Chun Changsheng recalled the events of the previous day and felt a surge of guilt. He sheepishly asked Hututu, "What are you looking at, Tutu?" Suddenly, Hututu broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Hee, Tutu likes third brother the most." Upon hearing her words, Chun Changsheng, already stricken with remorse, felt even more distressed. He was about to apologize to Tutu, ready to confess his actions from the day before. Ouyang's voice echoed from a distance. "Third brother, hurry up and serve the food, or I might starve." Chun Changsheng turned to see Ouyang beaming at him, while beside Ouyang squatted Hututu, the transcendent fox in the tribulation phase. Chun Changsheng affectionately patted Hututu's head and replied with a smile, "Senior brother, I too hold a special fondness for Tutu." Chapter 94. A nightly conversation with Baifeiyu. What appeared to be boiling water posed no threat to Hututu, who was at the core formation stage. However, as the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs were activated and entered Hututu's body, she felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, akin to sleeping under a heavy blanket beside a roaring fire in the sweltering summer. "So hot. Woe is me, third senior brother. I can't stand it any longer." Hututu lamented, leaning against the pot with a towel atop her head, her face flushed as she gazed at Chun Changsheng, who was meticulously monitoring the heat. "Little junior sister, you must endure a bit longer. You are almost at the 2-hour mark," Chun Changsheng replied without a hint of sympathy. Hututu rolled over, sulking within the pot, her mind swirling with frustration. "I'm so hungry. Woe is me." Despite having transcended the need for sustenance at the core formation stage, the ingrained habit of 3 daily meals cultivated on the small peak still triggered an involuntary response in her stomach. "No, grandfather said that I must die a glutton's death." Hututu glanced at the fragrant medicinal bath, licking her lips, the aroma enticing enough to suggest that the taste might not be too shabby either. With a handful of the medicinal liquid, she took a sip, the exotic fragrance of the herbs mingling with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Slurp. "Woe is me. Grandfather, smack smack." Woe is me. Tutu. Slurp. I shall be cooked alive. Senior brother, must it truly take this long? Xiaofeng, who was tending to the fire beneath the stove, watched Hu Tutu, who was crying and sipping the medicinal liquid, and turned to Qin Changsheng with a hint of compassion. Qin Changsheng regarded Hu Tutu with a smile, stating, Tutu possesses exceptional talent, yet she is rather indolent. Despite already being at the core formation stage, she cannot even perform the sword control technique. This is detrimental to her, and my urging is for her own benefit in the long run. Xiaofeng observed Hu Tutu, now contentedly lying back in the pot, smacking her lips in satisfaction, and affectionately remarked, Little senior sister need not exert herself so. With me around, none shall harm her. Qin Changsheng cast a peculiar glance at Xiaofeng and remarked, We may protect her momentarily, but what of her entire life? Ultimately, she must carve her own path. Xiaofeng nodded obediently, adding more firewood to the flames. Qin Changsheng continued to find Xiaofeng increasingly strange. Could it be that this junior brother had yet to realize that Tutu was, in fact, a fox? The future emperor of humanity could not even discern the true form of a spirit fox? Qin Changsheng shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the pot. After simmering for 2 hours, he lifted the drowsy Hutu from the iron pot. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a cleansing spell upon Hutu. Gradually, her clothes dried, and the remnants of medicinal residue vanished. I'll carry Hutu back to her room for some rest. You should drink the potion in the pot. Qin Changsheng instructed Xiaofeng while cradling Hutu in his arms. Me? Drink this? Xiaofeng asked in astonishment, pointing at himself. Indeed. It would be a waste to discard this potion, and it will nourish the 5 divine beasts behind you. It will be beneficial for you. Qin Changsheng remarked as he walked. Xiaofeng gazed at the cauldron filled with potion, lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, the junior sister had soaked in it for 2 hours, and now he was expected to drink the bathwater? Her bathwater? That didn't seem entirely out of the question. His face flushed crimson, and shaking his head to dispel the inappropriate thoughts, he flexed his muscles and lifted the pot brimming with potion, gulping it down in one go. In the stillness of the midnight hour, atop the small peak, Bai Feiyu, clad in white, opened his door and made his way towards Lang Qingsong's room. Upon reaching the door, he knocked and called, Second senior brother, I wish to speak with you. Come in, came Lang Qingsong's voice from within. Bai Feiyu pushed open the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Upon surveying the room's decor, he was taken aback. The space was cluttered with wooden planks, tiles, and an array of repair tools, hammers, shovels, saws, planes, everything one could imagine. This was hardly the abode of a swordsman. It resembled more the workshop of a carpenter. Lang Qingsong sat cross-legged on his bed, looking at Bai Feiyu with a puzzled expression. What is it? Bai Feiyu glanced around, found a stool, and seated himself opposite Lang Qingsong. With seriousness, he said, Second senior brother, I have my reasons for not going to the Immortal's secret realm. Lang Qingsong nodded, acknowledging his understanding. I see. Bai Feiyu noted the stern demeanor of Lang Qingsong, recognizing that beneath his cold exterior lay a warm heart. Having spent countless days and nights together, Bai Feiyu understood that even without explanation, Lang Qingsong would grasp his intentions. Senior brother, upon your return from the mortal realm, have you achieved a pure heart of swordsmanship? Bai Feiyu inquired. Lang Qingsong nodded in response. Yes, as he had surmised. The path that Lang Qingsong sought was the very one Bai Feiyu had traversed in a previous life. Yet, it was precisely because he had walked that path that Bai Feiyu resolved to come tonight, hoping to prevent Lang Qingsong from repeating his own mistakes. That path ultimately led to a dead end. Bai Feiyu gazed at Lang Qingsong and inquired, Second senior brother, have you ever contemplated the possibility that one day your sword might shatter? Lang Qingsong cast a perplexed glance at Bai Feiyu, inwardly examining his own dantian. How could this junior brother, merely at the stage of foundation establishment, fathom that his life-bound flying sword had been broken by his own hand? Lang Qingsong replied, I have thought about it. Thought about it. Bai Feiyu froze momentarily at Lang Qingsong's response, preparing to speak, yet taken aback. Sword cultivators are inherently proud, and to aspire to be the master of myriad swords demands even greater arrogance. How could one entertain the notion of their sword breaking? They charge forth, severing all that stands in their way. Those who tread this path possess unwavering faith in their sword's ability to cleave through all in existence. Thus, Lang Qingsong's mere admission of having contemplated such a thing left Bai Feiyu utterly bewildered. He scratched his head and questioned, Senior brother, how could you think that your sword would break? Caught off guard by Bai Feiyu's confusion, Lang Qingsong wondered why this junior brother who should already know of his life-bound sword shattering, would ask such a question. Nevertheless, he candidly responded, because it has already broken. With a start, Bai Feiyu rose to his feet, incredulous, exclaiming, "What did you say? Broken?" Chapter 95. Then I shall not seek the Tao, let the Tao seek me. Bai Feiyu's face was etched with anxiety. He could not comprehend why Lang Qingsong was still alive. That was the life-bound sword of a sword cultivator. It represented the very essence of a sword cultivator's existence. How could Lang Qingsong so nonchalantly declare it broken? With a life-bound sword shattered, one could scarcely speak of becoming the master of myriad swords. How could Lang Qingsong remain seated here, seemingly unscathed? The moment a sword breaks, the sword energy turns upon its master, leading to immediate demise. Bai Feiyu rushed up to Lang Qingsong, seizing his wrist, and infused a stream of true essence into him. Transferring true essence into another's body is a grave taboo among practitioners, as it could easily devastate Lang Qingsong's meridians and dantian. Yet, in his moment of distress, Bai Feiyu recklessly committed such an act. To his surprise, Lang Qingsong did not resist. Instead, he observed his usually more mature junior brother lose composure over the shattering of his life-bound sword, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Strange. Was it broken or not? What was happening? Bai Feiyu released Lang Qingsong's wrist, murmuring to himself. As he infused true essence to investigate Lang Qingsong's dantian, he beheld a nascent soul seated serenely within. Cradled in the nascent soul's embrace was a broken sword, which was none other than Lang Qingsong's life-bound sword. Though the broken sword appeared somewhat hazy and unstable, Bai Feiyu could still perceive the purest essence of sword intent emanating from it. It was identical to the sword intent from his previous life. How could a broken life-bound sword maintain its form and possess flowing sword intent? This was inconceivable, impossible. Even in ancient times, even the sword Immortal Tai Bai could not admit this fact. It is an ironclad rule that every sword cultivator possesses but a single fated sword, a principle that has existed since the dawn of cultivation. Yet now, a sword cultivator's fated sword lies shattered into two pieces, inexplicably intact, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Feiyu, with a complex expression, gazed at Lang Qingsong and inquired, "Brother, do you understand the consequences of a fated sword's fracture?" Indeed, Lang Qingsong nodded, appearing to comprehend the implications of such a rupture. Who did this? Bai Feiyu pressed. A shadow of discomfort crossed Lang Qingsong's stern visage. He could hardly confess that he had succumbed to mortal emotions and had broken his own sword. Such words would never escape his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Master." Lang Qingsong's thoughts were untainted. Ultimately, since he and his senior brother descended into the mortal realm, it was their master who had orchestrated this scenario, leading to this outcome. To attribute the fracture to their master would not be an exaggeration. Which master? Upon hearing Lang Qingsong mention Ouyang, Bai Feiyu's mind instantly conjured the image of those eyes that seemed to pierce through all facades. Bai Feiyu could not fathom what that cultivator, who could almost see into his very soul, was scheming. However, the fracture of a fated sword was nearly fatal for a sword cultivator. Bai Feiyu was certain that henceforth, Lang Qingsong would never tread the path of a sword cultivator again. For Lang Qingsong, this was akin to a death sentence. Yet why did the shattered sword still exude a flow of sword intent? Moreover, the sword intent was so pure, almost indistinguishable from the sword intent he had possessed in a former life. "Brother, are you not afraid of what master might do to you?" Bai Feiyu inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling his audacious remarks. Lang Qingsong paused, seemingly unaccustomed to such thoughts, and shook his head, saying, "I trust him." At this juncture, the usually stoic Lang Qingsong allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. That man, who permitted him to ride upon his shoulders in public, who allowed him and his brother to bicker freely, who could patiently endure his whims, was the first person in his life to evoke a paternal feeling. He undoubtedly trusted him, and his brother had immense faith in their master. With that certainty, Lang Qingsong found no reason to doubt. Now it was Bai Feiyu's turn to be taken aback. He could not grasp why Lang Qingsong would utter such words. He understood well that Lang Qingsong's path of swordsmanship was that of the Lord of 10,000 Swords, the strongest sword path in existence. Only through transcending emotions and achieving a pure heart could one ascend to that realm. Yet it seemed that, compared to his pursuit of the Tao, Lang Qingsong treasured something even more precious, something he valued above his own path. So precious that he would unhesitatingly comply with the arrangement and shatter his own fated sword. The seemingly most indifferent Lang Qingsong has transformed into the most emotionally invested person. How then could the master of 10,000 swords possibly continue on his path? Bai Feiyu's thoughts drifted back to his past life, to a time before he had attained the status of Sword Immortal. He had once destroyed his own destined sword, drowning his sorrows in liquor day after day, lost in a haze. Shall by, you will ruin yourself if you continue like this. A figure clad in green expressed concern to him. I am merely a waste now. What does it matter if I ruin myself? The one known as Li Taibai replied, tilting his head back to pour wine into his mouth, intoxicated. I have a way to help you reconstruct your destined sword. Trust me. The figure in green spoke with conviction. Li Taibai laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with desolation, and then shouted at the figure, Get lost. It's impossible. I am already a waste. Are you here to pity me? Get out. However, later, the figure in green succeeded, and Li Taibai's destined sword was restored, even surpassing its former glory. Yet, Li Taibai could no longer find the figure in green. He ultimately embarked on the supreme path of the sword, achieving the status of Sword Immortal, but met with a tragic end. This path was a dead end, a road that demanded the annihilation of all emotions, leaving only the sword path in one's heart to truly attain the so-called transcendence of forgetting feelings. A flicker of pain crossed by Feiyu's eyes, which was also the reason he chose not to follow the path of his past life. This road was destined to have an end, and the outcome would be sorrowful. Thus, he chose the path where all things become his sword. Even if he could not reach the heights of his previous life, he did not wish to endure such suffering again. Senior brother, what would you do if the path you follow leads you to the most painful choice? Bai Feiyu asked, gazing at Lang Qingsong with a look of emptiness in his eyes. Observing Bai Feiyu's evident despondency, Lang Qingsong spoke softly. I am not alone. I have you all. What if the choice you face is precisely this? Bai Feiyu fixed his gaze intently on Lang Qingsong. Lang Qingsong's eyes sharpened, and he appeared as resolute as a sword, looking earnestly at Bai Feiyu and declaring, that path is wrong. The path cannot be erroneous. Bai Feiyu replied, unwavering. Without hesitation, Lang Qingsong proclaimed, then I will not seek the path. Let the path seek me. Chapter 96, Is the Nascent Soul Stage Difficult? Then I will not seek the path. Let the path seek me. Lang Qingsong spoke with an air of unparalleled authority, leaving Bai Feiyu momentarily stunned. Ha ha, ha ha. Bai Feiyu suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Concerned, Lang Qingsong watched the seemingly madly laughing Bai Feiyu, reaching out to steady his shoulder. Yet Bai Feiyu suddenly looked up at Lang Qingsong and said, Senior brother, I have made up my mind. This time, I will accompany you all to the Immortal secret realm. I wish to see how you seek the Tao. Cold Qingsong, observing the expectant expression on Bai Feiyu's face, shook his head and replied, there is no need, initially believing that his own strength was sufficient. With the addition of his elder brother and the third, Cold Qingsong deemed their configuration powerful enough to conquer the world, without requiring the young Bai, still in the third stage of foundation establishment, to take on perilous risks. Bai Feiyu, misinterpreting Cold Qingsong's shaking of the head as a reluctance to burden him, smiled and said, I was hesitant to go there at first due to my own reasons. But now I am even more eager to see how my senior brother will advance in his swordsmanship. Cold Qingsong, looking at Bai Feiyu, shook his head once more and remarked, you are too weak. His intention was to convey that Bai Feiyu, being at the foundation establishment stage, should not venture into the Immortal's secret realm and face danger. However, Bai Feiyu stiffened at Cold Qingsong's words, feeling belittled. How had he, who once stood several steps ahead of others, now found himself at the bottom? Believing that Cold Qingsong looked down upon him, Bai Feiyu scoffed. Is the Yuaning stage so difficult? Upon hearing this, Cold Qingsong realized that Bai Feiyu had misunderstood, just as he was about to clarify. He sensed the tumult of true essence within Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu slightly closed his eyes and murmured, all things are my sword. All things are my path. With those words, his true essence surged and whirled within, fervently absorbing the world's vital energy. The once clear night sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. The tribulation of three thunders, typically manifesting during the transformation to Yuaning, reappeared atop the small mountain, seated within the mountain's peak. Chen Chongsheng lifted his head in confusion and activated the recording stone, murmuring, is it Bai Shidi breaking through? Truly, one must never underestimate Bai Shidi's speed in transcending realms. In Chen Chongsheng's recollection, Bai Feiyu had ascended through 3 realms, first from no cultivation to Qi refinement, then from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and finally last month from foundation establishment to golden core. Now, he was poised to break through from golden core to Yuaning. It appeared as if the 9 minor stages within each major realm were non-existent to Bai Feiyu. Breaking through was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Such exceptional talent, Why had he never heard of Bai Feiyu in his past life? Perhaps it was because he had perished too early to witness such genius. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for him, as he had lingered at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage for quite some time. The spectacle of the Ouyang stage's tribulation was indeed captivating. He had long sought the right moment and a secluded place to make his breakthrough. Yet before he could enact his plan, Bai Feiyu had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. Chen Chongqing's Golden Core began to spin, preparing to seize this chance to transcend to the Ouyang stage. As two individuals simultaneously transcend into the nascent soul stage, the potency of the 3-3 Thunder Tribulation is undoubtedly elevated to a higher echelon. However, given that these few are audacious enough to draw their swords against the heavenly Tao, the 3-3 Thunder Tribulation is scarcely regarded with any seriousness. Bai Feiyu's cultivation is rapidly ascending, soaring through realms with astonishing speed, almost 1 realm per second, without pause. From the 4th to the 9th layer of Golden Core, he ascends. 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. Bai Feiyu opens his eyes and commands, "Arise." The Golden Core within his dantian shatters with a resounding crash, revealing a diminutive nascent soul that bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Cloaked in a lustrous white, the essence of sword intent flows around him. Yet, unlike Lung Qingsong, whose nascent soul emerged with a sword, Bai Feiyu possesses no sword in hand. Can a sword cultivator truly be called such without a life-bound sword? The nascent soul leaps forth from the Golden Core, sitting cross-legged within the dantian, fervently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. The nascent soul not only emanates sword intent, but is also adorned with myriad radiant colors swirling around it. At that moment, Chen Chongqing's Golden Core similarly shatters, giving rise to an exceptionally peculiar nascent soul. Unlike a mere miniature version of himself, Chen Chongqing's nascent soul manifests with 3 heads and 6 arms. Resembling the third Prince Neza, in appearance both bizarre and formidable, Chen Chongqing slowly opens his eyes, having unknowingly transcended into the nascent soul stage. And the transformation of his nascent soul is undoubtedly linked to his rebirth. The pressing matter now is to hasten his advancement to the out-of-body stage and discern the true nature of his spirit. Above the small peak, dark clouds momentarily gather. A couple of rumbling thunderclaps echo, only to dissipate instantly, leaving the sky clear once more. The moon shines even brighter, seemingly mocking the recently emerged 3-3 Thunder Tribulation for not daring to fully coalesce. Bai Feiyu, now at the nascent soul stage, turns to Lung Qingsong with a smile, inquiring, "Brother, is my strength sufficient now?" Lung Qingsong, gazing at Bai Feiyu who has just stepped into the nascent soul stage, displays no emotion. Who among them has not consecutively broken through to the nascent soul stage? What is there to boast about? Everyone on that small peak could achieve consecutive breakthroughs. Yet, Lung Qingsong shakes his head, asserting, "No, you cannot go." Having just reached the nascent soul stage, Bai Feiyu's foundation is unstable. It is imperative for him to solidify his realm. Bai Feiyu feels belittled by Lung Qingsong's words and retorts with a cold smile, "What? Does the master of 10,000 swords grant you such confidence, brother?" Lung Qingsong looks at Bai Feiyu in confusion, wondering if his junior is of sound mind. He expresses concern for him, yet Bai Feiyu dares to mock him? His intent is clear. Bai Feiyu's nascent soul lacks a life-bound sword, though his own sword is broken. He still possesses a fragment. Bai Feiyu, lacking even a life-bound sword, should focus on cultivating one on the small peak, solidifying his realm rather than pursuing the Immortal's secret realm. This lengthy discourse can be succinctly summarized in 5 words. You cannot defeat me. Boom. The newly repaired roof by Lung Qingsong was abruptly torn away by the surge of true essence unleashed by Bai Feiyu. With a cold expression, Bai Feiyu addressed Lung Qingsong, stating, "Today, I wish to seek your guidance, senior brother." Lung Qingsong rose to his feet, infuriated that this impudent brat had demolished his freshly mended roof. He braced himself for his elder brother's scolding the following day. With a frown etched upon his face, he retorted, "I shall not hold back." Bai Feiyu smirked in response. "I would welcome that." Chapter 97. The sunlight today was particularly blinding. Hututu enjoyed a splendid slumber, one that was exceedingly deep. So much so that he did not even dream, awakening only at dawn, as if cradled in his mother's embrace. Upon waking, Hututu felt invigorated and brimming with strength. Evidently, the medicinal bath he indulged in the previous day had proven immensely beneficial. Determined to enhance his efforts, he resolved to luxuriate in another bath today. As he motivated himself, Hututu pushed open the door to his room. Upon doing so, he beheld his senior brother vigorously wielding a paper fan. striking at his second and fourth brothers. Xiaofeng sat obediently on a small stool, consuming his meal, too fearful to raise his gaze, lest he become the target of the commotion. Ouyang Qi's tongue danced nimbly as he berated Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, who sat upon the cushions in the courtyard, pointing his finger at them with fervor. While he scolded, his paper fan occasionally struck their heads with a light tap, bowing their heads in submission. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu endured the reprimands. The two exchanged a glance, simultaneously huffing in disdain before turning away from one another. Humph, humph, with a sharp clap. Ouyang's fan met their heads once more. Senior brother, it's time for breakfast, Chen Chongqing announced as he emerged from the kitchen, bearing the morning meal. The recording stone in his grasp discreetly captured the moment of embarrassment for Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. Isn't housework an essential skill for sword cultivators? Is cultivating immortality merely about fighting and killing? Immortal cultivation is about understanding human relationships and societal nuances. Ouyang, exasperated by the apparent foolishness of his two disciples, scolded vehemently. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu instinctively lifted their heads, pondering the irony of being lectured on social etiquette by their senior brother, who had brazenly stolen 100,000 foundational elixirs from the Dan Peak. What? Do you dare to defy me? Ouyang observed their lifted gazes, raising his hand once again to deliver 2 swift taps with his fan. With their heads bowed once more, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu resigned themselves to the reprimands of their senior brother. Ouyang's throat had grown parched from scolding. When would these 2 ungrateful children grant him some peace of mind? Instead of resting at such a late hour, they were wreaking havoc in the courtyard. Had they not inadvertently torn off a portion of his roof, they might have very well uprooted the entire hillock. Chen Chongqing approached Ouyang with a cup of tea in hand, offering it with a gentle demeanor. Elder brother, please have some tea. Second brother and Xiaobai are merely sparring in swordsmanship. They momentarily lost control of their strength. We'll have them repair the roof later. The meal has gone cold. Let us allow them to eat first. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu looked at Chen Chongqing with gratitude, appreciating their third senior brother's kind and understanding nature. However, they failed to notice the small recording stone in Chen Chongqing's hand, which was capturing their every detail. Ouyang accepted the cup of tea handed to him by Chen Chongqing and gulped it down, expressing his displeasure as he remarked, "You two shall not dine until you finish the roof today. Off you go." The two, as if granted a reprieve, would much rather engage in a fierce battle than endure Ouyang's incessant nagging. They rose to their feet, inadvertently locking eyes for a fleeting moment. Humph, humph. Ouyang sat on a stool, partaking in his breakfast, while Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu busily hammered nails on the rooftop. Master brother, I have finished my meal. I shall take junior sister to the forbidden ground for cultivation. Xiaofeng, waiting for Hututu to finish his meal, cautiously spoke up. Junior brother, you may go by yourself. I wish for master brother to accompany me and play. Hututu wiped his mouth and addressed Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart, his body trembling. After all, just yesterday, junior sister had declared that she enjoyed playing with him the most. Disheartened, Xiaofeng made his way down the mountain, knowing that today, calamity would surely befall